Chapter 1. A Beautiful Dream of Yellow Millet. In the early snow of last year, the chill seeped through the paper window, and Xie Wanmian lay on her bed, looking emaciated. Her fingers, slender and delicate, curled slightly as she fixated on the beautiful woman seated in the redwood armchair, her eyes shimmering with resentment and bitterness. "Everything is orchestrated by you, dear sister-in-law. Tread carefully," the woman replied, sipping her tea with a leisurely tone. "Who can blame me when your husband has never loved you?" The flickering candlelight in the distance illuminated the room, yet Xie Wanmian felt as if she were plunging into an icy abyss. She had been married to Meng Huqing for a decade, managing all household affairs single-handedly, never once voicing her grievances despite her mother-in-law's relentless torment. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the political realm, she devoted herself to ensuring his comfort, even sacrificing her pride to support him against her father, who indulged in mistresses. Yet, what had she ultimately gained? Her only son remained distant, her husband treated her with mere civility, and her sister-in-law, Ming, had repeatedly conspired against her while her younger sister-in-law persistently pilfered her jewelry. After 10 years of marriage, her once revered husband, now in a position of power, planned to discard her, taking her widowed sister-in-law as his new bride. 6 months prior, her mother-in-law's insistence on a grandchild had led to her miscarriage, leaving her weak and unwell due to her sister-in-law's treachery. When she confided in Meng Huqing, he, as the upright vice minister of the Supreme Court, insisted she provide evidence to substantiate Ming's wrongdoing. However, all evidence had been meticulously destroyed by Ming. By the time she realized this, it was far too late, but Ming faced no repercussions, which only deepened her hatred. "Ming, you'll suffer divine retribution." Cough, cough. Xie Wanmian gasped, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Once a celebrated beauty in the capital, the daughter of a noble family, her mesmerizing dance at the flower appreciation banquet had captured the hearts of countless suitors. Even now, bedridden, traces of her former allure lingered. Ming stifled a laugh, approaching her slowly. "Sister-in-law, your words are quite amusing. It is your own passivity that has led to this. Why blame others?" "I want to see him," summoned Meng Huqing. Xie Wanmian clutched the bedding, her eyes wild with fury, blood vessels bursting in her amber gaze, her voice growing hoarse. "You are quite stubborn," Ming retorted, pinching Xie Wanmian's cheek, her eyes glinting with malice. "You called for Huqing since morning, yet he has yet to appear. Do you not understand his intentions? Alas, once the finest talent in the capital, and now you cannot even grasp the implications of others' words." The light in Xie Wanmian's eyes dimmed gradually, tears cascading down her lashes. From a moment she first laid eyes on Meng Huqing, she had been enamored by his noble demeanor, his cold yet refined presence, his striking features reminiscent of frost and snow. Captivating yet perpetually distant, she had believed that marriage and motherhood would alter their relationship, yet it had merely been a beautiful dream of yellow Melita fantasy unfulfilled. Outside, the night deepened, obscuring all light, leaving only Ming's sinister smile magnifying in her vision. Suddenly, the window blew open, extinguishing the candle flame and sweeping the warm air from the room. The layers of deep blue curtains billowed like a ghostly dance, and Xie Wanmian sensed her impending demise. She was unwilling to succumb. How could she allow this despicable person to triumph? Consumed by rage, she retrieved her mother's heirloom, a silver hairpin that gleamed one last time in the air before blood splattered into her eyes. Witnessing Ming's panicked face as she covered her own in horror, Xie Wanmian erupted into laughter, the pent-up resentment finally spilling forth, blood oozing from her lips as she collapsed back onto the bed. The embroidered mandarin ducks on the canopy above blurred in her vision, the howling cold wind the only sound piercing her ears. No one was by her side in her final moments, leaving her in desolation and absurdity. She longed to see the plum blossoms she had planted, to taste the freshly made begonia cake from the fragrant street as she once did. Yet, she could see nothing and taste nothing. If only she could return to those earlier days, she would never live in such a wretched manner again. She was filled with regret. The maid, following Ming's instructions, arrived leisurely at the Supreme Court, announcing that the second mistress wished to see the second master. The guards understood that Meng Huqing was preoccupied with official duties, handling countless cases daily, Yet they knew he held Xie Wanmian in high regard, though he often struggled to communicate with her, that he hurried to convey the message to Meng Hiqing. As Meng Hiqing reached for another document, he noticed the guard's anxious demeanor and paused, surprised. He set down his brush and asked, "What is it?" "Master, the second mistress has sent word, requesting to see you." Upon hearing this, Meng Hiqing's brow furrowed slightly. Without hesitation, he donned his cloak and prepared to leave. An official, who had been discussing matters with him, stroked his beard, saying, "Isn't this a bit hasty? Surely your wife only wishes to discuss household matters. There is no need for such urgency." Meng Hiqing adjusted his sleeves and replied, "My wife would not trouble me over trivial matters. She must have something significant to discuss. She has been unwell lately, and I worry. I shall return home first. This can be discussed later." The official attempted to say more, but saw Meng Hiqing stride into the snow-laden night. Meng Hiqing did not take a carriage, but galloped swiftly back to the estate. Along the way, he stopped at Chen's pastry shop to buy some begonia cakes that Xie Wanmian adored. As he approached the estate, he faintly heard weeping from within. The sound unsettled him recently. Wanmian had been at odds with him over their child's matters, convinced that he, Ming, was responsible for their loss. Without evidence, she had succumbed to tears daily. Unsure how to console her, he had dispatched someone to investigate, and indeed, some leads had emerged. If he, Ming, was culpable, he would set aside his brotherly ties and seek justice for Wanmian. Upon entering Chunhua courtyard, the elegant scent of plums mingled with the heavy aroma of medicine. A group of maids and servants stood outside, each covering their faces in sorrow. One maid rushed forward upon seeing him. "Second master." Meng Hiqing noted the extinguished candles within and softened his footsteps, whispering, "What is all this weeping about? Has the second mistress had another nightmare?" "Second mistress." The maid choked on her words, unable to continue. "The second mistress is gone." Standing in the snow, Meng Hiqing froze, as if all strength had been drained from him. His eyes reddened as he gazed into the room, tears streaming down his face, the begonia cakes slipping from his grasp and shattering on the ground. Chapter 2. Rebirth. When Xie Wanmian awoke once more, the snow outside had already ceased falling. However, the furnishings before her were not from the spring blossom courtyard shared with Meng Hiqing, but rather from her own boudoir prior to her marriage. In the distance, smoke curled gently from an incense burner, and the charcoal fire was covered with a layer of snow-colored ash. On a small peachwood table lay her cherished celadon and white jade treasure vase. She lifted her hand to observe her delicate fingers, seemingly so tender that they could yield water, devoid of any trace of the burned scar she once bore. She recalled how she had scalded herself while attempting to perfect the red date and snow frog soup that Meng Hiqing adored. Why did her hands now appear pristine and new? Xie Wanmian stared blankly for a while, pondering whether she had truly been reborn or was merely trapped within a dream. Before she could reflect further, her maid, Xie entered, carrying a bronze basin. Xie appeared no older than 18, seeming much more youthful than when she had been in the Xie household. Xie had been falsely accused and killed by He Ming 8 years after Xie Wanmian's marriage. Yet here she was, vividly alive before her. Xie, she called, her astonishment giving way to tranquility. Xie hastily set down the basin, tears brimming in her eyes. "My lady, you have finally awakened." Just waking had left her throat painfully sore, and she managed to utter, "Please, pour me a cup of water. Of course, you should lie still," Xie replied, hastily wiping her tears. She poured warm water from the teapot and assisted her in drinking. As the warm liquid slid down her throat, Xie Wanmian felt even more convinced that she had indeed returned to life. "How long have I been asleep?" Xie Wanmian was unaware of the year, month, or day, but she felt an overwhelming joy at the thought that she had not yet married Meng Hiqing, and thus there was still hope. "My lady, you are not merely asleep. You were pushed into the icy lake by the second young lady. Your constitution has always been frail, and in such weather, your fingers were nearly frozen. Had it not been for the old lady's intervention, we might not have been able to summon a capable physician," Xie recounted, her eyes reddening, her voice quivering. "You lost your mother at a young age, and Yin Yang was favored by the master. The second young lady has always had whatever she desired. Now, she is vying for your marriage." Xie Wanmian recalled this incident. That year, her half-sister had clashed with her over Meng Hiqing. deliberately pushing her into the icy lake to compel her to renounce the good match. In her stubbornness, she had implored the old lady to ensure her father upheld the engagement. Having tasted the bitterness of such a struggle, she only sought wealth and peace in this life. Xie, what time is it now? Xie Wanmian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xie, taken aback by the sudden question, answered truthfully, Miss, it is already the hour of Chun. Xie Wanmian smiled faintly, realizing that the timing was indeed aligned. In her previous life, waking at this hour had led to an urgent summons from Zhang Mama, the maid beside Yin Yang, hastily calling her to the hall to welcome guests. She had had no time to prepare, resulting in her father chastising her for a long while, nearly causing her to miss the flower viewing banquet. This time, she vowed never to act according to their wishes. Xie, assist me in dressing and preparing, she instructed. Xie hesitated. My lady, you have just awakened and are still weak. If the master calls for you, simply say you are still asleep. Besides, this matter is not your fault. Xie Wanmian shook her head, reassuringly patting Xie's hand. I know my limits. Just do as I say. Very well. Xie helped Xie Wanmian to sit before the dressing table, taking up a jade comb adorned with peony patterns to style her hair. The crackling of the charcoal fire echoed in the distance, and Xie Wanmian, feeling a lingering trepidation, grasped her own hands. Before the bronze mirror, her complexion was pale, and her expression was devoid of the emotions typically displayed by someone of her age. Her fingers gently brushed the plum blossoms in the vase, which had likely been freshly picked. The snowflakes atop them now melted into droplets of water. Just as Xie finished arranging her, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Zhang Mama's robust voice called out, Miss, are you awake? I am awake, Xie Wanmian replied, applying a light touch of rouge to her lips, seemingly foreseeing this moment. Upon hearing her response, Zhang Mama pushed the door open, letting in the biting cold wind. The old servant, rubbing her reddened, wrinkled hands, smiled broadly. The master says an important guest has arrived. He requests your presence. I understand, Xie Wanmian said, rising directly and securing her hairpin. Casting her gaze towards the distant Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly lowered her head, her plump figure standing at the doorway, resembling a large wooden barrel, obstructing the view. Miss, you are truly filial, thinking of paying respects so early. It seems you are nearly recovered from your illness. Xie Wanmian's eyes held a hint of a cold smile. While her words seemed gracious, they subtly exonerated her half-sister. After all, Zhang Mama had raised her half-sister, and their bond was now starkly different. Given that her half-sister had nearly caused her death, should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation, making it difficult for her to find a suitor, as no one would wish to marry a woman with a deadly disposition. In her previous life, her father had tightly sealed the family's lips, with no one daring to speak the truth. In this life, she was not in a hurry. She had ample time to ensure her half-sister's reputation would be utterly ruined. Indeed, had it not been for her half-sister's actions, she would never have experienced the bone-chilling cold of the winter lake. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mama's expression darkened. Miss, the master has already punished the second young lady with a month of confinement. It would be best not to mention this matter again. Should it reach the ears of those with ill intent, it would reflect poorly on you and the family's reputation. Xie Wanmian smiled gently, responding slowly, Zhang's Mama. You speak wisely. However, please remember to knock before entering my chamber in the future. You are my aunt's maid and represent her authority over the servants. It would be best not to disrupt the hierarchy. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Mama's face grew increasingly pale. Miss, you are correct. Xie, who was helping Xie Wanmian don her cloak, struggled to suppress her smile. Her mistress had never dared to speak so boldly to the disrespectful Zhang Mama, who favored Yin Yang and wielded considerable influence. Previously, Xie Wanmian had suffered greatly under Yin Yang's hand, feeling apprehensive and fearful even towards the wet nurse beside her. Now, witnessing her mistress's newfound assertiveness, Xie felt an exhilaration in her heart. As Xie Wanmian walked down the corridor towards the hall, the harsh winter air gathered around her, causing her to instinctively shiver. Xie had prepared a small warming stove for her to hold close, and with her thick clothing, the chill was bearable. Upon reaching the hall, She caught sight of a tall figure in the distance. Though she had anticipated this moment, merely standing apart and gazing at him sent a shiver through her bones. Chapter 3. I want to break off the engagement. Xie Wanmian's breath quickened, a tide of resentment swelling within her. Her fingers, concealed within her sleeves, instinctively tightened around the warm stove. She had not anticipated that encountering Meng Huqing again in this new life would stir such a tumult of emotions. Logically, she should have treated him as a stranger. Raising her gaze, she noticed that snow had begun to fall once more. On the Wangwali tea table in the hall, a white jade teacup rested, and the kettle on the stove emitted fragrant steam. Meng Huqing, with his long, pale fingers, habitually twirled the cup, taking a sip before setting it down. After a decade of marriage, Xie Wanmian knew him too well. He was clearly unaccustomed to the fine pu'er tea her father cherished. Otherwise, he would have lingered over it longer. Miss? Jisher's clear voice snapped her back to reality, and she composed herself before moving forward. Father. She greeted Xie Wanmian with a bow, then, out of courtesy, nodded toward Meng Huqing, who sat in a dignified manner on a circular chair. His strikingly handsome face remained as aloof as in her previous life, his demeanor poised, and the light blue silk robe he wore was meticulously arranged. Not a wrinkle to be seen. His narrow eyes, like a frozen lake, exuded an air of chilling detachment, as if he could see straight through her. Xie Wanmian lifted the teapot, intending to pour Meng Huqing another cup, but upon noticing the tea was still half full, he reluctantly set it down. Young Master Meng has come to visit you out of concern for your health. This engagement will inevitably be settled, so why not take your future husband to the back courtyard for a stroll? Thank you for your concern, young Master Meng, Xie Wanmian replied. Yet her actions betrayed her lack of intent to lead him anywhere. She gently caressed the warm stove, slowly adding, "But it is rather cold today, not suitable for walking." Meng Huqing responded in kind, "Miss Xie is quite right. You have recently caught a chill and ought to rest properly. I apologize for the intrusion." Xie Wanmian gestured toward several redwood chests behind servant. "Wanmian, look at how considerate young Master Meng is. He has brought many fine medicinal herbs and jewelry as gifts. Once you are wed, be sure to serve him well." "Your words are too kind, sir. Since Miss Xie is to marry me, I shall ensure she is treated with utmost respect," Meng Huqing stated calmly, his tone gentle, embodying the image of a good husband. Xie Wanmian seethed with indignation. Sweet words could not mask the grievances she had endured in her past life. Struggling to contain her agitation, she finally voiced her intention directly. "The gifts from young Master Meng are far too extravagant. I cannot accept them. Please return them to your estate." Meng Huqing paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Xie Wanmian, seated at a distance, had tears welling in her eyes, her gaze toward him devoid of the deep affections of the past, replaced instead with raw resentment. He had presided over many cases and witnessed the emotions of both the accused and the bereaved. Thus, he discerned her animosity instantly. But from where did this hatred stem? Was it because he had declined her invitation to release lanterns? Such trivial matters seemed unlikely to provoke her ire, for Xie Wanmian was known for her kindness and grace. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Miss Xie, there is no need for such formality. If you find these gifts unsuitable, I shall have someone deliver more appropriate items to your home tomorrow. That will not be necessary." Rising abruptly, her demeanor fierce and resolute, she fixed her gaze upon him and declared, "I wish to break off the engagement." Jisher nearly faltered, astonished by her words. Heavens! Has our young lady lost her senses today? Was she not the one who adored young Master Meng? She even knelt before the matriarch to insist on this marriage. Why, all of a sudden, does she wish to annul it? Let us not forget, once a woman breaks an engagement, it becomes exceedingly difficult for her to find another suitor. Absurd. Xie Wanmian slammed his hand on the tea table, his anger palpable as he glared. This engagement is not a child's plaything. You cannot simply withdraw at will. You were the one who pleaded with your grandmother to maintain this match, and now you wish to annul it? You are bringing disgrace upon our family. Meng Huqing sat in stunned silence, his brows furrowing as he gripped his knees tightly, his pale hands betraying a hint of strain. He gazed intently at Xie Wanmian, confusion etched on his face. Did my sister not desire this union? If so, I shall switch engagements. That would satisfy our father. And you need not be put in a difficult position between us sisters. Xie Wanmian had encountered all manner of demons and monsters in her previous life. Xie Wanmian's fury felt trivial in comparison. She opened her mouth to respond, but he merely huffed and returned to his seat, stating that such a matter could not be decided hastily. This is a serious issue. Miss Xie should return to her room to rest. Meng Huqing spoke these words with an inscrutable expression, devoid of joy at the prospect of remaining unengaged or anger at the prospect of being rejected. He bowed to Xie Wanmian, ultimately taking his leave, accompanied by his personal attendant. The snow fell silently, the crunching of footsteps fading into the distance. Xie Wanmian watched the tall, slender figure of Meng Huqing retreat, her eyes betraying a smirk she could no longer conceal. Habitually rubbing the back of her hand, she realized that the scar had vanished. Indeed, she had been granted a second chance at life, and with it, the pain of the past had also faded. Returning to her room, the cold was biting, so she instructed Jishu to bring her red date and lotus seed porridge. Sipping it spoonful by spoonful, the warmth spread through her, dispelling some of the chill. After finishing, she wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and noticed Jishu's hesitance. "Why do you appear so discontent?" Jishu hesitated before summoning her courage to speak. "Miss, I have seen many noble ladies in the capital vying for young Master Meng's affection. He is undoubtedly a refined gentleman. Why would you wish to cancel this engagement?" Xie Wanmian pondered for a moment before responding. "I simply feel it is unsuitable. Consider, young Master Meng hails from the Xianping Marquis family. Though he is not the legitimate heir, his lineage is illustrious, and such families are rife with strict conventions. If I were to misstep, I fear I could not bear the consequences." Jishu's eyes brightened at her words. "Although the man you are to marry is merely a side branch of the Minister of Rights, he is kind-hearted. As a legitimate daughter, you would command his respect." Xie Wanmian playfully tapped Jishu's nose with her finger. "Precisely." Her throat felt scratchy, and she stifled a cough, realizing that her recent outing had left her feeling weak. She intended to rest on the couch for a while when a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. As a side note, Meng Huqing lamented, "Wu, Wanmian does not want me anymore." Chapter 4. The weasel pays New Year's greetings to the chickens. Jishu hurriedly opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Aunt Yi entering alongside Nurse Zhang. Aunt Yi was strikingly beautiful. When she smiled, the dimples at the corners of her mouth added a delightful charm, captivating her father's heart. She wore a plum-colored coat with embroidered sleeves, adorned with exquisite yet playful lotus patterns. Despite having borne 2 children, her figure remained as slender and graceful as a willow, appearing as ethereal as mist hovering over a lake during a rainy season. To those unaware of the underlying circumstances, Aunt Yi seemed to be a well-behaved and dutiful concubine. Since the passing of her mother, Aunt Yi had taken charge of all household affairs, governing the servants with her own set of principles. In her childhood, she had believed Aunt Yi to be amiable, but after being presented with ill-fitting garments and hearing tales of penalties for losing jewelry in the boudoir, she realized that she was not favored by Aunt Yi. Yet, in front of her father, Aunt Yi transformed into a gentle and compliant figure, as if performing a magic trick. In her previous life, she had endured humiliation, unwilling to confront Aunt Yi, only to be outwitted on her wedding day when Aunt Yi ignited a scandal, claiming her marriage was an omen of bad luck, leading to much gossip in the capital. Though she possessed a face as lovely as a peach blossom, it was tinged with the poison of a datura flower. "Auntie, it's cold outside. Please come in and sit," Xie Wanmian said, extending her customary courtesy, knowing she could not afford to show hostility just yet. She needed to keep her strategy against Aunt Yi intact. Aunt Yi nodded and took a seat on a round stool, her demeanor warm as she grasped Xie Wanmian's hand. Feigning sympathy, "Your sister's actions were indeed inappropriate. As her mother, I apologize on her behalf." Xie Wanmian withdrew her hand and poured a pot of tea, offering it to Aunt Yi. "Your words are too kind, Auntie. My sister is still young. This was merely a playful scuffle between siblings." Aunt Yi lifted the teacup, sipping before replying, "You are indeed understanding, Wanmian. My daughter has been spoiled by me since childhood. However, I heard about your impending marriage exchange. Have you truly considered this?" Upon meeting Aunt Ye's suspicious gaze, Xie Wanmian couldn't help but smirk internally. Fully aware of Aunt Ye's naturally distrustful nature, she would never act unless she was certain of someone's intentions. Thus, her current task was to dispel any doubts. Feigning the demeanor of a sorrowful young lady, Xie Wanmian sighed. Mr. Meng is certainly excellent in every way, but he appears rather indifferent towards me while showing great affection for my second sister. As the elder sister, it would not be right for me to disrupt their budding romance. After all, a forcibly twisted melon lacks sweetness. Good child. Aunt Ye's wariness melted away instantly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Your father and I have been worried about your and your sister's engagements. Now we can finally sleep soundly tonight. Indeed, Xie Wanmian replied with a gentle smile, her expression warm and unassuming, revealing no hint of deceit. After sending Aunt Ye away, Xie voiced her concerns. Miss, you have given a good marriage to the second miss. I wonder how pleased Aunt Ye must be. The suitor chosen by my second sister may not be bad. In this world, it is impossible to have everything go perfectly, Xie Wanmian replied. As the conversation continued, Xie furrowed her brow. But miss, the incense pouch you painstakingly prepared for Mr. Meng will go to waste now, won't it? Xie Wanmian clutched the silk handkerchief in her hand and gazed at the intricately crafted orchid-scented pouch nearby. Her embroidery skills surpassed even the finest seamstresses in the capital, and her creations fetched a hefty price. This time, as the Lantern Festival approached, she intended to personally present the pouch to Meng Huqing. She recalled how, in her past life, she waited long to see him, only to be met with the disheartening message that Second Master has matters to attend to and cannot meet. In this life, however, since she had already made it, she decided to keep it for herself, though she would not offer it to Meng Huqing this time. Given the impending marriage exchange, her future brother-in-law, He Yunxiao, also came to pay a visit. Xie Wanmian believed that since both families were exchanging engagements, the He family had no grounds to object. After all, his eldest daughter was well-versed in the arts, and a match with the son of the Bureau of Rites was more than suitable. He hoped to nurture the bond between the two families. Coincidentally, with the Lantern Festival approaching, Xie Wanmian met He Yunxiao and found him to be straightforward and cheerful, a far better match than the clumsy Meng Huqing. Thus, she happily accepted his invitation. In the open-minded society of Dawei, it was entirely acceptable for the children of both families to enjoy the festival together if they were fond of one another. Xie Wanmian resolved to learn more about He Yunxiao's character and agreed to his request to enjoy the lanterns during the festival. The streets were bustling and vibrant during the Lantern Festival, with people carrying lanterns across the stone bridge, children gathered in front of shops guessing riddles, and couples selecting hairpins together. The fragrant aroma of sweet pastries wafted in from afar, enticing Xie, prompting Xie Wanmian to buy some and hand them to her wrapped in oil paper. Miss Xie hesitated, aware that such indulgences were against the rules. Though tempted, it was not proper for a servant to accept gifts from her mistress. Take it. We have grown up together, and this little treat is nothing. Xie Wanmian cheerfully insisted as she stuffed the pastries into Xie's arms. He Yunxiao observed the close bond between the two and remarked with a smile. It seems Miss Xie treats are made exceptionally well. Xie Wanmian flicked a stray hair behind her ear and smiled back at him. Mr. He, you are also quite kind to your servants. He Yunxiao opened his mouth to respond, but was momentarily entranced by the brightness of her eyes. Perhaps it was the proximity that allowed the delicate fragrance of flowers to waft by, refreshing his spirit. Feeling his face heat up, he couldn't help but feel that the eldest daughter of the Xie family was far more approachable and beautiful than the second. Hearing that Miss Xie was skilled in painting, He Yunxiao mentioned, I recently acquired some fine ink, but my knowledge of painting is limited. I thought perhaps you might accept it. Xie Wanmian understood the ink's great value, likely worth a fortune. However, given He Yunxiao's background, with his family being wealthy merchants, it was not surprising that he possessed such precious items. Yet, since they had not yet become formally engaged, it would be best not to accept such an extravagant gift. Mr. He, your kindness is appreciated, but I cannot accept this ink, Xie Wanmian replied. He Yunxiao frowned, his youthful exuberance evident as he displayed his emotions clearly. Why not? Just then a sudden scream echoed from behind them, Run for your lives. Chapter 5. My wife is endearing. Xie Wanmian turned around and saw the tavern closest to them suddenly engulfed in flames. The rich and spicy aroma rushed to her nostrils, leaving her slightly dizzy. Due to the strong winds today, the fire spread like a tidal wave, consuming the entire street in an instant, with screams ringing out in chaos. The smoke stung her eyes, causing them to water uncontrollably. In the midst of the pandemonium, she quickly lost sight of Xie and the others, as the thick smoke enveloped the scene in a dense shroud, making everyone seem to vanish before her eyes. Xie. She opened her mouth to call out, but the smoke choked her, forcing her to cough. Finding anyone amidst the crowd became increasingly difficult, so she decided to retrace her steps to where Xie had stood earlier. Yet before she could move, she was pushed forward by the surging crowd. Perhaps Xie had also been swept ahead by the throng. The priority was to escape with her life. They could sort out the details later. However, Humping Street was already narrow, often bustling with merchants selling their goods, and now it was in utter disarray, with stalls toppled over, making it easy to trip and fall. She carefully watched her footing, but suddenly a figure emerged from nowhere and collided with her shoulder. In an instant, she was sent sprawling forward. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a strong hand grasped her arm. Thinking it was Xie Wanmian, she managed to utter a single syllable, only to meet the cold gaze of Meng Huqing. Meng, Master Meng? Startled, Xie Wanmian took a step back, recalling how she had intentionally embarrassed Meng Huqing on that day, driven by a desire to provoke. Yet now, faced with his indifferent expression, she could only sigh, remarking to herself on his reputation for being cold-hearted. Meng Huqing said nothing further, merely uttering a quiet apology before pulling her away from the street. Perhaps only able to glimpse his profile, her gaze grew bolder. Sweat trickled down his temples, and his garments billowed like snowflakes in a winter breeze, his ethereal beauty rendering her unable to look away. Even after witnessing him countless times in her previous life, she remained captivated by his untainted demeanor, and even in his current disheveled state. His stature remained as upright as a pine tree. As they prepared to turn and escape the street, a loud crack echoed as a wooden beam splintered. With a sudden crack, a heavy object plummeted toward them. Meng Huqing, skilled in martial arts, acted swiftly to shield her from harm, but he was a moment too late. A sign from a nearby tea house had been burned through and crashed down. Xie Wanmian found herself enveloped in his embrace, the fresh scent of pine mingling with the acrid smoke, providing some relief. Yet, she could distinctly hear Meng Huqing's suppressed grunt of pain. Instinctively, she asked, "Are you injured?" After a pause, Meng Huqing quietly replied, "No." Before she could process his response, he pulled her out through a narrow alley. The area was indeed damp, and the flames had yet to reach them. As they burst through the thick smoke, the flickering candlelight suddenly illuminated his profile, revealing that his fair, refined face bore traces of ash. Just as she was about to look away, he unexpectedly turned his gaze toward her. Their eyes met, and the sound of their heartbeats echoed loudly in the stillness of the snowy night. Both were momentarily taken aback before hastily averting their gazes. Meng Huqing quickly released her wrist, instinctively adjusting his sleeves, but then he felt a sharp burning sensation in his right arm, causing him to frown. He turned away, concealing his discomfort from her. "Thank you, Master Meng," Xie Wanmian said, observing his side profile, assuming his frown was due to her witnessing his distress. Nevertheless, she felt it necessary to express her gratitude. She retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve and offered it to him. "Please clean yourself, Master Meng." Meng Huqing thanked her and accepted the handkerchief, which bore the unique plum blossom fragrance of Xie Wanmian, sweet yet subtle, a gentle aroma wafting from the fine silk fabric, soft against the skin. "I appreciate your assistance today, Master Meng. I acknowledge my earlier behavior was inappropriate, and I shall visit to apologize in due course." Meng Huqing paused, his quiet gaze inadvertently resting on her delicate, enchanting visage. Her alabaster cheeks were tinged with a soft pink hue, and wisps of damp hair clung to her slender neck, evoking the image of plum blossoms dusted with snow, vibrant and ethereal. "There is no need," he replied gently. "I simply have a matter I wish to discuss with Miss Xie." "Please, Master Meng," she encouraged. "Why the annulment of the engagement?" His clear voice shattered the cold wind of the snowy night. Xie Wanmian's heart tightened at his inquiry, her hand instinctively clenching in her sleeve. Memories of her previous life flooded her mind, where Meng Huqing had always coldly demanded evidence, questioning her claims without compassion. The recollection brought moisture to her eyes. Unaware that his question had caused her distress, Meng Huqing found himself momentarily at a loss. He was skilled in extracting confessions from wrongdoers, but felt utterly helpless before a delicate woman. If Miss Xie prefers not to disclose, that is perfectly acceptable, he stammered, his tone softening. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, her long lashes fluttered down, and her voice trembled as she replied, "There is nothing I cannot share. Master Meng would be a good match for any woman, but for me, it is not so." Before Meng Huqing could pursue the matter further, his personal attendant rushed in, tears streaming down his face. "My lord, the fire has been extinguished, but the smoke remains thick. It is likely that the Wang couple perished in the flames." Meng Huqing maintained his composure. "I understand. Have the casualties been accounted for?" "We are still in the process of determining that," the attendant replied, lowering his head. He sensed that his master appeared somewhat displeased. Meng Huqing nodded and, with a bow toward Xie Wanmian, said, "I must apologize, Miss Xie. Duty calls, but if you do not mind, I shall have my attendant escort you home." Xie Wanmian turned away, gently wiping the remnants of her tears from her eyes. Emulating Meng Huqing's tone from her previous life, she replied slowly, "There is no need for such trouble. Your duties are important. I shall wait here for Xie to return." Meng Huqing pressed his lips together. Since the day Xie Wanmian expressed her desire to annul their engagement, he had subconsciously begun to observe her more closely. He sensed he might have acted inappropriately, and now, was she angry? "I have yet to inform my parents of the annulment. I hope Miss Xie will handle this matter with care. Should your father wish to arrange another marriage, I will ensure the situation is clearly explained. Miss Xie is the one I have chosen as my bride." Chapter 6. She is not a bargaining chip. Xie Wanmian did not feel joy upon hearing those words. Instead, she found it laughable and sorrowful. What she had desperately sought in her past life now seemed inconsequential. It was akin to a plucked camellia, exquisite and beautiful, yet withering away over time, unable to be revived. Presently, the only matter she had failed to handle well was the exchange of brides. She was eager to escape her confinement and to break free from her shackles. Originally, she believed that Meng Huqing would readily agree to the idea of exchanging brides. Yet to her surprise, he had not even informed his elders at home until now. Had she known this, she would not have hastily agreed to accompany He Yunxiao to the Lantern Festival today. "Young Master Meng, I must apologize for my actions today. I presumed you had already consented, which is why I accompanied young Master He to enjoy the festivities. I offer my sincerest apologies," Xie Wanmian said, bowing slightly in respect. Meng Huqing did not show any signs of blame on his face. His gaze remained calm, and his tone even. "It is of no consequence." He recognized that he had not handled the situation well either. He had kept Xie Wanmian waiting. He held a fondness for her, appreciating her kindness and efficiency, as well as her unique principles in dealing with others. As for matters of love and romance, he was uncertain what made them so captivating. "Miss," a clear voice broke the silence between the two, and Xie, holding a parcel of pastries wrapped in oiled paper, ran towards Xie Wanmian with an aggrieved expression. "Miss, I finally found you. I was truly frightened just now." Seeing the smudge of dirt on her face, Xie Wanmian raised her hand to wipe it clean. "Oh, you look like a little raccoon." Meng Huqing observed the soft smile on Xie Wanmian's face from a distance, and his heartstrings were inexplicably stirred. He quickly averted his gaze. Yet the sweet sound of her voice lingered in his ears, revealing that she spoke differently to him than to her personal maid. To him, she was as cold as winter's icicles, adhering to formalities. Yet to her maid, she was warm as the spring breeze, charming and delightful. "Miss Xie, it seems I have finally caught up with you. Your carriage must have run off in the chaos earlier, and the driver is nowhere to be seen. Allow me to escort you back to the residence." He Yunxiao approached from a distance, holding a damp cloak. Upon noticing Meng Huqing standing nearby, he greeted him with a smile and a slight bow. "Meng brother." Meng Huqing nodded and turned to Xie Wanmian, saying, "Miss Xie, I have a carriage at my disposal. I can send someone to take you home." Xie Wanmian felt somewhat conflicted. She understood that the current situation stemmed from her own mismanagement. The best outcome would be for both parties to refuse. No need. There happens to be a carriage rental nearby. It would not trouble either of you gentlemen. As for young Master He, today's events are entirely my fault. Young Master Meng has not yet withdrawn his engagement with me. So if you believe me unworthy, you may come to propose another day. She signaled to Ji Shi, who quickly understood and stepped back. He Yunxiao, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What does it matter? I have not proposed yet. Today, I merely invited Miss Xie to enjoy the Lantern Festival. As for proposing, there is no rush. I shall wait until Meng brother formally withdraws his engagement before I come to propose." Meng Hutching's brows furrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "He brother, I will not be withdrawing my engagement with Miss Xie." He Yunxiao's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Xie Wanmian was about to carefully phrase her response, Ji Shi returned from renting a carriage. "Miss, the carriage is ready. Shall we head back?" "Very well," Xie Wanmian said, bowing to both gentlemen before turning to enter the carriage. As the wheels of the carriage began to roll away, He Yunxiao glanced at Meng Hutching, unable to hide the annoyance in his expression. "Meng brother, what do you mean by this? I have heard that she does not wish to marry you, which is why she sought a bride exchange with the Xie family." "Please remain calm." "He brother," Meng Hutching replied, bowing in apology. "This is a matter I have not handled properly. I have no intention of withdrawing my engagement with Miss Xie. She is a wonderful person, and I wish for her to be my wife. Moreover, I wish to understand why Miss Xie, who was once so amiable towards me, now appears so frigid. Have I committed some error?" He Yunxiao scoffed lightly, tossing the damp cloak aside. "What else could it be? Surely, it is your icy demeanor that has frightened her off. How about this? Let us settle the matter with a fair archery contest. If you win, she remains with you. If you lose, she comes to me. What do you say?" Meng Hutching cast a cold glance at He Yunxiao, his demeanor exuding an air of frostiness. "She is not a bargaining chip between you and me." His words were sharp, like a blade drawn from its sheath. Wen Dao is He Yunxiao's courtesy name, and whenever Meng Hutching was angry, he would address him by it, for he disliked the name, finding it too pretentious and not befitting of his chivalrous spirit. He imitated Meng Hutching's tone, saying, "Meng Jiyu, you are fond of noble deeds. We have known each other for over a decade, and, as you know, I am a straightforward person. Once I set my mind on something, I find it difficult to change. I have finally found someone I like. Let us compete fairly. We have not withdrawn the engagement. The outcome is already decided." Meng Hutching replied coldly. He Yunxiao, in a fit of anger, slapped Meng Hutching on the shoulder. "You are being foolish." As soon as he spoke, he noticed Meng Hutching's complexion had turned pale. Moments later, bright red blood began to trickle down from his wrist. "Wait, that was not my intention. What did you get hurt?" In the dim light of a distant lantern, he noticed the fabric on Meng Hutching's right arm had been charred black, with a deep wound oozing thick blood. Smoke began to waft in from an unknown source, obscuring his view. "It is not a grave injury," Meng Hutching replied succinctly. He Yunxiao truly admired Meng Hutching. Despite the severity of the wound, he did not even flinch. "Master, there is a medical hall ahead. We can go there to find a doctor to bandage your wound." Ilay reached out to assist Meng Hutching, but he waved her off. "I'm not at the point of being unable to walk. The night can be perilous. Send someone to escort Miss Xie home." Though Ilay looked at Meng Hutching with concern, she complied with his orders. "Yes, you intend to handle cases with that injury?" He Yunxiao inquired, leaning closer to inspect the wound. "Are you not afraid that if you do not treat it properly, the Wang couple might escape?" Meng Hutching fixed his gaze on He Yunxiao, his long fingers caressing the jade ornament at his waist, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. The distant flames illuminated his dark eyes, dispelling the gentility he usually exuded. He narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and replied, "This matter is a secret of the Dali Temple. How did you come to know of it?" Chapter 7. Early planning. He Yunxiao felt a sense of trepidation under Meng Hutching and Appo's, as scrutinizing gaze, and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely let this slip while intoxicated with a clerk from the Dali Temple. As you know, I am merely the deputy commander of the cavalry, and my curiosity regarding your case was purely that. I have not disclosed any details to others. Meng Huqing adjusted his sleeves and replied calmly, the name. Well, that was not intentional on my part. In my view, it would be best to let this matter rest. He Yanxiao looked at Meng Huqing, his expression one of difficulty, yet he understood that the man was resolute and would not relent until he received an answer. Perhaps it was Meng Huqing's demeanor of "if you do not tell me." I shall continue to inquire that compelled He Yanxiao to grit his teeth and reluctantly utter a name. Jin Zhubu. After all, if he refrained from speaking, Meng Huqing's deductive skills would surely unveil the truth sooner or later. Upon receiving the name, Meng Huqing nodded, unhurriedly stating, "You may perceive this as my stubbornness and adherence to rules. However, should I fail to act, and if Jin Zhubu were to divulge our plans to the perpetrator, can you fathom the countless innocent lives that would be lost?" He Yanxiao, having been favored by his grandmother since childhood, acknowledged that had it not been for his father's strictness, he might not have assumed the role of deputy commander of the cavalry. Although Meng Huqing had said nothing overtly harsh, He Yanxiao felt as though he had been publicly slapped. Brother Meng speaks truthfully. This matter is one I should have considered more carefully. Meng Huqing fell silent, merely gazing into the distance as the flames illuminating the street were once again extinguished. The following morning, Xie Wanmian rose from her bed, feeling rather fatigued due to the dreams of her past life that had plagued her throughout the night, leaving her emotionally drained. At that moment, Xie was pulling her from the warm embrace of her blankets to prepare for the day, and the dark circles under her eyes were painfully evident. While Xie applied fragrant powder to conceal her fatigue, she murmured softly, "What shall we do now?" Originally, Xie Wanmian had hoped to live a life of comfort in this lifetime, but last night she was abruptly reminded of her child when he was just a year and a half old, having learned to call her mother with a slightly muddled tone. His chubby little hands would rest on her, softly calling out, "Mother." Yet, midway through the scene, Hunger had grown capable of walking. He was seated beneath a plum tree, cushioned by a large piece of blue fabric laid on the lush grass, busily wielding a brush to paint. Upon noticing her, his eyes, resembling Meng Huqing's, lit up with a gentle smile as he stumbled toward her, the distance between them widening. Just as she was about to run to him, Hunger fell, pouting and crying out, "Mother, do you not want me anymore?" After all, he was her beloved child, born after 10 months of pregnancy. How could she not feel heartache? However, when she finally opened her eyes, the daylight had broken, and beads of cold sweat clung to her back. Coupled with a late night, she appeared decidedly unwell. While some trivial details of her past life were hazy, she remembered the significant events, the most recent being her grandmother's birthday celebration, where her engagement to Meng Huqing had been fully solidified. At that time, concubine Yi had announced her pregnancy during the birthday feast, which did not stir much emotion in Xie Wanmian. She merely thought that the woman had grown increasingly arrogant. Little did she know that concubine Yi would later commit such acts that nearly tarnished her reputation, causing her grandmother to faint from anger. Only later did she grasp that concubine Ye's true aim was to become the matriarch, using the child merely as a tool for her schemes. Thus, in this life, she would not fulfill concubine Ye's desires. Moreover, she intended to expose all the good deeds that her aunt had performed. After washing up, Xie selected warm clothing for her. Xie Wanmian had a particular fondness for purple, especially light purple. Thus, her wardrobe was predominantly filled with garments of that hue. The pale shade complemented her fair complexion, rendering her appearance ethereal, like a delicate orchid in a tranquil valley, fragile yet resilient. Xie adorned her hair with a recently picked pale pink plum blossom, stepping back to admire her handiwork, exclaiming, "You look exquisite, Mississippi. By the way, the screen frame you had me commission has been completed. When you present the meticulously embroidered 100 birds returning to nest to the old lady, she will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Xie added cheerfully, retrieving a fragrant cloak infused with plum blossom aroma to drape over Xie Wanmian. At the mention of the screen, Xie Wanmian furrowed her brow. "Xie, do you recall where I stored the embroidered screen fabric?" "It is in the sandalwood box," Xie replied earnestly. "Please retrieve the screen fabric and place the previously ruined peony design within it. The completed piece should be stored in my other peachwood box. Do you understand?" Though Xie was somewhat perplexed, She nodded, recognizing it as her mistress's command. Once they had finished preparing, the two departed the chamber. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and remnants of snow began to melt, with icicles dripping from the eaves. The sound of water droplets resonated in the corridor, and the ground remained somewhat damp, making it easy to slip if one was not careful. Xie Wanmian felt a twinge of melancholy at the thought that the plum blossoms in her garden would soon wither away. As she stepped out of the hall, a cheerful, youthful voice called from behind, "Elder sister, wait for me." Xie Wanmian paused and turned to see her half-brother, Xie Wanmian, running towards her with a scroll of paintings in hand. Upon halting, he unfurled the scroll before her, exclaiming, "Elder sister, look at how vividly I have painted these birds." Xie Wanmian examined the artwork closely and noted the exquisite details, replying, "It is beautiful." Xie Wanmian was indeed born of concubine Yi. Yet their grandmother had taken him into her care since his birth, fearing that concubine Yi might not raise him well. Having lost her own mother at a young age, the bond between the two siblings was naturally stronger than that with her half-sister. Xie Wanmian was intelligent and performed well academically, but he was particularly fond of painting. His father often expressed frustration over his artistic pursuits, deeming them a waste of time, yet Xie Wanmian and Amp, oppose, and truly excelled in his craft. Seeing her half-brother and Amp, oppose, warm smile, akin to winter sunshine, brought a lump to her throat. In her previous life, he had perished on the way to the frontier due to their father's corruption, all the while writing letters to comfort her as she mourned her lost child. Reflecting on this now, her heart ached. "Elder sister, if you find it beautiful." "It must indeed be so," Xie Wanmian said, though a hint of uncertainty crept into his demeanor as he touched his ear. Chapter 8. A meeting with her, what is it? Xie Wanmian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xie Wanmian replied timidly, "I fear that if my father sees this painting, he will surely punish me severely. Could you perhaps keep it for me, dear sister?" Taking the scroll, Xie Wanmian placed it in Xie and Appo's hands. "Very well. When you come to retrieve it, just ask Xie. "Thank you, elder sister." A smile reappeared on Xie Wanmian's face as he took a few steps forward. Seemingly recalling something, he asked, "Sister, I have heard that you intend to break off your engagement with Brother Meng. Is this a decision you have pondered deeply?" Initially, Xie Wanmian was prepared to answer affirmatively without a second thought, but her mind was inexplicably filled with the memories of her dream about hunger from the previous night. In her past life, she had been stringent with him after he turned 3, striving to mold her child into a refined gentleman like Meng Huqing, believing that by raising him well, Meng Huqing would recognize her efforts. Yet, in the end, her son was incited by He Ming, and their relationship deteriorated further. Noticing Xie Wanmian and Amp, Appo's hesitation, Xie and Appo's, and gently voiced, "Sister, you must still hold some regard for young Master Meng. After all, he is extraordinarily talented and possesses admirable integrity. You, dear sister, are as beautiful and gifted as any noble lady in the capital, and you would make a splendid match with young Master Meng." Xie Wanmian sighed softly and replied slowly, "You are still young and have yet to experience love. He may indeed be a fine official, but that does not guarantee he would be a good husband." Xie Wanmian pressed his lips together, indignant, "But I am not that young anymore, sister." Xie Wanmian smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, our little brother is no longer a child, a true master of the arts." The siblings continued their leisurely stroll through the corridor, arriving at the main courtyard where the matriarch resided. The old lady's abode was serene, surrounded by a grove of bamboo. Along a flower-lined path, they could glimpse a rockery with a pavilion structure adorned with intricate carvings to the left. And the lake by the willow-lined river was beginning to thaw, fragments of ice drifting lazily downstream. Xie Wanmian stepped over the threshold and, after passing through a screen, entered the inner chamber to pay her respects. Upon noticing Xie Wanmian seated nearby, she knelt and greeted, "Father," then turned to the matriarch, calling out, "Grandmother." "Enough. You may rise." The old lady gestured for the maid to withdraw, then extended her hand with a warm smile. "Come, Mian Shaoan, come closer so that your grandmother can see you better." The old lady's attire was understated, yet exuded the opulence befitting a noble family. Adorned with a dark green jade forehead ornament and dressed in a royal blue wide-sleeved robe, She had once been breathtakingly beautiful in her youth. Now, though the beauty of her youth had faded, her charm remained, particularly in her bright eyes that sparkled with wisdom, reminiscent of black pearls. Xie Wanmian approached and sat beside the matriarch, gently asking, "Grandmother, how is your health these days?" The old lady patted Xie Wanmian's hand softly, her voice low as she coughed lightly. "It's an old ailment of mine, but I'm feeling much better now. Yet you, having fallen into the icy lake for 3 days and nights, must take care of your health. You need to nurture your vitality, otherwise, when you reach my age, you will suffer greatly." "I understand, grandmother." The old lady nodded and continued, "I am aware of your intention to break off the engagement with the second son of the Meng family. While I do not know the reasons behind your sudden disfavor, I sincerely hope that my Mian marries a husband who can protect you." She affectionately caressed Xie Wanmian's fair face, which bore a striking resemblance to the late matriarch Jiang. Her brows arched elegantly, lips full and vibrant, and her cheeks as radiant as blooming peach blossoms. Such beauty was indeed suited for the handsome Meng Huqing. Meng Huqing's grandmother was the current princess, a royal connection that could not be overlooked. Although the emperor had his reservations about the Meng family, he would not dare to express excessive suspicion due to the princess's influence. Their family was not considered a prominent official family, but the marriage's granddaughter could alleviate the emperor's concerns. If she were to marry someone as ordinary as Jia's son, her beauty might not be adequately protected. She was old, yet not foolish. Her beloved granddaughter had lost her mother at a young age, and now her son neglected her in favor of a favored concubine, who harbored ill intentions. The old lady truly felt for Xie Wanmian. Xie Wanmian lowered her gaze, her brows slightly furrowed. "I understand, grandmother." By the time the greeting concluded, it was nearly noon. As Xie Wanmian walked, she pondered the old lady's words when suddenly a servant approached, bearing news that Meng Huqing had come to visit her. "Miss, shall we go to meet him?" Xie asked softly. Xie Wanmian bit her lip, contemplating the old lady's words before finally nodding and heading towards the hall. As she walked, her pace quickened. In her past life, she had toiled for Meng Huqing, believing that the emperor intended to promote him to the position of prime minister. She thought her perseverance would lead to a bright future, only to be thwarted by Meng, which left her in a weakened state. If fate insisted that she remain entwined with Meng Huqing, why should she retreat? Should she marry him, enduring the trials ahead? She might one day be honored as a first-rank noble lady. Why should she concede such glory and wealth to Meng? In this life, she resolved to plan for herself, dismissing any notions of romantic entanglements. Xie Wanmian entered the hall and soon found Meng Huqing standing there. He was tall and slender, with strikingly handsome and resolute features, his demeanor exuding an air of aloofness that made him seem almost unattainable. When he lifted his eyelids, his gaze bore a sharp intensity that was captivating. Upon seeing her, Meng Huqing bowed slightly, his voice clear yet tinged with hoarseness. "I apologize for my sudden visit to your esteemed residence, Miss Xie. I hope you will not take offense." Xie Wanmian returned the gesture, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Yank Master Meng, you yist. We have not yet broken our engagement, so it is only natural for you to wish to see me." Dressed in a dark cap and a crimson official robe that accentuated his fair complexion, Meng Huqing had clearly hurried over from court, as evidenced by the beads of sweat at his temples. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she thought she saw a glimmer of tears in his cool, phoenix-like eyes, only for it to vanish in an instant. They both took their seats, and after the servants served tea, they withdrew. After a moment of quiet, Meng Huqing finally spoke again. "Miss Xie, I have come today to offer my apologies." Xie Wanmian delicately skimmed the surface of her tea, her movements pausing as she processed his words. "Last night, it was you who saved me, yet I have yet to thank you. How is it that you are the one apologizing?" Chapter 9. She agreed outside the hall. The resplendent sunlight gradually crept in, scattering delicate specks of light upon Xie Wanmian's shoulders. Her face bore no expression, and the affection in her eyes seemed to have vanished, as if her love for Meng Huqing had long since faded into the past. "Miss Xie, what I am about to say may not adhere to the conventions, but I hope you can understand." Meng Huqing paused for a considerable time before uttering this sentence, gazing at Xie Wanmian with a voice tinged with solemnity. I have sought the emperor's permission to propose marriage to you after the flower festival. May I ask how you feel about this? Xie Wanmian's heart trembled slightly. The Meng Heching of her previous life was not one to make hasty decisions. He was always decisive and meticulous in his actions. So how could he be so rash now? She raised her gaze to reassess this young man, who was merely 2 years her senior. He possessed a countenance as refined as jade, with features that seemed to be painted, exuding an air of nobility. Yet, the emotions reflected in his eyes appeared different from the day before. Complex, profound, and utterly inscrutable. Ultimately, since the imperial decree had been issued, she could no longer resist. And having come to terms with it, she responded, very well. Meng Heching seemed somewhat surprised, but his lips curled into a smile, akin to the melting of ice and snow, revealing a warm undertone. Then I shall begin preparations for our union tomorrow. I will discuss the details with Uncle Xie. Xie Wanmian nodded, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. The only thing she felt reluctant to part with regarding this marriage was perhaps, moreover, she sought to repay the humiliations she had endured in her previous life to He Ming. Such significant matters of marriage were naturally to be decided by their parents. This news swiftly reached Xie Wanmian's ears, and upon hearing the emperor's decree, he was elated and directly engaged in what little father-daughter affection remained between him and Xie Wanmian. However, she felt no substantial stirrings in her heart. Compared to the so-called paternal affection, Xie Wanmian was far more concerned about the reputation of the Xie family. Since agreeing to the engagement with Meng Heching, various gifts began arriving before her, sometimes a hairpin, sometimes an ancient tome, each selected according to her tastes. Xie Wanmian found it amusing but felt no emotional stirrings, only a sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Meng Heching was crouched by the street, earnestly inquiring of a fortune-teller. How will it go when I meet her tomorrow? The fortune-teller stroked his beard, calculated with his fingers, and shook his head. Not good. Not good at all. Meeting her tomorrow will not bear fruit. Meng Heching frowned slightly, his austere visage still intact. Yet his phoenix-like eyes held an array of emotions, different from before, now imbued with something deeper. He replied calmly, very well. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the old lady's birthday celebration. Xie Wanmian had already taken care of all arrangements early on, and on that morning, her smile was uncontainable. As Jie applied makeup to her, she couldn't help but notice the joy radiating from her young mistress. Even the glass begonia hairpin she wore seemed to shine more brightly against her beauty. Seeing her in such high spirits, Jie felt elated as well. Remarking how happy her mistress appeared today, Xie Wanmian delicately twirled a strand of hair around her slender fingers, her voice bubbling with excitement. Indeed, today promises to be a splendid performance. Jie assumed her mistress was referring to the theater, bending down to adjust her clothing while chattering about how the master had invited the most renowned singer, Miss Lanyi, from the capital's pear garden to please the old lady. Her voice was said to be exceedingly enchanting. This performance was of a different nature, yet Xie Wanmian refrained from voicing her thoughts. Once they were ready, the two hurried to the front hall. The morning sun was warm, illuminating the banana leaves in the courtyard, which shimmered like jade. Servants were busy sweeping the fallen leaves from the steps, while maids began arranging a variety of vases. Everything was meticulously organized. However, just as she stepped out of her small courtyard, a sudden sharp slap struck her face. This blow was far from ordinary, the pain causing Xie Wanmian's vision to blur momentarily, her ears buzzing incessantly. When she looked up, she saw her half-sister, Xie Huan. "Miss, your face!" Jie exclaimed in concern as she rushed to support her, only to be blocked by Xie Huan's maid, Qiu Qi. Xie Huan looked down at her with disdain, her eyes brimming with malice. "Xie Wanmian, I thought you would back down from the engagement, but I did not expect you to be so shameless as to renege." Xie Wanmian gently rotated her wrist, and, as Xie Huan approached, retaliated with a slap of her own, putting all her strength into it, using the sharp edge of her nails. The resounding crack echoed through the courtyard. Xie Huan covered her bloodied face and screamed, and just as Qiu Qi was about to retaliate, Xie Wanmian swiftly seized her wrist and sprinkled the medicinal powder intended for Aunt Yi into Xie Huan's mouth. "What did you make me eat?" Xie Wanmian cried out, attempting to spit it out, but the powder dissolved instantly in her mouth. Xie Wanmian let out a cold laugh. Xie Wanmian, I am your legitimate elder sister. Since Aunt Yi has failed to teach you the principles of respect for elders, I shall take it upon myself to show you today who is the legitimate daughter and who is the illegitimate one. You, Xie Wanmian, I will tell father, he will not let you off easily. You will end up kneeling in the ancestral hall, eating spoiled food and drinking sour water. No, I will ensure no one brings you food. Just wait and see if you don't starve. Xie Wanmian stammered, her face contorted in rage. Everyone present was taken aback. They had never anticipated that the usually docile Xie Wanmian would retaliate. The cat, once so obedient, had reminded them of its predator nature. Xie Wanmian brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear with a calm grace, even exuding a certain elegance as she laughed lightly. Xie Wanmian, you may go and tell father right now. Do you think I fear you? Xie Wanmian felt an itch of unease all over, accustomed to being pampered. She could hardly bear such humiliation and thus ran off in tears to find Xie Wanmian. Jie, watching Xie Wanmian leave, grew anxious and flustered. Miss, what should we do? If the second miss tells the master, you will surely be punished. Xie Wanmian spoke soothingly, with a hint of reassurance. Do not worry. The one who will be punished could be anyone but me. Jie was perplexed, but seeing her mistress's resolute demeanor, decided not to question further. Yet, she was concerned about the vivid red imprint left on her fair cheek. But miss, how can you attend the banquet like this? The second miss is relentless, and we cannot withdraw from this marriage. The emperor has decreed it. Xie Wanmian curled her lips into a knowing smile, the cunning look of a clever little fox. Then let us attend the banquet, just as we are. Chapter 10. Defamation today marks the 60th birthday of the esteemed matriarch, Madame Xie, and naturally, a multitude of guests have gathered. Nearly 50 tables have been set for the banquet, with an 8 immortals table placed at the front of the hall, flanked by chairs on either side. The longevity peaches on the table appear succulent and inviting, while the matriarch sits beside the painting Magu presents longevity, her demeanor warm and welcoming. Xie Wanmian strides confidently into the hall, a gentle fragrance enveloping her as she approaches the matriarch and bows respectfully. Grandmother, the matriarch, upon recognizing her, beckons her to sit beside her. Mian, come sit by your grandmother. Yes. Xie Wanmian takes her place next to the matriarch, gracefully signaling the maid to withdraw. She then delicately places her hand on the matriarch's shoulder, her movements both appropriate and tender. The matriarch exhales contentedly, her eyes narrowing slightly as she remarks, Mian, your massages are always so soothing. Xie Wanmian smiles in response. Then I shall come often to give you massages, grandmother. Oh, silly child, your grandmother does not require your daily ministrations. Just take good care of yourself. No sooner had she spoken than the matriarch opened her eyes to discover the palm print on Xie Wanmian's face. Concern etched on her features, she inquired, Mian, have you been bullied? Hastily, Xie Wanmian covered her face, insisting, I am fine, grandmother. How can you be fine? The matriarch promptly called to the maid beside her. Chun Yang, fetch some ice for the young lady. How painful this must be. I am truly fine. Xie Wanmian instinctively shielded her face, but tears welled up in her eyes despite her words. Is it that wretched Xie Wanmian who has tormented you? The matriarch stated with conviction. Upon hearing this, the elder aunt sitting nearby interjected, the second young lady is too heavy-handed. She has been spoiled by Lady Yi. The matriarch huffed softly, tightly gripping Xie Wanmian's hand. What good offspring can come from the likes of the Yi family? Thankfully, Anin is not raised by her. Otherwise, this fine child would have been turned into a miscreant. Grandmother, I was at fault as well. I slapped my second sister in return. She is still young, and I should not have stooped to her level. Such behavior is unbecoming of a young lady, Xie Wanmian expressed with genuine remorse, her voice choking with emotion. Ah, she is indeed unaware of her own limitations. As a legitimate daughter, it is entirely appropriate for you to discipline a wayward, illegitimate daughter, the matriarch gently reassured her, patting her hand in comfort. If your father dares to punish you by making you kneel in the ancestral hall, I shall stand by you. Hearing these words, the hurt on Xie Wanmian's face began to dissipate. In her previous life, She had endured Yihuan's bullying without ever troubling her grandmother, even as the matriarch. Upon learning of her grievances before her death, was deeply pained, feeling she had failed to protect her. In this life, she refused to suffer such indignities any longer. Soon, the guests had all arrived, and Xie Yihuan entered the inner hall, her eyes red and puffy, accompanied by Lady Yi. The hall was filled with guests, making it inappropriate for her grandmother to punish Yihuan. Instead, a gentle reprimand was in order to keep her in line. This time, Yihuan bore her chastisement in silence, offering no retort. Xie Wanmian concealed a smile behind her handkerchief, choosing not to expose Yihuan and Apos as duplicity. From her previous life, she had discerned her father's character, self-serving, fearful of death, and a hypocrite who would extol the virtues of the Xie family honor. Observing Yihuan's demeanor, she knew her father would undoubtedly be on her side, for her marriage had been bestowed by the emperor himself, a union of great prestige. Yihuan's attempt to disrupt such an engagement would surely invite her father's wrath. Seated at the left side of the banquet, with a long red satin path in the center and male guests to her right, Xie Wanmian found herself facing Meng Huqing. As the sun shone brighter, the tall man's fingers lightly tapped the teacup, his deep phoenix eyes resting upon her. Upon being noticed, he awkwardly shifted his gaze away, though his expression remained stern. Xie Wanmian felt an inexplicable curiosity stir within her. Meng Huqing appeared to have changed significantly since their last encounter. She pondered over what might have altered. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, the birthday celebration commenced with guests presenting their gifts. Ordinarily, she would have been the first to offer her token of esteem, but she had other intentions, claiming her gift had been delayed due to her travel time. The matriarch had no objections, and Xie Yihuan proceeded to present her gift. With an air of triumph, Yihuan looked at Xie Wanmian before instructing the servants to unveil her offering. As the red silk was lifted, a sandalwood box was revealed. Jisher's eyes widened in shock. "Miss, this is not." Xie Wanmian subtly gestured for her maid to remain silent, recalling the injustices she had suffered in her previous life. She resolved to reclaim her dignity this time. Yihuan, not realizing she had chosen to prepare a heartfelt gift for the matriarch, had unwittingly fallen into Xie Wanmian's carefully laid trap. With an insatiable greed and a lack of sincerity, Yihuan unwittingly set herself up for failure. She eagerly began to describe her meticulous efforts to honor the matriarch, casting glances toward Meng Huqing, who remained indifferent to her words. After several well-rehearsed congratulatory phrases, the matriarch, who had previously held little affection for Yihuan, allowed a hint of a smile to emerge. As the sandalwood box was fully opened, the maids revealed the half-finished embroidery that Xie Wanmian had previously marred. Instantly, whispers erupted among the guests. "Alas, how is this embroidery still flawed?" Someone murmured, "Have you not heard? The second young lady of the Xie family is at odds with the matriarch. This must be a deliberate attempt to irritate her. How outrageous! This is her grandmother and aunt, Apos' birthday banquet. She clearly lacks decorum. One wonders who would marry such a woman. Her future in-laws will surely be in for a rude awakening." The collective murmurings caused the once proud Yihuan to collapse to the ground in shock, panic etched on her face. "Grandmother, please let me explain. This embroidery was not crafted by my own hands." The matriarch pursed her lips, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, the ever-image-conscious Xie Wanmian turned crimson with rage, trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yihuan. "Wretched, wretched girl!" Lady Yi rushed forward, feigning tears, her demeanor delicate and compelling as she clung to Xie Wanmian. "My lord, there must be some misunderstanding. How could Yihuan commit such a blunder? She must have been influenced by others." Upon hearing this, the kneeling Yihuan seized her opportunity, springing to her feet with renewed vigor. With a fierce glare directed at Xie Wanmian, she declared, "This embroidery belongs to Xie Wanmian. It is not mine. She is framing me." Chapter 11. Ruthless subordinates. Xie Wanmian furrowed her brows slightly, rising to bow to her grandmother before calmly stating, "I originally intended to discard this embroidery, fearing that it might appear too gaudy for you, grandmother. However, since my second sister accuses me of slandering you, may I inquire where this embroidery was obtained? It cannot have materialized from thin air, can it?" The guests surrounding them fell into deep contemplation upon hearing her words. This embroidery was initially meant for disposal by the eldest daughter, yet the second daughter, seeking to gain without effort, had stealthily appropriated the prepared birthday gift from her elder sister to present to the matriarch. Had it not been for this unfortunate turn of events, the second daughter might have indeed succeeded in her scheme. Yet, taking someone else's belongings without permission is unequivocally theft. Madame Ye's expression turned fearful. She had always suspected that the seemingly affable Xie Wanmian was merely feigning humility. Observing her own daughter now, she realized that this could very well be the end for her. Meanwhile, Xie Wanmian, who had the closest ties with Xie Huan, now found himself in a dilemma. With Xie Wanmian bringing him honor and Xie Huan dragging him down, it was clear whom he should support. Xie Wanmian refrained from displaying his anger in front of others, casting a cold glance at his younger daughter before smiling at the guests. This matter reflects my inadequate discipline, and I apologize for the spectacle it has caused. I invite you all to enjoy the drama and tea in the backyard shortly. Xie Huan fell silent, her face pale as she lowered her head. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with resentment. She had never anticipated that Xie Wanmian would be so resolute today. Could it be that the incident of pushing her into the icy lake had sparked a grudge? Yet, Xie Wanmian was the legitimate eldest daughter, having enjoyed her share of prestige since childhood. Was it so petty to desire merely a good husband? Rising, Xie Wanmian gently interjected, "Father, my second sister is still young and likely acted without malice. Let us consider this an oversight." The crowd murmured in agreement. As sisters of the Xie family, the contrast was evident. Had the second daughter not made a mistake with the birthday gift today, it would have been the eldest daughter facing criticism. This composure would serve her well in the future as the head of the household. Xie Wanmian nodded and instructed the proceedings to continue. With Xie Huan's blunder in stark relief, Xie Wanmian's presentation of the magnificent 100 birds returning to the nest screen garnered her much admiration. For flowers require leaves to enhance their beauty. Once she had introduced the gift, Xie Wanmian took her seat. Although she basked in the spotlight, she understood the importance of keeping her emotions in check to avoid being underestimated. Before long, the guests had presented their gifts, and Xie Wanmian approached with Madame Yi by his side. Their intimate demeanor stung Xie Wanmian deeply. She recalled how her mother had once longed for her father to visit her, only for her mother to pass away despondently while her father continued to thrive. Why should it be so? Gently swirling her teacup, Xie Wanmian whispered to Jade, "Have you accomplished what I instructed you to do this morning? Rest assured, my lady, everything is prepared. We await the favorable winds." Hearing this, Xie Wanmian felt a wave of relief wash over her. In addition to hosting this gathering to celebrate my mother's birthday, I have another piece of joyous news to announce. Xie Wanmian raised his cup, his face flushed with excitement. Drawing Madame Yi closer, "My concubine has recently received news of a forthcoming blessing, and I hereby decide to elevate her to the position of primary wife." At this juncture, he turned to the matriarch seated at the high table, quietly seeking her approval. "What are your thoughts, mother?" The matriarch gripped her cane tightly, her expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor displeasure. "This matter of elevating a concubine to primary wife is your personal affair. I am too old to take charge." For a fleeting moment, Xie Wanmian's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he maintained a smile, replying, "Thank you, mother." Madame Yi was overjoyed, almost kneeling in gratitude before being stopped by Xie Wanmian. "You are with child. Take care." "Thank you, my lord, for your concern." After the initial proceedings of the banquet, the guests made their way to the courtyard for tea and performances. With the crowd dispersed, Xie Wanmian no longer felt the need to restrain his fury. Delivering a sharp slap across Xie Huan's face, punishing her to kneel in the ancestral hall for 10 days, copying scriptures daily under the supervision of Granny Wang. "Father, I was wrong," Xie Huan cried, clutching her face, but Xie Wanmian appeared deaf to her pleas. Granny Wang, a trusted servant of the matriarch, readily accepted the task, for many had suffered at the hands of the second daughter's arrogance. Madame Yi, frightened, stepped forward to grasp Xie Wanmian's sleeve. "My lord, Yuan merely acted thoughtlessly. I implore you to show mercy. Ruer, look at the disgraceful actions Yuan has committed today. If I do not impose stricter discipline, Our family's honor will surely be tarnished. Xie Wanmian exclaimed, his face flushed with shame. Madame Ye's countenance grew ashen, her brows furrowing as she wept, appearing increasingly pitiful. My lord, Yuan is our first child. Xie Wanmian sighed, gazing at Madame Ye's tear-streaked face, recognizing her hardships. He reluctantly reduced the punishment from 10 days to 5, bringing her some relief. As Xie Wanmian observed the farce conclude, she intended to join the others in the courtyard for the performance. However, Madame Yi called her over at that moment. Mian, could you assist me with something? Xie Wanmian paused, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to Madame Yi. What is it, Aunt? You saw today that your second sister behaved improperly. I ask for your understanding. Do not worry, Aunt. As the elder sister, it is only natural for me to care for my younger sister, Xie Wanmian replied, her expression warm and accommodating. Madame Yi dabbed at her tears with a silk handkerchief. I fear I may not attend to the guests properly. Please ensure the servants prepare some pastries, and I will join you later. Xie Wanmian scoffed inwardly. In her previous life, Madame Yi had made similar requests. She had worked diligently to prepare tea, only for Madame Yi to arrive later, consuming the delicacies she had prepared, which led to a miscarriage due to the saffron hidden within. Her father had refused to listen to her explanations, vowing to expel her from the household. Fortunately, she had been vigilant, spotting an old servant sneaking around the kitchen, and with the support of her grandmother and Meng Huqing, the truth had emerged. Her father had punished her with a month of kneeling in the ancestral hall. It was a day much like this, and the ordeal had left her with lingering ailments, her knees paining her so severely on rainy nights that she could not sleep. Now, she was determined to eradicate the root of the problem. Xie Wanmian assured her, Do not worry, Aunt. I will handle everything. You should rest in your room. When the time comes, I will send someone to call for you. Very well. Madame Yi felt a sense of comfort, having initially intended to drive Xie Wanmian from the household. Yet, now that she dared to scheme against Yuan, she could expect no mercy in return. Note, future updates will be released at 6 p.m. Chapter 12. Unreceivable Xie Wanmian, guided by memories of her past life, diligently prepared pastries for the guests in the kitchen. Given the varied preferences of each guest, the list indicated which pastries could be served and which needed to be replaced. Amid her busy preparations, she took a moment to relax in a side room, sipping tea and enjoying snacks, reminding Xie to keep an eye on the maids and replace any problematic pastries at the first sign of trouble. The weather was pleasantly mild, with the snow having melted considerably, leaving only a few scattered flakes among the budding greenery. Xie Wanmian, draped in a cashmere blanket, reclined comfortably in a rocking chair under a withered persimmon tree, basking in the sun, ready to issue commands as needed. Miss, the pastries for the guests are nearly ready, Xie reported as she approached. Xie Wanmian lifted her eyelids and inquired, What time is it? Miss, it is already the time of wei, came the reply. With a languid stretch, Xie Wanmian rested her hand on the armrest of the rocking chair, acknowledging that it was nearly time. You should go and summon the concubine. At this, a genuine smile graced her face, hinting at her anticipation for the upcoming performance. Xie promptly agreed and was about to leave when Xie Wanmian seemed to recall something. Oh, do remember to tell the master to visit the concubine's chambers and check on her, mentioning that she is unwell. Understood. Once Xie departed, Xie Wanmian slowly rose and stood by the kitchen window. Peering through the partially opened window, she noticed an elderly maid surreptitiously adding powdered medicine to the pastries. Observing the maid dispatching the pastries, she intercepted one of the trays, gently taking the tainted pastries and smiling warmly. I'll take this plate. Please fetch me a fresh one. The maid dared not object and swiftly returned to the kitchen for a new batch. Holding the saffron lace pastry, Xie Wanmian pinched a small amount of the powder, bringing it to her nose. It seemed that concubine Yi had never intended to spare the life of the child within her. Meanwhile, upon learning that her accomplice had successfully tainted the pastries, concubine Ye's frown began to ease. However, before she could make her way to the front hall, her trusted maid rushed in, dismissing the others to speak privately. He has arrived. Concubine Ye's expression shifted multiple times, a flicker of pain appearing in her eyes. How could he come at this hour? Did you manage to stop him? I tried, but he insisted on seeing you. I feared it would escalate, so I acquiesced. Frustrated, Concubine, you shattered the jewelry on her vanity in despair, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her. Have you mentioned today's plans to him? I have always kept my silence. As you know, only you, I, and the old maid are aware, and she knows nothing of your private matters. Rubbing her temples, Concubine Yi felt a surge of headache. Enough. He must be here for other reasons. Bring him in discreetly, without any commotion. Yes, ma'am. Before long, a handsome young man burst into the room, his expression frantic as he enveloped Concubine Yi in a tight embrace. Rue and Amp. Oppos, are you abandoning our child? Concubine Yi and Amp. Oppos. S face drained of color at his words. How do you know this? Before she could respond further, the door was forcefully kicked open, and her gaze met Xie Wanmian's furious eyes, causing her heart to plummet. Everything was ruined. The maid sent to summon Concubine Yi returned, trembling as she whispered, "The master has fainted." Many maids and servants witnessed Concubine Yi in a compromising situation, and rumors have spread that the child is not the master and Amp. Oppos. S. This matter will likely reach the authorities. In her previous life, Xie Wanmian had stumbled upon Concubine Yi's secret liaison with a poor scholar. At that time, her own family matters consumed her, and although she intended to gather evidence for a denunciation, she left this world before she could set her plans in motion. Thus, in this life, the schemes Concubine Yi had aimed at her would never come to fruition. In her past existence, she had been too preoccupied to intervene, which had left her in a fragile state of health. This time around, she vowed never to be manipulated again. She believed firmly that if one did not offend her, she would not retaliate, but if wronged, she would ensure their utter ruin. Xie Wanmian, who valued his reputation above all, promptly had Concubine Yi and the poor scholar detained for questioning, though the proceedings were kept discreet due to their unsavory nature. Although Xie Wanmian had collapsed, the arrangements for the guests still required meticulous attention. Drawing from her extensive experience managing banquets in her previous life, Xie Wanmian navigated the evening with ease, and the guests gradually departed by nightfall, just as she thought the tumult was over and she could retire for a soothing foot soak and rest. A maid informed her that Meng Huqing wished to see her. The elderly matriarch, feigning slumber, encouraged Xie Wanmian to meet him, as she would soon be joining the Meng family, and fostering their relationship would be beneficial. Xie Wanmian complied outwardly, but inwardly, she resented the notion of nurturing any semblance of affection. Her sole desire was to accumulate wealth. As she walked towards Meng Huqing, her mind wandered to the shop left to her by her mother. Reflecting on how her mother's dowry had either gone towards household expenses or been transferred to Xie Huan by Concubine Yi, she felt a pang of discomfort. She needed to find a moment to reclaim the shop from Xie Wanmian. Upon reaching the front hall, she spotted Meng Huqing standing elegantly with a lantern in hand, his tall frame and exquisite features illuminated by the moonlight, which peeked through the thick clouds. His demeanor, typically cool and aloof, softened at the sight of her. Xie Wanmian's heart fluttered momentarily, but she quickly approached him, politely yet distantly pouring a cup of tea. "It is chilly tonight, Mr. Meng. You should sit in the inner hall." Meng Huqing accepted the tea and presented her with a Zeton wood box from his sleeve. "I won't enter. I have matters to attend to at the yamen later. Besides wishing your grandmother a happy birthday, I have something for you." For reasons unknown, Xie Wanmian sensed an air of nervousness about him, yet she lacked any evidence to substantiate her feeling, as his expression remained composed and indifferent. As she opened the box, she discovered a delicate white jade hairpin inside. A sudden realization struck her, and she quickly closed the box, smiling as she looked at Meng Huqing. "I cannot accept this gift." Chapter 13. Disdain and Departure Yet. Miss Xie does not fancy it? Meng Huqing did not hastily accept the box. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Xie Wanmian. She let out a bitter smile, for without close inspection, she recognized the hairpin as one meticulously carved by Meng Huqing himself. In her previous life, he had crafted a similar piece for her, which she had cherished dearly, adorning her hair with it every day. Eventually, she spotted a pin of similar design in Ming and Appo's hairdo, which sparked a long period of silent resentment between her and Meng Huqing, leading her to weep through the nights. She had intended to confront him with that white jade pin, Yet the thought of him admitting it would only serve to humiliate her further. Thus, she never wore that white jade pin again. Indeed, I do not like it. You may take it away. Xie Wanmian spoke coldly to Meng Heching. He paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, considering the pin and amp, Oppo's, as purpose, he replied, if Miss Xie does not fancy this plum blossom design, I shall craft another white jade pin in the future. However, I am uncertain what style would please you. A wave of bitterness washed over Xie Wanmian. She thrust the box into Meng Heching and Oppo's embrace, exclaiming, I do not like any of it. Do not send gifts again. We are merely bound by our parents' arrangements and matchmaking. There is no need for gifts. With a clatter, Meng Heching failed to catch it in time, and the white jade pin shattered upon the ground. This unforeseen turn of events took Xie Wanmian by surprise. She stepped back, stammering, I am sorry. It was unintentional. No harm done, Meng Heching replied, his voice slightly hoarse. As he lay moved to retrieve the broken pin, he was halted by Meng Heching, who bent down slowly, picking up the fragments with trembling fingers. A scar on his palm, reminiscent of a blade's cut, was visible. In an instant, it seemed that a tear glided down his cheek. Had he truly wept? Surely not. A gentleman of his stature would not be so perturbed by such trivial matters. Perhaps she had misjudged. Then I shall not send anything to Master Meng. The night is deep. I implore you to return to your residence soon. After uttering these words, Xie Wanmian departed without a glance back. Meng Heching rose, his heart heavy as he watched her graceful silhouette meld into the night. Clutching the shattered pieces of the white jade pin, his throat constricted, wishing to voice something, yet only pressing his lips together in silence. Ile observed the blood seeping from his master's hand and hurried forward with a handkerchief to staunch the bleeding. Master, Miss Xie was in the wrong this time. The white jade pin is a tradition for each Meng family grandson to craft for their brides. If Miss Xie dislikes it, so be it. Do not let it trouble you. Ile, Meng Heching called sharply, his gaze turning cold. Speak not of such matters. Understanding his master's ire, Ile refrained from further commentary, recognizing that Meng Heching disliked any disparagement of Miss Xie, even if it included himself. It was indeed a pity that all those nights of effort had culminated in such destruction. Upon returning to her chamber, Xie Wanmian found her fatigue dissipating. After freshening up, Jisher dried her damp hair with a towel, buoyed by the news of Aunt Yi's disgraceful actions leading to her arrest, much to the delight of the maidservants. Jisher even hummed a cheerful tune while working. Miss, you are truly remarkable. Had you not sensed Aunt Yi's malice and set a trap for her, we would have endured untold hardships, Jisher commented, pouring some fragrant hair oil into her palms, warming it before applying it carefully. Indeed, Aunt Yi has always maintained a facade while plotting behind the scenes. She is now reaping the consequences of her own actions. This sentiment came from Mo Hua, another maidservant who had joined the household later, filling a vacancy in Xie Wanmian's service. The two maids exchanged glances, noting the clouds of doubt hanging over them. Given that their mistress had been unusually reticent, they were curious about her demeanor. Before the mirror, the young lady's complexion resembled a peach blossom, her skin like cream, yet her brows were knitted tightly, betraying her displeasure. Miss, do you harbor any concerns? Jisher paused her ministrations, asking with genuine concern. Xie Wanmian shook her head, but could not suppress the memories of her earlier encounter with Meng Heching. Suppressing her thoughts, she breathed deeply, saying, While Aunt Yi's comeuppance brings me joy, I cannot help but think of my mother's shop. Upon hearing this, Jisher quickly reassured her, Do not fret, Mississippi. With Aunt Yi detained, your shop will surely be returned to you. If the second miss refuses, we still have the old madam to intervene. Xie Wanmian mustered a faint smile, acknowledging the truth in her maid's words. Perhaps I am overly anxious. Indeed, Mississippi, cast aside your worries. Next month will herald the flower festival. With our master's rank, it is likely we shall celebrate it together with the emperor. Observing Jisher's bright smile, Xie Wanmian felt her own heart lighten. This life would be different. She was destined for longevity. What need was there to dwell on trivial matters? Yet that night, as she drifted into slumber, she found herself ensnared in yet another dream, this time featuring both Hung Er and Meng Heching. In the first half, she played with a rattle for hunger, but in the latter half, she glimpsed Meng Huching dashing through the snow-laden night, holding a box of begonia cakes. The flickering torchlight along the city wall cast sharp shadows, while the cloak she had painstakingly sewn for him was adorned with snowflakes like goose feathers. Meng Huching rode with such speed that soon all she could discern were the flapping edges of his garment, the relentless sound of hooves echoing in her ears. Miss! Miss! Xie Wanmian awoke to find Jade, her face etched with concern, holding a candlestick. The dim flame flickered softly, and she blinked slowly, inquiring, "What has happened?" "I noticed you were having a nightmare," murmuring indistinctly. The elders often say one should not awaken someone from a nightmare, lest they be trapped within it forever. "I was worried and dared to call you softly, not wanting to startle you." Xie Wanmian exhaled. "It is quite all right. Perhaps I am simply overwhelmed with recent events. Please fetch me a glass of water. At once." After sipping the warm water, Xie Wanmian finally freed herself from the dream and damp Appo's grasp. She had never anticipated that her rebirth would be fraught with so many dreams, some sweet, others painful. Regardless, she was determined not to tread the same path again. Perhaps it was merely a dream, yet the solitude of Meng Huching's figure within it lingered, evoking memories of him from this very night. As a side note, I have matters to attend to tomorrow and may only be able to update 2 chapters. Chapter 14. Naming 19. The scandal regarding the liaison of the concubine in the Xie family rapidly spread throughout the Xie residence. Despite efforts to conceal the truth, it became increasingly difficult, especially since the matter had reached the authorities. Even if Xie Wanmian wished to cover it up, it would be futile. The household was currently lacking capable management. The matriarch was unwell, and Xie Wanmian had fallen ill himself. The collateral branches of the Xie family were preoccupied with their own affairs and could offer little assistance. Consequently, the burden naturally fell upon Xie Wanmian, the legitimate daughter. In her previous life, Xie Wanmian had been adept at managing family affairs, making her well-versed in such matters. Moreover, given the simplicity of the Xie family and Appo's relationships, the absence of one concubine meant that she could wield significant power. To prevent the emergence of another concubine resembling Aunt Yi, Xie Wanmian decided to take the initiative in selecting a suitable candidate for her father. She understood the importance of choosing wisely to avoid future conflicts, especially with her grandmother. Eventually, she set her sights on a woman from a merchant family who had recently lost her husband and had no children. Her parents, feeling pity for her plight, took her back to her maternal home, where she was now anxious to find a suitable match. Xie Wanmian chose this woman for several reasons. Her family and Appo's close ties with the Xie family, their frequent provision of silk to the household, and the woman and Appo's gentle nature, which had been evident when Xie Wanmian visited her home to purchase fabrics, especially during a time when she was unwell. In addition to this woman, Xie Wanmian selected several others she deemed suitable, first presenting them to the matriarch for approval before sending the curated list to Xie Wanmian. Unsurprisingly, Xie Wanmian chose the merchant's daughter, as her beauty surpassed that of Aunt Yi, a fact Xie Wanmian had long anticipated. After Xie Wanmian's decision was made, the preparations for the marriage began. As Xie Wanmian busied herself with the household, her maid, Jade, suggested they take a break and enjoy some fresh air. Xie Wanmian, eager to leave the confines of the home, agreed, hoping to also tend to her own shop during their outing. Inside the carriage, Xie Wanmian lifted the curtain to gaze out at the scenery. Jade, with a romantic smile, remarked, "Miss, we are soon to emerge from this harsh winter. We can tailor several comfortable and beautiful spring garments and procure some delicious treats for the household. Oh, we should also visit the newly opened restaurant to sample their new dishes. Many in the capital say their pepper duck is truly authentic." Xie Wanmian smiled, her brow slightly furrowing as she gently caressed Jade's soft face, teasing, "You're only thinking of food on our outing." Jade playfully rubbed her face and muttered, "For a humble maid like me, the joys of life are simply food, drink, and merriment. I may know a few characters, but I lack grand ambitions. Peace and joy are sufficient for me. Isn't it a coincidence? I feel the same way. Peace and joy are all that matter." Xie Wanmian winked playfully. taking a bite of the soft pastry on the small table, her expression wistful as she softly echoed, "Peace and joy are indeed all that matter." The two soon arrived at the marketplace. As they descended from the carriage, Xie hurriedly handed Xie Wanmian a hand warmer. "Say, miss, you are delicate and prone to chill. After the incident with the second miss, you've even developed a cough. Shall we visit the physician first?" Xie Wanmian nodded, heading towards the nearest Jin Chun Tang clinic. However, halfway there, she suddenly spotted a group of captives. Their appearances varied, clad in the poorest of burlap garments. Some barely clothed. Among them was a young man with disheveled hair and a face smeared with dirt. Yet upon closer inspection, his features were quite handsome. Xie Wanmian tightened her grip on the handkerchief. She had not expected that Ming and Appo's most capable assistant had not yet been selected. She clearly remembered how this individual had contributed to her anxiety during her pregnancy, rumored to possess exceptional skills, as Ming had rescued him from captivity, demonstrating his loyalty. Since he was a trusted aide, why not recruit him first? "Xie, how much silver do we have?" Xie replied, 100 taels. "Good, let us purchase him." Xie Wanmian pointed at the young man among the servants. Xie hesitated. "My lady, are you certain? If the master inquires later, what will we say?" "Fear not. My father is currently overwhelmed with political matters and the situation with Aunt Yi. He has no time to concern himself with my acquisition of servant. Just do as I say." Reluctantly, Xie complied and approached the captor to negotiate, subsequently bringing the servant over. "Miss, here is the antidote. If this servant attempts to escape, he will perish without it." Xie Wanmian's expression remained calm as she replied, "Simply give him the antidote." Xie stood frozen, "Miss, but the captor mentioned this servant is quite unruly. If we give him the antidote directly and he harms you, what shall we do?" Xie Wanmian nodded, acknowledging the concern. "Your reasoning is sound, but I have my methods. Just give it to him." Xie reluctantly tossed the antidote into the servant's hands, stepping back in distaste. "Hurry and take it. The miss is graciously offering it to you." The young man raised his gaze, his eyes cold and predatory, sharp and piercing. Yet Xie Wanmian remained unfazed, calmly observing him as the intensity in his gaze gradually diminished. He uncorked the vial and consumed the antidote in one gulp. "Xie, take him a change into proper clothing. I will wait for you at the clinic." "Yes." As Xie prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled something. "Miss, what shall we name him?" Xie Wanmian turned back with a radiant smile, the sunlight illuminating her youthful beauty. "Today is the 19th. Let us call him 19. "Excellent." As Xie Wanmian entered the clinic, she unexpectedly encountered Meng Hiqing, who was investigating a case. Their eyes met briefly before she quickly averted her gaze. The physician, sweating profusely, raised a hand to wipe his brow, stammering, "Miss, our clinic is currently under investigation by the authorities and is not accepting patients. That is of no concern. I shall leave once the investigation is complete. You need only inform me if you have seen this item." As she spoke, Meng Hiqing produced a neatly folded handkerchief from his pocket, revealing blood-stained herbs, which he placed on the table. The physician hesitated to approach, squinting to examine the herbs closely, muttering that they seemed rather uncommon. Seated in a nearby round chair, Xie Wanmian's expression shifted abruptly upon seeing the herbs on the table. Chapter 15. Envy and Jealousy. Xie Wanmian instantly recognized the herb before her, Mi Tuo Song, a plant exclusive to the western regions. In her past life, it had been the cause of her miscarriage. At that time, she had suffered greatly from a lack of evidence, and it was only after much hardship in seeking medical advice that she had learned the name of this herb. Mi Tuo Song. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Wanmian turned her gaze toward Meng Hiqing. "Where did you acquire this?" Meng Hiqing redirected his attention to his fiancée, Yi, illuminated by the bright daylight streaming into the apothecary. She sat gracefully on a round stool, her fair complexion enveloped in a faint halo of light, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, and her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing her sorrow, a feeling he could discern instinctively, given his understanding of her from their previous life. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded from outside, plunging the world into darkness. Within the room, apart from the bubbling sounds of concocting medicine, Even the street noises seemed to fade away, replaced by the onset of a torrential downpour. I found this while searching the criminal's residence. You may take a look. Meng Huqing picked up the herbs from the table and presented them to Xie Wanmian. A cold breeze swept in, and he stood tall and composed, his brow still reflecting a chill akin to that of a high, distant moon. Yet, when he looked at her, that chill softened, merging into a touch of tenderness. Xie Wanmian gazed at him in a daze, puzzled. When had Meng Huqing ever looked at her so gently and silently while handling a case? Hadn't he always disdained interruptions from outsiders? What had changed now? Was it that he felt embarrassed after learning of her intention to break off their engagement, wishing to salvage his pride? Or did he now regard her as someone worthy of attention, simply because she dared to reject him? She refrained from reaching out, merely observing closely, and became even more certain that this was indeed a Western herb, difficult to procure in the Central Plains. The criminal they sought must either hail from the Western regions or have some connection to them. Meng Huqing pressed his lips together, bowing to her with respectful demeanor. Thank you, Miss Xie, for your clarification. I shall treat you to a drink another day. Xie Wanmian adjusted her cotton robe and coughed softly. There is no need for your concern, young Master Meng. Consider this as a repayment for the day you saved me. There is no need for gifts in the future, as I cannot accept them. Meng Huqing found himself at a loss for words, his throat constricted with emotion. Miss Xie is my fiancée. It is only right for me to offer gifts. Xie Wanmian did not argue, but instead propped her chin on her hand, gazing outside. Miss, the rain is pouring heavily outside. My maid and I nearly got drenched. Jade rushed in, holding an oiled paper umbrella, her shoes quickly marking the wooden floor of the apothecary with wet prints. Behind her, a young boy named Xie entered leisurely, completely soaked, water dripping from his hair. Xie Wanmian requested a dry towel from a nearby servant for Jade to dry her hair, her tone laced with mild reproach. It's raining, and you didn't think to seek shelter, running here so foolishly. I was afraid you would become anxious waiting. What if you needed me? Jade replied. Xie Wanmian placed another clean handkerchief on the table and directed Jade, who stood behind Jade. Jade, take this to dry yourself. Jade lowered his head, his lips, dampened by the rain, barely moving as he whispered, Thank you. Master, call me Miss, she corrected gently. Miss Jade murmured. Meng Huqing observed the youth named Jade from a distance, his expression darkening. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, Xie Wanmian had never expressed an interest in acquiring servants. It felt as if everything was amiss in this life. Unsure how to react, after all, if Xie Wanmian had indeed summoned a servant to protect her, it left him feeling disoriented, a pang of bitterness spreading through his chest. He stepped forward, tucking the herbs into his sleeve. Is Jade your new servant? Xie Wanmian replied without hesitation, Yes. Very well, he responded, his voice low and cool amidst the thunderstorm. Despite their impending union, the atmosphere between them was thick with silence, as though they could not exchange a single word. Meng Huqing lowered his gaze and sat down nearby, instructing his subordinate to prepare the herbs they needed to capture the criminal. He then turned to Xie Wanmian. I noticed you have a cough. The royal physician will be visiting my residence tomorrow. Would you allow him to examine you? Xie Wanmian initially intended to refuse, but considering her own health, she realized that if she did not care for herself, no one else would. As the imperial physician would naturally be skilled, she smiled and replied, Thank you for your kindness. Once the rain subsided, Xie Wanmian prepared to take her leave, while Meng Huqing had already uncovered the necessary information. He held the oiled paper umbrella and stepped into the rain, asking, Shall I escort you back to your residence? There is no need. I arrived by carriage. You should attend to your duties, young Master Meng. Xie Wanmian declined without a second thought, turning away and disappearing into the misty rain with Jade and Jade. Meng Huqing tightened his grip on the umbrella handle unconsciously, his usually meticulous demeanor unperturbed by the droplets on his crimson official robe. He stood quietly under the eaves, watching her figure vanish into the distance. Was his Mian also reborn like him? He had long sought confirmation, yet lacked evidence, merely sensing that her affection for him had diminished since their past life. The rain felt overwhelmingly damp, as if it were saturating his very heart. Master, we have traced the Wang couple. A subordinate approached swiftly, his hat shielding him from the rain. He produced a piece of parchment he had concealed earlier and handed it to Meng Huqing. As you suspected, they fled through the east gate with gold excavated from the ruined temple during the fire on the main street. Meng Huqing's fingers toyed with the letter, his phoenix eyes cold. I recall instructing strict surveillance at the east gate. How did they manage to escape? According to our information, they bribed one of the guards at the east gate, allowing the western merchants to smuggle them out. Humph. Finding them now will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Meng Huqing narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated the complexity of this case and the audacity of the criminals, but he had not imagined they would dare to substitute fake gold for real gold to present to the emperor, leading to his schoolmates' severe repercussions due to misplaced trust. Distinguishing between real and fake gold was not difficult. However, his friend, overwhelmed by trust, submitted the counterfeit without a second glance, inciting the emperor's wrath and bringing calamity upon himself. At this juncture, the only lead remaining was the name of the herb provided by Xie Wanmian. They could only extrapolate the potential route the couple might have taken, correlating it with the herb's origin to locate them. By the way, master, the princess inquired whether you would like to take Miss Xie to the palace for the flower festival. Meng Huqing pondered for a moment before replying. She likely would not wish to accompany me. Note, Mitua sung, cold in nature and salty in flavor. It is not suitable for pregnant women or those with a weak stomach. Chapter 16. The dilemma this year's spring arrived tardily. Although it was already February, the bitter cold winds had not diminished in the slightest, and the flowers had hardly begun to bloom. As a result, the flower festival was delayed compared to previous years. On the day of the festival, a flower viewing banquet would certainly be held. For the young ladies of noble families, this banquet was more than a mere appreciation of flowers. It was an opportunity to forge connections with higher-ranking young ladies or gentlemen, serving as an excellent occasion to expand one's social network. In her past life, Xie Wanmian had secured the top position at this very banquet. After much back and forth, Meng Huqing finally delivered the invitation to the princess's flower-viewing banquet into her hands. As she gazed at the gilded characters on the card, her heart remained unfazed. Initially reluctant to attend, as her purpose had already been fulfilled, she recognized that it was the princess's banquet, and thus, she had no reason to decline. She would one day be Meng Huqing's wife and the granddaughter-in-law of the princess. To refuse would be to slight the princess. Recalling how, in her previous life, she had blushed and begged Meng Huqing for this invitation, she couldn't help but smile. My lady, what should we prepare for the flower-viewing banquet? Xie asked as she styled Xie Wanmian's hair, her mouth never idle. Xie Wanmian, wishing to avoid excessive exertion, chose a different talent from her past life. Previously, she had endeavored to win Meng Huqing's favor, focusing solely on securing the top position at the banquet. This time, since she could not escape, she decided to go with the flow. She had no desire for accolades. Contentment was her true blessing. Competing for a title was merely a pursuit of superficial fame. Let us play the pipa. I can have someone make me a new one for the occasion, Xie Wanmian said, applying rouge to her lips. Noting the beauty of the spring day, she adorned her forehead with floral embellishments, outlined in gold foil. Xie couldn't help but laugh, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. That would be splendid. My lady's pipa playing is unparalleled, especially as you're a direct disciple of Master Something. However, since you last played at a family banquet due to Aunt Ye's influence, will you not be a bit rusty? Xie Wanmian pouted and gently poked Xie's cheek with her fingertip. I won't be ridiculed for being out of practice. I'm not concerned about winning. I simply wish to enjoy myself. Your reasoning is sound, Xie replied, bending to secure the hairpin in place. She noticed a hint of worry on Xie Wanmian's face, adorned with a lotus blossom on her forehead. My lady, I have heard that Princess Qingping will also be attending the banquet. She has long admired our young master, and her favorite flower is the lotus. If she sees you, might she not cause you trouble? Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian paused, immediately recalling the haughty expression of Princess Qingping. Her full lips pursed and almond-shaped eyes narrowed. Furrowing her brows, she lowered her long eyelashes and replied, Xie, you must understand that those who dislike you will criticize you even if you bloom like a flower. While those who appreciate you will love you, even if you are as humble as dirt. Why should I allow her to spoil my good mood? Moreover, I cannot avoid her at future grand banquets. Must I evade her every time? Xie nodded, seemingly grasping the point. Observing her maid's confused expression, Xie Wanmian realized that while she might not fully comprehend, some lessons are difficult to impart, whereas others can be grasped with ease. Soon, Xie Wanmian finished dressing and, accompanied by Xie, set off for the banquet venue in a carriage. Numerous dignitaries had gathered at the princess's residence today, leading to heavier traffic than usual. However, Xie Wanmian remained unhurried, playfully instructing Xie to purchase a box of begonia cakes from the nearby Chen's pastry shop, enjoying them alongside guanyin tea. Xie lifted the curtain several times, her anxiousness growing as the carriage moved only a short distance. "My lady, do you think the princess will be displeased if we arrive late?" Xie Wanmian supported her chin with one hand, lazily yawning as she flipped through a book. "No, do not fret. Worrying will not hasten our arrival. It is better to wait." As she spoke, Xie Wanmian offered the begonia cake to Xie, encouraging her to take a bite. Xie hesitated, biting into the cake, but then turning her gaze towards Xie Wanmian. With her complexion like a peach blossom and her graceful demeanor, she was undoubtedly the beautiful young lady of their household. Yet her posture seemed lacking. One hand held a book, while the other intermittently took bites of the cake. While Xie Wanmian had her playful moments, her languid posture seemed to stray from the refined elegance expected of a young lady. "How has my lady changed so much since falling into the icy lake?" Before Xie could ponder further, a sharp female voice pierced through from outside the carriage. "What is the holdup? Do you not realize you are blocking the way?" Xie was about to step out to see who it was when a voice from behind interjected, "I am Princess Qingping. If you dare obstruct my path, I will ensure you suffer the consequences." Princess Qingping was the beloved daughter of the Prince of Yong'an, known to all. However, the road was congested, with little room to maneuver. On the left was Xie Wanmian's carriage, and on the right was another official's carriage, both trapped behind an array of other carriages. The only possible escape route was a narrow gap in the middle, making it exceedingly difficult to pass. Seeing a figure emerge from the adjacent carriage, Xie Wanmian knew she must step out and apologize. She kneelingly bowed to the person from the other carriage, ensuring she maintained proper etiquette. "Your Highness, given the large number of guests today, neither of our carriages can yield. I hope you can forgive us." Princess Qingping scoffed, and her curtain was drawn back by a servant. Inside, she wore a gown woven from golden silk, adorned with pearls and jewels, her round face appearing blessed, albeit marred by the disdain in her eyes. Who did I expect to see? It is merely Miss Xie, who is as inferior as a concubine's illegitimate daughter. How can the daughter of a mere sixth-grade official be here? I recall this flower-viewing banquet has restrictions on attendance. Princess Qingping rolled her eyes, her expression one of contempt. Last year, Xie Wanmian had claimed the top position at the flower-viewing banquet, with Princess Qingping as a rival. Naturally, Xie Wanmian had triumphed. Initially, Xie Wanmian had not sought the top position, but upon learning that securing it would likely lead to her engagement with Meng Huqing, she had applied herself diligently, earning the princess's recognition and the emperor's praise. Instead of hastily retorting, Xie Wanmian smiled calmly. "Your Highness, you yist. My future husband is the great-grandson of Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Chong. He is certainly expected to attend a banquet." Princess Qingping abruptly exited her sedan chair, her voice sharp with accusation. "Are you flaunting your status before me? Do you think that because Meng Ge chose you, you can lecture me here?" In a little aside, Meng Huqing thought to himself, "She probably does not wish to accompany me. She merely wants to witness her master engage in a sweet romance." "Give it a try," Ilay encouraged him. Meng Huqing observed Ilay's anxious fidgeting and replied, "Very well, I shall give it a try." Chapter 17. Elevate her and cast her down. The court lady did not harbor such intentions. I implore the county lord not to misunderstand. Xie Wanmian and Amp. Oppo's countenance bore no trace of the scorn she had encountered. Instead, she remained composed, lowering her brows and eyes, exuding an air of humility. The county lord of Qingping pouted, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation. "You know very well whether that is your intention. Spare me your ambiguous words. What if I choose to pass through here today? Xie Wanmian straightened, her dulcet voice laced with a subtle allure. County Lord, we are neither able to retreat nor advance. If you could consult Princess and request a passage for us, we would have no objections. Your esteemed status forbids me from vying for prominence with you. Jade, somewhat perplexed, glanced at her mistress. Hadn't she just declared her intent to disregard this county lord? Why the change now? Of course, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. The county lord declared, her father's affection and the princess's regard a source of her pride. You, a mere commoner, shall witness. She summoned a maidservant, whispering a few words. The maid and Appo's face turned ashen as she shook her head, only to receive a resounding slap from the county lord. Swiftly complying and hastening towards the princess's residence. Before long, a path was cleared in the middle of the road. The county lord cast a disdainful glance at Xie Wanmian, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Before departing, she pointed at Xie Wanmian and Appo's carriage and commanded the armed guards. Let the other carriages pass first. She shall follow behind. Understood. Thus, the county lord departed under the scrutiny of the crowd. Jade began to grow anxious. Miss, you should not have provoked the county lord just now. Xie Wanmian wrapped her slender fingers with a handkerchief, her tone light and pleased. Jade, do you observe the expressions of those noble individuals as they regard the county lord? Jade scrutinized the officials emerging from their carriages, all bearing expressions of resentment and dissatisfaction. She murmured, No, they do not seem fond indeed. That is an understatement, Xie Wanmian replied with a smile. She had intentionally incited the county lord to compel everyone to clear a path for her. She understood, well, that to provoke one person was far more advantageous than inciting a multitude. In her previous life, the county lord had troubled her over Meng Huqing's affairs, once going so far as to instruct a maid to splash water on her. At that time, she had endured in silence, but the memory now fueled her anger. Today, she wished to avoid trouble, yet she was unwilling to submit meekly. Those who had bullied her would receive their due recompense. By the time Xie Wanmian arrived at the princess's residence, half an hour had elapsed. Upon entering, she could faintly hear the sound of silk and bamboo instruments. The corridors were adorned with exquisite potted flowers. Passing through the floral archway, she entered the courtyard specially arranged for guests, where maidservants donned flowing garments, flitting about like butterflies amidst the peach blossoms, petals drifting down in a splendid display. Beyond this banquet area, the other courtyards housed a variety of flowers: begonia in the Wangshan Garden, red plum in the Hongzhou Garden, and peonies in the Yunxiang Pavilion, creating a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues that evoked the beauty of a vast garden. Xie Wanmian took her designated seat at the banquet, feeling a slight numbness in her knees and thighs from sitting in the carriage for too long. Concerned for her comfort, Jade arranged a warming stove in her hands and suggested, Miss, it would be rather dull to sit here until the banquet commences. We have half an hour. Shall we take a stroll and admire the flowers? Xie Wanmian smiled and nodded, rising to leave the banquet area. They first visited the plum blossoms, her favorite flower, known for its purity and resilience against the cold. As she gazed upon the blooming garden, memories of the plum trees in Meng's backyard flooded her mind. She wondered if Meng Huqing had ultimately ordered the removal of her beloved plum trees, or allowed them to wither and die. Lost in thought, she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see a corner of a moon-white sleeve. As the figure drew closer, she recognized Meng Huqing seated beside the plum trees, his hands cradling scattered crimson petals, a striking contrast against his fair complexion, reminiscent of red plums blanketed in snow. He appeared unaware of her presence, merely listening silently to his attendant, his expression inscrutable. Clad in a moon-white robe, with a silver-threaded belt adorned with a piece of Dushan jade, he exuded an ethereal grace, resembling a celestial being amidst the plum garden, aloof and serene. Xie Wanmian did not wish to intrude. They had little to converse about. Just as she prepared to turn away, Meng Huqing glanced in her direction, his narrow, cool eyes warming with a smile. Meng Huqing seldom smiled. She had witnessed it only a few times in her past life, each moment captivating. Her heart skipped, and she realized she was bewitched by his beauty. "Miss Xie, shall we greet young Master Meng?" Xie whispered beside her. Xie Wanmian, cradling the warming stove, noticed Meng Huqing drawing closer. Realizing it would be inappropriate to leave, she remained still, calmly observing him approach. "Miss Xie," Meng Huqing inclined his head in greeting, to which she reciprocated. "I am grateful to young Master Meng for delivering the invitation to the princess's residence. Otherwise, I would have missed such a splendid spring scene," Xie Wanmian remarked. Meng Huqing paused, seemingly surprised by her customary politeness. Would she continue to be this way after their marriage? He dismissed the thought. In her previous life, he had overlooked her feelings. In this lifetime, he resolved to draw closer. Yet, he struggled with conversation, knowing what she needed but lacking the words to express himself. "Miss Xie, if you enjoy it, in the future, you may prepare according to your own wishes," he said. Xie Wanmian noticed the growing redness of his ears as she gazed into his cold eyes, uncertain whether his blush stemmed from shyness or his natural reticence. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Meng," she replied softly. Meng Huqing simply responded, "It is my duty." Xie, observing from the side, felt anxious. Despite having spent countless nights advising her master on how to win a lady's favor, he remained awkward and inept at communicating. During the flower banquet, he had waited an eternity for Miss Xie, only to hesitate once she arrived, opting instead to linger in the plum garden, tending to the petals as if lost in melancholic thoughts. Before he could devise a plan, the princess's maidservant approached them. "Lord Meng, Miss Xie, the princess requests your presence." Chapter 18. The sound of heartbeats is too loud. Xie Wanmian and Meng Huqing arrived at the princess and Appo's chamber. Perhaps due to the flower appreciation banquet today, the beams and pillars of the hall were adorned with numerous small tubes filled with water and vibrant flowers, creating a tapestry of colors. The princess reclined on a beauty couch in the main hall, her expression serene and elegant. "Your Highness," they both exclaimed in unison, bowing to the princess seated in a round chair. The princess slightly opened her eyes, her hands twirling prayer beads, and spoke in a cool, detached tone. No need for formalities. Though Xie Wanmian raised her head, she dared not meet the princess's gaze directly, aware of the gravity of her status. The crimson silk carpet spread across the floor revealed glimpses of a birdcage and a celadon vase on a golden nanmu stand nearby. A maid replaced the incense, bringing a fresher scent, reminiscent of fruit, far more pleasant than the previous sandalwood fragrance. The princess leaned against a plum blossom-patterned soft pillow and instructed them to take their seats. The maid served tea, and Xie Wanmian recognized it as premium tea guanyin, a favorite of Meng Huqing. "Xie Wanmian, I have addressed you correctly?" the princess inquired. Xie Wanmian hastily set down her teacup and replied, "Yes, your highness." She refrained from saying too much. Although she had encountered the princess in her past life, the princess's emotions were often inscrutable, a trait Meng Huqing seemed to have inherited. Thus, she chose to observe quietly, wary of saying anything that might offend. Today's attire of the princess was not markedly different from her previous life. Adorned in splendid garments crafted by the most skilled embroiderers of the Imperial Tailoring Bureau, made of azure silk and embellished with precious jewels. Her hair was styled with a purple jade hairpin, adorned with a few exquisite flower ornaments, and her ears glistened with lustrous pearls, accentuating her striking features. "May I call you granddaughter-in-law? Would you mind?" The gentle gaze swept over her, light and airy yet heavy upon her shoulders. "It is an honor for me," Xie Wanmian responded. The princess placed her prayer beads into a maid's hands, and another maid approached to massage her shoulders. "Lift your head. Let me have a good look at you." Xie Wanmian obeyed, maintaining her composure and gazing at the princess with bright eyes. The princess suddenly smiled at Meng Huqing, saying, "She is quite charming. Your wife possesses remarkable beauty." "Thank you for your kind words, grandmother," Meng Huqing replied, a smile gracing his features as he unconsciously turned his gaze towards Xie Wanmian. Before them, the young woman held a cup of tea, its steam obscuring her visage, while the blooming flowers behind her rendered her delicate figure even more ethereal, her eyes seemingly veiled in a thin mist, making her difficult to discern. The princess's slender fingers pointed at a small pet beside her, her tone casual. "I heard you were to exchange vows with my grandson. Is there any truth to this rumor? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall plummeted to a freezing point, and the maids lowered their heads even further. Xie Wanmian dared not refute, simply replying, yes. Although her understanding of the princess was limited, she knew that the princess disliked being contradicted. It was clear that she desired only an acknowledgement of her stance. Excessive argumentation would only incite displeasure. The princess cradled the small pet, her expression remaining neutral as she regarded Xie Wanmian, questioning her motives or sudden clarity. Meng Huqing stepped forward and began to speak, "Grandmother, Miss Xie." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the princess. "Let her speak for herself. There is no need for you to defend her." Xie Wanmian's face flushed with embarrassment. "I was foolish as your granddaughter-in-law." Hearing this, the princess laughed, her smile warm and amiable, less accusatory than before. "You are quite eloquent. It is good that my granddaughter-in-law is clever. Should you encounter any grievances at home, do not hesitate to inform me. Although I do not reside in the Meng household, I can still intervene." "Yes, I am grateful for your kindness, grandmother," Xie Wanmian replied, bowing slightly. "I merely wish to test the waters for Jiu. Do not blame him later, for he was unaware." The princess's demeanor was exceedingly gentle, and though she had surpassed 60 years, her movements remained composed. "He is slow to speak. Please be patient with him." Xie Wanmian exhaled in relief. "I understand, my granddaughter-in-law does." The princess nodded and then inquired, "Have you set a date for your wedding?" Meng Huqing stepped forward to respond, "Grandmother, my father has decided on mid-next month. Do we not agree to schedule it after the flower festival? Why the delay?" The princess frowned, appearing deep in thought. "My father consulted someone who indicated that mid-March would be a more auspicious date for the ceremony, ensuring a harmonious union," Meng Huqing explained, a faint blush creeping to his ears, though his face remained composed. The princess smiled approvingly. "Very well. I shall check the date. If I am in good health, I will attend the ceremony. If not, I shall send some gifts to you and your wife." "Thank you for your concern, grandmother." The princess reclined lazily on the beauty couch, half closing her eyes. "Enough. I am weary and require a brief rest. I must also attend the flower appreciation banquet later. If there is nothing else, you may both take your leave." Xie Wanmian and Meng Huqing exited the main courtyard together. On their way back, they encountered a small flight of steps, a necessary passage to view the peonies. Ascending was easy, but descending required caution. Xie Wanmian placed one hand against the artificial rocks for support while holding up her skirt with the other. The steps seemed slick, possibly from a recent light rain. Having descended only 2 steps, a strong hand reached out to her. For a brief moment, Xie Wanmian hesitated, but realizing the danger of a fall, she grasped Meng Huqing's hand. Though they had been married in 2 lifetimes, this sensation remained peculiar. In her past life, Meng Huqing rarely took such initiative. She felt the rough warmth of his palm against hers. Lost in thought, her foot slipped, and as she began to fall, a powerful force yanked her back, causing her to tumble into Meng Huqing and Appo's embrace. His broad chest enveloped her, and even through the soft fabric of his garments, she could hear the steady and Appo's, thump and Appo's, of his heartbeat. Had she drawn too close? The sound of his heartbeats was indeed quite loud. Note: the decor of the princess's chamber during the flower appreciation banquet is based on research from Tao Gu's Record of the Strange in the Qing dynasty. Chapter 19. Not dislike, but affection. "Thank you, young Master Meng." As Xie Wanmian prepared to step back, she realized her wrist was still firmly grasped. Lifting her gaze, she was met with a fleeting glimmer of tears in his deep-set eyes. She was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely the wind that had caused this? Almost instinctively, she rose on her toes and used her handkerchief to dab at the tears at the corner of Meng Huqing's eyes. His lashes were long, and the dampness of his eyes occasionally brushed against her fingertips, sending shivers through her heart. When she finally regained her composure, both remained frozen in place. Xie Wanmian averted her gaze, while Meng Huqing simultaneously released her. "I thought young Master Meng had sand in his eyes," Xie Wanmian murmured softly in defense. Meng Huqing paused and quietly replied, "Thank you. In truth, the reason I previously withdrew from our engagement was that you seldom spoke to me. I believed you harbored disdain for me." Xie Wanmian felt it prudent to clarify the matter, for the secret of her rebirth must not be revealed. She continued, "Coincidentally, My sister is enamored with you. I do not wish to impose. Hence, I considered the idea of a marriage exchange. I hope young Master Meng will not hold this against me. As the spring air enveloped them, a subtle fragrance of flowers wafted from afar. Xie Wanmian descended a few more steps, but she did not hear Meng Huqing's response, which made her somewhat anxious. Was he truly blaming himself for this matter? Though it was her fault, she couldn't and oppose. Shake the discomfort in her heart. Suddenly, sunlight broke through the layers of misty clouds, cascading down upon them. After a long pause, Meng Huqing finally uttered no. Xie Wanmian was puzzled and looked up at him, only to hear his deep voice respond, "It is not dislike, but affection." As soon as he finished speaking, the hands that had held her tightened even further. Xie Wanmian couldn't help but blink away her surprise. It was indeed astonishing that Meng Huqing would utter the word affection to her. Yet, recalling how Ming had confidently declared, "Meng Huqing has always loved me," her restless heart gradually found tranquility. She was no longer a child. If she were to be perpetually entangled in matters of love, she would achieve little in this lifetime. It was far more prudent to focus on how to manage her own shop. Meng Huqing, unaware of Xie Wanmian's inner thoughts, merely admired the blooming peonies in the garden, while the beauty before him surpassed even their splendor. His wife was more enchanting than the peonies themselves. As they descended the stairs together and returned to the banquet, guests were arriving one after another. With some time remaining before the festivities commenced, most of the young ladies were preparing to showcase their talents. Xie Wanmian, glancing at the clock, felt it was time to proceed. She and Jie made their way to the designated room to tune the pipa. Upon returning to the banquet, they witnessed the princess being assisted into the venue. The guests bowed in greeting, and the princess exchanged pleasantries before the banquet officially began. The first to perform was the Princess of Qingping, who had the attendants bring forth an array of delicately crafted pastries, each shaped like various flowers, perfectly fitting the occasion. After receiving praise from the princess, she cast a haughty glance at Xie Wanmian before returning to her seat. Among the guests, some were not fond of sweets and thus consumed little, including Meng Huqing, who had not touched a single pastry on the table. In contrast, Xie Wanmian found the plum blossom-shaped pastries not only visually appealing, but also soft, sweet, and subtly fragrant. As she savored the pastries, contemplating trying to recreate them at home, her thoughts were interrupted when a long-fingered hand presented a plate of pastries before her. "I do not have a taste for sweets. Miss Xie may take as many as she likes." Xie Wanmian bit her lip, her gaze fixated on the delicate pastries in the jade plate, hesitating to reach out. After all, these were gifts from the Princess of Qingping for everyone present. If she not only finished her own portion, but also took from Meng Huqing's, it would surely be deemed impolite. Meng Huqing seemed to sense her dilemma, saying, "If these pastries remain with me, it would be a waste. Consider them properly utilized if given to Miss Xie." Only then did she accept the offering, expressing her gratitude. Following this, the unmarried ladies began to showcase their talents. And Xie Wanmian's turn arrived half an hour later. While the other young women changed into performance attire, she had made no preparations. Wiping her hands, she took up the pipa, requesting a chair be brought, and began to play. Her striking beauty naturally drew the attention of many young men as she commenced her performance. With the peach blossoms fluttering in the air, she plucked the strings lightly, producing a melodious sound that transformed from gentle to profoundly poignant. It was as if a solitary swan had vanished from a grand palace, where the resonating drums of war echoed beneath a valiant cavalry. The audience was entranced, lost in a music that lingered even after the final note had faded. Xie Wanmian bowed to the princess and exchanged flattering words before handing the pipa to Jie and returning to her seat. The guests praised her exquisite playing, likening it to celestial music that transported them to a realm beyond. She merely smiled gracefully, responding to each compliment with humility. However, she felt an odd sensation, as if a gaze were fixed intently upon her since her entrance into the banquet. This gaze was not from Meng Huqing, whose eyes were typically indifferent, devoid of malice except when angered. Yet this particular gaze was strikingly clear. As she lifted her teacup to quell her unease, she met the sharp gaze of the third prince. She recognized him well. In her past life, she had been ensnared by his attention. At that time, Her affections lay solely with Meng Huqing, and her marriage had been swiftly arranged, leading her to avoid meaningful interactions with the third prince as much as possible. Moreover, the third prince was known for his ruthless tactics, and whispers of his fondness for beauty and cruel treatment of his concubines only deepened her desire to keep her distance. However, as he was a prince, she could not afford to be disrespectful, which made her rejections all the more distressing. She had never disclosed this to Meng Huqing, fearing it might sow discord between them or provoke the third prince to create trouble for her husband. It wasn't until she became pregnant with Hunger that the third prince finally relented. Had she not been granted a second chance at life, she might have forgotten about this figure entirely. Now, amidst the court and oppose, as turmoil, the third prince was a prince who could not be trifled with, and she needed to devise a plan to dissuade his interests. Chapter 20. The trap at the moment when Xie Wanmian was in a state of inner turmoil. Meng Huqing unexpectedly poured her another cup of tea. His voice, cool and steady, broke the silence. "The tea is cooled. Allow me to serve you anew." In that instant, she seemed to grasp something profound, leaning slightly closer to Meng Huqing, her tone melodious and gentle as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Meng." If she could exhibit a facade of intimacy with Meng Huqing, perhaps she need not fear the third prince. After all, he was a royal. Should he indulge in the pursuit of another man's wife, it would likely earn him a scathing entry in the annals of history, branding him merely as a man consumed by lust, lacking the sensibility to recognize boundaries. Meng Huqing paused, observing the diminishing distance between them. Her fair complexion was almost dazzling, evoking in him an unbidden image of the pear blossoms he had seen earlier that day. Almost instinctively, he averted his gaze, yet he found himself unsettled by her proximity. Fortunately, he was adept at concealing his emotions, allowing others to remain oblivious to his inner disquiet. Once everyone had showcased their talents, the princess finally announced the winner of the flower appreciation banquet. To her astonishment, Xie Wanmian discovered that, quite unexpectedly, she had claimed the top prize. Due to her fatigue, the princess departed the gathering early, and with her exit, the guests became more relaxed, indulging in poetry and the flowing of wine, creating an atmosphere of elegance. Meanwhile, the third prince lounged lazily, resting his hand on his bent knee, exuding an air of languidness imbued with a hint of debauchery. He raised an eyebrow and, in a teasing tone, addressed Meng Huqing. "I have heard that the noble lady you are to marry is this one beside you?" Meng Huqing furrowed his brow, offering a succinct reply. "Indeed. Word has it that you and the young lady from the Xie family share mutual affections." "Quite so. Yet, from what I observe, your fiancé, he seems rather unfamiliar with you. Are you certain that your affections are reciprocated?" The third prince pressed on, punctuating his words with a hiccup, the effects of alcohol making his speech somewhat slurred. Xie Wanmian tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief, uncertain of how to respond, for he was a prince, and she merely a noble maiden. His inquiry was directed at Meng Huqing, and to interject would risk incurring a grave offense. What then would Meng Huqing say? Unbeknownst to her, Meng Huqing had taken hold of her hand, and his clear, resonant voice rang out, "Miss Xie and I are genuinely in love." His words were succinct and impactful, diminishing the third prince's scrutinizing gaze upon Xie Wanmian. The third prince chuckled, taking a sip from his cup of wine. "I see that Miss Xie is breathtakingly beautiful. Surely, your younger sister must be equally lovely. Might I have the pleasure of seeing her when I attend your wedding festivities?" Meng Huqing stepped protectively in front of Xie Wanmian, bowing slightly. "Your Highness, you are inebriated." The third prince laughed lightly. Then, with his beautiful concubine at his side, he rose and exited the banquet. Xie Wanmian watched the grand figure depart, exhaling a sigh of relief. She turned to Meng Huqing with a smile. "Thank you, Master Meng, for your protective words." Meng Huqing, adjusting his sleeve, furrowed his brow slightly. She remained as courteous and distant as ever, showing no signs of change. Her lips parted slightly, reminiscent of red plums against the snow, droplets of clear water clinging to her lips, likely from the tea she had just sipped. Realizing where his gaze had lingered, Meng Huqing quickly averted his eyes, unwilling to gaze upon the beauty any longer. "You are my wife, It is only natural to protect you. With such words from him, Xie Wanmian felt a sense of security wash over her. She smiled, her gaze drifting to the distant, blooming peach blossoms. As the days of early March unfolded, the scenery was picturesque. Xie Wanmian sipped her tea, her expression betraying no hint of turmoil. Yet, Meng Huqing's previous declaration stirred a tempest within him. For it was the first time since his rebirth that Xie Wanmian referred to herself not as the young lady but as Mian. Having consumed some wine, Xie Wanmian began to feel lightheaded. Xie stepped forward to support her as they made their way to the guest resting quarters. At that moment, a maid clad in emerald green approached them, calling out, "Excuse me, it seems that area was just being cleaned. The guest quarters have been arranged elsewhere. Please follow me to this location." Xie noticed the servants moving flower pots nearby and, without suspicion, followed the maid to the new location. Although Xie Wanmian felt dizzy, she could still discern her surroundings. However, the path seemed to diverge further from the banquet and Oppo's revelry, leading into a somewhat desolate area, igniting a sense of caution within her. To avoid drawing attention to her discomfort, she crouched down, feigning pain. "Xie, my stomach aches." Xie, filled with concern, asked, "Did you perhaps eat something too cold at the banquet?" "Perhaps." Xie Wanmian clutched her abdomen, pretending to grimace in pain. "I will assist you to the restroom," Xie offered. The emerald-clad maid stepped forward to intercept them. "There is a restroom nearby. Please follow me, Miss Xie." Feigning an inability to stand upright, Xie Wanmian's eyes shimmered with tears, appearing utterly pitiable. "I see that the closest restroom is ahead. I cannot wait any longer." Xie interjected, "Do you not see how distressed our young lady is? Why do you obstruct our path?" Reluctantly, the emerald maid stepped aside. Xie Wanmian felt an overwhelming weakness coursing through her body, an unsettling heat enveloping her. As the crowd thickened, she quickened her pace, realizing that she could not venture into a densely populated area, lest her current state be exposed to scrutiny. Yet, she could not retreat to an isolated spot either, for it was only she and Xie. Should anything occur, Xie would also be implicated. Suddenly, she recalled the signal she had once devised with Xie, a gesture to alert her of danger or an uncomfortable situation. In her youth, when often subjected to Aunt Ye's torment, she would gently tap 3 times on Xie and Oppo's hand when sensing trouble, prompting her to inform her father or grandmother. Hoping Xie would grasp her meaning, Xie Wanmian utilized the signal, casting a glance at the emerald maid trailing behind them. Xie understood, yet it was evident she was reluctant to leave Xie Wanmian alone. "Rest assured, once I have attended to my business, you may retrieve my warming stove, and you shan't feel cold," Xie Wanmian reassured her with a smile. Xie bowed her head, acquiescing, as you say. Xie Wanmian watched Xie depart before stepping into the secluded area. Upon entering, she awaited Xie to summon help. Contemplating an escape, but dizziness began to envelop her, and there was no exit in sight. The only way out was the path she had just traversed. For now, it seemed her only option was to wait for Xie to bring assistance. The emerald maid lingered for a while, seemingly sensing that something was amiss, before pushing the door open. Chapter 21. "Please don't leave." The maid in green entered and immediately supported the feverish Xie Wanmian, whose forehead was slick with cold sweat and whose mind was becoming increasingly muddled. This was an experience she had never encountered in her past life, and she could not fathom why such a change had befallen her today. "Miss Xie, allow me to help you to rest," the maid said, gently pulling her towards the door. Xie Wanmian attempted to resist, but her body felt as though it were being dragged unceremoniously, her heart ablaze with anxiety. Why hadn't Xie arrived yet? Just as she felt utterly lost, a tall figure appeared before her. Meng Huqing rushed towards her, sword in hand, and shouted, "Release her!" Before the maid had a chance to react, the sword sheath was pressed against her neck. Soda," the maid exclaimed, kneeling in fear. Xie Wanmian felt herself being released, but her legs were weak, as if she were a bird with broken wings plummeting downward. Before she could utter a word, the familiar scent filled her nostrils as Meng Huqing enveloped her in his arms, lifting her with one hand. She was engulfed in a fierce heat and instinctively nestled closer into Meng Huqing's embrace, her cheek brushing against him. Tears blurred her vision, and when she looked up, She caught a glimpse of his Adam's apple moving gently, the sharp line of his jaw still cold and defined, though a faint blush adorned his pale neck. Mian, do not move, Meng Hutching said, draping a cloak over her shoulders. His large hands supported the back of her head, and as she inhaled the unique fragrance of ink pine that belonged to him, her heart remained tumultuous. Memories of their past life flooded her mind, particularly the times they had shared intimacy. While he had always been reserved, his face would flush with color, and he had never behaved inappropriately, each movement measured and restrained. Despite the tingling sensations coursing through her fingertips, his cool, detached gaze remained focused on her. She was unable to push the memories aside, though they were somewhat hazy. Her body, however, remembered vividly. She recalled how long it took to recover, waking up the next day, feeling sore and achy. Her voice altered. After a moment, she heard Meng Hutching calling for someone to bring in warm water. The cloak was lifted, and her surroundings suddenly appeared much brighter. Even though the guest room was elegantly decorated, she felt overwhelmingly unwell. As Meng Hutching prepared to leave, she instinctively grasped his hand. The temperature of his skin was noticeably cooler than hers, and she managed to croak, "Please don't go." After uttering those words, she felt embarrassed and bit her lip, reluctantly retracting her hand. However, just as she did, Meng Hutching took hold of her hand, his voice still gentle but with a slightly hoarse timbre. "I want tea leave. I only wish to fetch you a cup of tea." Xie Wanmian lowered her head and let out a small sound of protest, her gaze shifting to her own slender fingers, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In her previous life, aside from biting Meng Hutching's shoulder, she had also enjoyed nibbling on the back of his hand, comforting when she felt at ease and distressing when she did not, as if leaving her own mark upon him, desiring to witness the rare emotions of indifference on his usually composed face. The room was filled with an unknown fragrance that made her head spin further. Unable to lean against Meng Hutching any longer, she settled against the edge of the bed, breathing quietly. "Please extinguish the incense," she murmured. "Of course," Meng Hutching replied, rising to extinguish the incense and then offering her a cup of tea. "Drink some." Xie Wanmian took a sip, only to find the heat within her growing more unbearable. "Can I just cool down on my own?" she complained. "You can. I will disperse it with my internal energy shortly," Meng Hutching replied succinctly. Before long, the bathing tub was prepared, and Xie Wanmian removed her outer garment, leaving only her thin undergarment as she sank into the warm water. The discomfort was overwhelming, and her flushed cheeks pressed against the rim of the tub, resembling soft, glutinous dumplings. Meng Hutching, eyes closed, softly explained, "You have been given medicinal herbs. What I am about to do may seem somewhat forward. If you find it uncomfortable, you may blindfold me." Xie Wanmian was acutely aware of her own physical state, but she had no time to dwell on who had administered the drugs. In their past life, they had shared the most intimate moments. In this life, they were on the brink of becoming husband and wife. There was no need for her to be overly cautious. Alleviating her discomfort was paramount. You don't need to hearing her gentle, quivering voice. Meng Hutching hesitated momentarily before placing his hand on her back, using his internal energy to disperse the medicinal effects. She slightly turned her body, and light filtered through the gauzy window, casting a serene glow on her delicate features, which blushed like a blooming lotus. A scattering of light danced in her spring-like eyes, and for a moment, the hazy moon and mirrored flowers seemed to take on a tangible form. He hurriedly averted his gaze, reciting the scripture of tranquility in his mind to suppress the wayward thoughts. He was not without reaction. Rather, he was overwhelmed. In their past life, he had cherished the sight of her beautiful face gazing at him with those moist, reproachful eyes when she was moved. Naturally, he had to tread carefully. A cool breeze wafted through the window, accompanied by the crackling of the charcoal fire and the gentle sound of flowing water within the room. At that moment, Xie Wanmian, devoid of her senses, instinctively bit Meng Hutching's hand, her eyes filled with displeasure, resembling a small, pitiful creature that seemed to plead, "Why haven't you embraced me yet?" Meng Hutching covered her lovely eyes with his hand and, after a long pause, gently said, "Mian, please don't look at me like that." The girl pouted and turned her head away, huffing, "If you leave, I don't need you." Meng Hutching draped a thin veil around her delicate neck, his breath warm and low. I need you." When Xie Wanmian awoke again, the sun had already set, and the room was dim. She lit a lamp, the distant candlelight flickering. As she slowly sat up, she found that all her discomfort had vanished. Remembering Meng Huqing's blurred figure during her medicinal treatment, she felt her cheeks flush. Noticing that she had changed into clean garments, she lifted the covers to put on her shoes and headed outside, only to hear footsteps approaching from outside. The door swung open to reveal Xie, who briskly entered with a bowl of hangover soup. Seeing her awake, she hurriedly set the bowl down. "Miss, do you still feel unwell?" Xie Wanmian shook her head and then asked, "What time is it now?" "Miss, it is now the hour of the hare," Xie replied, bringing the soup closer, holding a spoonful to her lips with a smile. "You won't believe how impressive young Master Meng was just now. He directly uncovered the identity of the person who sought to harm you." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian inquired, "Who was it?" Xie cheekily winked. "You would never guess." Chapter 22. The Lady's Resolution. How mischievous of you to play dumb. Xie Wanmian teased, scratching the ticklish spot at Xie's waist. "Will you speak or not?" With tears welling in her eyes from the tickling, Xie quickly pleaded, "My good lady, I will tell you. Please spare me." Only then did Xie Wanmian retract her hand and take the porcelain spoon to sip the hangover soup. "Speak." "Well, it in Appos. It's not hard to guess. That maid is certainly acting on the orders of Princess Qingping, but I never anticipated that the third prince would be involved as well. How can a prince stoop so low as to harass you? Truly shameless." Xie and Appos' face flushed with indignation as she spoke. Xie Wanmian understood that Xie was protective of her, remembering how Xie had suffered greatly for her in their past life. This thought made her heart ache. "All right, do not be angry. First, tell me, will they face punishment?" "Certainly," Xie replied with certainty. Young Master Meng reported this directly to the princess, who was furious and reprimanded both the Princess Qingping and the third prince. She then wrote to the prince and the emperor about this matter. "So I believe both will face severe consequences." Young Master Meng is not afraid of offending the third prince or the prince. He intends to unite the officials to file a complaint, stating that the third prince has poor character and the Princess Qingping lacks the demeanor of a county princess. They may very well face demotion or confinement. In any case, their reputations are ruined. Xie fanned herself with her hand, expressing her disdain. "Well, we can blame them from any mouth but our own. Do you understand?" Xie Wanmian said earnestly. Xie was puzzled. "Why must we endure when they have bullied you so?" Xie Wanmian shook her head and sighed. "Xie, remember that disaster comes from the mouth. No matter how poor the third prince's character or how lacking the Princess Qingping is, she is still the daughter of the Duke of Su. Both of them hold a status far superior to that of a mere sixth-rank official's daughter like me. As long as they are not demoted to commoners, we must refrain from speaking ill of them. If one day they gain power and seek revenge, what can we use to defend ourselves? I see now. It is my ignorance." Xie quickly knelt to apologize. "This is not your fault. At your age, it is natural to be innocent and romantic," Xie Wanmian said with a gentle smile, playfully tapping Xie and Appos' nose. Xie pouted and mumbled, "But you are about the same age as me. How is it that you are so mature?" Xie Wanmian merely smiled lightly and did not respond. After the banquet concluded, guests departed in carriages. As Xie Wanmian was assisted into her carriage by Xie, she caught sight of Meng Huqing sitting on horseback not far away, conversing with a guard. The setting sun cast a warm glow on his pale blue sleeves, and an unknown jade pendant hung from his waist, glimmering in the dappled light. As dusk began to envelop the sky, a cool breeze carried the unique floral scent from the princess's residence. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and, as she prepared to look away, her gaze met Meng Huqing's. She smiled and nodded, not caring whether he wore a smile or a neutral expression. Before retreating into the carriage, Xie handed Xie Wanmian a hand warmer filled with freshly added charcoal, and with a cheerful tone, she remarked, "Miss, I truly believe you and young Master Meng are a perfect match. Both of you are equally beautiful. Did you not see how dignified he appeared before the princess? He was simply magnificent." "You flatter me," Xie Wanmian said, stroking the hand warmer in her hands, her eyes filled with playful reproach. Just as their carriage was about to leave, a clear voice called from outside, "Miss Xie, our master wishes to speak with you." Xie Wanmian stepped out of the carriage and looked toward Meng Huqing. What does young Master Meng wish to discuss? Meng Huqing retrieved a silver hairpin adorned with cicada patterns from his collar, the pearls glistening in the sunset. Recognizing it as her own hairpin, Xie Wanmian exclaimed, "This is mine." "I know," Meng Huqing replied, holding the reins with one hand and gently twirling the hairpin with the other. "I admire this hairpin. Might I ask if Miss Xie would consider gifting it to me?" A hairpin is a personal possession for a woman, and such a gift carries additional implications. However, recalling that Meng Huqing had saved her today, she decided to part with it. Very well. A smile graced Meng Huqing's lips, and the sunlight softened his aloof demeanor, making him appear warm and gentle. "I shall not take it without offering something in return." He dismounted and retrieved a sandalwood box from his sleeve. Inside lay a white jade hairpin shaped like a begonia. It is customary for the Meng family to gift a white jade hairpin to their future brides. Please do not find it unworthy. Touched, Xie Wanmian realized she had misjudged Meng Huqing. Previously, she had only known that the white jade hairpin was crafted by him, unaware it was a family tradition. This meant that the hairpin worn by He Ming was made by Meng Huqing's elder brother. She reached out to accept it, feeling slightly embarrassed. Last time I was mistaken. I thought it was just a casual gift, something every woman possesses. I was wrong. It is not, Meng Huqing said, gazing deeply into her eyes. I failed to clarify, leading to your misunderstanding. Noticing the mark she had left on his hand, Xie Wanmian's expression turned somber as she took out a silk handkerchief and tied it around his hand. "Thank you for your help today. If you need scar ointment, I have some in my residence." Upon saying this, she felt foolish, realizing that someone of his stature, the legitimate son of the Duke of Xianping, would hardly need such a thing. Xie Wanmian, initially unconcerned, felt a wave of embarrassment as Meng Huqing smiled and replied, "That would be fine." Quickly changing the subject, she said, "It is getting late. If you have business to attend to, please do so." Meng Huqing, noticing her discomfort, obliged indeed. "You should return to recuperate. In a few days, I will send you some blueprints for decorating your room. You may review them and decide if you wish to make changes. That matter is yours to decide. I am open to whatever you choose." Meng Huqing frowned slightly. "This cannot be taken lightly. You are to be my future wife, and such decisions should be made by the lady of the house." Upon returning to the carriage, Xie Wanmian and Apos, as thoughts lingered on the phrase "the lady of the house makes the decisions," leaving her too shy to hold the hand warmer, opting instead to fan herself. When would her simple mind finally awaken? Chapter 23. The brochure. As the season of renewal approached, March hurriedly arrived, bringing with it the vibrant growth of grass and the cheerful song of orioles. In the blink of an eye, the day of Xie Wanmian's marriage loomed, just 2 days away. As a bride, she was required to embroider a red veil, which she adorned with images of mandarin ducks, meticulously stitching for several days. On the day she completed her embroidery, with only 2 days remaining until the wedding, Jisher stood by her side, admiring her work. "Miss, your embroidery skills are truly remarkable. Even I, a mere servant, am envious," she exclaimed. "When you wed, I shall teach you to embroider." "Do not say such things," Xie Wanmian replied, grasping Jisher's hand. "We have grown up together. Our bond is deeper than that of blood relatives. How can you consider yourself merely a servant?" Tears welled in Jisher's eyes as she declared, "I wish to remain by your side for a lifetime, without the desire for marriage." "How can that be?" Xie Wanmian countered gently. "If you meet someone you love." She paused, reflecting on her previous life, where finding a beloved partner had led to her demise. "Well, if you wish to stay by my side, that is fine. It is better than placing your trust in someone unworthy. I can protect you for life," she murmured softly. Jisher nodded vigorously. "I shall remain by your side for a lifetime." With a smile, Xie Wanmian looked down, her fingers caressing the intricately stitched mandarin ducks. Her only wish in this life was for peace and prosperity. She sought not eternal companionship, but rather longevity. Thus she had embroidered her own auspicious character on the veil. Lost in thought, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her reverie. "Mian Mian, may I come in?" The voice belonged to Gu Ting, the woman her father had recently chosen as his legitimate wife. "Mother, please enter," Xie Wanmian replied, lowering the veil and rising to signal Jisher to open the door. Gu Ting entered with a radiant smile, her beauty striking and her demeanor far from the commonality of a merchant's daughter. Since her father's marriage, Xie Wanmian had discovered Gu Ting's straightforward and cheerful personality, adorned by a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which endeared her to Xie Wanmian. Gu Ting settled into a rosewood chair beside the writing desk, followed by an elderly maid who presented a brochure with a smile. Xie promptly stepped forward to pour tea, earning Gu Ting's praise for her cleverness. Upon receiving the brochure, Xie Wanmian understood its purpose. Gu Ting began to chuckle. You must study this carefully. It is essential for you. Your health is delicate, so if you feel unwell, do mention it to Meng Canny. Oh, you should call him son-in-law now. Mother, please do not tease me, Xie Wanmian replied, her cheeks flushed. She recalled her previous life when Yi Yinyang had deliberately withheld the brochure, leaving her bewildered on her wedding day, staring blankly at Meng Huqing. She remembered the confusion in his eyes, the final outcome being his gentle guidance. Then I shall teach you. The memory brought her a sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, Gu Ting was not one to put her in such a predicament. Enjoy these experiences, and if you find it overwhelming, discuss it with your husband. Do not sacrifice your own happiness, she advised, concerned for Xie Wanmian. Xie Wanmian nodded. I understand, mother. By the way, I have retrieved your dowry and taken back the shop that the previous concubine had seized. Your father will bring them tomorrow. Now, pay close attention to this, as I must go instruct the servants to prepare the wedding hall. I shall be busy now. Gu Ting set down her teacup and prepared to leave with the maid. Xie Wanmian knelt. Thank you, mother. Please take care. After Gu Ting departed, Xie Wanmian finally dared to open the brochure. As she gazed at the vividly illustrated images, her cheeks flushed anew. Though she had shared intimate moments with Meng Huqing in her previous life, the sight of these illustrations felt distinctly different now. Meng Huqing had never acted recklessly. Aside from a couple of occasions that deviated from the ordinary, their experiences had remained rather conventional. Remembering Gu Ting's words about the importance of embracing such experiences, she found herself feeling less embarrassed. The days passed swiftly, and before long, the morning of her wedding arrived. Just as the hour of Yin approached, she was called to dress and prepare. After donning her bridal attire and making the necessary adjustments, she noticed the sorrowful gazes of her grandmother, Gu family members, and her younger brother, who had grown up alongside her. Big sister, if anyone wrongs you, remember to tell me. I will avenge you, Xie Xuanan declared earnestly. Indeed, if I am ever troubled, I shall confide in you, Xie Wanmian assured him. Lightly patting his shoulder, though they were only 4 years apart, she recalled the time she had comforted her weeping brother in their childhood. Now, as she prepared to leave, a pang of sadness filled her heart. Yes, if you encounter any injustice, your grandmother will protect you, the elderly matriarch said, approaching with her cane. Xie Wanmian embraced her grandmother. Grandmother, please take care at home. If anything arises, send word to your granddaughter. Be well. Their conversation was brief. As they were pressed for time, Xie Wanmian took her place in the bridal chamber to await her groom. Tradition dictated that the groom's arrival would be met with trials. First, they would test his drinking capacity. According to the gossip from Xie, Meng Huqing and his friends had successfully subdued the obstacles with their drinking prowess. Next came the archery contest. Despite having consumed numerous cups, Meng Huqing remained steady with the bow. Finally, they would showcase their literary talents, a competition in which Meng Huqing, a top scholar, excelled effortlessly, with applause following his poetic recitations and the distribution of sweets and red envelopes. Meng Huqing finally entered, concealed beneath her red veil. Xie Wanmian could only see her own toes, but she recognized his familiar voice as he spoke. Madam, I have come to escort you. His words echoed those from her past life. Yet this time, Meng Huqing had learned to address her as Madam. She extended her hand, feeling his warm grasp envelop her, only to have it replaced with a piece of red silk, the warmth slipping away. The journey from the Xie residence to the bridal sedan took little time, yet it felt as if she had traversed a lifetime. Upon arriving, she was placed in a secluded courtyard, as customs dictated that the wedding ceremony would commence at dusk. As the month of March brought gentle warmth, the breeze outside became increasingly pleasant. However, Xie Wanmian, sensitive to the cold, hesitated to summon Xie for a warming pan. when suddenly footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 24. Allow me to assist the lady. As dusk approached, the golden sunlight filtered into the Jin Chuntang, where the maidservants began to light the lamps. An hour after Xie Wanmian finished her meal, she was once again enveloped in red silk by the matchmaker, while Meng Huqing held the other end, guiding her through the winding corridors. With her red bridal veil, her pace was slow, yet Meng Huqing, unlike in his past life, did not rush ahead but deliberately slowed his steps, occasionally pausing to wait for her. When they reached the stairs, he extended his hand, saying, "Allow me to guide you." "Thank you," she replied as she placed her hand in his, warmth enveloping her palm. Step by step, they finally arrived at the main hall. Upon their arrival, she heard several voices teasing Meng Huqing. Who would have thought that Meng Zhini could be so tender with his bride? Indeed, during court sessions his face was as cold as that of Guan Yu. I wonder if he frightens the bride to tears when he gets angry? Oh, nonsense. It's a joyous occasion. You're the only one thinking of such things. I believe that in the future, Xie Yu will dote on his wife beyond measure. The animated tone belonged to He Yunxiao. How would you know? Came a retort. He Yunxiao, brimming with energy, replied, "How could I not? Just the other day, during the Lantern Festival, there was a fire on Zhuke Street and Dong Street. I happened to be there and later saw Xie Yu with an injury on his arm. Only then did I realize it was to save his soon-to-be wife. From that day onward, he ceased harboring feelings for Xie Wanmian. Initially, he found her attractive and thought marrying her would be delightful, but he realized he could not make the same sacrifices as Meng Huqing. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian halted, realizing that Meng Huqing had been injured because of her. The fog had been thick and the night dark, making it impossible to see the extent of his injuries. No wonder he had deliberately avoided her. But why? He could have used that to make her feel guilty enough to agree to the union. Was this the cold, unfeeling Meng Huqing she knew? Before she could ponder further, they entered the wedding hall and began the ceremony. At the high table sat her father-in-law, the Ximping Marquis, and her mother-in-law, Madame Zhang. It was said that the princess only had 2 sons, and the Ximping Marquis was the second. His wife, the daughter of a former grand tutor, held a noble position. Yet being the youngest in the household, she was spoiled and had treated Xie Wanmian harshly in her previous life. Now, with her youngest son marrying a mere 6th-rank official's daughter, she felt displeased, but with the emperor's decree and the princess's satisfaction, she had no choice but to comply. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to the high hall, and finally exchanged vows, pledging to remain together until old age. Xie Wanmian was led by Meng Huqing into the bridal chamber, which was not far from the wedding hall. She had seen the plans and knew that this chamber was arranged with Meng Huqing, making it all the more significant. Seated on the wedding bed, the maidservant stood by as the matchmaker spoke many auspicious words, then handed the carved wooden rui to Meng Huqing, saying, "Master, lift the veil." Although she had experienced this in her previous life, a slight tension gripped Xie Wanmian's heart. After a moment of hesitation, Meng Huqing did not move until she heard approaching footsteps, and the red veil was gently lifted, illuminating her vision. She looked up at the man before her, who appeared as radiant as Jade in his specially tailored red robe, his broad shoulders and long legs accentuated. His expression remained calm and devoid of emotion, his deep-set eyes tranquil as water, save for a hint of red creeping up his neck and ears, likely from drinking with the guests. Upon closer inspection, marrying Meng Huqing again seemed fortuitous. He was handsome, and even in future quarrels, his appearance would be worth several meals. As for her mother-in-law and any troublesome sisters-in-law, she felt no fear. This time, she would not concern herself with Meng Huqing's feelings. She would take her rightful place, as if reclaiming debts owed to her in this life. The matchmaker brought forth 2 pairs of scissors and instructed, "Please, both the bride and groom, cut a lock of hair." After they had done so and tied the strands together, placing them in a silk pouch to symbolize their eternal bond, Meng Huqing, with his gaze lowered, took a lock of her long hair, his tall figure creating a sense of gravity as he stood across from her. Yet, perhaps it was merely Xie Wanmian's imagination, for she thought she saw the corners of his thin lips lift slightly, a hint of a smile. Next came the nuptial cup ceremony, where they each held a ladle first drinking half a cup before exchanging it to finish. The rite was complete. The other guests departed, leaving only Meng Huqing and Xie Wanmian seated on the wedding bed. Neither spoke first. In her past life, Xie Wanmian had been the one to initiate. But this time she desired not to take the lead and lazily observe the chamber's decor. She noted the arrangement was entirely different from her previous life. The chamber was spacious, brighter than the Chunhua courtyard she had once occupied. Beside the window stood a pear-wood table adorned with longan, red dates, and peanuts, while directly ahead loomed a mica screen taller than an adult man, appearing ethereal from a distance. It is said that there are 4 great joys in life: timely rain after a prolonged drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, passing the imperial examination, and the night of the wedding. However, on this wedding night, they sat for quite a while without movement. Eventually, Xie Wanmian, feeling fatigued, broke the silence, asking, "Are you not tired, sir?" Meng Huqing paused, then replied, "I shall go fetch you some tea." The moment those words left his mouth, Xie Wanmian couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Huqing, watching the spark in her amber eyes, felt a flutter in his heart. Despite having been married in a previous life, he found himself inexplicably nervous, perhaps due to the value of what he had lost. A breeze wafted in, causing the candlelight to flicker, casting a gentle dance upon the sheer curtains, where Xie Wanmian's profile seemed to sway. Meng Huqing pressed his lips together, refraining from gazing at her any longer. He held the teacup, pouring a cup of water, and brought forth some delicacies to offer her. "Would you care for a bite?" Xie Wanmian took a sip of tea, but did not touch the sweets, pointing to the phoenix crown adorning her head, saying in frustration, "I have yet to remove my jewelry." Meng Huqing promptly set the sweets aside and softly asked, "Shall I assist you in removing it, my lady?" "That would be lovely." Note: the 4 great joys are derived from Shun Tong Shi, 4 joys. The wedding segment is based on historical research, reflecting the general process of ancient marriages. Chapter 25. The wedding night, Meng Huqing leaned down, delicately unfastening the adornments atop Xie Wanmian's head. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of women's jewelry, he inadvertently tugged at her hair several times, murmuring an apology for his clumsiness. Xie Wanmian softly reassured him, uttering "Indapos, has nothing, Indapos," as she felt too weary to move after a long day. Even lifting her hand had become a laborious task, and the occasional tugging of her hair was but a trifling annoyance. The moment the phoenix crown was removed, a wave of comfort washed over her. She stretched her neck and, upon lifting her gaze, found Meng Huqing gazing at her with an intensity that made her wonder if he had become shy in this lifetime. As she moved closer, a faint scent of wine reached her, reminding her of what Ji Shi had mentioned earlier. He had consumed numerous cups during the day's festivities. Though his cheeks were flushed, he appeared to be in control, leaving her curious about whether he had been coerced into drinking more by enthusiastic guests later on. "Have you been drinking again?" she inquired. "Not much," he replied earnestly. Xie Wanmian glanced at him, her eyes settling on his arm. "How was your injury from that day? Is it healing well?" "Much better, my lady. There is no need for concern," Meng Huqing responded in a formal tone. Silence enveloped them once more until Xie Wanmian broke it, asking with sincerity, "What should we do next?" "Do you not know, second master?" A blush crept to Meng Huqing's ears, and he instinctively tightened his grip on his knees. Turning slightly, he took her hand in his, feeling as if he were holding something warm and ethereal, soft to the point of disbelief. Every time they held hands, such sensations overwhelmed him. He leaned in closer, cradling Xie Wanmian's delicate face, and softly murmured an apology for his audacity before tilting his head to press a kiss upon her petal-soft lips. In their previous life, such intimate gestures had been rare, often reserved for the purpose of procreation, and kisses had been few and far between. As she watched the flickering candlelight extinguish and the gauzy curtains fall, she felt his hand around her waist tighten slightly. The wind ceased to penetrate, and the kiss enveloped her like the gentle, persistent rains of the Jiangnan region, nurturing and serene. However, as the moment deepened, Meng Huqing found himself perplexed by the complexities of Xie Wanmian's wedding attire, which differed significantly from his own. Although the garment was exquisitely beautiful, Its intricate design made it challenging to remove. Xie Wanmian observed the man before her, a scholar who had achieved success at a young age. A capable official adept in legal matters, and the pride of the Xianping Marquis, now seemingly flustered by the task of unfastening her bridal gown. In her previous life, she had managed it herself, but this time she was determined to challenge Meng Huqing. Taking his hand, she sighed, "Allow me to guide you, second master." "Very well, my lady," he nodded, swallowing hard. "Observe carefully. This is the shapai, which can be released with a gentle pull. This is the pipa collar, which requires precision with the buttons and a downward press." Meng Huqing followed her instructions until they reached the end. "Now, do you understand how to do it, second master?" Xie Wanmian smiled, noticing the deepening blush at the corners of his eyes and the depth of his gaze, prompting her to reach out and gently caress his cheek. Their proximity allowed the sounds of their breathing to intertwine, and Xie Wanmian, keenly aware of his increasingly rapid and heavy breaths, continued her explanation of the intricacies of women and Appo's wedding garments with a deliberate calmness. Yet, before she could utter another word, her wrist was seized, and he kissed her deeply. The night was moonless, and the matron on night watch yawned, contemplating the impending rain. Indeed, by the hour of the pig, raindrops began to fall, pattering gently against the courtyard where the newly planted plum blossoms were drenched, their petals scattered like confetti. Inside, soft murmurs escaped Xie Wanmian, while the rain drizzled steadily against the eaves, forming delicate lines that blurred the night. Exhausted, Xie Wanmian could scarcely keep her eyes open. Her damp hair clung to her slender neck. As the wind stirred, she half closed her eyes, observing the tall silhouette swaying behind the gauzy curtain. "Are you uncomfortable?" Meng Huqing asked gently, brushing aside the hair that fell across her forehead, his eyes filled with tenderness. His voice was slightly hoarse, mingling with the muted sounds of rain outside, creating an ethereal ambience. Unable to articulate her feelings, tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. She gently shook her head, attempting to deny her discomfort. Meng Huqing's gaze deepened as he leaned down to kiss away her tears, his movements tender. "I'm sorry, Mian, Xie Wanmian and Amp. Appo's fingertips trembled, burying her face in her thick, dark hair. By the time the rain ceased, dawn was approaching. Fortunately, the sky had yet to brighten. Meng Huqing rose from the bed, fastening his robe and draping a cloak over his shoulders before covering Xie Wanmian with the bedding. He summoned the matron to prepare water. Soon after, maidservants filed in, and after arranging hot water in the bathing tub, Meng Huqing carried his drowsy wife to wash up. When Xie Wanmian returned to the bed, she found fresh linens awaiting her. Though the bedding was new, the lingering scent of intimacy remained, and as he lay down, he cautiously enveloped the now sleeping Xie Wanmian in his arms, mindful of the previous night's successes. In this renewed life, he vowed to cherish her dearly. Having indulged too much the previous night, Xie Wanmian, who was usually an early riser, remained asleep past the morning hour. It was only when the warm sunlight streamed through the window, kissing her face, that she slowly awoke. After a moment, her hazy consciousness cleared, and she noticed Meng Huqing in the distance, writing with a brush. Glancing at the nearby sundial, she realized it was well past the hour of the dragon, prompting her to spring up, but her sudden movement sent sharp pangs through her waist. "Ah!" She winced, cradling her waist and bowing her head in discomfort. Seeing his wife awake, Meng Huqing hurried over to support her. "Are you still in pain?" "My waist hurts," she murmured softly. Meng Huqing sat beside her, gently massaging her delicate waist. Memories of her radiant beauty from the previous night flooded his mind as his gaze fell upon the spring stool in the distance. "Is it better now? It's quite late. Do you think Mother is waiting for us?" Xie Wanmian asked, a hint of concern in her expression. Hearing the hoarseness in her voice, Meng Huqing quickly poured her a cup of water. "Do not worry, my lady. I have already informed the maidservants to update Mother." After sipping her tea, Xie Wanmian felt relieved. "That's good. I'd hate for her to be displeased with us. She wanted Appo's tea," Meng Huqing reassured her. After a pause, he added, "If she makes things difficult for you, just let me know." Although Xie Wanmian harbored little hope that Meng Huqing could truly intercede with her mother-in-law, She maintained a smile. Thank you, second master. Note: the wedding attire referenced is inspired by elements from the Ming and Qing dynasties and may not be entirely accurate. Chapter 26. Spring day's drowsiness. After Xie Wanmian had completed her morning routine, she summoned breakfast. Upon gazing at the lavish spread before her, her appetite stirred. In her previous life, she had relished the meals prepared by the kitchen staff in their courtyard, not only for their exquisite presentation, but also for their delightful flavors, such that even a simple steamed bun could emanate the fragrance of fresh milk. Meng Huqing took the warm towel offered by the maid and leisurely wiped his hands. His movements were unhurried, and there was no hint of the fluster one might expect from a man preparing to serve tea. With his elegant fingers, he picked up silver chopsticks and began to eat. Dressed in a mountain mist-colored round-collared robe, he sat quietly, the sounds of the clattering bowls and chopsticks barely audible, as if he were a beautiful puppet. However, Xie Wanmian had long since grown accustomed to this demeanor. She had little interest in fretting over trivial matters. Instead, her thoughts lingered on how to navigate the potential difficulties her mother-in-law might pose during the tea ceremony, reminiscent of her previous life. After consuming half a bowl of chicken and mushroom congee, Xie Wanmian finally gathered herself to accompany Meng Huqing to the main courtyard for the tea ceremony. Stepping outside, the damp scent of last night and Appo's rain enveloped her. The spring sunlight was romantic, casting a warm glow reminiscent of newly hatched ducklings, illuminating the golden hairpin atop her head. It was undoubtedly more grand and spacious than her own home. Even the pavilion beside the drooping flower gate was crafted from fine mahogany, with intricately carved railings depicting vivid flowers, birds, fish, and insects, sights enough to delight the eye. Xie Wanmian had been walking alongside Meng Huqing, but she soon found her hand clasped in his. Looking up at him, she noticed his ears slightly reddened, yet his expression remained unchanged, confirming her suspicion that he was merely shy and not inebriated or anxious. But did they ever hold hands during the tea ceremony in her previous life? It felt like a distant dream, too long ago for her to recall clearly. Before long, they arrived at the main courtyard. There, Duke Xianping and his wife, Lady Zhang, awaited them in their designated seats. Duke Xuanping's eyes were bright, and his brows elegantly arched. One glance at his features revealed that he had been a handsome man in his youth. Lady Zhang, well preserved aside from a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, was undeniably beautiful, though her demeanor appeared rather cold. Upon Xie Wanmian and Appo's entrance, her gaze barely acknowledged her presence. Xie Wanmian felt a cold laugh rise within her. It seemed her mother-in-law had long harbored disdain for her. After all, her lineage was indeed comparable to that of Meng Huqing, but the emperor, intent on suppressing had wholeheartedly endorsed their union. Regardless of Lady Zhang's feelings toward her, she would still have to pay her respects daily. How foolish she had been in her past life, believing her own shortcomings were to blame and striving to improve her rapport with Lady Zhang. What a laughable endeavor it now seemed. The wife chosen by the one who holds the Jade is indeed lovely. Her beauty is worthy of the title of the foremost talented woman in the capital. A clear, melodious voice accompanied by laughter wafted through the hall as a lady donned in deep blue garments gracefully entered. This was none other than the wife of the eldest son, Meng Huqing and Appo's aunt, Lady Li. Lady Zhang scoffed softly before speaking. Since everyone is gathered, let us proceed with the tea ceremony. Her tone clearly expressed dissatisfaction with Xie Wanmian. Yet seeing Duke Xianping nodding in approval as he stroked his beard indicated his contentment. Observant bystanders understood the emperor and Appo's intentions, but as Meng Huqing and Appo's mother, Lady Zhang naturally hoped her son would wed a lady of higher status. The tea ceremony was brief, and once the tea was consumed, it was considered concluded. As Xie Wanmian settled onto the rosewood chair, Lady Zhang addressed her. Do you think the household's management should be entrusted to the third daughter-in-law, or would you prefer to take it upon yourself? If you wish to take charge, you may first learn from me, and once you grasp it, I shall hand it over to you. What do you say? Xie Wanmian steadied the teacup in her hands, her gaze drifting to a nearby woman, adorned with crimson hairpins and biting her lip, her figure delicate and graceful. In her previous life, She had strived to win Lady Zhang's favor by taking on household management, laboring tirelessly to oversee various affairs. Meanwhile, Meng Huqing and Appo's third brother and Appo's wife, Lady Jean, often made snide remarks and created obstacles for her, as she had long coveted the position of managing the household. This time around, however, Xie Wanmian had no intention of entangling herself in the chaos of household management. The mere thought of having to appease her mother-in-law for funds, only to have to supplement with her dowry, was unbearable. She gracefully curtsied, replying with a smile, "Mother, it would be wiser to leave the management to the third sister-in-law." Lady Zhang exhaled, relieved. Her first choice for this role had always been Lady Jean, and her inquiry had merely been a formality. "Everyone may leave now," Lady Zhang said, leaning wearily against the table, no longer wishing to engage with Xie Wanmian. Xie Wanmian, feeling liberated, was eager to take her leave. Upon returning to Chunhua Courtyard, she reclined lazily on the beauty couch, resting her waist on a jade pillow, and softly inquired, "Is the second master not going to the study to work? The emperor has granted me a 3-day leave. Tomorrow, I may accompany you back to your family." Meng Huqing replied, picking up a brush to continue writing on the rice paper, his voice cool. "I can attend to my duties here as well. I wish to visit Xian Grand Street tomorrow. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave the residence beforehand," Xie Wanmian said, covering her face with a silk handkerchief. She was feeling quite sore all over and was already dreading the items she needed to prepare for her visit back home, wishing only to sleep early. Meng Huqing lifted his gaze to observe his young wife, who appeared languid and reclined on the couch. Her fair wrist lacking the delicate purple jade bracelet she had worn in her previous life. The spring day's drowsiness seemed to envelop Xie Wanmian, and unable to resist, she stretched, revealing her slender neck akin to a crescent moon, causing his gaze to darken. "Tomorrow I shall accompany you," he stated. "That is quite unlike you." Xie Wanmian murmured softly, but the wind rustling the flowering crabapple trees outside drowned her words. The gentle voice of a little girl was carried away by the breeze, and Meng Huqing, seated some distance away, did not catch her words. Xie Wanmian chose not to continue speaking. The wind lifted the silk handkerchief from her face, and the blooming crabapple flowers danced in the breeze, falling gracefully. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The following day, Xie Wanmian and Meng Huqing traveled together in a carriage toward the Xie residence. The Xie family resided near the outskirts of the capital, and as they ventured further, they approached the edge of the city. It took nearly half an hour for the carriage to arrive. As soon as they halted, Xie Wanmian alighted and spotted her mother, Gu Shi, and her brother, Xie Xianin, waiting outside the Xie family gate. "Mother Xianin," Xie Wanmian rushed forward to greet them, noticing the tears welling in their eyes. "Are you both well?" "Rest assured, all is well," Gu Shi replied with a smile, grasping her hand. "Now, hurry and bring your husband inside. We shall have a meal soon. By the way, the old lady has been thinking of you both." "Very well. I shall take my husband to see grandmother at once," Xie Wanmian replied with a smile. Chapter 27. Hidden Crisis. Upon hearing Xie Wanmian affectionately call him husband, Meng Huqing felt a wave of sweetness wash over him. He stepped forward, taking her hand in his, and addressed Gu Shi. "I am grateful for your care, mother." Gu Shi waved her handkerchief dismissively, her gaze drifting between the two. "Oh, you need only treat our Wanmian well. I shall have less to worry about." "That is only natural," Meng Huqing replied, tightening his grip slightly, as if to prevent Xie Wanmian from slipping away. The lavish gifts prepared for the homecoming drew the attention of numerous maids and matrons, who craned their necks to catch a glimpse. "Good heavens, this homecoming gift is more than I could ever consume in a lifetime. Truly, the Xianping Marquis' household is opulent." Opulent? They are inherently wealthy, and with their royal connections, it is only fitting that their gifts far exceed those of other noble ladies, retorted an elderly woman holding a dustpan. "This young lady is fortunate indeed, blessed with beauty akin to a celestial being, and wed to a wealthy and powerful gentleman. She is bound to lead a life of ease," a young maid declared confidently. Only the elderly woman shook her head, sighing, "Life has yet to unfold. One cannot jump to conclusions. However, I do perceive a fortunate aspect about the young lady. she is destined to become a lady of noble rank. Listening to their chatter, Xie Wanmian realized that the household rules of the Xie family were not as strict as those of the Xianping Marquise. Yet, she found it quite endearing. She relished the lively atmosphere, as long as no one spoke out of turn. Once inside the residence, they were promptly invited to have tea with the matriarch. "Oh, my precious granddaughter has returned," the matriarch exclaimed, trembling as she rose, her eyes sparkling with joy. Perhaps aware of the occasion, she adorned herself in a much more splendid outfit than usual. A dark red long shirt with a high collar, draped with a black deerskin coat, and a delicately crafted black jade hairpin nestled in her silver hair, exuding a warm and benevolent smile. Xie Wanmian hurried forward to assist her. Taking her seat beside the matriarch, wrapping her arms around the elder and amp, Apos, her expression relaxed and cheerful. "Did you miss me, grandmother?" "I did indeed. Yet more than that, I hope you find happiness in your new home," the matriarch replied, gently patting Xie Wanmian and amp, Apos' hand, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Do not worry, I will treat Wanmian well," Meng Huqing said, bowing respectfully. His striking appearance and graceful demeanor evoked a sense of admiration, particularly from his grandmother, who valued looks. The matriarch nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, our new son-in-law is quite handsome, a match made in heaven for our Wanmian." A maid hurried forward to brew tea. And the moment Xie Wanmian caught a whiff, she recognized it as Pu and Amp, Apos, tea, rich and aromatic, a fine brew indeed. Unfortunately, Meng Huqing did not favor strong tea. Unaware of this, the matriarch offered Meng Huqing a cup, and just as Xie Wanmian intended to intervene, she observed her husband unperturbed, drinking several sips in succession. What a curious turn of events. She recalled a time when her father, oblivious to Meng Huqing's tastes, had brewed him a cup of pu'er tea, which he had set aside after a single sip. In her past life, he had never consumed tea that did not suit his palate. So, is today a day of unexpected surprises? After some time, Xie Wanmian began urging Meng Huqing to join them in the main courtyard. After bidding farewell to his grandmother, they proceeded. In the spring, the roses released a delicate fragrance, and soft pink and white petals lay scattered on the ground. Xie Wanmian held the double fish dark red jade pendant that her grandmother had just given her, one for herself and one for Meng Huqing. Standing by the rose trellis, she examined the intricate filigree of the pendant in the sunlight. The jade was exquisitely translucent, and having always harbored a fondness for jewelry, she recognized that this pendant was the most precious gift she had ever received. Noticing her engrossed examination, Meng Huqing stepped in front of her, shielding her from the harsh light. "Madam, excessive brightness can be detrimental to the eyes." "Oh," Xie Wanmian replied, polishing the pendant before securing it at her waist. Meng Huqing hesitated for a moment before speaking. "If you have a fondness for jade, I can have more sent to you in the future." Xie Wanmian paused, suddenly recalling that the Xianping Marquise estate possessed several vast jade mines, and the shops under his name sold gold, silver, and jade jewelry. How utterly embarrassing it would be if she appeared ignorant of such things. She nodded, swiftly changing the subject. "Let's go. We mustn't keep father waiting." As Meng Huqing watched her graceful figure depart, his gaze lowered, deep in contemplation. "Father." Upon entering the main courtyard, Xie Wanmian happened upon Xie Wanmian reprimanding Xie Huan. Hearing her voice, he turned, and upon spotting Meng Huqing by her side, his expression softened considerably. "Ah, my son-in-law has arrived." Meng Huqing, adhering to propriety, bowed respectfully. "Esteemed father-in-law, Wanmian and I have come to pay you a visit." "Please sit." "Sit," Xie Wanmian responded, his demeanor now more amiable. He summoned a maid to serve tea and dismissed Xie Huan with a sharp command. Xie Huan cast a resentful glance at Xie Wanmian, who feigned ignorance, her eyes sparkling with amusement, entirely unperturbed. The feeling of hitting a soft target was hardly pleasant. Xie Huan, fuming, stomped away. "Son-in-law, do sample these pastries. They're soft, smooth, and quite delightful," Xie Wanmian urged. Meng Huqing merely took a symbolic bite before setting it down. Xie Wanmian struggled to suppress her laughter. Her father had once again unwittingly struck upon Meng Huqing and Apos' dislikes. Meng Huqing had no taste for sweets, nor for strong tea. She refrained from intervening, both out of courtesy and a desire to witness her husband's discomfort. Before long, Xie Wanmian whisked Meng Huqing away to the study for a chat. She did not need to ponder too deeply to realize her father was up to something. The court was currently divided into two factions, one aligned with the crown prince, and the other under the fifth prince. Though the crown prince was frail, he exhibited a talent for governance, while the fifth prince was known for his decisive and ruthless tactics, boasting the favor of the empress. Thus, many rallied to his side. Naturally, her father had chosen to support the crown prince, hoping that Meng Huqing would do the same, enhancing their chances of success. Should the crown prince ascend the throne, her father's prospects for promotion and wealth would be all but assured. Yet, an inexplicable feeling stirred within Xie Wanmian. She suspected that someone like Meng Huqing would ultimately refrain from choosing sides. After all, he was one of the emperor's most trusted individuals, and should he take a stand, he would likely be the first to face the consequences. She needed to devise a plan to dissuade Xie Wanmian from his clear preference for the crown prince, and to caution him against engaging in corrupt practices. Otherwise, they might find themselves repeating the mistakes of the past, facing exile to the frontier once more. Note, the phrase is derived from, titled, Chapter 28, Homecoming in the Study. The exquisite aroma of agarwood wafted from the intricately designed Jinbo mountain incense burner. Xie Wanmian sighed, hoping that the matters discussed with his son-in-law could be reconsidered. Meng Huqing sat silently in the pearwood official and Appo's chair, holding a teacup, and after a moment he spoke. What you mentioned, my esteemed father-in-law, shall be given thorough consideration. However, the road ahead is still vast and burgeoning. There is no need for undue haste. Otherwise, we may end up with nothing to show for our efforts. He was already aware of Xie Wanmian's intention in calling him to the study, and he refrained from expressing his stance, as the emperor harbored doubts and a certain wariness towards their Xianping marquisate. Involvement in the factional strife would likely lead to the emperor's complete disillusionment with their house. His earlier remarks were merely intended to placate Xie Wanmian. Xie Wanmian stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment, then nodded. You speak wisely, son-in-law. Just then, a servant outside announced that the matriarch had summoned them for the meal in the front hall. Understood. Go ahead. Xie Wanmian waved his hand, and the servant withdrew. He then turned to Meng Huqing with a cheerful smile. Since you have come all this way today, you must try our chef and Appo's renowned rose goose breast. Its flavor is fragrant yet not greasy, tender and delectable. Much obliged, my esteemed father-in-law, Meng Huqing replied, following Xie Wanmian out of the study. In the main hall, the eight immortals table was already filled with guests. Xie Wanmian appeared somewhat troubled, clutching a silk handkerchief, her delicate brows knitted. Upon seeing him, she hastily approached to greet him, her steps quicker than usual, her skirt flowing like clouds, quite a sight to behold. Please take a seat. Xie Wanmian guided him to her side. Meng Huqing sensed her anxious tone, and, as the servant began serving dishes, he quietly inquired, Have you encountered any difficulties? Xie Wanmian glanced over, a flicker of hesitation in her bright eyes. After a pause, she replied, I will explain when we return home. The matriarch, observing the affectionate couple, smiled with her eyes crinkling in delight. Just look at how deeply in love Wanmian and the new son-in-law are. Gusher stepped forward to pour wine for Xie Wanmian, chuckling. Indeed, perhaps in due time, old madam, you may welcome a great-grandson. At these words, Xie Wanmian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, biting her lip. If children were to come, it would inevitably involve matters of intimacy. Her mind drifted to the events of their wedding night. Despite it not being her first experience, the mingling of pain and pleasure left her both enchanted and troubled. Beside her, Meng Huqing's ears turned crimson, yet his expression remained composed. It was still a dining table, and she quickly quelled her tantalizing thoughts. Grandmother truly knows how to jest. If elder sister and brother-in-law are truly affectionate, then why was the engagement called off in the first place? Xie Huan's tone was defiant. She could not abide Xie Wanmian's smug demeanor, thus deliberately provoking discord between the couple. Rogue, Xie Wanmian sprang to his feet, delivering a sharp slap to Xie Huan, the sound echoing and silencing the room. Today is your elder sister's return home. Why must you utter such nonsensical words? Father, Xie Wanmian clutched her face, her lips quivering with indignation. You only care for profit. You see how my elder sister has married into wealth and power. And now you take out your frustrations on your daughter for not securing a similar path. Xie Wanmian's finger trembled as he pointed at Xie Wanmian, ready to strike again when Gu Shi intervened. Enough, my lord, don't hold her accountable. She is simply ignorant. She will kneel at the ancestral hall for 10 or 15 days for her insolence, the unfilial daughter. Xie Wanmian's heart coldly mocked the scene. It was evident her father was flustered by Xie Wanmian and Appo's exposure of the truth. Witnessing this in Appo's fatherly love and Appo's at home was truly amusing. She slowly rose and, with measured calmness, remarked, Sister, if you question my reasons for breaking off the engagement, you should recall your words by the icy lake that day. If those unsavory matters were to leak, it would surely complicate your future marriage prospects, would it not? Xie Wanmian understood the implications behind Xie Wanmian and Appo's words. She had deliberately lured her sister to the ice lake to coerce her into agreeing to the annulment, so she could wed Meng Heching. In her rage, she had thought that should her sister die, her path to Meng Heching would be clear, even if it were to be a mere accident. She had her aunt to cover for her. But who would have thought Xie Wanmian would escape that calamity? Xie Wanmian, aware of the underlying truth, maintained a stern demeanor. Let bygones be bygones. He then pointed at Xie Wanmian. Now leave. Xie Wanmian bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at Xie Wanmian, then tearfully departed from the dining table. The matriarch shook her head, sighing. This truly must be a spectacle for the new son-in-law. Meng Heching placed a piece of rose goose breast into Xie Wanmian's bowl, his tone unperturbed. It matters not. We are all family here. Xie Wanmian, overhearing, filled a cup of wine and cheerfully handed it to Meng Heching. That is well. I was worried that you might harbor any grievances over such trivial matters with Wanmian. Of course not, Meng Heching replied, taking Xie Wanmian and Appo's hand. Even should Wanmian err gravely in the future, I shall remain steadfast by her side. Xie Wanmian was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide in astonishment. She recalled how, in her previous life, Meng Heching had never uttered such words. It was a rare occurrence for him to speak at all, let alone defend her now. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. The matriarch and Appo's face beamed with joy, her eyes glistening with tears. As long as her granddaughter and her husband shared a bond of love through the ages, she would be content. Soon, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Typically, the Xie household would not present such lavish fare. But it appeared Xie Wanmian was determined to attract Meng Heching into the prince's faction, revealing his genuine regard for him. After the meal, Meng Heching and Xie Wanmian returned to the chamber they once occupied to rest for a while. The warmth of spring sunlight streamed in, and the courtyard was alive with blooming hibiscuses, their beauty reminiscent of lovely maidens. Jade, her maid, picked a blossom to adorn Xie Wanmian's hair. However, Jade was shorter than Xie Wanmian, and at that moment, Meng Heching extended his hand. Give me the flower. I shall place it for you. Note, the rose goose breast is referenced from Dream of the Red Chamber. Chapter 29. He was bewildered. Meng Heching gently fastened a lotus flower into Xie Wanmian and Appo's hair. Having previously experienced the night of their wedding, he was particularly careful, fearing he might inadvertently damage his wife's delicate tresses. Is it well? Xie Wanmian inquired softly. It is, Meng Heching replied, stepping back slightly to appreciate the overall effect. The spring sunlight poured down from the branches like honey, illuminating Xie Wanmian, who was dressed in a light and airy attire, a deep purple cloud-patterned robe paired with a pale green skirt. Her slender figure radiated an inexplicable ethereal charm. Do I look beautiful? Xie Wanmian asked playfully, her bright eyes twinkling. Meng Heching felt a flutter in his heart and quickly turned his head, clearing his throat. Yes. Observing her husband's inability to articulate praise, Xie Wanmian felt little surprise. She had known his nature well from her past life. Soon, they arrived at Xie Wanmian's quarters, which remained largely unchanged since her departure. The ebony-wood desk still held some unfinished paintings, untouched by the maids who dared not disturb her belongings during her brief return. She sifted through her things, gathering what she needed. Although the Marquise lacked nothing, she was sentimental, finding comfort in familiar items. It was precisely her profound understanding of Meng Heching that led her to choose him. Logically, she could have wed another, but finding someone more handsome and talented than Meng Heching was virtually impossible. She was determined to marry the best, unwilling to let the hardships of her previous life be in vain. This time, she would embrace the role of a marquise with delight. As she organized her things, she caught sight of Meng Heching, who was intently examining her unfinished painting. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his shoulders, reminiscent of countless moments she had witnessed before, yet now it felt like gazing at a flower reflected in a mirror. Initially, she hesitated to interrupt him, but recalling the unfinished painting, she approached and seized it from his hands. It's not finished, and there's nothing remarkable about it. Meng Heching chuckled softly, looking up at her. I'm not looking, he said. Xie Wanmian and Appo's cheeks flushed deeper at his laughter. Did he catch a glimpse of her whimsical portrayal of a sleeping figure drooling? Truth be told, she had painted not in a conventional style, but had depicted flowing saliva above the character and Appo's mouth, accompanied by her own verse. In dreams, I seek the peach blossom soup. Upon waking, I find 3 feet of drool. You saw it, she stammered, only to find Meng Heching smiling like the gentle breeze under a bright moon. As he organized the items on the table, your painting is quite intriguing, he remarked. Feeling her face burn with embarrassment, she swiftly changed the subject. Did you feel unwell after drinking earlier? I can call for some hangover soup. No need, Meng Heching declined, furrowing his brow. Would you like to take a nap? Hearing this, Xie Wanmian realized she indeed felt a bit drowsy and stifled a yawn. After several busy days, a brief rest after a hearty meal sounded splendid. All right, she agreed. Meng Heching stepped closer, taking her hand. Shall we? Together? Xie Wanmian stiffened momentarily. What did he mean by together? Meng Heching and Appo's tone had taken on a rather playful air. She glanced at her somewhat narrow bed, thinking it might be a tight fit for 2. I'm also tired, he said, sensing her hesitation. He adopted a pitiful tone he had learned from He Yunxiao. Remembering He Yunxiao's advice, you must remember, when a woman shows a hint of resistance, feign vulnerability, if the other party is fond of you, they will surely not want to see you suffer. She nodded silently. After all, they had shared a bed before. It was merely the bright daylight that rendered her a touch bashful. Meng Heching's eyelashes fluttered, his heart racing uncontrollably. Did this mean his wife harbored feelings for him? Just the thought sent warmth coursing through his limbs. They reached the bedside, and Xie Wanmian slipped off her shoes, lying down on the inner side while Meng Heching took the outer. With their proximity, she could catch the faint scent of pine and ink emanating from him, bittersweet yet delightful, like the aroma of ink on paper, serene and tranquil. Feeling drowsy, the scent lulled her further into sleep. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her waist. She stirred slightly, her eyelids heavy. Not daring to turn and see if Meng Heching was asleep, she instinctively inched closer to the inner side, only to find he had done the same. Now unable to move further, she pouted in mild annoyance and turned her face, only to meet his deep, dark eyes. Aren't you tired, my lady? The closeness enveloped her in the mingling scents of pine and faint wine, his breaths quickening slightly, his complexion tinged with a hint of color. Indeed, her father had served the finest wines in honor of this worthy son-in-law, and the potency of the drinks was quite strong. Knowing this, it was clear Meng Heching had indulged a bit too much. If she recalled correctly, the wine also contained medicinal ingredients like deer antler and deer tail. Meng Heching had unwittingly consumed several cups. Would he be? You're drunk. I'll fetch some hangover soup, she said, attempting to sit up, but Meng Heching gently pressed her down with one arm. There's no need, he said, his cool voice slightly hoarse. Just stay with me for a while. Xie Wanmian felt uneasy but complied, lying back down. As she prepared to turn away to sleep, she realized their bodies were nearly touching, their breaths entwined. The warmth of his breath against her neck sent tingles down her spine, and as she raised her hand to shield herself, Her fingertips were unexpectedly met with a soft kiss. Startled, she widened her eyes. You. Meng Hutching's breath was fervent, his body radiating warmth. The icy demeanor of his eyes melted into a dreamy gaze. Madam, he murmured, brow furrowed, recognizing the awkwardness of the moment. He turned away, no longer facing her, perplexed by this sudden lapse in propriety. Note, the poetic lines are my own spontaneous creation, crafted merely for thematic resonance. Chapter 30. Provoking the Jade Lord at this moment, Meng Hutching began to regret sharing the same quarters with Xie Wanmian. The lady exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of blossoms and fruits, and his mind involuntarily drifted to the exquisite, porcelain-like curve of her neck, delicate and seemingly fragile like a bellflower. When she looked at him, her slightly damp eyelashes bore a hint of reproach. He instinctively tightened his robe, silently reciting the scripture of tranquility to dispel the inexplicable flame that surged within him. The afternoon sun gradually shifted, casting warm rays onto the edge of the bed, causing the air to shimmer with heat, much like the lingering effects of alcohol. Xie Wanmian sipped a modest amount, feeling discomfort rather than dizziness. She had been unable to sleep since earlier, listening to Meng Hutching and Oppo's erratic breathing, which resonated in her ears like the rustling of rice paper blown by the wind on a rainy night, fearing it might come crashing down at any moment. Unable to bear it any longer, she rose to check on him. To her surprise, Meng Hutching's austere visage was glistening with beads of sweat. The corners of his eyes tinged with a faint flush, and his furrowed brow indicated his discomfort. His fingers clutched the bed's edge as if he were desperately suppressing something. Xie Wanmian took out a silk handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but as her fingertips grazed his cheek, the previously restrained Meng Hutching suddenly seized her wrist like a startled bird. In an instant, their positions reversed, and Xie Wanmian found herself firmly pushed back onto the bed. Dressed in light attire, and having removed most of her ornaments, only a jade hairpin remained, which soon slipped from her hair, cascading her long tresses like a waterfall across the bed. The young man's eyes, reddened with desire, fixated on her, revealing an unmasked yearning. His usual icy demeanor was now imbued with a soul-stirring allure, as his heated breaths fell upon her collarbone, instantly conjuring memories of their wedding night. In her amber-hued eyes, Xie Wanmian reflected his handsome face, recognizing the hollow gaze that indicated he was utterly consumed by passion. Outside, unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened, the sunlight vanished, leaving only the somber twilight and the glimmering obsidian depths of Meng Hutching's eyes. A drop of hot sweat fell onto her neck, prompting her to call out softly, "Meng Hutching?" A cool breeze wafted in, sending a jolt through Meng Hutching. He gradually released her wrist, turning to sit upright at the edge of the bed, his earlier tumultuous state seemingly replaced by an air of composure, save for the slight movement of his throat. He brushed off his sleeves and regained his dignified demeanor. Although they were already wed, Xie Wanmian felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if she had just committed an indiscretion. Rubbing her slightly sore wrist, she felt a warmth at the spot where he had touched her, akin to a gentle flame. "Are you still feeling unwell, second master?" she asked softly, tilting her face slightly. Meng Hutching closed his eyes, regaining his accustomed self-restraint. "Much better. If you are still fatigued, you may rest a while longer. Once the time passes, we shall return home together." Xie Wanmian was indeed regarded as a paragon of virtue, yet she had once endured a grave illness during her childhood, spending half a year in the countryside. During that time, she had completely unleashed her true self, climbing trees and playing barefoot on the grass, relishing her happiest days. However, once her health improved and her grandmother and Oppo's longing drew her back, she left that place behind. Thus, she was not entirely one to adhere strictly to conventions. In her past life, she had admired Meng Hutching for his seemingly austere exterior, recognizing that he possessed his own principles in both official matters and personal conduct, which endeared him to her. What she had found intolerable was his excessive adherence to propriety in certain aspects. For instance, at this moment, when he could have asked her to prepare a hangover remedy, he stubbornly insisted on enduring the discomfort himself. Moreover, if not addressed in time, It might lead to complications later. In her previous life, she had feared that he would disapprove of her boldness. This time, she cared little for his preferences, determined to pursue her own comfort. Are you not able to endure? She mused, eager to see how long he could withstand it. Will you not sleep with me, second master? She leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his slender waist, her voice adopting a playful, coaxing tone. Meng Huqing flinched as if burned, his fingertips trembling. I shall not sleep, he replied in a low, husky voice, gently removing her hands from his waist. As Meng Huqing prepared to depart, she swiftly grasped his wide hand. But I wish for you to stay with me. He froze momentarily, turning to meet her sparkling gaze, realizing she had been teasing him all along. Yet, the enchanting visage concealed within the curtains held his gaze captive. With a subtle flutter of his long lashes, he acquiesced. I shall accompany you, my lady. He turned slightly, his defined fingers resting on her delicate waist, causing her to shiver involuntarily at the fleeting touch of his skin through the thin fabric. Gradually, he leaned closer, his eyes fixed on hers, a silent question lingering in the air. As he hesitated to voice his intentions, he pressed his lips against hers, capturing her soft warmth. And any attempt to escape was thwarted as he held her firmly. Time lost all meaning as they remained entwined, and when their lips finally parted, Xie Wanmian lay breathlessly against his chest, her cheeks flushed and glistening with unshed tears, her lips blooming like a freshly opened flower. Meng Huqing cradled her in his arms, wiping away her tears with tender kisses upon her lips. His once cool voice now trembled with a husky timbre. I have been remiss. Xie Wanmian, feeling shy, buried her face in his embrace, regretting how, after being reborn, she seemed to be kissing him more often than in her previous life. And was this truly the Meng Huqing she knew? So fervent, unaware of her convoluted thoughts. Meng Huqing brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her neck, softly inquiring, Are you still tired, my lady? I'm no longer tired, she replied, her voice subdued. In truth, she could not quite articulate her feelings at that moment. It was a pleasant sensation, as if she and Meng Huqing were perfectly in sync. The words of Gushi echoed in her mind. Your own comfort is of utmost importance. Everything else is secondary. Indeed, her comfort was all that mattered. In her previous life, she had always fretted over whether Meng Huqing would think less of her for voicing her desires, fearing he might perceive her as too frivolous. This time, however, she focused on herself, discovering that such experiences could be delightful. She lifted her head, pouting slightly as she gazed at Meng Huqing. I'm not tired. I want more. Note, today's update will consist of 6,000 words, and if I can manage it this evening, I will add an additional 2,000. Chapter 31. Enough by the time the two returned to the residence. They were already half an hour late compared to the agreed time. After bidding farewell to their grandmother, they finally boarded the carriage, preparing to return to the Xianping Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, as residence. The wheels of the carriage rolled slowly forward, jostling them much like their earlier journey. However, unlike before, Xie Wanmian was now exhausted, resting in Meng Huqing's embrace, asleep. The faint traces of a blush could be discerned on her snow-white neck, and fortunately, there were clothes to change into at home, as her previous outfit had become soiled. He gazed at Xie Wanmian and Amp, Oppo's, long breaths, a pang of tenderness stirring within him as he observed her delicate, rosy hands, which were now swollen. It was clear that he, Meng Huqing, had indeed overstepped earlier. Just a simple utterance from her, I still want, had caused him to shed his defenses entirely, stirring a fervor within him. Having lost her once, he was determined not to endure a second loss. He hoped he had not frightened her this time. Today had been a trial for his lady. After much contemplation, he finally expressed this thought. Xie Wanmian nestled closer in his arms, seeking a more comfortable position, murmuring softly. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you feel that my actions were excessive, you may certainly tell me. Her reaction was a soft giggle. Very well. Meng Huqing found joy in his wife's radiant smile, and he unconsciously mirrored her expression. She was soft to hold and gentle in laughter, and he tightened his embrace around her delicate form. Perhaps he should not be overly cautious. After all, they were husband and wife, destined to share a life together, and intimacy was a natural part of their bond. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a stop before the Marquis's residence. Xie Wanmian, having slept throughout the journey, was oblivious to their arrival. Meng Heching did not rush to awaken her. Instead, he wrapped her in his cloak to shield her from the cool breeze and carried her directly into Chanhua Courtyard. Along the way, many maids and servants bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, merely greeting him softly. After placing Xie Wanmian gently on the bed, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Xie pushed the door open, setting down a basin filled with warm water on a wooden stand before wringing out a towel and approaching Xie Wanmian. She spoke softly, "Second Master. Ilay is outside and insists on seeing you regarding an urgent matter." Meng Heching took a handkerchief, "I understand. Have him wait outside for now." "Yes." Xie replied with a courteous bow, feeling relieved as she observed Meng Heching tenderly wiping Xie Wanmian's face before she turned and exited. Xie Wanmian, having slept soundly, was on the verge of waking when she felt a pleasant warmth and moisture on her cheeks. As she attempted to open her eyes, they felt as if they were glued shut. "Madam?" came a cool voice, like the sound of shattered jade striking stone. Xie Wanmian felt her consciousness returning slightly, and just as she prepared to open her eyes, a warm, familiar sensation enveloped her. She felt a soft kiss upon her lips, lingering momentarily before it brushed her brow and swiftly departed. "Sleep." Meng Heching and Amp, Oppo's low, husky voice was laced with affection and restraint. His cool fingertips gently caressed her delicate earlobe before drawing away, followed by the soft sound of footsteps and the door clicking shut. After Meng Heching stepped outside, he saw Ilay standing beneath a pine tree, his expression once again cold and distant. "Have you found him?" Ilay nodded. "Yes." "Take him to the study." In the study, Meng Heching could not suppress a cold laugh as he perused the testimonies gathered by Ilay. He had not anticipated that his casual deception would cause Wang Dazhuang to lose his composure. It turned out that during the escape, aside from the Wang couple, there was also Lu Ergu, who had once dug for gold in the dilapidated temple with them. Initially, the Wang couple had planned to disappear, while Lu Ergu pretended ignorance to discover the whereabouts of the gold. However, Lu Ergu had secretly fled the city with Wang Dazhuang's wife, plotting to murder Wang Dazhuang and elope with the gold. Upon learning of this, Wang Dazhuang's rage led him to report the matter to the authorities, exposing their whereabouts. Little did he know, Lu Ergu was merely bait that Meng Heching had laid out. He had deliberately leaked the information that the beautiful Wang Dazhuang and Oppo's wife was interested in Lu Ergu, leading to two possible outcomes. Either Wang Dazhuang would kill his wife and Lu Ergu, leaving behind evidence, or he would report it to the authorities. Ilay chuckled lightly. "Master, you are unaware, but when Wang Dazhuang realized that his wife and Lu Ergu shared no real affection, only a superficial agreement, he wept bitterly in court, expressing his regret." Meng Heching fell silent for a moment, then could not help but reflect on the distrust that had arisen between couples. An inexplicable thought flickered through his mind, recalling his past life and the misunderstandings he had with Xie Wanmian, but the thought vanished as quickly as it had come. "Very well. Ensure the prisoners you have interrogated are secured and present me with all testimonies. I shall report to His Majesty accordingly." "Understood," Ilay responded before leaving the study. At that moment, Chang Sui and Fu Gui entered cheerfully. "Second Master, Second Madam inquired whether you would be dining in Chanhua Courtyard tonight." Meng Heching glanced at the pile of official documents on his desk, frowning slightly. After a moment's thought about the Wang couple, he stood up. "Inform my wife that I will not be dining with her tonight, but will return to rest later. She need not wait for me." Fu Gui sighed inwardly. It was only the third day of their marriage, and the second master was already entirely absorbed in official matters, unconcerned about the potential dissatisfaction of the second madam. However, as a servant, he dared not speak out and could only comply. Xie Wanmian sat upon a round stool, recalling the matter she needed to discuss with Meng Heching today. She leaned out to glance outside, thinking that since they had grown closer today, they would likely dine together here as well, feeling slightly less anxious. She realized that she should have reminded Fu Gui to add, "There are important matters to discuss." Yet after a short wait, Fu Gui approached her. "Second madam, Second Master is held up by official duties and will not be able to dine with you, but he will return later. Please understand." Xie Wanmian nodded. not surprised by this news. She contemplated whether to seek out Meng Huqing in the study, but recalling that he disliked anyone entering his study, she hesitated. With a sigh, she resigned herself to the situation. Seeing her expression dim, Fu Gue quickly reassured her, "Second madam need not worry. Second master still holds you in his heart. You may leave now." She gently waved her hand. Once Fu Gue departed, Xie stepped forward, handing Xie Wanmian a pair of jade chopsticks. "Second madam, do not be sad. I see that second master treats you very well." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian smiled faintly. She had not given it much thought. She had merely been distracted by her own affairs concerning the silk and rouge shops under her name, which had led to a misunderstanding. She was well aware of Meng Huqing's dedication to his duties and knew there was no need to dwell on such matters. Her comfort was what truly mattered. To live comfortably, she naturally needed to manage her private little treasury. Holding Xie's hand, she smiled and replied, "I was not thinking of such things. I was merely pondering the matters of the shops. Let us go and take a look tomorrow." Xie breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well. And we can also purchase some fine fabrics for spring and summer garments." Note: fine fabrics refers to high-quality materials. Chapter 32. The wife's anger as dusk fell. The sky darkened, and the last remnants of sunlight were obscured by thick clouds. Xie Wanmian had just finished her grooming and was seated at her writing desk, meticulously recording details of her shops with a brush, while Xie stood behind her, gently drying her hair. Aside from the already abandoned and unprofitable establishments, those entrusted to Aunt Yi were suffering severe losses, particularly the rouge shop, which faced the most significant decline. Furrowing her brow, she murmured, "I recall my mother's rouge shop was the most renowned. How could it be faring worse than the silk shop?" Upon hearing this, Xie promptly replied, "Second madam, you rarely venture out, so you may not be aware that a new shop named Hua Chuntang has emerged in the past 2 years. In Napo's, S said that using their rouge can keep one in Apo's S skin radiant and youthful forever." Xie Wanmian paused, reflecting on her love for cosmetics. She refrained from purchasing any from outside, for some products were not worth their price, and she was uncertain about the ingredients used, having a certain understanding of dubious practices in the industry. "Shall we visit this rouge shop you mentioned tomorrow and purchase some to try?" She set down her brush and rotated her wrist, which had grown sore. Xie shook her head. "Our family and Amp, Apo's S rouge is invaluable. As soon as the shop opens, many noble ladies rush in with gold to buy it, and it vanishes in the blink of an eye. There's no rush. It would be prudent to see for ourselves. Perhaps their quality is superior, which explains the high demand." Xie Wanmian replied. After organizing the details of all her shops, she was about to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night when she heard footsteps outside. Several candles had already flickered out, casting the room in shadows. Meng Huqing entered, holding an octagonal lamp, placing it gently on the table, his movements deliberate as if to avoid disturbing her. She had not yet fallen asleep and found his caution unnecessary. Draping a cloak over her shoulders and lighting the lamps one by one, she approached him, "Second master." Meng Huqing turned, his gaze softening at the sight of Xie Wanmian's delicate features. She had been but 18 when they wed, possessing an unparalleled beauty. Her long, dark hair cascaded lazily to one side, and her graceful figure was enveloped in a soft glow from the flickering yellow candlelight, her eyes shimmering with an incredible gentleness. "It's chilly at night. You might catch a cold," he murmured softly. Xie Wanmian lit the remaining lamps at a leisurely pace and replied, "It's quite all right. I intend to sleep soon. I had almost forgotten to mention something important to you today." Hearing this, Meng Huqing took a seat. "Please go on, madam. Today, my father—" She hesitated, recalling that in her previous life, she should have been unaware of the factional disputes. Thus, she asked, "What did he discuss with you? May I know?" Meng Huqing paused, his hand stilling around the teacup. "Yes," he replied, his tone calm and devoid of any implication that women should refrain from politics. "Please don't misunderstand. I merely observed my father's demeanor, which suggested he sought something significant from you. I feared it might place you in a difficult position, so I apologize on his behalf." With that, Xie Wanmian knelt to bow. Meng Huqing quickly reached out to grasp her hand. "No need for that. It is not a grave matter. Your father wishes for me to support the crown prince, but our family has been under suspicion from the emperor in recent years, making it unwise for me to express a clear stance. I can only speak vaguely to your father. Xie Wanmian sighed in relief, smiling. That is good to hear. Suddenly, Meng Heching recalled the matter concerning Wang Dazhuang and his wife, gently stroking Xie Wanmian and Appo's delicate hand. In the future, should you have any inquiries, I assure you I will answer you candidly, without reservation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Xie Wanmian. If one day I wish to expose a wrongdoer but lack evidence, will you assist me? Meng Heching contemplated for a moment before replying, I will help you find evidence, even if none exists. But what if you cannot find it? How will I hold the perpetrator accountable? Xie Wanmian pressed. The world operates under a vast net of justice that is inescapable. It is impossible for a single trace to remain undetected. Even the most cunning attempts to conceal their actions will leave marks. Discovering evidence is merely a matter of time. Moreover, without evidence, how can you convince others? His youthful visage remained poised and resolute, exuding an air of businesslike professionalism. Xie Wanmian understood that Meng Heching's words held merit. Yet this clarity and stubbornness shattered her remaining illusions. She vividly recalled her previous life, crying and pleading for him to punish Ming, remembering the coldness in his gaze and the tightness of his lips. Without evidence, how can I pass judgment? In truth, she sought only to vindicate her own heart and Appo's dissatisfaction. Now, she recognized that her emotional entanglements and obsessions must be relinquished. With a gentle smile devoid of any emotional turmoil, she said, Well then, second master, you should also wash up and rest. We must rise early for court tomorrow. As Meng Heching observed Xie Wanmian preparing for bed, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Her words echoed from their previous life, where she had tugged at his sleeve, pleading, I have no evidence. I overheard Ming conversing with a maid. Am I not allowed to testify? I simply wish to avenge our innocent child. Is that too much to ask? What had he responded back then? Without evidence, one cannot hastily conclude. Meng Heching sighed deeply, recalling those moments. Xie Wanmian heard the gentle sound of water from within, indicating Meng Heching was washing up. His earlier words had left her somewhat vexed, and she closed her eyes, attempting to drift into sleep. However, having rested well during the day, slumber eluded her. As she tossed and turned, she noticed the bed curtains shifting, and the rustling noise at her ear made her frown in discomfort. She felt an overwhelming anger upon realizing the outcome. She had hoped that Meng Heching might have matured in this life, but he remained as obstinate as ever. In frustration, she pulled the blanket over her head, attempting to block out the world. Yet, even with her ears covered, she could feel the bed shifting as Meng Heching leaned closer, his hand resting on her waist, attempting to draw her into his embrace. She promptly pushed him away, saying, Second Master, I'm tired tonight. Please exercise restraint. Meng Heching cleared his throat and softly replied, I do not have any bedding. Embarrassed, Xie Wanmian lifted the blanket and prepared to rise. I shall fetch you another blanket. No need. It is late. One blanket is sufficient, he insisted. I doubt that, she retorted with a pout. Meng Heching and Appo's deep eyes flickered and his brow furrowed in concern. Noticing her displeasure, he inquired gently, Are you upset, madam? Chapter 33. A courtesy call. Xie Wanmian, listening to Meng Heching's gentle tone, found herself at a loss for where to direct her frustration. Merely gazing at his refined visage dissipated much of her anger. Yet the grievance that lingered within her had no one to confide in. Who could she blame? No one was privy to the sorrows that lay in her heart. I am not angry, she declared, though a sense of uncertainty accompanied her words. Meng Heching, astutely aware of her insincerity, pondered for a long while, bewildered if her displeasure stemmed from his absence at dinner that evening. However, in her previous life, Xie Wanmian had never harbored resentment over such matters. Could it be that he had misspoken during their conversation? If I have erred in my words today, my lady may correct me. He finally managed to articulate after much contemplation. Upon hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably down Xie Wanmian's cheeks. Since he had voiced such sentiments, she felt compelled to express herself. She delicately dabbed at her eyes, her gaze lingering on him with a hint of defiance. Meng Huqing offered her a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears, assuring her, "I am listening. I cannot endorse your assertion that without evidence, one cannot be believed. Are there not countless wrongful convictions and unresolved cases in this world? If one day I find myself imprisoned without evidence, and you too are unable to provide any, must I simply await my demise?" Her lashes fluttered as her voice grew hoarse. Hearing her utter the word death struck Meng Huqing and Appo's heart like a dagger, reminding him of the hollow gaze she bore as she faced her end in a previous life. With a heart full of compassion, he enveloped the sobbing woman in his arms, whispering, "It is my fault. Henceforth, regardless of whether you possess evidence, I shall always believe in you." Xie Wanmian leaned against Meng Huqing's shoulder, tears flowing freely. She recognized her behavior was somewhat unreasonable, yet she felt fortunate that he did not resemble the taciturn man he had once been, but instead offered her comfort. As her tears subsided, weariness began to envelop her, prompting her to sit up slowly and murmur, "I have been somewhat rude today. It is of no consequence," Meng Huqing gently replied, observing her soft sobs. "It is late. You should retire for the night." Nodding in agreement, Xie Wanmian shared the covers with him before lying down. They lay in silence, the only sound being the rustling of leaves outside as the wind whispered through the trees. Meng Huqing turned slightly, catching sight of her delicate profile as she slept, her lashes still glistening with remnants of tears. The sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits wafted gently around them. He slowly reached out to embrace her, finally exhaling a breath of relief. This was no dream. His beloved Wanmian was alive and well. In this lifetime, he vowed to protect her always. The following day, as the faint light filtered through the window, Xie Wanmian rose, and Jade began to attend to her. Due to Meng Huqing's early court attendance, he departed before dawn. After having breakfast, she, accompanied by Jade, went to pay her respects to her mother-in-law, Lady Zhang. Her early arrival surprised the waiting maids outside, who promptly escorted her to the main hall. "Second young lady, the lady of the house has caught a chill and has yet to rise. Please wait a moment," they informed her. Xie Wanmian nodded, taking a seat on a small round stool. "Very well, I shall wait for mother to awaken." Beyond mere courtesy, she felt it imperative to inform her of her intended outings, as she needed to inspect her various shops in the coming days. According to the rules of the Ho residence, the approval of the matriarch was required for daughters-in-law to leave home. In her previous life, she had been unaware of this protocol until a servant had stopped her, and subsequently, Lady Zhang had often mocked her for her lack of upbringing. After sipping 2 cups of tea, she noted that nearly an hour and a half had passed, and with pressing matters awaiting her, she grew restless. "I would be grateful if you could inform mother that I have urgent business to attend to and hope for her consent," she requested. The maid smiled apologetically. "I am truly sorry, second young lady, but due to the illness of the lady of the house, we cannot press her." Xie Wanmian no food recognized that Lady Zhang was deliberately making her wait, constructing her authority by delaying her for over an hour. With a gentle smile, she replied, "In that case, as a dutiful daughter-in-law, I cannot simply remain idle. Allow me to attend to mother." With this, she strode toward the main chamber, but the maid swiftly blocked her path. "Second young lady, please wait a moment. I shall promptly seek permission from the lady of the house." After a brief interval, the maid returned with a smile. "The lady of the house invites you in." Upon entering, Xie Wanmian raised her eyes to see Lady Zhang, adorned with a jeweled headpiece, resting her chin in one hand, displaying clear dissatisfaction as she regarded her third daughter-in-law, Jade, who was dutifully massaging her legs. Recalling how she had once fawned over Lady Zhang, even more than Jade, nearly attending to her every need, this time she resolved to focus on her own well-being. As long as she adhered to proper etiquette, no one could genuinely accuse her of wrongdoing. As she stepped into the room, a subtle scent of sweet bird and Appo's nest wafted through the air, but she detected no trace of medicinal aromas. Her keen sense of smell discerned that the only scent of herbs came from the incense burner. "You have arrived." Lady Zhang gestured for Jade to withdraw. "Yes, I come to pay my respects to mother," Xie Wanmian replied with a smile. "Hearing of your illness has caused me some concern." Lady Zhang let out a cold laugh before saying, "I'm not gravely ill. Rather, I hear you plan to go out?" "Indeed," Xie Wanmian affirmed. Lady Zhang lazily reclined on her chaise. as a maid brought forth a plate of osmanthus and koik seed cake. With the sun shining brightly, she yawned and finally responded, "Return early." Xie Wanmian bowed and exited. Inside, Lady Zhang rolled her eyes in irritation. After dismissing Jean Shi, she confided in her trusted maid, "Look at her. She feigns concern for my illness, but is merely here to ask favors." I suspected from the start that even if the princess agreed to this marriage, I should have opposed it. If only Zhen'er could have been my daughter-in-law, she lamented. The maid sighed. One cannot have everything in this world. Miss Zheng lacks that fortune. In my humble opinion, as long as she treats our second young master well and is honest, she can be considered a good daughter-in-law. Moreover, just now I observed the second young lady waiting for you without a hint of impatience. She appears to be quite decent, the maid added. Since you say so, I shall observe her further. If she proves unsuitable, I shall ensure my Zhen'er becomes the primary wife for my second son, Lady Zhang replied with a smile. Indeed, in this household, you remain the matriarch. I doubt the second young lady would dare to overstep, the maid concurred. I merely hope that the Xie family can grant me a grandson. As long as she abides by the rules, I shall not be so disdainful towards her. Lady Zhang murmured, her eyes half closed. Chapter 34. The rouge shop. While Zhang and the old woman were engaged in conversation, Xie Wanmian had already boarded the carriage. The Marquis's residence was centrally located in the capital, not far from the bustling marketplace. Upon arriving, they found the rouge shop teeming with people, the lively scene reminiscent of bees gathering nectar. Xie Wanmian had brought Xie Shi along to witness the commotion, observing the young ladies at the entrance. Flushed and jostling for space, she shifted her gaze to the shop sign, where the words Hui Chuntang were elegantly inscribed in gold lettering. Xie Shi, standing on tiptoe, remarked, "Second young lady, it and amp, oppose, as quite crowded inside. If we squeeze in, we might inadvertently cause you harm." Xie Wanmian nodded in understanding, saying, "I am well aware and have no intention of purchasing any rouge. I merely wish to observe." With that, she took Xie Shi's hand, and they settled in a tea house across the street, ordering 2 servings of tea and pastries. After a moment, she continued, "In the future, do not refer to me as second young lady. You may call me Miss instead. While others may address me as such, you are different. Since the second young lady is already married, how can she still be called as in her family?" Xie Shi said, pouring a cup of pre-rain Longjing tea for her. Despite her youth, her demeanor was far more composed than that of Hua. Imo. Xie Wanmian took a delicate sip of tea, her long lashes lowering slightly. "I worry that if you continue to call me this way, it may create distance between us in the future. Furthermore, while others respect me as the second young lady of the Marquis and Appo's residence, only you and Hua Imo regard me as Mississippi." The fragrant tea wafted through the air, mingling with the fresh scent of grass and trees following a rain. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Shi smiled and said, "I understand Mississippi." Xie Wanmian replied cheerfully, her smile revealing dimples in her cheeks. After casually enjoying a few pastries, it soon became apparent that Hui Chuntang was closing for the day. A staff member emerged, hanging the close sign at the entrance, while outside, the noble ladies who had secured their rouge beamed with joy, while those who missed out left with downcast expressions. Clutching their purses, Xie Wanmian approached a young lady holding the rouge and gently inquired, "Miss, your skin appears so smooth and tender. May I ask if you have any secret methods?" The lady in blue raised her head, her prominent beauty mark drawing attention before her features were fully noticed. With a proud smile, she replied, "Are you new to the capital? Who doesn't know that using the rouge from Hui Chuntang makes one's skin as soft as a child in Appo's? Is that so? Such remarkable effects." Xie Wanmian feigned surprise, covering her mouth. She then skillfully redirected the conversation. "However, I must say, even without this rouge, your features are already exceedingly lovely." The blue-clad lady, flattered by the compliment, beamed, "You truly have a way with words." I speak only the truth. I rarely leave home, and today I intended to buy some rouge from Hui Chuntang, only to find it sold out in the blink of an eye," she continued. The blue-clad lady clutched her precious rouge tightly, pouting, "I refuse to sell it. Please, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to see it. Might you show it to me?" Hearing this, the blue-clad lady's expression softened, and she opened the porcelain box, presenting it to Xie Wanmian. Here, take a look. Xie Wanmian leaned in, inhaling the scent of the rouge, curious about its unique ingredients. However, upon catching a whiff, she paled, quickly covering her nose with a silk handkerchief. "Thank you, miss," she said with a forced smile. The blue-clad lady, noticing her unusual demeanor, scoffed, muttering about her lack of experience before departing in annoyance. A cool breeze swept in from the distance, and the once bustling market seemed to freeze, leaving only the two red lanterns swaying eerily in front of Hui Chuntang. Xie Wanmian, feeling a chill run down her spine, wiped the sweat from her brow, striving to regain her composure. "Miss, are you unwell?" Xie asked, concern etched on her face as she moved closer to support Xie Wanmian. Xie Wanmian shook her head, steadying her thoughts before saying, "Let us return to the residence." "But miss, didn't you mention wanting to visit the tailor shop?" Today I will not go," Xie Wanmian replied, biting her lip and gripping Xie and Amp Oppo's hand tightly. "I feel a bit dizzy." Xie nodded. "Very well. We shall return home and come back another day." The two turned to leave, unaware that the young attendant from Hui Chuntang had suddenly adopted a sharp gaze. Xie Wanmian felt a cold shiver pass over her, glancing back only to find nothing amiss, attributing it to her overactive imagination. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Xie Wanmian reclined on her couch for a long while, gently biting her fingertips, her expression grave. "Miss, how could a simple outing leave you in such a state? Have you encountered something unclean?" Xie observed Xie Wanmian's porcelain-like face had turned ashen and hurriedly prepared a bowl of red sugar, millet, and juju porridge to offer her. At the sight of the porridge, Xie Wanmian immediately covered her mouth, overcome with nausea, and waved her hand for Xie to take it away. Seeing her mistress unable to eat, Xie grew more anxious, quickly pouring a cup of soothing orange peel tea. "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I simply do not wish to see any red food tonight. Prepare more vegetarian dishes, and please inquire when the second master will return. Tell him I have something important to discuss." "Understood." Xie suppressed her curiosity and exited the room with the food. As the sun set in the west, clouds were scattered like willow fluff across the sky, and the cottony clouds were tinged with golden orange. As twilight approached, the moon rose eagerly above the branches. Xie Wanmian dozed off for an hour, and, upon turning, noticed Xie rushing back, panting. "Miss, the young master said there are several murders at the yamen. He may not return tonight." Xie Wanmian sprang up, pulling at the frayed edge of her old sachet, her lips pressed together in contemplation for a moment before declaring, "I must see him." "But, if you do that, the Marquis and Oppo's wife may be displeased with you," Xie interjected, stepping in front of her. "Moreover, with the recent spate of murders, I've heard from a messenger that the bodies discovered were desiccated. Who knows what sort of sorcery is at play? It is getting late. I'm worried about you going out." Xie Wanmian returned to her couch, as if struck by a thought, stating, "I have my own methods." Thus, she first visited the kitchen, preparing a bowl of longan and lotus seed soup. Her culinary skills were exceptional, honed through her previous life. She made 2 bowls, one for the Marquis's wife and the other for Meng Huqing, using it as an excuse to leave the house. She claimed to understand the hardships of her husband and wished to personally deliver the soup. The Marquis's wife, recognizing her good intentions, could hardly refuse and, concerned for her son, readily agreed. Xie Wanmian summoned several capable servants and packed her self-prepared medicinal pouch before hastily departing the Marquis and Oppo's residence. Chapter 35. You do not trust me, do you? The night air was chilly, and the moonlight filtered through the thin mist over the long street, casting a faint glow upon the mahogany canopy of the carriage. Inside, Xie Wanmian fidgeted restlessly, extending her hand to part the curtain for what seemed like the umpteenth time. At last, the carriage came to a halt before the entrance of the government hall. The accompanying Xie said, "Miss, we have arrived. The wind outside is strong and may cause you to catch a chill. Shall I go out first to inquire?" "Very well, but do take care," Xie Wanmian replied softly. Xie alighted from the carriage, and with a tinge of worry, Xie Wanmian lifted the curtain to observe Xie conversing with the guards outside. After a brief moment, Xie returned, her demeanor bright, exclaiming, "Miss, the second master has said you may enter now." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian descended from the carriage. holding a hexagonal lantern as she followed the winding path to Meng Heching's office. Upon reaching the door, Elaine knocked gently. "Master, the second lady has arrived." "Momins latte." A clear voice called from within. "Come in." Xie Wanmian pushed the door open, revealing a young man with his head bowed, intently focused on the documents in his hands. In the dim glow of the candlelight, his elegant form appeared almost ethereal, while a plate of cold, congealed food lay untouched beside him, indicating he had not eaten a single bite. His expression seemed notably heavier than usual. Fearing she might interrupt him, Xie Wanmian instructed Jade to place the food box on the table and dismiss the others. In her past life, she would never have dared interrupt Meng Heching during his work, but in this life, she was unencumbered by such concerns. After a prolonged silence, he finally set the documents down. "What does the lady wish to discuss?" Startled by his sudden voice, Xie Wanmian trembled slightly. Meng Heching, ever observant, quickly draped his cloak over her slender shoulders. "Are you feeling cold? Or have you encountered something frightening?" Xie Wanmian's eyelashes fluttered gently. After confirming their safety, she slowly began. "Today, Jade and I went to the marketplace to check on our rouge shop. I heard that the rouge from Huichun Hall is exceedingly rare, so I was curious to see it. I stopped a woman and smelled the rouge she held, and I discovered." At this point, her body began to tremble violently. Seeing her pale face, Meng Heching enfolded her in his arms, whispering soothingly, "Do not be afraid. You may speak freely. I am here." Steadying herself, Xie Wanmian grasped the sleeve of his official robe tightly. "There is a scent of blood in the rouge." "What did you say?" Xie Wanmian's complexion grew even more ashen as she stammered. "I have always been sensitive to scents, and I am certain it is blood." "Perhaps it is merely the blood of poultry," Meng Heching replied gently, fearing that such speculation might plunge Xie Wanmian into further terror. Disheartened, Xie Wanmian lowered her hands. "You do not believe me, do you? I believe you. However, if this conjecture proves true, are you not afraid?" Meng Heching tenderly brushed aside a stray lock of hair from Xie Wanmian's face. Her amber eyes shone brightly in the candlelight, her delicate brows furrowed, and her gaze glimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of deep compassion. "I am not afraid," Xie Wanmian declared with conviction. She turned to face Meng Heching. "I fear that the culprit remains at large. The rouge has a distinctly fishy odor, which poultry blood does not possess. It has been masked with spices, leading the average person to believe it is merely the fragrance of the rouge." Meng Heching paused, caught in thought. As the night wind seeped in, the candle flames flickered and went out, casting the room into a deeper darkness. Their eyes met, neither willing to look away. The silence grew heavy, the atmosphere thick with tension. Meng Heching furrowed his brow, not out of disbelief in Xie Wanmian and Appo's words, but rather the need for evidence. "If what you say holds true, it may have significant connections to the bodies of women discovered throughout the capital. I will investigate Huichun Hall thoroughly. For now," he hesitated, intending to suggest that Xie Wanmian return home, but the darkness of the night loomed ominously, conjuring unending fears. "I shall escort you back." Xie Wanmian shook her head. "I brought several capable bodyguards with me. It would not be a problem for me to return alone. This is longan and lotus seed soup. Since you have not had dinner, please have a little," Meng Heching said, opening the food box. A sweet, warm aroma wafted forth. He ladled some into a porcelain bowl and tasted it. Perhaps it had been left to sit a while, but the temperature was just right, soothing his stomach and providing comfort without excessive sweetness. It was a flavor he favored. "Thank you, my lady," Meng Heching replied with a gentle smile. The young man, with his refined features, ate gracefully, and aside from the prior conversation, they exchanged no further words. Once he finished his meal, Xie Wanmian prepared to leave when suddenly hurried footsteps approached, followed by a loud knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." A robust voice called out, "My lord, another female corpse has been discovered." Meng Heching instinctively pulled Xie Wanmian behind him. "Have you summoned the coroner?" A voice from outside responded. "The examination has just been completed. The coroner reports it is from today." "Good, I shall be there shortly." Meng Heching secured Xie Wanmian's cloak around her, his expression warm. "I will have Elaine escort you home. The capital has been quite unsettled of late." Xie Wanmian nodded in agreement. Together they stepped outside, where the moonlight was as cold as water. The camphor trees in the courtyard rustled in the wind, their swaying branches resembling phantoms of midnight. Unconsciously, Xie Wanmian clenched her hands hidden within her sleeves, cold sweat trickling from her palms. At that moment, two officials passed by, carrying a stretcher. As the wind blew, the white cloth covering it was suddenly lifted, revealing a red birthmark that caught Xie Wanmian's eye. She bit her lip to stifle a cry, letting out only a low moan. How could it be her? Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, Meng Huqing took her hand. Xie Wanmian looked up at him. His expression remained calm and composed, though his eyes were now softer, dispelling some of her unease. He positioned himself in front of her, blocking the moonlight and obscuring the corpse and damp Oppo's ghastly face. Do not be afraid. Taking a deep breath, Xie Wanmian inhaled the strange, pungent aroma of rosemary mingled with a heavy scent of blood. She felt nauseous, covering her mouth and nose, her brows knitting in distress. Meng Huqing embraced her, the bittersweet scent of pine wood easing the horrify. Chapter 36. Something's amiss. Meng Huqing's hand, resting on Xie Wanmian's waist, paused, his expression growing serious. When had the lady ever seen her? This morning, she had merely allowed me to smell that rouge. You might argue that she now appears drained of life. Her face wrinkled and unrecognizable, yet I distinctly remember the red mole on her nose. Xie Wanmian gazed steadfastly at Meng Huqing, stating, "Do you recall anything else? Perhaps the identity of the deceased?" Xie Wanmian pondered deeply, a fleeting image of a jeweled ornament flashing through her mind. She spoke softly. The jade pendant on her ornament bears the character and amp. Oppo's. Lu and amp. Oppo's. Meng Huqing slightly turned to observe the corpse, yet he found no trace of the ornament she described. The neck was bare, devoid of adornments. Collecting his thoughts, he instructed for the body to be removed before grasping Xie Wanmian's hand, saying, "I cannot escort you back to the residence at this moment. I understand. I only wish for the second master to uncover the truth swiftly," Xie Wanmian replied, stepping back, her demeanor returning to that of gentle grace. The earlier panic completely vanished. Meng Huqing's lips moved as if to speak, "If you are afraid." "I am not afraid with Xie by my side," Xie Wanmian assured him confidently. "Very well." Meng Huqing sighed softly and subsequently escorted Xie Wanmian back to the carriage. Once seated inside, Xie observed her troubled expression but refrained from asking too many questions, wondering if a disagreement had occurred between the young master and Miss. However, upon noticing the cloak draped over her shoulders, she felt reassured, recognizing it as belonging to the young master. What could possibly be troubling the Miss? As the carriage moved slowly forward, after the 19th glance from Xie Wanmian could no longer contain herself, asking, "Why do you keep staring at me? Have you encountered some misfortune? Your complexion appears rather pale." Xie Wanmian bit her lip and replied, "There is nothing of great concern. You need not worry excessively." The reason she hesitated to confide in Xie was simple. Xie was more timid than she, having experienced more nightmares in her youth. She feared that revealing everything might genuinely frighten her. Xie still cast a wary glance at Xie Wanmian, but since the Miss had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to press further. Just as the carriage approached an intersection, the drive, Chapter 37. Seeking new affections, Meng Huqing sensed something amiss, not merely in the present, but throughout his lifetime spent with Xie Wanmian. In truth, he had felt it for quite some time, the innate distance that his wife held towards him. In his previous life, she would tenderly call him husband, rarely referring to him as second master. Yet, in this life, the roles had reversed. In the past, her eyes would shine with warmth at his touch. Now, she regarded him with indifference. It seemed that her love for him had diminished compared to the last life. Affection had become superficial, and he could only perceive her fulfilling the duties of a wife, devoid of anything beyond that. But what was the cause of this change? Second master? Her soft voice pulled him back to the present, and he refocused his gaze on Xie Wanmian's face. The young woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her hair styled like that of a matron, yet the sparkle in her eyes could not be concealed. Her delicate brows resembled the wispy clouds over distant mountains, and she was stunning beyond compare, akin to a captivating landscape painting. However, the aura she exuded lacked the warmth of their previous life. Meng Huching observed the clear tea in his cup, offering only a faint acknowledgement. Xie Wanmian found his demeanor somewhat peculiar and, recalling her purpose, spoke up. Second master, I wish to go out these few days. Not yet. Wait until the case is resolved, he replied, taking a small sip before placing the teacup on the pearwood table. His fingers lightly tapped the surface, seemingly deep in thought before finally saying, in a few days, there will be a spring hunt, and grandmother has invited our branch to attend. Are you interested? Spring hunt? Xie Wanmian recalled how she had been preoccupied with learning accounts and caring for her mother-in-law in her past life, which had prevented her from attending. This time, however, it seemed a delightful opportunity, for time was precious, and she need not squander it within the confines of the estate. That sounds wonderful, she replied cheerfully. Meng Huching raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He adjusted his sleeves and stood, replying in a calm manner, I understand. Once the maidservants had prepared the water and exited, Meng Huching expressed his discontent with having others attend to him while bathing. Xie Wanmian, too, was not as eager to offer her assistance as she had been in her past life. After drinking a cup of water, she felt weary and desired to lie down. Yet, just then, Meng Huching's cool, jade-like voice interrupted her thoughts. Could I trouble you, madam, to assist me with my bath and changing? Xie Wanmian hesitated, for this was not typical of Meng Huching's character. She turned back, forcing a gentle smile, and replied, You have never asked me to assist before. I have injured my shoulder, he stated succinctly, yet Xie Wanmian's mind whirled with concern. Should Zhang Shi learn of this, she would surely seize upon any flaws to criticize her. It was not that she feared Zhang Shi, but rather that her scoldings were akin to Tang Xuanzong reciting the tightening spell. She had endured enough of that in her previous life. With a sigh, she could not refuse him further and relinquished her desire to rest, instead moving to assist Meng Huching with his bath. In the washroom, Meng Huching extended his arms. He was tall, and Xie Wanmian, being 2 heads shorter, could barely reach his chest. As she deftly helped him remove his outer garments, she stood on her toes. Meng Huching bent down slightly to aid her reach. Once his clothes were entirely removed, he stepped into the bath, with a steam swirled around him, his long hair cascading into the water. Xie Wanmian scooped water and poured it over him, noticing a bruise on his firm shoulder illuminated by the candlelight, particularly pronounced against his pale skin. When did you sustain this injury? She asked softly. It happened while capturing a thief tonight. Do you need any ointment for it? She inquired, observing his closed eyes and long eyelashes. Meng Huching hesitated momentarily, instinctively preparing to refuse, but ultimately replied, All right. After that exchange, silence enveloped them. Meng Huching was naturally taciturn, and while Xie Wanmian used to seek conversation in her past life, now she merely wished to conclude this task and retire to bed. She even regretted her earlier inquiry about the ointment. As she wrung out the cloth and continued to wipe him down, fatigue began to envelop her. It was not until Meng Huching rose, causing droplets to splash against her cheek, that she regained a measure of alertness. He remained shirtless, and the sight of his well-defined muscles caused her cheeks to flush. She hastily wrung out the cloth again, averted her gaze, and offered it to him. You can finish the rest yourself. After a long pause, he accepted it. Yet just as she was about to step away, a sudden gasp of pain escaped his lips. Xie Wanmian halted in her tracks, turning back to him. What's wrong? To her shock, she noticed blood at the corner of his mouth, his long fingers gripping the edge of the tub as his complexion turned pale. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she rushed over. The bathroom remained untidy, with water splattered everywhere, and in her haste, she nearly slipped. Just then, a strong arm wrapped around her, preventing her from falling. However, she found herself pressed against Meng Huching's bare chest, his cool skin brushing against her lips. Embarrassed, she quickly stepped back, yet seeing him on the verge of collapsing, she swiftly retrieved a clean shirt for him before offering her support. You sustained an internal injury, haven't you? Xie Wanmian had taken her fair share of medicine in her past life, and had learned a bit about healing. Placing her fingers on his pulse, she began to diagnose him. Meng Huching coughed lightly, and seeing her anxious expression, a slight smile played at the corners of his lips. Perhaps. Xie Wanmian furrowed her brow. What do you mean, perhaps? She shot him a reproachful glance, only to be met with the depths of his gaze, swirling with unspoken emotions. "Let us get you to bed first, and I'll call a doctor to have a look," she said, pouting as she helped him toward the bed. "There is no need for such trouble." Meng Heching attempted to lessen the weight he placed on her small frame. Xie Wanmian remained silent, guiding him back onto the bed. As she turned to leave, he grasped her hand. "Aren't you going to apply the ointment for me? You've not only sustained external injuries. Your internal wounds appear quite severe and require prompt treatment." "I refuse to become a widow," she replied curtly. Upon hearing this, Meng Heching's eyelashes fluttered, and he parted his lips slightly. "What if I were to die?" Xie Wanmian found a word die grating and infuriating, like a cat poised to strike. Her sparkling eyes narrowed as she glared at him. "Then I shall seek new affections." Chapter 38. Youth is a blessing. Upon hearing these words, Meng Heching and Appo's gaze turned noticeably colder. He abruptly rose to his feet and grasped Xie Wanmian and Appo's delicate wrist, his fingertips trembling with intensity. "I cannot allow this. Second Master, you're hurting me," Xie Wanmian gasped, feeling as if her wrist might snap, the pain akin to being caught in an iron vise, searing through her very being. Realizing the force of his grip, Meng Heching quickly released her hand, his attention drawn to the vivid red marks left by his fingers. Regaining his composure, he spoke in a hoarse and hesitant tone. "I apologize." Xie Wanmian frowned at him, an overwhelming sense of frustration swelling within her. Though he usually appeared gentle and refined, his prowess in combat was not to be underestimated. After all, Meng Heching had trained in martial arts from a young age, diligently practicing each morning, a fact she had only come to know in her previous life. However, she had no intention of forgiving him now. Without another word, she tossed aside the covers and lay down, preparing to sleep. No sooner had she settled into bed than a series of intermittent coughs erupted nearby, resembling the wheezing of a bellows, each sound painfully grating. She attempted to ignore it, wishing her mind to remain clear. But the thought of Meng Heching facing genuine peril made her heart heavy. Reluctantly, she rose again, observing the young man at the edge of the bed. His fists clenched as he coughed. Her heart softened at the sight of his damp hair clinging to his back, and she fetched a handkerchief from the intricately carved pearwood stand to dry his hair. "Madam, you truly care for me," he murmured, his lips, now touched with a hint of crimson, possessing a striking beauty. A smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Yet the pallor of his face and the sheen of sweat on his forehead betrayed his discomfort. With a sigh, Xie Wanmian found herself unable to utter harsh words. Instead, she gently twisted a lock of his silky black hair, asking, "Shall I call for a physician?" Meng Heching pondered for a moment, glancing out the window at the dawn. "Let us wait until morning." "Have you investigated the matter at the Yanhua Hall?" she inquired, kneeling on the bed, her posture growing uncomfortable. She stretched one leg out to relieve the tension. Out of the corner of his eye, Meng Heching caught sight of her delicate ankle beneath the silk nightgown, causing his throat to constrict slightly. He quickly averted his gaze, responding softly, "It aligns closely with what you have surmised. The villain, however, is cunning and managed to escape detection. We are currently searching the entire city for him." As Xie Wanmian dried his hair, sleepiness washed over her like a tide. Yet she fought to remain awake. Just as she felt the commotion behind her lessen, she turned to find herself leaning against a soft, warm presence. Caught in the enchanting sight before him, Meng Heching instinctively reached out to touch her, but hesitated, suspended in indecision. His wife appeared like a dream-woven butterfly, and he feared that this blissful moment would vanish upon awakening. After a long pause, he collected his thoughts and gently caressed Xie Wanmian and Appo's soft cheek, planting a tender kiss on her brow. When Xie Wanmian awoke again, it was already the next morning. Upon rising, she spotted Meng Heching and immediately grasped the severity of his injuries. She rose cautiously, mindful not to disturb him as he lay there, his face a canvas of bruises. The only way to exit the bed would necessitate crossing over him. Even in slumber, he maintained a dignified posture, his brows furrowed, exuding an air of icy composure. Slowly, she lifted one leg, glancing at him to ensure he remained asleep. With a sigh of relief, she prepared to move her other leg, only to find Meng Heching awake, his piercing gaze resting upon her. It was clear that Meng Heching seasoned by his experience in the political arena, had a commanding presence. His mere glance sent shivers down her spine, causing her to falter and inadvertently sit atop him. He let out a muffled groan, a flicker of pain crossing his striking features. Xie Wanmian felt acutely aware of her position, her familiarity with it only adding to her embarrassment. She attempted to rise, but found herself lacking leverage. At that moment, Meng Huqing wrapped his arms around her waist, clearing his throat softly. "I shall carry you down." "No, no, that's unnecessary," she stammered, flustered and at a loss. Using her hands to push against his chest, she attempted to dismount. But the thin fabric of their garments allowed them to feel each other's warmth, and she realized her legs were not the only thing that felt weak. At his youthful age, Meng Huqing was not immune to the allure of his wife and Appo's presence, and he struggled to withstand her proximity. "Madam, please remain still." His voice, low and slightly breathless, carried an undeniable hint of desire. Xie Wanmian recognized that any further movement would only lead to trouble. In a matter of moments, Meng Huqing lifted her effortlessly from the bed. "Kindly summon a physician for me." Xie Wanmian tucked her hair behind her ear, her voice soft. "Very well." She instructed Jade to fetch the doctor, and after preparing herself, she was ready to pay her respects when the gatekeeper informed her, "Second madam, the Countess is unwell today and has requested to forego her audience." Without inquiring further, she bowed respectfully, her heart soaring with joy. After exchanging pleasantries regarding her mother-in-law and Appo's well-being, she hurriedly departed. Upon returning to Chunhua Courtyard, she found the old physician examining Meng Huqing and Appo's pulse with his frail fingers. Approaching him, she asked, "Doctor, how is his condition?" The doctor's expression turned grave as he withdrew his hand. "The external injuries are manageable with some medicine, but the internal injuries, alas, there is some damage to the heart. You must take care to avoid exertion for the time being." "Thank you, doctor," Xie Wanmian replied, instructing Jade to escort the physician from the estate. Before leaving, the old doctor added, "For the time being, abstain from intimacy and avoid spicy foods." Xie Wanmian felt a flush creep across her face, while Meng Huqing continued to cough nearby. The doctor found the couple amusing. The young master of the Ho residence was strikingly handsome, and his wife was equally beautiful. Yet despite their marital bond, they remained bashful around each other. Youth truly is a wonderful thing. Chapter 39. Mutual respect. The door was closed, and aside from the patter of the rain outside, the silence was profound. Xie Wanmian instructed Jade to fetch the prescription from the doctor, while she prepared some nourishing food to alleviate the internal stagnation. She decided to make a bowl of angelica and ginger lamb soup. Possessing some knowledge of herbal medicine, she understood that this medicinal dish would serve as a complementary aid and would not conflict with the prescribed medicine. In the kitchen, she noted the freshness of the ingredients and directed the servants to wash them thoroughly before she began her cooking. To remove the mutton and Appo's gamey odor, she included scallions, ginger, and garlic, adding a splash of cooking wine to enhance the flavors. Once the lamb was properly boiled, she placed it into a clay pot with angelica and astragalus for simmering. When she finished cooking, Jade had also sent someone to prepare the purchased medicine. Xie Wanmian set the finished lamb soup on the table and heard a couple of coughs from the inner room, prompting her to walk around the screen. There, she found Meng Huqing draped in an outer robe, perusing an old document. "Second master, I have made some soup to dispel the cold and invigorate the blood. Shall I serve you first to cleanse your face before you drink?" She poured a cup of tea, having been too occupied with the soup to indulge in it herself. Knowing well that the timing for such dishes was crucial, she preferred to oversee it personally rather than relying on others. Meng Huqing set down the book, nodded, and replied slowly, "Thank you for your efforts." In truth, it was rare for Xie Wanmian to see him in such a weakened state. In their previous life, they were often apart, with Meng Huqing spending most of his time at the government office and rarely returning home. There was even a period when rumors circulated that he had passed by his own door without entering. During that time, she bore no children for 5 years, leading to her mother-in-law's dissatisfaction, which was often directed at her. She had timidly suggested that Meng Huqing return home more frequently, and thereafter his visits increased, resulting in her becoming pregnant with Hunger. After smoothing out the last wrinkle of Meng Huqing's sleeve, she stepped back, her expression calm. In this life, she had never mentioned such rules, yet she was surprised to find that the time they spent together had indeed lengthened. Moreover, in her previous life, even when Meng Huqing was injured, she was seldom aware of it. His current fragility was an uncommon sight. Once he had tidied himself, Meng Huqing sat on a stool and took a sip of the soup. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with a loud bang, and in strode Zhang Shi, wearing a gray-purple wrap and a headscarf, her demeanor fierce. A quick glance revealed her son with his inky hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, pale and frail, and tears instantly welled in her eyes. "My son, how do you come to look like this?" Meng Huqing set down the porcelain spoon, genuinely surprised that his mother had learned of his doctor's visit so quickly. "Mother, I am fine." Zhang Shi, covering her face with a silk handkerchief, wept softly, then fixed her gaze on Xie Wanmian. "You kneel before me." Xie Wanmian, maintaining her composure, stood her ground and inquired, "Mother, I am unaware of any wrongdoing on my part." I said kneel. Is my word not sufficient? Understanding that her refusal to kneel might be seen as insubordination, Xie Wanmian slowly descended to her knees, only to be halted by a strong hand. "Mother, Wanmian has done nothing wrong. Why must you punish her?" Meng Huqing and Appo's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with displeasure. Zhang Shi, witnessing their affectionate exchange, felt her face flush with anger. She pointed at Xie Wanmian, scolding, "Why did you delay in seeking a doctor for your husband when he was injured?" "It is my prohibition," Meng Huqing replied with a frown. "It was not I who forbade it." Zhang Shi, with her painted fingers trembling, retorted, "I did not ask you. It is clear to me that it is her failure as a daughter-in-law." Xie Wanmian smiled gently and knelt before Zhang Shi, saying, "Mother is indeed correct. But as a wife, I must heed my husband's words." With a sharp crack, a stinging slap struck her face, and tears streamed down Xie Wanmian and Appo's cheeks. Meng Huqing was taken aback, never expecting his usually dignified mother to resort to such oppression against his wife. He was unable to intervene in time, but now, understanding his mother's temperament, he bore the pain in his body and swiftly grasped Zhang Shi's hand to prevent her from striking Xie Wanmian again. "If you wish to punish Wanmian, then first punish me." Faced with her son and Appo's cold, piercing gaze, Zhang Shi felt an inexplicable fear wash over her, cold sweat trickling down her back. Her imposing demeanor diminished significantly. "She dares to speak back to me. Wanmian speaks the truth. This time, it is you who is in the wrong." Meng Huqing released Zhang Shi's hand and bent down to support Xie Wanmian, his eyes filled with tenderness. Zhang Shi scoffed, her voice dry. "I see you have forgotten your mother now that you have a wife. Do you not understand that I am doing this for your own good? If you are tired, mother, it would be best to return to your room and rest." Meng Huqing gently held Xie Wanmian's hand, his tone as cold as the winter frost, unyielding in its chill. It was evident that he was dismissing Zhang Shi, a fact that even the dimmest of minds could decipher. Zhang Shi felt her son's indifference and, in a fit of anger, turned to leave. Meng Huqing spoke once more, "Mother, Wanmian is my lawfully wedded wife. To direct your ire at her is to insult me. If you believe I have erred, you may voice your concerns directly, but do not vent your anger upon my wife. Such actions may tarnish your reputation." His words were resolute, each syllable weighted with conviction, causing Zhang Shi to falter at the threshold. Having heard both commendations and admonitions from her son, she finally sighed, suppressing her indignation, and replied, "I understand." The conversation between mother and son came to a close. Meng Huqing gazed at the red mark on Xie Wanmian's palm, filled with compassion as he reached out to touch it, hesitating out of fear of causing her pain. "It is my fault for not protecting you." Xie Wanmian covered the mark, her thoughts more focused on Meng Huqing. In her previous life, when she was slapped by her mother-in-law and denied food, Meng Huqing had been preoccupied with his duties, completely unaware of the turmoil in the household. This time, she was astonished to see the usually filial and respectful Meng Huqing standing up to his mother in defense of her. It seemed that this life was indeed different. "Thank you, second master, for your intervention," Xie Wanmian expressed politely, bowing slightly in gratitude. "Mutual respect," Meng Huqing mused, never having found those words so piercing. He suppressed the metallic taste rising in his throat, pondering whether his previous life, Xie Wanmian, had endured similar injustices. He had never imagined that his mother, who had always treated him with such affection, could act so cruelly towards his wife. He had overlooked far too much in his past life. He inhaled deeply, his eyes reddening as he asked, "Madam, do you intend to maintain this formal distance between us indefinitely?" Note: the phrase husband as the head of the wife originates from the ancient principle of 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues. These notions belong to a bygone era, and in our modern context, we aspire to be independent women. However, in that antiquated society, women were often powerless. The protagonist invoked this principle to counter her mother-in-law and Appo's S-words. There is one more chapter to follow. As I write this, I cannot quite comprehend why I feel such a profound sense of grievance and sorrow, as if a heavy weight sits upon my chest. It is quite unbearable. Chapter 40. Future endeavors. Xie Wanmian and Appo's body stiffened momentarily as she forced a smile, pretending to be oblivious. What does the second master mean? I find myself somewhat lost in understanding. Meng Huqing regarded her with a complex expression for a while, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the porcelain spoon. With his gaze lowered, he pondered his myriad of suspicions, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. We are husband and wife. Henceforth, formality is unnecessary. Should my mother cause you any distress in the future, you may inform me. Having lived a second life, Xie Wanmian had long since relinquished her desire to rely on Meng Huqing, and she nodded in silence. Meng Huqing retrieved a cold towel from a basin of chilled water, softly uttering, "It may hurt a bit," before applying it to Xie Wanmian's face. Apart from the brief discomfort at the initial contact, the cool, damp sensation swiftly alleviated the fiery pain on her skin. Meng Huqing continued to cough softly beside her. His fingers, long and slender, almost enveloped her entire face. Due to the cold water, his fingertips bore a slightly chilling temperature that seemed to tremble against her cheek. Xie Wanmian wished to take the towel from him, saying, "Second master, allow me to do it myself. You need to rest. Your health has not yet recovered." "It is of no consequence," he replied, his brow slightly furrowed, his demeanor still calm, appearing no different from an ordinary person aside from the occasional cough. Observing his persistence, Xie Wanmian ceased her objections, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards a nearby book, recalling the tales of love and longing described within, particularly the suggestive illustrations. A sense of panic began to rise within her. She had clearly instructed Jade to put it away. How had it remained? Surely, Meng Huqing had not glimpsed that book. With this thought, she shifted slightly to block his line of sight. Unbeknownst to her, the more she attempted to conceal it, the more curious Meng Huqing became. "I believe it is sufficient now," Xie Wanmian remarked. Meng Huqing abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes deep as a tranquil pond. Today he wore the moon-white, crane-patterned robe that Xie Wanmian had carefully selected for him, which accentuated his refined features while imparting a hint of sharpness. "Just a little longer. It will not hurt to continue," he said, his voice cool and gentle. However, Xie Wanmian felt increasingly restless, fearing that Meng Huqing might discern her unease and thus refrain from further comment, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Meng Huqing submerged the towel in the basin once more, repeating the process until it was finally over. Only when the cool towel was lifted from her cheek could she move again. As Jade prepared to leave with the basin, Meng Huqing suddenly rose, seizing the book that Xie Wanmian had concealed behind her. Her eyes widened in shock, and she realized it was too late to intervene. "I noticed my wife glanced at this book behind her, and I wish to understand what kind of story she enjoys to procure some for her in the future," Meng Huqing said softly, flipping open a page. Xie Wanmian observed how his pale face flushed crimson, the book in his hands becoming as hot as a burning ember. Hastily returned to its place. He straightened his robe, stammering, "So my wife enjoys such tales." No, and Appo's not. "I," Xie Wanmian stammered, clutching her handkerchief, her brows knitting in distress. In truth, the book had been mistakenly purchased by Jade. She had found it unappealing at first, but after finishing all other options, she had to resort to this one. Upon reading it, she discovered not only an engaging plot, but also exquisite illustrations. Now that she was married, she thought it harmless, yet bringing it to light felt rather awkward. Meng Huqing cleared his throat and carefully stated, "Madam need not feel shy. If such postures please you, we may certainly explore them in the future, though excessive reading of such material may be detrimental to one and Oppo's health. Moderation is advisable." Xie Wanmian bit her lip, realizing there was no escaping this predicament. Overcome with embarrassment, she dashed out of the room, declaring, "It's too stuffy in here. I need some fresh air." Watching her flee, Meng Huqing could only suppress a cough, feigning busyness as he turned his gaze towards the window, observing the petals of the flowering crabapple tree being scattered by the wind. After Meng Huqing had rested for 3 days, progress was finally made regarding the matters of the rouge shop at Huichantang. In the study, Yilei presented the evidence gathered over the past 3 days before Meng Huqing. Accompanied by a redwood box, Meng Huqing tapped the box lightly with his fingers and inquired, "What is this?" Returning to my master, "This is the secret to the rouge shop owner's profits. A bloodthirsty worm," Yilei replied, taking the box and tentatively asking, "Master, shall I open it for you to see?" Meng Huqing nodded, indicating for him to proceed. As the wooden box was slowly opened, they revealed a worm severed by a single cut. Perhaps due to prolonged deprivation of blood and the severing, the worm, once a vivid red, was now charred black, clearly lifeless. "This creature is a menace. I took the liberty of disposing of it," Yilei said cheerfully. "I heard these worms are hard to kill, so I even roasted it over fire." Meng Huqing withdrew his gaze, frowning at Yilei, who appeared decidedly foolish. The expression on his face seemed to say, "You show me a charred dead worm. What folly is this? Was the perpetrator interrogated? Are there accomplices?" Meng Huqing poured clean water into the inkstone, arranging his sleeves, and began grinding the ink. Yilei responded with a bow. "The scoundrel refuses to speak. It will require your presence to interrogate him." Meng Huqing scoffed coldly. "If we manage to interrogate the scoundrel, you'll be near death. This matter is not difficult. I shall interrogate him tomorrow. You may gather whatever information you can today." "Understood." Yilei clasped his hands in salute, then glanced at Meng Huqing. The last time, that scoundrel and Oppo's apprentice was quite skilled. It seems he practices nefarious techniques. "How is your health faring, master?" "After 2 days of rest, I have regained most of my strength," he replied, just as Chong Sui and Fu Gue knocked on the door, announcing, "Second master, second madam has sent some medicinal soup." Meng Huqing finished grinding the ink, washed his hands, and meticulously dried his fingers with a plain cloth, saying, "You may leave now." Once Yilei departed, Chong Sui and Fu Gue cheerfully placed a food box on the table. As they opened the medicinal soup, a bitter aroma wafted through the air. Fu Gue exclaimed, "Oh, second madam is quite considerate. She even prepared some candied fruits." Though Meng Huqing was not averse to bitterness, upon seeing the orange-hued candied fruits, he couldn't help but smile faintly. He drank the medicine in one go and immediately reached for a piece of candied fruit. Upon tasting it, he realized the flavor was not one that Xie Wanmian had prepared. "Little theater, Meng Huqing, my wife made me candied fruits. Hee. One bite. The taste is off. No he." Chapter 41. The younger sister-in-law in early April. The spring hunting season arrived, and as a royal relative, the Marquis of Xianping naturally took his family along with him. The sky was clear and bright, the spring sun casting a gentle glow upon the willows by the bank, while the lake shimmered with layers of golden ripples. Nearby, a few white geese flapped their wings and honked, causing Xie Wanmian, who was packing her belongings inside the window, to chuckle softly. Following the discovery of her dealings at the Huichun Hall by Meng Huqing, she had also taken the time to revamp her cosmetic shop, particularly enhancing the quality and packaging of her rouge. The products were now housed in exquisitely designed wooden boxes featuring delicate cutout carvings, attracting a multitude of customers. Consequently, her small treasury had recently flourished, and her spirits were high, even prompting her to hum a tune from Jiangnan, which in turn brought a smile to Ji Shi's face. Once all was in order, she and her family began to make their way out of the residence to take a carriage to Wangshan Mountain. "Miss, is that not the fourth miss of the Marquis house?" Ji Shi, while preparing to place the neatly packed bundles into the carriage, suddenly noticed a girl adorned in splendid golden attire, chatting merrily with Meng Huqing. Xie Wanmian cast a casual glance and immediately recognized her as Meng Yunlan, her sister-in-law from her previous life, who had a penchant for coveting her jewelry. Meng Yunlan had always favored her cousin, Chu Hanjin, the daughter of the current Minister Chu, rather than Xie Wanmian as her ideal sister-in-law. How would you recognize her? Xie Wanmian was not particularly curious about the sister-in-law who had never appeared during her tea ceremonies, but she was surprised by Xie and Amp, Appo's, keen observation. Xie replied with a smile. I noticed that they all bowed to that young lady and were conversing with her cheerfully. Moreover, her attire is so opulent that she could hardly be a maid. Quite perceptive, Xie Wanmian said, gently pinching Xie's chubby cheek, her tone light and playful. Meng Huqing approached with a reluctant Meng Yunlan, and upon witnessing his wife and maid engaging in playful banter, he couldn't help but smile. Madam, this is my younger sister, Yunlan. Though Meng Yunlan disapproved of her new sister-in-law, she felt obliged to maintain decorum out of respect for her brother. She half-heartedly greeted second sister-in-law. Xie Wanmian nodded in return. Her smile polite, sister, how lovely you look. However, I heard from mother that you have recently caused her displeasure. What did you do to offend her? Meng Yunlan feigned innocence. It's just a trivial matter. There is no need for you to worry, sister. Xie Wanmian responded with a composed demeanor, leaving no room for suspicion. Meng Yunlan, unconsciously fiddling with the gold bracelet her cousin had gifted her, began to plot. If sister-in-law has erred, it would be wise to apologize to mother soon, lest it be said that you lack proper upbringing, which would surely tarnish the reputation of the Marquis house. Yunlan, who permitted you to speak to your sister-in-law in such a manner? Before Xie Wanmian could formulate a response, Meng Huqing interjected, his frown revealing his displeasure at Meng Yunlan and Amp, Appo's, impudence. Meng Yunlan pouted, I didn't mean to offend, second brother. I was merely expressing concern for sister-in-law. Meng Huqing, clearly unimpressed by her feigned innocence, maintained a stern expression. Apologize to your sister-in-law. Having always held some fear of her elder brother, Meng Yunlan begrudgingly stated, I apologize, sister-in-law, but I have yet to finish my packing. I shall attend to it now. There end Amp, Appo's, no need for concern. Xie Wanmian had no desire to quarrel with a girl yet to reach adulthood. The comment was harmless, as long as she did not covet her jewelry or wealth. Meng Huqing took Xie Wanmian's hand, his demeanor softening. I apologize, my lady. My sister has been spoiled by our mother, and if she speaks out of turn again, do not hesitate to reprimand her. Xie Wanmian smiled and nodded, though inwardly she understood that Meng Yunlan was the apple of Zhang and Amp, Appo's, eye. If she were to chastise her, it would likely breed animosity. As long as she did not provoke her, she would remain undisturbed. However, it was evident that Meng Yunlan would undoubtedly go to Zhang to complain. Mother, sister-in-law is bullying me, and second brother is siding with her. Meng Yunlan arrived at Zhang's carriage, ready to pour out her grievances. Her delicate features bore an innocent facade, yet her eyes glimmered with cunning. Clinging to Zhang's arm, she began to wail. Zhang, upon hearing this, felt her anger flare. How is she bullying you? Meng Yunlan exaggerated the events, adding embellishments, and concluded, in my opinion, sister-in-law is simply not as good as cousin Zhen. Cousin is gentle and considerate, and she is dutiful to our elders. I merely mention this. And second brother accused me of disrespecting sister-in-law and demanded an apology. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted, and upon hearing this, the Marquis of Xianping halted his movements. He understood that his wife had spoiled their daughter, but he also knew that it was unlikely for his sister to apologize over something trivial. There must have been a miscommunication on Meng Yunlan and Appo's part. He placed the food box he was holding on the small table and began to serve the pastries when Zhang, filled with fury, exclaimed, absurd. He barely managed to steady the plate of pastries. Seeing Zhang prepare to descend the carriage to confront his wife, he swiftly intervened. Enough, my lady. You cannot judge your sister-in-law's character based solely on Yunlan's words. Zhang huffed, recalling how cousin Zhen had often visited the Marquis house with gifts, brightening her days. She had long wished to betroth Zhen to her second son, only to see the princess of Long fall for Xie Wanmian at the flower viewing banquet. "Ah, my lady, do not act so impulsively. Just the other day, you struck your daughter-in-law over a mere comment. Would that not be scandalous if it were spread?" After saying this, the Marquis turned to his youngest daughter. "Yinlan, recount the events once more." Meng Yinlan, realizing she could not lie in front of her father, felt a shiver of dread. While her mother would shield her, the consequences of lying to her father would be dire. Thus, she reluctantly clarified her account. This time, Zhang's ire subsided, her disappointment manifesting as she pointed a finger at Meng Yinlan's temple, then ordered her to disembark from the carriage. The Marquis poured a cup of floral tea and handed it to Zhang, sighing softly, "See, this could have escalated further. I know you disapprove of my second son's wife, thinking her family lacks influence to assist him. But the emperor favors her, and is that not sufficient?" "A grand tree invites the wind," with just this phrase, Zhang paused, taken aback. Though a woman unfamiliar with courtly affairs, she understood the implication. The Marquis lifted the carriage curtain to glance around, lowering his voice. "In recent years, the emperor and Amp, Oppos, S suspicions have only grown. As he approaches his twilight years, the struggles among the princes and the power struggles in the court intensify. Those who wield greater power are naturally more likely to be feared. The Princess of Long and Oppos, S collaboration with the emperor in this matchmaking scheme, is no coincidence." Zhang felt a chill run down her spine, falling silent as she lowered her head. Chapter 42. No jealousy. Once everyone had tidied up, they finally set off. Throughout the journey, Xie Wanmian pondered how to earn more money in the future, in which embroiderers possessed the finest skills. She envisioned designing exquisite garments for a few beautiful maidens, who could then don them to attract customers, potentially yielding a substantial profit. The more she contemplated this, the deeper the smile became in her eyes. Meng Huqing, engrossed in perusing an old document, furrowed his brow. Seeing his wife in good spirits, he mistakenly assumed her joy stemmed from the prospect of a delightful outing, causing the corners of his lips to lift involuntarily. As their carriage traversed Juke Street and crossed Huanding Bridge, heading south, they finally arrived at Wangshan Mountain during the second watch of the evening. Being a royal hunting ground, the plains of the mountain and Oppos' base were expansive. After setting up camp, Xie Wanmian instructed the servant to bring all their belongings into the tent. Once everything was in order, she lazily reclined on a small couch within the tent, a pot of fine Tiguanyan tea brewed beside her. Isn and Amp, Oppos, T the second master joining third brother and the others for a ride? Meng Huqing asked gently, dipping his brush into ink as he wrote on rice paper. Riding Isn and Amp, Oppos, T particularly interesting. I would rather stay by my wife and Amp, Oppos, S side. A gentle breeze fluttered the tent and Amp, Oppos, S curtain, carrying the fresh scents of grass and earth. Meng Huqing sat at a small table, the setting sun streaming through the gaps, casting a warm glow on half of his face. Clad in a dark robe adorned with golden cloud patterns, his complexion appeared even paler, while the light danced upon his long eyelashes, creating a celestial beauty that seemed more divine than earthly. How fortunate I am to have such a handsome husband. I could indulge in another bowl of rice tonight. Xie Wanmian mused. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, for Meng Huqing paused his writing and turned to meet her eyes. Caught in a moment of admiration, she was startled as he tenderly inquired, "Would you accompany me for a stroll, my lady?" Her heart fluttered, and she hurriedly nodded, taking a sip of tea to calm her nerves. All right. Upon exiting the tent, they attracted numerous gazes, for their striking appearances were hard to ignore. As the golden sun gradually sank behind the mountains, enveloped in mist, Xie Wanmian and Meng Huqing strolled forward, intending to observe the noble young men riding nearby. However, midway, a soft voice called out, "Jiu." Xie Wanmian halted, glancing towards the source, where a young lady in a white brocade dress adorned with hibiscus flowers approached them gracefully. "Cousin," she greeted. Meng Huqing bowed respectfully to Chu Hanjin, his demeanor distant and formal. Xie Wanmian observed the interaction with a bemused expression, her gaze flitting between the two. In her past life, she had been consumed by jealousy over this girl, knowing that her mother-in-law and sister-in-law cherished her greatly. During that time, she had gone to great lengths to curry favor, preparing various delicacies and seeking to please. Later, when Meng Yunlan took her jewelry, she had remained silent, swallowing her indignation. Now, she cared little for such matters. Her own comfort was paramount. "This is my wife," Meng Huqing said, pulling Xie Wanmian closer, his tone tinged with affection and protectiveness. At that moment, Chu Hanjin and Appo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xie Wanmian had not anticipated that the flames of jealousy would reach her. Clearing her throat, she smiled and greeted. "Cousin, good day." Chu Hanjin bit her lip, softly replying, "Jiu, we have grown up together. Why must we be so estranged?" Meng Huqing did not glance her way, merely tucking a stray strand of Xie Wanmian's hair behind her ear with a gentle gesture. "It would be best if my cousin refrained from calling me by my given name. Mian Mian may feel envious. Furthermore, you only played with Yunlan for a month during childhood, and you rarely interacted with any man. Please choose your words carefully." Upon hearing this, Chu Hanjin cast a tearful glance at Meng Huqing before hastily retreating with her handkerchief clutched tightly. "Your cousin is rather lovely," Xie Wanmian remarked with a sheepish smile. Meng Huqing and Appo's throat moved slightly as he gazed intently at her, his deep-set eyes holding a profound gaze. "She pales in comparison to my wife." Xie Wanmian lowered her head, her cheeks warming with a flush. How had Meng Huqing and Appo's words grown so sweet in this life? To distract herself, she turned her attention to the young riders in the distance. The setting sun was nearly swallowed by the mountains, while the young men, with their high ponytails and riding whips, galloped across the plains. The emperor, seated on a high platform, was enjoying the spectacle alongside the visiting officials and concubines. "My lady." Xie Wanmian snapped back to reality, looking at him with a hint of confusion. "Is it time for dinner?" Meng Huqing pressed his lips together, contemplating why Xie Wanmian exhibited no jealousy, why her crystalline eyes held no trace of affection. After a moment of thought, he finally said, "Recently, there has been flooding in Yongzhou. I fear I must journey south soon to oversee disaster relief and ensure the local officials are honest and upright." Xie Wanmian nodded, her tone indifferent. "Congratulations, second master," she replied dismissively. "Will you not accompany me?" he asked, his eyelashes fluttering slightly as he recalled how, in their past life, Xie Wanmian had pleaded to join him on such journeys, only to be denied by her mother. To appease her mother, she had refrained from going. Xie Wanmian and Appo's eyes darted about. Traveling south would expose her to the elements. She had no desire to endure such hardships. "I would only be a burden to you. It is far more comfortable to stay at home, reading tales and counting coins." "How could that be? If you do not accompany me, I may not return for half a year," Meng Huqing continued. Xie Wanmian deflected with words from her past life, insisting that the second master should prioritize his career and the state. "What if my presence causes you trouble?" Before she could finish, the chill in Meng Huqing and Appo's eyes deepened. He opened his mouth, but no words of persuasion came forth, leaving only two words, "As you wish." In the evening, after dinner, Xie Wanmian sat alone in the tent, boredom creeping in as she recalled Meng Huqing and Appo's earlier words. In her past life, she had desperately begged to accompany him. While he hesitated, this time, however, she wished to avoid the journey, but he insisted she join him. Rubbing her well-fed abdomen, she pouted in discontent. She had no desire to play the caretaker. She instructed Jishe to prepare hot water. With Meng Huqing summoned to meet the emperor, she found herself alone in the camp, ready to select a storybook when a clear voice called out, "Mian Mian. Note, thank you to I am very early, off for the gift. Much appreciated. I just saw the notification on the gift list. There is one more chapter, which will be released later." The first chapter was accidentally not scheduled for release. The curtain refers to the tent and Appo's drapery. Chapter 43. Where lies the fault? Before her stood a young maiden adorned in exquisite attire. A golden hairpin atop her head and a blood-red jade bracelet adorning her wrist. With a radiant smile, she approached, revealing herself to be Yin Ning, the daughter of the current Grand Scholar. Yin Ning entered the tent as if it were her own home, seating herself at a small table and pouring herself a cup of tea. "If I hadn't come to find you today, would you have neglected to seek me out in the future?" Having grown up together and attended the same girls and Appo's school, their bond was far stronger than that of sisters. Yet, in their past lives as family affairs consumed them, and she found herself trapped in a metaphorical prison named and Oppos. Meng Huqing and Oppos, their time together dwindled. Reflecting on those moments now felt like a distant dream. Xie Wanmian served her some pastries, apologizing. I and Amp, Oppos, you've been so busy lately that I almost forgot. I had intended to come find you, but with the wedding and visiting relatives, I lost track of time. And now, look, my Ning has come to see me. Ning took a generous bite of a pastry filled with her favorite salted egg yolk, her eyes squinting with delight. Did you receive the large pink pearl I sent you for your wedding? Recalling the pearl, Xie Wanmian could hardly suppress her laughter. Only Ning would gift such an extravagant treasure. When Jade opened the box, she was astounded, exclaiming that the pearl is larger than both of my hands combined. Yes, I received it. Hank yo, Ning. Oh, you need and Amp, Oppos, TB so formal with me. After glancing around, she continued, by the way, where's your husband? He has gone to meet the emperor, Xie Wanmian replied with a smile. Your husband is not only handsome, but also favored by the emperor. As for mine, well, it's better left unsaid. Although his looks are not as striking as yours, he has a decent appearance. Unfortunately, his achievements are rather mediocre. He relies on my father to maintain his position in the Hamlin Academy. I fear for his future path, and my mother-in-law is quite the tyrant. If it weren't into Amp, Oppos, T for my husband's kindness towards me, I would surely have driven her to her wits' end. Amp, Oppos, and recently, she has been scheming to take a concubine for my husband, truly taking advantage of the fact that I have yet to conceive. At this, Ning sighed. Her cheeks flushed with indignation, even as she munched on her pastry. Xie Wanmian gently patted her back, advising, do not let anger consume you. Your health is paramount. Allowing yourself to be upset is simply unwise. Wanmian, do you think my choice to marry him was correct? At this, tears glimmered in Ning's eyes. His family is not as affluent as mine. He treats me well, yet he always obeys his mother, who, being the daughter of a merchant, offers no sound advice. Consequently, his career has become increasingly constricted. When I learned of his mother's plans to take a concubine, he actually agreed, citing filial piety. Seeing the bewilderment in Ning's eyes, Xie Wanmian felt a pang of empathy, as if she were gazing into a mirror reflecting her past self. She took Ning's hand, expressing her concern, regardless of right or wrong. You must learn to let go. Men are all the same. There are no good ones among them. Ning nodded in agreement. However, your husband seems to treat you well. I wonder how your mother-in-law treats you. Xie Wanmian sipped her tea, replying, she is not much different from yours. I'm not the daughter-in-law she envisions. As for my husband, he is just so. Her gaze dropped, her heart heavy with mixed emotions as she remembered her past life, where she had endlessly followed Meng Huqing's shadow, enduring oppression from her mother-in-law and ridicule from her sister-in-law. Even during her pregnancy, her sister-in-law had shown no restraint, attempting to take away the keepsakes her mother had given her. When she refused, her mother-in-law slapped her and made her stand in the snow for half an hour to teach her about hierarchy and respect. In those moments of need, when she longed for Meng Huqing, he was preoccupied with state affairs, unable to attend to her, all for the sake of his position in the Dali Temple and his future. Why do you say Meng Huqing is just so? Ning asked, perplexed. Xie Wanmian chuckled softly. Whether he is present or absent makes little difference. To him, my existence may not hold more significance than his career. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a heavy darkness across the sky. Meng Huqing stood outside the tent, his hands clasped behind his back, having overheard Xie Wanmian's remarks. Whether he is present or absent makes little difference. Meng Huqing clenched his fists, feeling a pang of discomfort at her words. It seemed he had never truly understood his wife. He raised his hand to part the curtain, but ultimately hesitated, taking a few steps away from the tent instead. Xie Wanmian yawned, and, noticing Meng Huqing still had not returned, instructed Jade to check on him. Ning Desit. It seems you are quite attached to him. You claim it makes no difference, yet you still miss him. Xie Wanmian shot her a disapproving look. Stop your teasing. I am merely concerned that if he does not return soon, the hot water I prepared will grow cold. Oh, you have even prepared hot water? And yet you say that. Xie Wanmian clutched her handkerchief, internally grappling with her past reliance on Meng Huqing, which had led her to lose herself. This time, She wished to live for herself. Yet, Meng Huqing continued to act protectively, first shielding her from danger in the streets, and then defending her before his mother. In many respects, this life was indeed different. Yet, she feared to place all her hopes upon a husband who might prioritize state affairs over his family at any moment. An hour after Yining departed, as Xie Wanmian was finishing her evening routine and perusing her book, Meng Huqing finally returned to the tent. Xie Wanmian glanced at him, informing him, "I had Shi prepare hot water." He replied coolly. Standing within the dim light of the tent, his expression was inscrutable, the flickering flame casting elongated shadows that accentuated his tall, graceful figure. His cold, phoenix-like eyes fixed upon her, sending a chill through her heart. Xie Wanmian felt something was amiss. She bit her lip and inquired, "Have you had dinner, sir?" "I have." "That's good," she replied softly, her eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. Meng Huqing, feeling a lingering discomfort from their earlier conversation, could not comprehend why, despite his efforts to be perfect in every regard, things had turned out this way. In his previous life, he had always ensured that Xie Wanmian received her monthly stipend promptly, catered to her preferences, and rushed home late at night after dealing with state affairs just to comfort her after nightmares. She had always expressed joy upon receiving his gifts, and countless times she had whispered her love for him beside his pillow. He loved her. How could he not? He had never treated her poorly. He simply could not understand why he was met with the sentiment that whether he was there or not made little difference. Had he truly erred? If so, where had he gone wrong? Or was it possible that his Wanmian had no affection for him at all? As a side note, Meng Huqing, I cannot fathom why my wife no longer loves me. TT Chapter 44. Move closer. Xie Wanmian saw Meng Huqing silently retreating to the bathing chamber, and without much thought, she tossed the book aside, nestled back into her bedding, and prepared to drift into slumber. Not long after, a rustling sound emerged from behind her. Being a light sleeper, Xie Wanmian turned to investigate the source of the noise. Meng Huqing appeared in a simple white robe, with damp strands of hair clinging to his temples. He was drying the ends of his hair with a cloth, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on her, as if he were attempting to pierce through her very soul. Initially, Xie Wanmian had been on the verge of sleep, her eyelids half closed. Now, lying on the bed with her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, her fair skin glowed like warm jade in the flickering candlelight. Feeling a bit shy, she tugged her sleeves down and shifted inward, making room for him. However, shortly after, the bed began to sink, and a warm breath brushed against her nape, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body, prompting her to instinctively shield herself with her fingers. A modest gap separated them, and though it was April, the night breeze carried a chill. Xie Wanmian had initially kept her distance, and Meng Huqing remained in his designated spot. To bridge the gap, one would have to move onto the other in damp, oppose, as pillow. Xie Wanmian had always been protective of her personal space, yet she could no longer bear the discomfort. Thus, she boldly shifted into Meng Huqing and oppose, as embrace. Straddling him without a care, her comfort took precedence. The warmth enveloped her, lulling her into a deep slumber. Meng Huqing slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the wife nestled in his arms. Xie Wanmian and oppose, as complexion was as pale as jade, her delicate features framed by cascading dark hair. Her lashes fluttered softly as she slept, and apart from the gentle rise and fall of her chest, she appeared entirely at peace. A stark contrast to the bravado she had displayed earlier. She was soft and endearing. He had deliberately refrained from moving closer, having observed in a previous life how his wife had certain compulsive tendencies. Books must be organized by category. Flowers and vases should face the entrance, and any gap left in the bedding would cause her restlessness. Hence, during their nights together, he would always pull her close to spare her from discomfort. This time, he wanted to see if she would inch toward him, and the answer was clear. He embraced her tightly, tenderly kissing her soft lips. At that moment, he harbored a rather base thought. If he were to confine his wife within his own estate, perhaps she would never leave him. The next morning, the sun shone softly, reminiscent of freshly baked, fluffy buns. Xie Wanmian turned over, only to find the space beside her empty. Meng Huqing had already vanished. She slowly sat up, stifling a yawn, and softly inquired about his whereabouts to her maid, Xie. Xie, dampening a cloth, gently wiped her face as she replied, The second master was summoned early by the emperor for breakfast. Still not fully awake, Xie Wanmian nodded in acknowledgement. Xie styled her hair, her tone cheerful, miss. I heard that the hunting event will begin at the hour of the snake. I wonder how splendid it will be. I and Oppose. Vi heard that the emperor promised a reward of 100 taels to the one who wins. As Xie Wanmian gazed into the mirror, her thoughts wandered. The so-called hunt was merely a means to identify the emperor's favored successor. The crown prince was frail and sickly, unlikely to outlive the emperor, causing the other princes to stir with ambition, eager to win favor. After breakfast, as the hunt commenced, she made her way outside with her quiver slung over her back. Naturally striking, she donned a narrow-sleeved crimson dress, adorned with peony-patterned leather bracers, her graceful figure exuding a sense of prowess. Unexpectedly, her sister-in-law, Meng Yunlan, approached her with Chu Hanjin, both dressed in gowns, devoid of any intent to hunt. Scanning the hunting grounds, Xie Wanmian noted that apart from the little daughter of the great general, she was the only one mounted. Well, the weather is splendid, so I thought I and Oppose ride out and try to hunt a few rabbits, Xie Wanmian answered nonchalantly, adjusting her bracers. Meng Yunlan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Rabbits? How could you harm such adorable creatures?" "How ridiculous," the general's daughter scoffed, eyeing Meng Yunlan disdainfully. "What are the myriad birds and bears in the woods? Do you expect to pity each and everyone?" Fuming, Meng Yunlan stomped her foot, gazing defiantly at Xie Wanmian, sister-in-law. "Why don't you defend me?" Xie Wanmian mounted her horse, her tone even. Her words may be crude, but they carry truth. With that, she flicked her reins and galloped toward the hunting grounds, leaving a flustered Meng Yunlan behind, her eyes red with frustration. "Xie Wanmian, your horsemanship is quite impressive, but how well do you shoot?" called Xie, who had followed closely behind. With a smile, Xie Wanmian replied, "I learned these skills at the Women and Oppo's Academy, achieving only mediocre results, just enough to catch a rabbit." Just as Xie was about to respond, her brother summoned her, and she turned to Xie Wanmian. "If you can hunt 10 rabbits today, I will personally roast one for you." Hunting 10 rabbits seemed a daunting task for Xie Wanmian, who had not drawn a bow in ages. But she figured it was worth a try. Remembering her previous life, filled with constraints and tears from her mother-in-law and Oppose, as scoldings, she shook off the unpleasant memories and urged her horse to gallop faster. In the forest, the sounds of neighing steeds echoed nearby, and arrows struck the trees along her path. However, as she pressed forward, she suddenly realized her horse was becoming difficult to control, and despite her efforts to rein it in, it grew increasingly unruly. As she scanned her surroundings for a safe landing, her heart sank as she spotted a cliff not far ahead. Chapter 45. On the brink of losing her, Xie Wanmian attempted to reach out for a tree branch, believing that merely grasping it would suffice. However, the horse galloped faster, with the wind howling in her ears and the sharp blades of grass and leaves lacerating her cheeks. She felt herself teetering on the edge of losing control. What to do? She clutched the reins, her face betraying anxiety, yet her demeanor remained composed. At this speed, reaching for a tree was perilous. A collision could easily result in a broken arm. Her head spun amidst the jarring motion, and her body felt as though it might come apart at the seams. Just as she neared the precipice, a hand extended toward her. Raising her gaze, she saw Meng Huqing had somehow caught up on horseback, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond, though his brows were furrowed in a manner that suggested unrest. "Give me your hand." Though his distinctly defined fingers were within reach, she hesitated, not out of reluctance, but because the wrong amount of force could drag them both down, risking being trampled by the horse and Oppo's hoofs. Meng Huqing seemed to perceive her trepidation. "Do not worry. Taking my hand will not harm you." Taking a deep breath, Xie Wanmian finally found the opportune moment to extend her hand. Inside the tent, Chu Hanjin had just seen Meng Yunlan off and had seated herself back on the small couch. The matron brought forth a spread of food, alongside a bowl of dark, steaming medicine. Without flinching, she drank it down and wiped her lips, casting a glance at the matron who bowed her head. "Matron, has everything been dealt with? Xie will not discover anything, will she?" The matron presented her with jade chopsticks and replied respectfully, "Rest assured, miss, everything has been handled. That person is unlikely to survive. The stable boy who fed the horses should have been discovered by now." Chu Hanjin felt a twinge of unease. After all, Meng Hiqing's investigative skills were formidable. Yet, she had already prepared a scapegoat and was not concerned about being implicated. The actions were not hers. Nor had she issued any commands. Who would suspect her? "Miss, we have both witnesses and evidence," the matron reported. A smile flickered across Chu Hanjin's face. Her fondness for Ji Yu had persisted since childhood, and since Xie Wanmian had become an obstacle, she found it convenient to eliminate her. Xie Wanmian was swiftly taken by Meng Hiqing, who soon regained control of the horse, which, in a fit of madness, leapt off the edge of the cliff. Witnessing this, Xie Wanmian was momentarily paralyzed with fear, her pupils dilating. She trembled as she clutched Meng Hiqing's collar, her heart racing uncontrollably, perhaps fresh from that harrowing brush with death. Her composure faltered, and tears of despair finally fell from her eyes. Meng Hiqing held her tightly, his heart still racing. They had come perilously close to losing each other once more. "Do not be afraid, my lady. We are safe now." He pressed a kiss to her forehead, his large hand gently cradling the back of her head. Xie Wanmian trembled all over. A small cut marred her porcelain skin, blood blooming like a weeping peony, evoking a sense of tender compassion. After a while, Xie Wanmian gradually calmed, wiping her tears. In a hoarse voice, she remarked, "I remember inspecting this horse the night before. It seemed fine then. Recently, I practiced riding for a hunt, and it was quite docile, showing no signs of unruliness. Why has it suddenly gone mad today?" Upon hearing this, Meng Hiqing's gaze darkened, his grip on her tightening. He recalled that in a previous life, Wanmian had not succumbed to illness, but had been poisoned slowly. Could it be that the one who tampered with the horse now was the same individual who had poisoned her in the past? "I will uncover the truth," he asserted resolutely. As they made their way back, a peculiar sight caught their attention in the nearby thicket. Initially assumed to be a trophy from a nobleman's hunt, a closer inspection revealed a corpse impaled by countless arrows, hanging grotesquely from the branches. The victim's face was swollen, eyes bulging, and the body a gruesome sight. Meng Hiqing, accustomed to such horrors, instinctively shielded Xie Wanmian's eyes, but alas, it was too late. Xie Wanmian, though bolder than most women raised in seclusion, was not equipped to face such a disfigured corpse. She recoiled into Meng Hiqing's embrace, murmuring Chapter 46, reluctant belief within the tent. The candles in the candelabrum had nearly burned down to their midpoint. Meng Hiqing stepped forward to pay his respects to the emperor. The emperor, smiling, gestured for him to forego the formalities and then remarked, "I have heard that your wife encountered some trouble with a frenzied horse today. Was she injured?" Meng Hiqing took a step closer, the soft candlelight illuminating his eyes with an unusual brilliance. "I arrived just in time to rescue her. But my wife was startled by the sight of the corpse and is now resting within the tent." The emperor furrowed his brow, stroking his beard as he inquired, "Do we have any leads on the corpse?" "Your Majesty," Meng Hiqing replied calmly, "the body remains in the abandoned tent. We await the coroner from the capital. Once he arrives, we shall conduct an autopsy and corroborate with those who accompanied him. Results should be forthcoming shortly." His words served to ease the tension in the tent and alleviate the emperor's concerns, especially since Zhang He, a fourth-rank official, held considerable sway in court. Furthermore, he aimed to convey that thorough investigations take time, and he feared the emperor might impose an overly hasty conclusion. The emperor, accustomed to the whirlpool of power, understood the implications of Meng Hiqing's words. Nodding with a smile, he said, "That is reassuring. Your investigative skills are well recognized. I entrust this matter to you." Meng Hiqing bowed respectfully, grateful for the emperor's confidence. "Very well. I trust that Zhang Aiqing can now find solace." The emperor's expression grew somber, revealing an enduring weariness in his eyes. Zhang He, perceptive as ever, performed his bow and departed the tent alongside Meng Hiqing. "I implore you, Meng Zhini, to uncover the truth for my son," Zhang He said, his voice heavy with sorrow. From what Meng Hiqing knew, Zhang He had but one son and one daughter. If this child were to be harmed, it would undoubtedly ignite his father's wrath. Meng Hiqing spoke slowly. "Rest assured, Sir Zhang, this matter is complex, and I shall diligently seek the truth." Upon returning to his own tent, Meng Hiqing found that Xie Wanmian had already retired. The room was filled with the delicate aroma of incense, wisps of smoke rising and dispersing in the breeze. He tread lightly and placed the food box he carried upon the table. Second master, Xie approached softly. The second mistress has already taken her lunch. How much did she eat? Meng Huqing inquired, initially intending to check on her, but hesitating, concerned that he might carry the lingering odor of decay. Replying to the second master, she only had a bit of vegetable porridge. After freshening up, the second mistress lay down for a nap. Meng Huqing nodded, instructing Xie to prepare water. After washing up and changing his clothes, he sat at the edge of the bed. As he drew closer, he noticed Xie Wanmian curled up in the corner, clutching the inner garment he had worn the previous night. For reasons unknown, his heart softened at the sight. Xie Wanmian, though asleep, appeared restless, her delicate brows furrowed and a sheen of perspiration on her forehead. He took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat, only to hear her murmur faintly, "Why treat me this way?" Meng Huqing's hand paused. He leaned closer to listen, but she fell silent. Her lips pressed tightly together. With a gentle sigh, he enveloped her in his arms, his voice soothing. "Do not fear. I am here." His low tone was akin to the calming ebb and flow of ocean waves, bringing her solace. Eventually, the tension in her brow began to ease. When Xie Wanmian awoke, she turned to find Meng Huqing lying beside her, his eyes closed, his posture dignified as he rested on the outer edge. She felt a slight itch on her face and, upon reaching up, discovered that her injury had been treated with ointment. It remained uncertain whether it was Meng Huqing or Xie who had attended to her. However, she leaned toward believing it was Xie, as young women tend to be more meticulous in such matters. The white gauze curtain fell softly, obscuring the view of whether it was evening or still afternoon outside. Xie Wanmian, rarely having the chance to nap alongside Meng Huqing, propped herself up on one hand and carefully traced his features with her gaze. Indeed, Meng Huqing possessed a refined appearance. His long, straight eyelashes resembled those of a young woman, yet his countenance exuded a scholarly elegance rather than femininity. Retracting her gaze, she turned over, intending to continue her slumber. After all, spring days often induce drowsiness, and she wished to indulge in more rest. Meng Huqing, having slept for merely half an hour, awoke to find Xie Wanmian still asleep. He did not disturb her, tidying his garments before stepping out of the tent. Outside, the weeping seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. "My lord, we have a lead. Based on the coroner's examination, the scene investigation, and personnel filtering, Meng Huqing swiftly identified the young servant's identity. As he pieced together the case, everything began to come into clearer focus. It turned out that the servant was a personal attendant to the Crown Prince of Nanyang, who had been spoiled by his elders. Recently, he had developed an infatuation with the fiancée of Zhangqi, the deputy commander, who had firmly rejected his advances. Undeterred, he persisted in his pursuit. The situation escalated into a confrontation between him and Zhangqi, who, being well-trained in martial arts, had bested the prince in their skirmishes. Just yesterday, the prince had confronted Zhangqi again, filled with resentment upon witnessing the affection shared between Zhangqi and the young woman. In a fit of anger, he instructed his servant to sprinkle a substance in the stables that would incite the horses to madness. The drug took time to take effect, but prolonged riding would exacerbate its potency. When a horse became frenzied, chaos was inevitable. The reason this incident affected Xie Wanmian stables was due to the similarity in size between the horses and their proximity, making it easy for mistakes to occur in the dark. After reporting this to the emperor, appropriate punishments and reassurances were dispensed. Meng Huqing, commended for his efficiency, received considerable rewards of silver and silk from the emperor. Yet, while riding back in the carriage, he could not shake the feeling that he had overlooked something. "Miss, you must try this pastry. It is quite delightful," Xie urged, presenting a delicate lotus flower pastry to Xie Wanmian. However, she appeared despondent and shook her head gently, replying, "I will not eat. Please take it to 19. Xie regarded her with concern, on the verge of saying more when she noticed Meng Huqing pouring tea for Xie Wanmian, signaling Xie to leave. "Are you still pondering those matters from a few days ago?" Meng Huqing asked. Xie Wanmian met his gaze and slowly nodded, her voice quivering. "I have been plagued by troubling dreams." She often dreamt of Meng, who would clutch her throat, leaving her gasping for breath. Meng Huqing contemplated for a moment before suggesting, Perhaps, in due time, we could visit Jing'an Temple to burn incense and pray, or consult a fortune-teller to ward off evil. Xie Wanmian let out a soft laugh, tears brimming in her eyes. But you do not believe in such things, do you? Meng Heching, captivated by the radiant smile of his beloved, felt a smile tug at his own lips. Though he did not believe in the supernatural, the absurdity of living a second life, finding himself once more with the one he cherished, compelled him to embrace belief. How could he not believe in the grace bestowed upon him? Chapter 47. The cold wore as the sun descended. Its last rays lingered upon the eaves, reluctant to depart. The carriage came to a halt before the Marquis's residence, and Meng Heching alighted first. After a brief pause, a delicate, snowy hand rested upon his arm. It was Xie Wanmian, her expression somewhat weary, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with the remnants of tears. Clad in a lilac robe, her beauty seemed to exude an air of solitude. The golden sunlight bathed her dark tresses, bestowing an ethereal glow upon her jade hairpin, rendering her demeanor both gentle and dignified. "My lady, are you still fatigued?" Meng Heching inquired softly as he embraced her, the warmth of her presence soothing his spirit. Xie Wanmian bit her lip, glancing at the numerous carriages arriving in the distance, and took a step back, feeling a touch of bashfulness. "There are many people here." Meng Heching smiled gently, responding, "My lady, we are husband and wife." While she understood the sentiment, she recalled that in her previous life, Meng Heching would never have displayed such affection publicly. She vividly remembered the early days of their marriage, when she had attempted to hold his hand on a rainy day, only for him to withdraw moments later, coldly stating, "It is against propriety." This recollection stirred a tempest of indignation within her. In front of so many, propriety dictated their distance. Xie Wanmian echoed his words back to him, swiftly retracting her hand. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Meng Heching was reminded of her past assertion. With him or without him, it makes little difference. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with official duties, often buried in investigations under the guise of hunting. Had he inadvertently neglected her, inciting her displeasure? A sense of unease settled in his heart. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xie Wanmian had already instructed Jade to place their luggage in Chunhua Courtyard. After the weariness of travel, the joy they had set out with had faded into exhaustion. Following her farewells to her in-laws, Xie Wanmian returned to the courtyard with Meng Heching. She requested Jade to brew a pot of Westlake Longjing tea, sipping it leisurely before summoning the accounts of her shop for reconciliation. Meng Heching sipped his tea, noting that his wife seemed unwilling to engage in conversation, yet she appeared engrossed in managing her shop. A pang of anxiety stirred within him. Was she contemplating a separation, given his relentless commitment to his duties? If Xie Wanmian proposed such a course, how would he respond? "Second master?" Her gentle voice startled him, and he instinctively furrowed his brow, replying coldly, "I do not agree." Xie Wanmian blinked in confusion, asking, "What do you disagree with?" His gaze fell upon the list she held, filled with names of his colleagues and relatives, and it dawned on him that his birthday was imminent. Embarrassment washed over him, his ears tinged with crimson. "I was momentarily distracted. Please continue, my lady." Xie Wanmian opened the list, smoothing it out, and handed him a brush dipped in ink. "Do you see anyone here you wish to exclude from the invitations, or add?" "Please decide as you see fit," he replied. "Decide?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. She had no intention of becoming a scapegoat. In her previous life, she had exerted herself for Meng Heching's birthday, only to receive a trivial acknowledgement of her efforts. This time, she would not labor in vain. It would be wiser for Second Master to review it himself. "I am still new to the Marquis's residence and unfamiliar with your affairs. If I inadvertently offend someone, it could lead to complications," she remarked, unwilling to take on such burdens. Meng Heching found her reasoning sound and took the list, examining it carefully. He marked a few names, then passed it back to her. "These are distant relatives, and those I have a close relationship with are circled. As for my teacher," he paused, realizing who he referred to. Xie Wanmian understood he meant Chu Hanjin's father, his maternal uncle, someone who must indeed be invited. However, this invitation would also entail Chu Hanjin's presence. "How would you like to arrange this, Second Master?" she inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his. After a moment of contemplation, he said. Please ensure he is seated in a favorable position. My uncle enjoys opera and prefers a spot closer to the stage. As for that cousin, I have little connection with her, so I hope you do not misunderstand. That will not be a problem, Xie Wanmian replied, closing the list with a calm demeanor. Despite not being particularly concerned, her later addition felt somewhat defensive. Meng Huqing sensed her indifference, which stirred a sense of frustration within him. Ultimately, he stood to leave, stating, I must return to the government office shortly. The aftermath of the Mad Horse incident remains unresolved. I leave the household matters to you, my lady. Though the case had concluded, he felt there were still unanswered questions regarding her involvement. Given Xie Wanmian and Appo's current dismissive attitude, it would be prudent for both to have some space to reflect. A cold smile crossed Xie Wanmian's lips as she thought, Please do leave, second master, and do not let official matters delay you. Meng Huqing nodded and departed the courtyard. Little did he anticipate that mere minutes after his exit, an urgent imperial edict would summon him to the palace for a council. That night, the forbidden city lay silent, the sound of a falling pin audible in the stillness. Apart from the patrolling imperial guards, others remained within their own palaces. Guided by a palace servant with a lantern, Meng Huqing was led to the Qingjin Hall in the Western Garden. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a potent blend of bitter medicine and the fragrance of dragon saliva, a concoction that weighed heavily in the air. Maintaining his composure, he approached the emperor seated upon the dragon throne and bowed respectfully. The emperor, eyes half closed, surveyed a desk cluttered with memorials. From these documents, Meng Huqing had gleaned that during the crown prince's regency, a fire had ravaged the Yong'an Palace, a structure built with immense resources by the late emperor, where every blade of grass was worth a fortune, resulting in a depletion of the national treasury. With a gentle tap of his fingers on the desk, the emperor sighed, You must have heard about the crown prince's regency. Meng Huqing. Indeed, Meng Huqing affirmed. Among the memorials were criticisms of the crown prince's inadequate governance, suggesting a re-evaluation of the heir apparent. Others claimed the fire was a consequence of a thunderstorm, absolving the crown prince of blame. The emperor's expression remained steady, but his gaze bore into Meng Huqing's. What do you think, Yuli? What course of action should I take? Chapter 48. Do not be distressed. My lady Meng Huqing was acutely aware that the emperor had tossed this perplexing matter into his lap, as his maternal grandfather, the emperor, was indeed a member of the royal family. As such, he had reaped considerable benefits from this connection. However, being a member of the imperial clan also meant that his recent successes in case handling had garnered him praise from ministers and support from the populace, thus elevating his influence. The emperor was not merely inquiring of him. He was subtly admonishing him. In the presence of a sovereign, a minister remains forever a minister. Dressed in his crimson official robe, Meng Huqing bowed his head in respect, his voice as frigid and clear as Jade striking stone. Before the sovereign, he dare not make any rash judgments. Upon hearing this, the emperor's icy demeanor softened slightly. Speak freely. If your words are lacking, ponder further. You are the top scholar of the Mingde year 19, brimming with talent and promise. Such matters should pose no challenge to you. Your Majesty flatters me. I am but a humble servant, Meng Huqing replied, his expression now somber. He continued, In my humble opinion, it is common for palaces to catch fire during the plum rain season due to lightning strikes. But whether there is human negligence involved requires further investigation. And what is your stance on the reconstruction of Yong'an Palace? Meng Huqing understood that the ministers had been embroiled in heated debates over whether to repair Yong'an Palace, with the majority opposing due to the exorbitant costs involved. The construction had originally required lavish expenditures, from intricately carved jade tables to the most precious yellow pine wood. The late emperor had even commissioned a waterway along the eastern city wall for transporting timber, exhausting the populace who labored tirelessly for 3 days and nights. Yet this was seldom mentioned. I believe it should not be rebuilt, Meng Huqing asserted resolutely. The lightning strike that befell Yong'an Palace may indeed be a sign from heaven. To reconstruct, it would likely defy divine will. To him, a minister should strive to uphold the principles of heaven and earth, ensuring the welfare of the people. The original construction of Yong'an Palace was said to have received heavenly approval. Thus its destruction by lightning must also be seen as divine intent. It should not exist at all. Outside, the wind howled as dark clouds concealed the last vestiges of moonlight. The emperor scoffed softly and rose, pacing slowly to the window, gazing in the direction of Yeoman Palace, where wisps of smoke lingered, almost revealing glimpses of its former opulence. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he resembled the heavy morning bell tolling in a distant temple, striking a note of profound divine disobedience. Meng Huqing knelt on the ground, yet even in submission, his spine remained upright. If your majesty insists on the reconstruction of Yeoman Palace, I shall continue to oppose it. I was unaware of your audacity, Meng Huqing. Though the court is against the reconstruction, I have yet to witness anyone as bold as you to voice such opinions. Moreover, how can you be certain this is not the fault of the Crown Prince? Have you already taken your stance, awaiting my decree to dismiss him? I do not dare. The emperor, in a fit of anger, hurled the inkstone at the kneeling Meng Huqing, shouting, "What have you to fear? Do you presume to leverage your status as the granddaughter of the Grand Princess to oppose the Crown Prince and me?" A sharp pain struck his forehead, blood seeping forth and dripping onto his brows, yet he did not flinch. Meng Huqing, you are truly astute, discerning my thoughts with remarkable precision. You are indeed my cherished grandson. The emperor's gaze grew colder. You know full well that regardless of whether this is the Crown Prince's fault, I shall not authorize the reconstruction. I may be aging, but I am not foolish. Yet you defend the Crown Prince so fiercely. At this, Meng Huqing pressed his lips tightly together, realizing he had inadvertently touched the emperor's sore spot. Ultimately, the emperor slowly uttered, "Cleverness can lead to folly. Summon someone. Meng Canyi has spoken insolently. Grant him 10 lashes." Meng Huqing was returned to the residence of the Xianping Marquis, bloodied and battered, supported by tears. Upon seeing her son in such a state, Zhang Shi cried inconsolably, "How could this happen to you?" Zhang Shi was assisted by the Marquis, while news reached Xie Wanmian, who instantly felt her eyes well with tears. She recalled that in her previous life, this incident had never occurred. Why was it different this time? After all, he was her husband and the father of her child. How could she not be heartbroken? Meng Huqing furrowed his brow, noticing that his usually composed and gentle wife appeared even paler, her eyes glistening with worry. This image overlapped with the caring Xie Wanmian of his past life. "My lady, do not fear. I am not gravely injured." He took her hand, his deep voice gentle and soothing, calming her anxious heart considerably. Before Xie Wanmian could respond, Zhang Shi voiced her discontent. "How can you say you are fine? Those lashes upon your back could cause serious harm, if not administered with care." Yet Meng Huqing remained remarkably calm, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Mother, there is no need for concern." The Marquis quickly interjected, "Do not fret. We must first have Zhi fetch a doctor to examine him." Wiping her tears, Zhang Shi seemed to finally grasp the situation. Yes, we must call for the imperial physician." Meng Huqing was laid upon the bed, his official robe needing to be changed. While the blood was not immediately visible from the outside, once removed, the stark white of his inner garments was painfully evident, the crimson stains glaringly obvious. Xie Wanmian carefully removed the excess clothing from Meng Huqing, then wrung a cloth from the copper basin to gently dab at the blood seeping from him, cautious not to disturb the wounds to avoid any inflammation that could complicate healing. "If it touches your wounds, you must tell me." Hearing his wife's soft voice laced with tremors, Meng Huqing's heart softened. He suddenly felt he should not dwell too much on her earlier words, recognizing they were merely expressions of concern and that misunderstandings could easily arise in intimate conversations. Mian Mian likely spoke without thinking. "Rest assured, it was merely 10 lashes. It is not painful. The eunuch administering the punishment was careful, and the emperor did not truly intend to punish me. He is merely using me as a pawn. Once the crown prince secures his position, I may find favor with the new sovereign." Xie Wanmian sniffled, tears still clinging to her eyelashes as she murmured, "The heart of the sovereign is inscrutable." Meng Huqing found his wife endearingly adorable. He reached out to caress her cheek, his cool voice tinged with tenderness. "My lady, are you still angry with me?" Xie Wanmian paused, momentarily taken aback. "Well, have I ever been angry with you?" As a side note, to establish the heart for heaven and earth. To set the fate for the people is excerpted from Zhang Zai's 4 Verses of Henku from the Northern Song Dynasty. Chapter 49. Relentless Grasp. Meng Huqing was not one to indulge in arguments. He was not truly wooden, and upon witnessing Xie Wanmian's denial, he merely tightened his grasp on his wife's hand, choosing silence. Clearly, his wife was indeed upset. Given the flurry of recent days and the sharp pain from his back wound, his consciousness began to wane. As the clock approached the 3rd watch of the night, a torrential rain began to pour outside. The urgent knocking at the door, accompanied by the sound of the rain, echoed through the air. "Second, madam, the imperial physician has arrived." Xie Wanmian glanced at the drowsy Meng Huqing on the bed. After tucking him in, she called out, "Please let the physician in." In walked the elderly physician, his head adorned with a conical hat, and he quickly stowed away his oiled paper umbrella, stepping aside to allow himself to enter with a medicine box. The storm's wind and rain rushed in, prompting him to swiftly close the door behind him. The physician's face was drenched from the rain, and his garments were slightly dampened. He hurried to the bedside and bowed to Xie Wanmian. "Madam, may I examine Lord Meng's injuries?" Xie Wanmian returned the bow. "Thank you, esteemed physician." Outside, the cold wind howled, and the room was saturated with the pungent scent of blood, sending chills down one's spine. The physician approached with a candle in hand, illuminating the patient's visage. In that moment, the lightning illuminated Meng Huqing's pale face, his lips already a faint hue, clad in a simple white robe. His exquisite appearance, accentuated by his long black hair secured with a wooden hairpin, evoked a haunting beauty, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty creature from the wilds. It was said that Meng Huqing was unparalleled in beauty, and today, the physician bore witness to this truth. Regaining his composure, the physician placed 2 fingers on Meng Huqing's wrist to take his pulse. After a thorough examination, he turned to Xie Wanmian. "Madam, could you fetch some warm water? There is necrotic tissue on the wound that must be cleaned promptly. Please also prepare some sweet water to brew the medicine according to my prescription." Upon speaking, he wrote down the prescription. Xie Wanmian promptly instructed the maid, 19, to gather the ingredients. When the medicine was ready, Xie Wanmian carefully fed the drowsy Meng Huqing with a porcelain spoon. As he consumed half of it, nearly spilling the rest, she felt a pang of anxiety. "Second master?" She gently wiped the corners of his mouth with a silk handkerchief, the brownish liquid already tasting bitter on her tongue. Meng Huqing mumbled a vague response. Turning his head away, his brow furrowed. Xie Wanmian was taken aback by his childishness. "Is the medicine too bitter?" After a long pause, Meng Huqing finally replied softly, "Bitter." Xie Wanmian then instructed Ji Shi to bring over some candied fruit, placing a piece in Meng Huqing's mouth. As the sweet morsel entered, he unexpectedly bit down on her fingertip, refusing to let go. Glancing at the elderly physician nearby, who was preoccupied with heating a thin blade over the fire, she felt her face heat up. Meng Huqing, release. She then felt his tongue gently entwining around her fingertip, as if savoring the sweetness, before he slowly released his grip. Taking advantage of the sweetness, Xie Wanmian hurriedly poured the remaining medicine into him. As he drank hastily, he coughed slightly, his eyes half closed, his long lashes glistening with tears. "Madam," his hoarse voice resonated deeply, as if merging with the dense, rainy night. Xie Wanmian chose to disregard him, lighting all the candles on the candlestick to assist the physician in clearly seeing the wound. The physician meticulously used the blade to clean the festering wound on Meng Huqing's back. Despite having taken some medicine to alleviate his pain, the cutting was still excruciating. Meng Huqing furrowed his brow but remained silent, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples, his face pale as if he were a fragile porcelain figure. In truth, this was the second time she had witnessed Meng Huqing in such a vulnerable state. Seeing him bloodied now was even more heart-wrenching than the first injury. She dabbed his sweat with a cloth, sighing softly. In his past life, Meng Huqing always exuded an air of "I can handle it myself," which kept her unaware of his true condition. She had always believed him invulnerable, but this moment revealed a stark reality. After nearly an hour and a half, the physician finished his work and began to cleanse his hands. He spoke earnestly, "These are merely superficial wounds. The internal damage, if not properly treated, has exacerbated the injury. I have prescribed several remedies. If they prove effective, continue for 2 months. If not, return to consult me again. Also, here is some scar ointment from the palace. Apply it once daily on Lord Meng's wounds. I have already applied it once. You may do so again tomorrow. Thank you, esteemed physician. Xie Wanmian accepted the ointment and instructed Yi Lei to pay the physician and see him off. She then asked Xie to prepare some clean robes for Meng Heching, whose current attire was completely soaked with sweat. Wearing it would surely invite chill. Meng Heching felt slightly breathless, finding it hard to speak. After a moment, he managed to utter weakly, "Madam, a cup of water, please." Hastily, Xie Wanmian filled the cup with water and brought it to him. As he could not sit up straight, she carefully supported him while he drank. Once all matters were settled, Xie Wanmian finally leaned against the bed for a brief rest. Though dawn was already breaking, having scarcely slept through the night, she tidied her attire before conveying the news of Meng Heching's stable condition to her in-laws. As Zhangshi approached Chunhua courtyard, ready to weep and wail, she was stopped by Xianping Ho. "If you awaken him, what shall we do?" This reasoning held merit, and Zhangshi reluctantly stifled her sobs. Upon closer inspection of Meng Heching, she noticed his face was flushed. "Why does Zhiyu and Appo's face appear so red?" Xie Wanmian reached out to feel his forehead. "Mother, the physician says the second master will run a slight fever for a time. This is normal and will subside soon." Xianping Ho nodded, expressing his satisfaction with Xie Wanmian. "You have worked hard to care for Zhiyu." With a smile, Xie Wanmian replied, "It is my duty as a daughter-in-law." After seeing off Zhangshi and the others, Xie Wanmian finally exhaled deeply, sitting on a round stool while Xie massaged her shoulders to ease her fatigue. "Miss, why not rest on the couch for a while? You cannot endure this exhaustion for too long," Xie said, her concern evident as she wiped Xie Wanmian and Appo's face with a damp cloth. Xie Wanmian shook her head, as if recalling something. "Have you stored the grain as I instructed? How much do we have now?" Although Xie did not understand her lady's desire for grain storage, she obediently replied, "All stored." Hearing this, Xie Wanmian felt a wave of relief. Given the frequent droughts and floods this year, it was indeed wise to stock up on grain while prices were low. Just as she prepared to ask Xie to bring the brewed medicine, she turned to find herself gazing into those deep, dark eyes. A side note, Meng Heching felt quite pleased. The candy in his wife and Appo's hand was the most delectable treat. Sweet water, a special requirement for brewing medicine in ancient times. Chapter 50. Blocking the peach blossoms. As Meng Heching slowly opened his eyes, he faintly heard the phrase, "stockpiling grain," near his ear. Frowning, he realized that his body had grown somewhat stiff from lying down for too long. His delicate features were tinged with a faint blush due to a fever, and his eyes blinked tiredly. He spoke slowly. "Thank you for your efforts last night, my lady." His voice sounded somewhat hoarse and sluggish, yet it remained melodious. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the dark circles beneath Xie Wanmian's eyes, noticing her unwell appearance. "You should rest, my lady. Leave the rest to the servants." Xie Wanmian shook her head, holding a bowl of medicine. "Let's wait until you drink this soup. I must ensure you finish it." With that, she scooped a spoonful with a porcelain spoon and offered it to Meng Heching. He swiftly drank it all in a few gulps, and just as he wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, a sweet preserved fruit was unexpectedly offered to him. Confused, he looked at Xie Wanmian and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Eat," Xie Wanmian replied without hesitation, placing it in his mouth. Her fingertips, warm and soft as flower petals, brought a tingling sensation. With a playful expression, she teased, "Last night, you complained about the bitterness of the medicine and refused to take it. It was only after I fed you this preserved fruit that you agreed to drink the medicine." As her words fell, fragmented memories surged in his mind. Clearing his throat, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment. "I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. I was a bit disoriented." Xie Wanmian began to regret her earlier remarks, which were intended as light-hearted banter, but seeing Meng Heching and Appo's earnest demeanor as he apologized made her feel somewhat excessive in her teasing. She also took a piece of preserved fruit for herself, mumbling, "It's all right." Xie observed their courteous interaction and recalled the affectionate banter between the housekeeper and her husband, feeling that her master and mistress were too formal with each other. "I heard you mention stockpiling grain. Has something significant occurred?" Meng Huqing propped himself up with one hand, attempting to sit up straighter. Xie Wanmian and damp. Oppose. S. heart skipped a beat at his question. Twisting her hands, she pondered for a moment before replying. I heard from a grain sellers that last year's harvest was poor. Nowadays, buying rice is a precaution against future troubles, lest we be faced with exorbitant prices later. Meng Huqing regarded her with a hint of curiosity. He recalled that in his past life, a great disaster would soon strike near the capital, devastating crops and causing a spike in grain prices shortly after autumn. If what she said was true, then her desire to stockpile grain due to last year's poor harvest was understandable. Yet it didn't quite add up. As the Ministry of Revenue had reported a good harvest last year, could it be that she, like him, had been reborn? Feeling his intense gaze, Xie Wanmian felt a chill run down her spine and softly asked, Did I say something wrong to provoke such scrutiny, Second Master? Meng Huqing suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. If his lady had indeed been reborn, why did she alternate between warmth and coldness toward him? He finally spoke slowly. Your hairpin today is quite beautiful. Xie Wanmian smiled awkwardly, realizing the hairpin was something she had worn yesterday. Due to Meng Huqing's injury, she had been unable to visit the shop for the past few days. Fortunately, she had previously taught Jade to manage the shop's affairs, leaving the trivial matters to her, while she reserved the important decisions for when Meng Huqing had recovered. On the third day, following Meng Huqing's injury, he was finally able to get out of bed and move around a little, though he was cautioned not to overexert himself to avoid straining his wound. Thus, he instructed Ile to bring all the official documents he needed to review to his desk in the room. After 3 consecutive days of rain, the sun finally shone today. Xie Wanmian took the account book to calculate how much silver would be required for Meng Huqing's birthday celebration at the tavern when Ile entered to deliver a message. My lord, your cousin says she wishes to visit you. Meng Huqing coughed discreetly, covering his mouth with a fist, and replied coolly, I shall not meet her. But the old lady insists on bringing her over, saying that it's only proper for cousins to care for one another. Upon hearing this, Meng Huqing hastily donned a white cloak embroidered with plum blossoms, his expression turning uncertain as he grasped a brush. He paused, glancing at Xie Wanmian, who was lounging lazily in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. My lady. Xie Wanmian straightened and looked over at him, her tone indifferent. Second Master, please speak. Meng Huqing swallowed lightly, then gently asked, Might you sit a little closer to me, my lady? Very well. After saying this, Xie Wanmian moved a small round stool to sit beside Meng Huqing, engrossed in her reading. Meng Huqing coughed softly, and upon noticing his pale and dry lips, Xie Wanmian poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him. Thank you, my lady. Meng Huqing took a sip of tea, then paused, gently inquiring, May I hold your hand, my lady? At this, Xie Wanmian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Is this merely to put on a show for my cousin? Not all. Meng Huqing lifted his eyelids, gazing steadily at her, his eyes unwavering, causing her heart to race. It has simply been quite some time since we last held hands. Xie Wanmian was surprised that Meng Huqing would express such a sentiment. After all, it had indeed been 3 days since they last held hands. As she placed her hand atop his, she suddenly realized something was amiss. It had been a long time since he had spoken such words. Feeling somewhat exasperated, she attempted to withdraw her hand, muttering, You brought this upon yourself. Don't expect me to pay off your debts of affection. Yet, Meng Huqing tightened his grip, speaking softly. My cousin is quite perceptive. She is my teacher and also the apple of my uncle's eye. I cannot be too direct in my refusal, as it may lead to unnecessary controversy. With you here, my approach is evidently more polite and tactful. Besides, I genuinely wish to hold your hand. His earnest declaration left her without a retort. You. Xie Wanmian gazed at the man before her, and merely looking at his exquisite features made her lose the will to resist. Meng Huqing's frost-like gaze seemed to soften, shimmering with warmth, his dark, deep eyes silently pleading, making it impossible for her to deny him. Very well, I shall hold your hand. It won't cost me anything. However, she resolved not to be swayed by mere beauty next time. Like a child, Meng Huqing inched his chair closer to Xie Wanmian, a smile that couldn't be concealed gracing his handsome face. He gently intertwined his fingers with hers, his lips curving upward. "Your hands are so soft, my lady." As Xie Wanmian felt the warmth of his broad palm enveloping her, she shyly turned away, picking up the book to distract herself. When did he start saying such things? Chapter 51. Would you accompany me, my lady? As Chu Hanjin entered, she immediately spotted Meng Huqing seated beside Xie Wanmian. The joy and concern on her face, upon seeing him, had somewhat faded. She tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ears, striving to maintain a smile. "Qing, I have come to see you." Just hearing this address nearly prompted Xie Wanmian to chuckle. Previously, Meng Huqing had asked Chu Hanjin not to call him by his given name. Yet now she had adopted a more affectionate form of address. One could not deny that Chu Hanjin possessed a certain talent for naming. "Dear cousin, you may simply call me brother," Meng Huqing said, his brow furrowed, evidently uncomfortable with Chu Hanjin and Appo's earlier manner of address. She settled on a distant peachwood stool, and Xie Wanmian hastily instructed Ji Shi to pour tea. "Cousin, do try this Westlake Longjing tea. It is quite delightful. And the red date cake is soft and sweet without being cloying." Chu Hanjin responded somewhat perfunctorily, before summoning her personal maid to bring forth a medicinal ointment. "This is a balm bestowed by His Majesty. Applying it for a few days will hasten your recovery. You should give it a try, dear cousin." Setting down his brush, Meng Huqing replied in a calm tone, "Thank you for your thoughtful gift, dear cousin. I appreciate your kindness, but my injuries have nearly healed. Please take this balm back." Chu Hanjin clutched the handkerchief in her grasp, her smile now tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "Cousin, since it is my goodwill, you ought to accept it. After all, injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to mend. The physician provided me with a similar ointment yesterday. Accepting yours would be a waste," Meng Huqing replied lightly, his tone devoid of hesitation as he tightened his grip on Xie Wanmian's hand. "If cousin has no further matters, I kindly request your early departure." "Brother, how can you rush her away?" Meng Yunlan interjected, stepping over the threshold with a semblance of indignation. "Cousin Zhen is only looking out for your well-being." "How can you speak so?" Meng Huqing cast an impatient glance at his sister, feeling increasingly vexed, as if a fog had settled upon his mind. "Your cousin is yet unmarried. To me, she is but an outsider. There must be decorum between men and women. If I were to accept such a gift, how would outsiders perceive me? And what of your cousin?" Meng Yunlan directed Ji Shi to bring over the red date cake, muttering under her breath, "Mother intends to betroth cousin Zhen to you as a concubine." "What did you say?" Meng Huqing's eyes glinted with frost, and just a single glance from him sent a chill down one's spine. Meng Yunlan, who had always harbored a fear of her elder brother, stood up as if pricked by a needle, retreating timidly behind Chu Hanjin. "In nothing. I care not where you heard such nonsense. In this lifetime, I have only one wife." His voice hardened. "Should you speak such insolence again, do not blame me for invoking family rules upon you." As the eldest brother, Meng Huqing's formidable presence, honed by years of judging criminals, was indeed fearsome, leaving his sister on the verge of tears. Xie Wanmian observed the scene as if it were a play, harboring no desire to intervene. After all, she recognized the truth in his words. A young woman, still in her maidenhood, ought to maintain a proper distance from a married man. Though she remained silent, it did not mean that Chu Hanjin would follow suit. "Dear cousin, do not speak so harshly. She is yet to come of age." Chu Hanjin interjected, "If you truly wish well for Yunlan, you should understand the nuances of relationships." Meng Huqing coldly retorted, and feeling the weight of frustration, he coughed several times, taking a sip of tea to compose himself. Chu Hanjin, somewhat at a loss, steadied the teacup in her hands. After a moment, she replied, "Cousin speaks truthfully. I am weary. Allow me to see cousin off with my tears." Meng Huqing furrowed his brow, fatigue evident on his face as the sunlight filtered through the window, casting sharp shadows upon him. His naturally aloof demeanor made it difficult for anyone to approach him. Chu Hanjin could only manage a farewell, "Take care, dear cousin," before she and Meng Yunlan hurriedly exited the spring blossom courtyard. Once the room was devoid of visitors, Xie Wanmian shifted her gaze from the pages of her book to Meng Huqing, whose face still bore traces of lingering anger, an expression he seldom exhibited. Even in their past life, his demeanor had remained unruffled. Meng Huqing, feeling the weight of his earlier agitation, found himself coughing intermittently. Xie Wanmian instructed Ji Shi to bring over the medicinal soup. You should rest for a while if you cannot finish your medicine. Overthinking will impede your recovery. The emperor has assigned me to investigate the fire incident at Yong'an Hall. He paused, then continued slowly. This matter cannot be delayed. The longer it drags on, the more agitated the ministers will become. Xie Wanmian sighed, a teasing smile gracing her lips. If you continue to pursue this investigation, your health will suffer, and then the case will be of no concern to you. Upon hearing this, Meng Huqing ceased his insistence, accepting the medicine bowl and drinking its contents in one go. The bitterness spread across his tongue, causing him to frown. He smoothed out the pages of his book and remarked, "Your words hold merit, my lady. I have lingered here for too long." Xie Wanmian produced a piece of candied fruit, offering it to his lips, her clear eyes shimmering with warmth. "Shall I assist you to bed for some rest?" After tasting the candied fruit, the sweetness dispelled the bitterness, and he found himself pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, my lady." With her support, Xie Wanmian guided Meng Huqing back to bed, placing a soft pillow behind his back, then presenting him with a book on supernatural tales. "Would you care to read this?" Meng Huqing glanced at the book in her hands, accepting it with a smile. "I have never perused such tales before. You may find it enjoyable. A steady diet of lofty texts can become tiresome." He did not argue. For anything his lady cherished, he was willing to explore. Thus, one read, while occasionally coughing, and the other busily calculated figures with the abacus, the beads clicking rhythmically. They were not typically chatty, yet in their past lives, Xie Wanmian often sought topics to discuss with Meng Huqing. This time, however, each was content in their own pursuits. As evening approached, Xie Wanmian served Meng Huqing dinner, just as a decree arrived from the emperor. Initially, he was to kneel to receive it, but given his injuries, the emperor's chief attendant chuckled, assuring him he need not kneel, as it was the emperor's wish. The decree was straightforward, summoning him to assume the role of chief inspector once he had healed, tasked with overseeing the allocation of disaster relief funds and ensuring no officials were embezzling. Receiving the decree, Meng Huqing felt neither joy nor sorrow. Yet, he gazed intently at Xie Wanmian. "I wish to ask once more, my lady, do you wish to accompany me?" Chapter 52. I apply medicine for you. Xie Wanmian regarded him with a touch of astonishment. The prospect of venturing to Yongzhou held little allure for her. If her memory served her correctly, Meng Huqing's elder brother held the position of Sima there, and the mere thought of encountering Ming filled her with vexation. Seated upon the divan, Xie Wanmian meticulously folded her garments, and after a protracted silence, she finally articulated, "I shall not go." Having uttered these words, she sensed the abruptness of her refusal and appended, "The task of providing succor is a noble endeavor entrusted to you by the emperor. Should my presence prove disruptive, hindering your efforts and impeding your progress, would it not be a disservice, betraying the emperor's confidence in you?" "It would not," Meng Huqing responded with a tranquil demeanor. "And what if I were to encounter perilous circumstances, succumbing to such trepidation that slumber eluded me throughout the night?" Meng Huqing pursed his lips, and perceiving his wife's reluctance, he refrained from further entreaties. He merely harbored the notion that his southward journey would inevitably entail an absence of nearly half a year. Yet, upon reflection, there were merits to be considered. His wife's abstention would spare her the rigors of travel, and the potential for succumbing to the vagaries of the climate would be averted. After prolonged deliberation, he managed to persuade himself. In truth, his insistence on Xie Wanmian's companionship stemmed from the brevity of their time together in their previous existence. In this life, he yearned to be in his wife's constant presence, even if it meant merely existing in tranquil communion, devoid of any activity. He sat poised at his desk, meticulously grinding ink. After prolonged rumination, he ultimately sighed, uttering in a gentle tone, "As you wish, my lady." Xie Wanmian placed the neatly folded garments within the intricately carved floral aviary wardrobe. As she arranged them, she remarked, "When the second master has ascertained the precise date, please inform me accordingly, so that I may prepare your travel accoutrements." "Very well. I am indebted to you, my lady." Meng Huqing, wielding his writing brush, commenced attending to official matters, his countenance devoid of the vexation that had characterized his initial inquiry regarding her disinclination. Instead, a serene composure prevailed. As twilight descended, the serving maids presented the evening repast, and the couple, having purified their hands, commenced their meal. Upon the table lay an array of exquisite and abundant dishes, augmented by a bowl of red date and snow clam soup. Meng Huqing, wielding a spoon, sampled a spoonful, discerning that it lacked the exquisite sweetness that had characterized Xie Wanmian's rendition in their previous life. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. Xie Wanmian, observing his less-than-pleased countenance, surmised that he remained preoccupied with the southward expedition and initiated, "If the second master desires my accompaniment, it would be prudent to await your establishment there, after which I may journey forth at my discretion." The decision of whether to go rested entirely with her. After all, she harbored no desire to encounter Meng. Meng Huqing placed the spoon aside and subsequently received a warm, moistened cloth with which to cleanse his mouth. Indeed, my lady's words are imbued with reason, yet his gaze shifted from the opalescent broth to Xie Wanmian's visage of captivating beauty, and he softly inquired, "I wonder, my lady, if you possess the skill to prepare red date and snow clam soup?" A flicker of astonishment danced within Xie Wanmian's eyes. She was, of course, cognizant of the profound fondness Meng Huqing harbored for this particular soup. However, having prepared it so frequently in her previous life, she harbored no inclination to do so again. It was an endeavor fraught with exertion and devoid of commensurate reward. She still recalled the scars that had adorned her hands as a result of its preparation. "I do not," she responded with resolute candor, her fair and delicate countenance seemingly veiled in frost. Meng Huqing paused, momentarily taken aback. This marked the second instance of his lady's rejection on this day. Xie Wanmian partook of a morsel of braised pork, finding it cloying to the palate. She placed her ebony chopsticks down, her delicate brows furrowed, and her luminous eyes, as they met Meng Huqing's gaze, conveyed a subtle hint of complaint. "I scalded my hand the last time I prepared white fungus and lotus seed soup." The implication was unmistakable. She harbored no desire to prepare it, lest she once again suffer the indignity of a scalded hand. Meng Huqing, beholding the nascent tears shimmering in his young wife and aunt, Appo's eyes, harbored no further resentment. He emitted a soft cough. "It is of no consequence. My lady labors diligently on a daily basis, and I have inadvertently overlooked this." Xie Wanmian inwardly remonstrated. "Have you not overlooked a multitude of things?" Following the conclusion of their evening repast, Meng Huqing, owing to the injury upon his back, could only hastily cleanse himself in the bathing chamber. Upon his return, it became necessary to apply medication to the affected area. It was common knowledge within the household that Meng Huqing harbored a disinclination to entrust such matters to external parties. Indeed, even in matters of attire, he largely attended to himself, with Xie Wanmian occasionally offering her assistance. Consequently, the task of applying the medication naturally devolved upon Xie Wanmian. Meng Huqing lay prone upon the divan, his back having been cleansed with a moistened cloth, lest the wound be exposed to water. Once his garments were removed, the array of scars that adorned his firm and slender back were revealed, a sight that evoked a sense of disquiet. Fortunately, some had already scabbed over. Yet the act of bathing alone had inevitably resulted in inadvertent contact with water, causing the marginal wounds to become damp. Xie Wanmian initially cleansed the area with a moistened cloth thrice, and subsequently employed a dry towel before commencing the application of the medication. The gentle pressure of her fingertips, bearing the coolness of the medicinal balm, upon the inflamed wound elicited a sensation akin to a numbing tingle. Meng Huqing remained silent, his fingers tightly gripping the bedding beneath him, as beads of perspiration formed upon his brow. "Does it cause pain?" Xie Wanmian and Appo's query shattered the somber ambience within the chamber. Meng Huqing inhaled deeply, his initial inclination being to deny any discomfort. However, mindful of He Yunxiao and Appo's counsel that women favored occasional displays of vulnerability in men, rather than stoic fortitude, he responded, "Somewhat. It is painful." Xie Wanmian, observing his pallid countenance, instinctively leaned forward, gently blowing upon the wound. Meng Huqing felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, and he momentarily regretted having brought this upon himself. "And now is it improved?" Xie Wanmian inquired as she continued to apply the balm, interspersing her ministrations with gentle puffs of air. Perceiving the exertion involved, she rose and retrieved the fan she had embroidered. Much improved. Xie Wanmian paused in her fanning motion, noting the peculiar huskiness in Meng Huqing and Appo's voice. Once she had meticulously completed the application, she refrained from immediately urging Meng Huqing to don his garments, opting instead to allow the medication to air dry. Meng Huqing merely felt a sense of impropriety in lying thus upon the bed. A man of noble principles and integrity, he found this posture somewhat disconcerting. "My lady, I believe it is sufficient. I may now don my garments." Xie Wanmian emitted a soft scoff, casting a glance at the balm that remained undried upon his back. If the second master aspires to a swift recovery, he must needs tarry a while. If modesty is the concern, we are man and wife, and there is no need for such excessive reticence. Meng Huqing raised an eyebrow, regarding her with curiosity. He had hitherto been unaware of his young wife and aunt, Appo's sharp wit. Xie Wanmian rose and extinguished several of the candles, thereby ensuring that no prying eyes could observe them. "Now, all is well. None can see." "Very well." A hint of gentle warmth suffused Meng Huqing's elongated eyes. After a brief interval, Meng Huqing donned his garments, and Xie Wanmian, having straightened his collar, prepared to retire for the night when a series of knocks resounded upon the door. "Second madam, there has been an incident." Xie Wanmian, upon hearing these words, hastily donned a cloak and hurried forward. Upon opening the door, she beheld Jade, her face streaked with tears and nasal discharge. Whether due to her haste or some other cause, her skirt was besmirched with dust, and her hair was disheveled. What matter has caused such consternation? Xie Wanmian, wielding a silken handkerchief, dabbed at her face, and observing her pitiable state, she refrained from uttering harsh words. "Speak slowly, and tell me what has transpired." Chapter 53. Scars are unsightly. Jade drew in a deep breath before speaking. "News has come from home that the young master has fought with the heir of the South Eternal King." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian's expression immediately grew cold. She recalled that after their last encounter, the heir should have been confined to his quarters, reportedly punished by the emperor himself due to his injuries. How could he possibly engage in a fight with her younger brother now? "Do not panic. What did father say?" Jade sniffled, her nose slightly reddened. "The master intends to take the young master to apologize. I heard from his servants that the South Eternal King's heir accused you and the uncle of wrongdoing, and the young master, unable to contain his anger, confronted him. The heir, already wounded, attempted to strike the young master with his cane. The young master merely shoved him. Yet he fell to the ground and claimed the young master was bullying him, even threatening to break his legs." Xie Wanmian twisted the silk handkerchief in her hands, her countenance growing increasingly grave. Such events had never transpired in her previous life. Everything seemed to be diverging from its intended path. "Well, my younger brother, did father take him to the South Eternal King's residence?" Jade wiped her tears, realizing her own impropriety, and composed herself to respond earnestly. "Miss, the master said he would take the young master to apologize tomorrow afternoon. The old lady has fallen ill due to this matter." Xie Wanmian understood that she could not delay any longer. She needed to ascertain the truth to save her brother. "I shall return to the residence tomorrow, under the pretense of visiting the old lady. She must be quite worried at this moment. Do not act recklessly in the future. The rules of the Marquis's household are stringent. If old Madame Chan discovers this, you will be punished. You may retire now." "Yes, I understand," Jade replied obediently. As Xie Wanmian closed the door, she turned to see Meng Huqing sitting at the edge of the bed, not asleep, but looking at her with concern. "Do you require my intervention?" "It remains unclear. Perhaps it is merely a trivial altercation among children. However, I cannot shake the feeling that the heir of the South Eternal King is not easily appeased." She walked past the bamboo leaf embroidered screen to the small wooden table and poured herself a cup of tea. After sipping from her cup, she poured another and asked, "Would you care for some tea?" Meng Huqing nodded and accepted the cup. His lips were beginning to crack, and when one is ill, hydration is even more crucial than when in good health. As the warm liquid flowed down his throat, his complexion visibly improved. He then spoke softly. "The heir of the South Eternal King is named Xie Wanmian. the son of the late legitimate wife of the South Eternal King. Being a legitimate child, he was favored from a young age, and due to the deep affection his mother had for the king during her lifetime, Xie Wanyu has grown increasingly capricious. Xie Wanmian could not help but scoff. If there was such profound affection between them, then why did the inner chambers become home to so many concubines? If Xie Wanyu was indeed so cherished, how had he come to embody such a lawless demeanor? These thoughts led her to reflect on her past life, where perhaps Meng Heching had married Ming, even if he had chosen to uphold familial virtues and refrain from marrying. What about her dear Heng Er? Had he been raised in indulgence akin to Xie Wanyu, or had he grown under Ming's oppression? These musings stirred a sense of bitterness within her heart. Meng Heching observed his wife's reddened eyes, assuming her distress stemmed from concern for Xie Suan, and gently reassured her there is no need for excessive worry. My lady, when you return to your family tomorrow, you can ascertain the truth. I shall accompany you then. Xie Wanmian shook her head, knowing she should not blame this lifetime's Meng Heching. However, her feelings of frustration were undeniable, and her tone grew colder. I am fine. If you must attend to your duties, do so. Moreover, you are still injured. Aggravating your wounds may leave unsightly scars. Seeing that his wife had made her intentions clear, Meng Heching refrained from further questioning, as she was always meticulous in her affairs, rarely requiring his input. Please inform he and your mother that I may need to stay at home for a day due to my grandmother's illness. She has always treated me well, and I must attend to her. Meng Heching set down his teacup. Rest assured, my lady, I will personally convey your message to my mother. Upon hearing his words, a smile gradually returned to Xie Wanmian's face. After tidying up, she climbed into bed and soon fell asleep, casting aside her worries. Meng Heching felt a slight irritation in his throat and coughed softly. Seeing that his wife had fallen asleep, he extinguished the candle and retired for the night as well. The following morning, Meng Heching rose early and instructed Fu Gui to inform Zhang Shi that Xie Wanmian was returning to her family to attend to matters and might stay for a day. Zhang Shi, reclining on her beautiful couch, scoffed, feeling indignant. Not only had she not required Xie Wanmian to serve her, but here she was, only a few days into her marriage to the Marquis, already wishing to return to her family. This daughter-in-law truly lacks discipline. Is this how the Xie family raises their children? To whine about returning home over trifles. Zhang Shi was greatly displeased. Her personal maid helped her with her headpiece and applied some fragrant balm. Perhaps there has been a significant incident at the second lady's home. I heard that the young master of the Xie family fought with the South Eternal King's heir at the academy, with the heir threatening to break the young master's legs. Zhang Shi smirked. You see, this is clearly due to poor upbringing. The maid sighed. That is not the case, madam. One must not jump to conclusions. From what I understand, it was because the South Eternal King's heir insulted the Xie family and the second master, prompting the young master to confront him. Zhang Shi fell silent. After Xie Wanmian finished her morning routine, she hurriedly returned to the Xie family, blissfully unaware of her mother-in-law's gossip. Even if she did know, she would likely dismiss it with a laugh. She cared little for others and Oppo's opinions. As the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Xie residence, Xie Wanmian was supported by Ji Shi as she disembarked slowly. Upon reaching the main gate, she noticed a young servant greeting her with a beaming smile, promptly reporting to the old lady. As everyone knew, she favored her eldest granddaughter above all. Upon entering the flower-laden gate, the old lady's personal maid came out to welcome her. Miss, the old lady has been mentioning you frequently these past few days. How is grandmother? Where's my younger brother now? Although Xie Wanmian understood that worrying was futile, she could not suppress her desire for information upon returning home, fearing that Xie Su and might have already been sent to the South Eternal King's residence. Do not fret, Mississippi. The old lady has only been agitated. The young master has been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. The maid sighed, tears streaming down her face. If it weren't for the madam's intervention, the master might have even beaten the young master to death. Xie Wanmian felt a surge of urgency as she pressed on. Has grandmother been informed of Xie Su's punishment in the ancestral hall? No. The old lady only knows that the South Eternal King intended to bully the young master and thinks he has done no wrong. In a moment of anger, she did not know how to respond, leading to her distress. However, one can only conceal the truth for so long. I understand. Xie Wanmian sighed deeply. Chapter 54. An unexpected turn of events. Xie Wanmian was taken aback to find her father here. Observing him holding a bowl of medicine, she felt a slight sense of relief. What she truly feared was her father and Appo's inquiry about which faction Meng Heching had aligned himself with, the Crown Prince and Appo's or the Fifth Prince and Appo's. Father, mother, grandmother, I hope you're all well. Xie Wanmian saluted each of them in turn. Upon her greeting, the old lady waved her over. My dear Mian, come closer so your grandmother can see you. As she approached, the strong scent of medicine lingered in the air, and she noticed her grandmother's hair had turned significantly grayer. A pang of sadness welled up in her chest. Grandmother, are you well? I am fine, just aging brings some headaches and fevers, the old lady replied. But what about you? Did your mother-in-law speak ill of you? A nearby maidservant poured tea for Xie Wanmian, who took the cup before responding, My mother-in-law treats me well. There is no need for concern. I hurried back upon hearing about my younger brother's troubles. The old lady sighed with worry. That child acted too rashly in a moment of anger, unable to bear others speaking ill of you. Such impulsiveness is bound to lead to conflicts. This incident could have been resolved with an apology, as it was merely a childish scuffle, especially since the crown princess son was at fault. Yet, he insisted on breaking your brother's legs. What a situation! Her voice grew hurried, leading to a fit of coughing, prompting Gu Shi to step forward and assist her in regaining her composure. Xie Wanmian set the medicine bowl aside and respectfully addressed the old lady. Mother, I shall take Mian downstairs. You must rest well and not overthink. The old lady nodded, half closing her eyes with a smile for Xie Wanmian. Mian, you should go down soon. It will not do for you to catch the illness. But I have yet to properly care for grandmother. Xie Wanmian grasped the old lady's hand, her voice choked with emotion. In her previous life, the old lady had passed away suddenly due to a fit of anger caused by concubine Yi. This time without concubine Yi. She only wished for the old lady to live a long and peaceful life. Silly child, your well-being is the best thing you can offer. Strive to have a son with your husband so you can secure your position in the Marquis and Appo's household. Otherwise, as time passes, your mother-in-law may harbor resentment towards you. The old lady gently patted her hand and smiled. Xie Wanmian nodded, her tone gentle. I understand, grandmother. You need not worry. Enough now. Your grandmother is feeling better. Do not disturb her. Xie Wanmian rose to his feet. Reluctantly, Xie Wanmian bid farewell to the old lady. Upon stepping outside, after traversing the corridor, Xie Wanmian huffed in disapproval. I see you have become quite capable. After merely a few days of marriage, you return to your maternal home. How do you expect others to perceive me? And what about the Marquis of Xianping? Xie Wanmian knew she could not escape a lecture this time. She patiently waited for Xie Wanmian to finish before kneeling and speaking with resolve. Father, you must know how well grandmother treats me. She is unwell, and as the favored legitimate daughter, if I do not return home, how will the neighbors view me? What will outsiders think? Xie Wanmian flicked his sleeve in disdain. I had no idea you had become so sharp-tongued since marrying into the Marquis's household. Father, though Lin Wei is not my biological brother, he possesses a good heart. I do not wish for him to be ensnared in trouble. He is yet to come of age, merely a budding young man. Xie Wanmian's earnest words left Xie Wanmian momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally replied, You should have informed me beforehand. This matter was urgent. I knew it was nearly the second watch of the night, and you would likely be resting, she explained. Xie Wanmian sighed deeply, but ultimately refrained from saying more. Watching him head to the study, Xie Wanmian finally had the opportunity to visit the ancestral hall to see Xie Xuanan. The Xie family ancestral hall was situated deep within the courtyard. By now, it was already the hour of the snake, and the sun cast a brilliant glow upon the slate tiles, making the pebbles glisten. The tender green banana leaves appeared delicate under the sunlight, and even the damp corners covered in moss sparkled. As she passed the shadow wall, Xie Wanmian finally spotted the slender figure kneeling in the center of the hall. Little brother. Hearing her voice, the young boy quickly turned to look at her, excitement shining in his clear eyes. Elder sister. Xie Wanmian approached him. Noticing crumbs of pastry on his lips, which indicated he was not suffering too much. She took out a silk handkerchief and handed it to him, teasing, "You little mouse. You Haven and Oppos, to even wipe your mouth clean." Xie Wanmian shyly accepted the handkerchief, wiping his mouth with a smile. "This pastry was secretly given to me by Mother. Father says I must kneel here and reflect. After midday, I must apologize to that scoundrel Xie Wanmian." Xie Wanmian felt a pang of sympathy. "You are too impulsive. He is a son of the crown prince, and his father is the king of Nanyang. Our father is merely a sixth-grade official. If you confront him, it will be like an egg challenging a rock." Xie Wanmian pouted, feeling a bit wronged. "But he insulted you and brother-in-law, saying you are unworthy of brother-in-law. And that brother-in-law is arrogant and reckless in his judgments. It is only right that he was punished by the emperor. I cannot swallow this humiliation, do not worry. Dear brother, I do not blame you. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Xie Wanmian is a petty person, and I have yet to settle the score with him for that wild horse incident." Xie Wanmian produced 2 soft cushions made of cotton from her sleeve and handed them to Xie Wanmian. "Place these under your knees. It will be more comfortable to kneel this way." Xie Wanmian beamed with renewed cheer. "I knew my elder sister would have a solution." Just as Xie Wanmian adjusted the cushions, footsteps echoed from outside. Xie Wanmian was seen wiping the sweat from his brow while conversing with the lead constable. How can the king of Nanyang make baseless accusations? This was merely a childish scuffle. The constable offered a perfunctory bow to Xie Wanmian. "Apologies, Master Xie. We are merely following orders. We kindly ask for your understanding." Xie Wanmian slipped a handful of silver into the constable's hand, who accepted it without acknowledgement, shaking the money pouch and whispering, "Your son has truly offended a significant figure. That young lord is insisting that your son pushed him, injuring him severely, and wants to confront him at the magistrate's office, even claiming he will have your son imprisoned." Xie Wanmian's heart sank at the constable's words, realizing the nature of his child and Oppo's temperament. How could it be that a mere push could result in such severe accusations? The constable signaled to his men to apprehend Xie Wanmian, but Xie Wanmian stepped in front of her brother. "My brother has done nothing wrong. That young lord is speaking maliciously." "Ah, it is Lady Ming." The constable's tone became noticeably more respectful. "We are simply following orders. If you believe this is unjust, you may clarify it publicly. As it stands, it will not affect your younger brother." Xie Wanmian wished to argue further, but she heard Xie Wanmian and Oppo's voice from a distance. "Wanmian, let them take him away. I have my own means." Xie Wanmian, still a child at heart, felt overwhelmed as he was taken out, his eyes welling with tears. He softly called out. Sister Xie Wanmian immediately stepped forward. "Do not be afraid. I will come to rescue you soon." Xie Wanmian nodded, filled with trust. Watching her brother's figure fade from her sight, Xie Wanmian's heart grew increasingly anxious. She needed to devise a plan. Chapter 55. Save me. After Xie Suan was taken away, Xie Wanmian felt a sense of unease. She steadied her thoughts and finally said, "Ji Shi, please request the renowned physician from the Imperial Medical Bureau to come." Ji Shi, her eyes reddening at the sight of the young master being taken away, hesitated. "Should I call the second master as well?" "No need," Xie Wanmian replied. "The second master is still recovering from his injuries. If I were to ask him to accompany me to the yamen now, our mother would surely reprimand him. Please follow my instructions." "Yes." Ji Shi acknowledged and hurriedly ran out of the manor. Xie Wanmian watched her leave with some complaints, thinking that if the son-in-law were called, the matter could be resolved much more easily. Although he had temporarily taken on the role of chief inspector, he was still a counselor of the Tong Shengxi. And with his grandmother being the current grand princess, he had significant influence at the yamen. Yet he is my husband, still recovering from his injuries. How can I rest easy knowing he has to travel back and forth? This matter is not entirely beyond resolution. I have my own ways. Aren't you worried about your brother's safety?" Xie Wanmian remarked with a scoff. "Earlier you spoke so grandly, and now you seem so anxious." Xie Wanmian replied gently. "I am more cautious about my brother than anyone else, but I must also think things through. Father just stopped the constables. Is there a way to resolve this?" Xie Wanmian stroked his beard and finally said, "I will seek out my colleagues. This matter needs clarification." After saying this, Xie Wanmian left the Xie manor. Xie Wanmian did not linger either. Before departing, she instructed the household servants not to inform the old matriarch of the situation. She then took a carriage to the yamen. Upon descending from the carriage, she found the area outside the yamen crowded with a throng of people. A plump matron on her tiptoes was inquiring about the situation, and a scholar was explaining things to her. The matron, looking enlightened, whispered, "That heir is truly a scoundrel. Who in the neighborhood doesn't know of his infamous reputation?" A butcher wielding a cleaver, with blood still staining his open shirt, wore a cautious expression and urged, "Shoo, keep it down. This heir holds grudges." Xie Wanmian navigated through the bustling crowd, explained her purpose to the constables, and then proceeded to the main hall of the yamen. There, she saw Xie Su and Appos, and being restrained by the constables, while Qi Xuanyu lay on a stretcher, moaning in pain. He had recently suffered from a beating, and his injuries had yet to heal, with bandages still wrapped around his leg. Taking a seat in a nearby chair, Xie Wanmian, as the elder sister of Xie Suan, was permitted to listen in. Opposite her sat the Prince of Nanyong and his current wife, the Princess of Nanyong. The prince, holding a teacup, appeared calm despite being of an age where one might expect a certain resignation, yet his demeanor still exuded authority, having earned the current emperor's favor through his service. He had received considerable rewards and remained unambitious, thus earning the emperor's trust. The Princess of Nanyong, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, lamented, "Though my son is not my biological child and often troublesome, he is still the heir of our Nanyong estate. How could he endure such suffering? They claim it was merely a scuffle among children, but he is injured, and now he cannot sleep due to pain." She sighed, "To prevent rumors of me bullying others. This matter must go to court, lest people say the Nanyong estate takes advantage of others. I implore you, sir, to adjudicate fairly." The magistrate, seated at the head of the hall, slammed his gavel down in anger, exclaiming, "Preposterous! Xie Suan, did you intentionally harm another? Do you plead guilty?" Xie Suan, indignant, respectfully responded, "Your Honor, I am wronged. It was this Qi heir who first insulted me and then struck me with his cane. I merely defended myself." "Nonsense. You seem unaware of the severity of your actions. Bring forth the torture instruments." "Wait." Xie Wanmian stood up, poised and dignified. "I have something to say." The magistrate glanced at her, momentarily taken aback by her presence, then inquired, "And you are?" "I am Xie Suan's elder sister," she replied earnestly. "Do you have something to say?" "Your Honor, should we not first examine the wounds on my brother's back before determining the veracity of his claims? Is it not hasty to proceed with punishment without proper investigation?" The magistrate retorted, "I have my reasons for doing so, but your actions would lead to coerced confessions." She countered, "How dare you?" The magistrate, rising in fury, resembled a dog whose tail had been stepped on. "I apologize for my impudence, but I can prove who is truthful between the heir and my brother," Xie Wanmian continued. "Oh, how do you propose to do that?" Feeling anxious as she glanced outside and saw Ji Shi had yet to return with the physician, she steadied her thoughts and asked, "What did the physician say before the heir was pushed?" The Princess of Nanyong wiped her tears and replied, "The physician stated my son suffered a flesh wound. Due to the injury to his leg, which may be fractured, he requires careful treatment. However, after being pushed down by your brother, it is evident that his bones have been further damaged." Xie Wanmian smirked and replied, "I have summoned a physician who can re-examine the heiress' injuries. If they have worsened, I shall have no complaint. However, if they are merely superficial wounds, demanding my brother's life in recompense would be unjust." "And where is the physician you summoned?" the magistrate inquired. Just as Xie Wanmian was about to ask for patience, she felt her hand enveloped in warmth. There stood Meng Huqing, draped in a deep green cloak, tall and resilient, akin to a steadfast bamboo. His cold, handsome visage, with slightly lowered phoenix eyes, instilled a certain fear in those who beheld him. "I have brought the physician," he announced, his voice cool and melodious. Upon recognizing Meng Huqing, the magistrate's expression shifted to one of anxiety. The Prince of Nanyong was already difficult to deal with, and now that the esteemed daughter of the Xie family had married the emperor's grandson, matters had become even more complicated. The physician approached and bowed to the Prince of Nanyong, who, upon recognizing him as the esteemed physician Zhang from the Imperial Medical Bureau, regarded him with newfound respect. Physician Zhang stepped forward and quietly asked, "Your Highness, May I examine you? Xie Wanmian was visibly agitated. His injuries had been fabricated to take revenge on Xie Suan, and his family was unaware. If the examination revealed no serious injuries, he feared his father would surely punish him severely. Oh, it hurts so much. I don't want to be examined. Xie Wanmian exclaimed, feigning pain. Please don't touch me. I am in agony. Note: thank you immensely for your generous support and readership. I will continue to strive for excellence. Chapter 56. Skin like cream. The physician found himself in a predicament as he looked towards Meng Huqing. You see, my son is crying out in pain, lamented the princess of Nanyang, covering her face with her hands. Meng Huqing, however, calmly adjusted his sleeves and replied, it is precisely for this reason that the heir should not conceal his ailments nor shy away from medical examination. These words fell with the weight of jade striking stone, silencing any further dissent. The physician extended his hand to examine Xie Wanmian, and after a moment's contemplation, he slowly spoke. Indeed, the heir has previously sustained flesh wounds, but all of these are old injuries. As for any new wounds, I have yet to discern them. The medical prowess of physician Zhang was well recognized. After all, he had gradually alleviated the emperor's previous suffering from rheumatism. Thus, his assertion that the external injuries were old could not be doubted. The expression on Prince Nanyang's face soured, and he raised his hand to strike Xie Wanmian across the face. You wretched child, how dare you deceive me? I have taught you to be honest, yet you have fed all those lessons to the dogs. Stop it, your highness, cried the princess of Nanyang, rushing forward to intervene. After all, he was her own child, and she could not bear to watch Xie Wanmian be beaten. Xie Wanmian, clutching his face, dared not speak, glaring resentfully at Xie Xianin. Xie Xianin, unafraid, returned the glare. The scene descended into chaos until the county magistrate struck the gavel to restore order. With little confidence, he declared, since there is no issue, then young Master Xie may be released without guilt. Wait, said Xie Wanmian, bowing to the magistrate before continuing. I request that young Master Qi apologize to my brother. Xie Wanmian scoffed coldly. Why should I apologize to your brother? You did not apologize for the incident with the wild horse last time, and I let it go. But this time, my brother has been unjustly detained because of you. Do you not think an apology is warranted? Xie Wanmian stood her ground, articulating her perspective calmly. Hearing this, Prince Nanyang felt a loss of face and coldly ordered Xie Wanmian apologize to her. Xie Wanmian, being one who feared his father, begrudgingly complied. This matter is my fault. I hope young Master Xie will not hold it against me. Xie Xianin let out a dismissive snort, offering a perfunctory bow in return. With that matter settled, Xie Wanmian prepared to return home with Xie Xianin. Sister, why didn't you let me press charges against Xie Wanmian? He struck my back. This must be accounted for. Xie Xianin expressed his displeasure. Xie Wanmian tapped his temple gently. You still lack memory. We just exposed Xie Wanmian's deceit. Did you see how Prince Nanyang lost face? If we were to raise any further issues, would it not leave them unable to save face? Leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Prince Nanyang understands that we are not the type to hold grudges, and thus, he will not pursue us. As for Xie Wanmian, in the future, keep your distance from him. He is not a good influence. Xie Xian and Amp oppose, and nodded in understanding, a smile breaking across his face. It's fortunate that sister is so wise, devising this strategy. It's also thanks to brother-in-law's timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have suffered a beating. At this moment, Xie Wanmian paused, glancing towards Meng Huqing. His features were still marked by an unyielding frost, his complexion pale, and his dark hair draped elegantly, the tips tinged with a rosy hue that was strikingly beautiful. Despite the bright April sun, the wind carried a chill. Noticing his fingers tremble and beads of cold sweat form on his brow, Xie Wanmian hurried to support him. Recalling that he had endured a bumpy carriage ride. Has your wound reopened? It is of no consequence. Meng Huqing felt warmth surge within him at her concern, a faint smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Why have you also come? I could manage this matter alone. If your wound were to reopen and leave a scar, it would not be a pleasing sight. Xie Wanmian assisted him into the carriage. Observing the affectionate exchange between his sister and brother-in-law, Xie Xianin chose not to intrude, instead mounting his horse and moving ahead. as the carriage rolled forward. The curtains fluttered in the wind, revealing the retreating scenery. Meng Huqing coughed lightly, his gaze complex as he regarded her. Does my lady not wish for me to have scars? Xie Wanmian paused, her hand holding the pastry still. What do you mean by that? Scars are unsightly. If you wish for me to keep them, then I shall, but the pain from a torn wound can be quite severe. She spoke casually, taking a bite of the pastry only to discover it contained winter melon seeds, which she disliked. Frowning, she found herself in a dilemma, to eat it or discard it. Meng Huqing seemed to sense her inner turmoil, a gentle smile illuminating his features. I noticed the pastry in your hand appeared delightful. Might I have a taste? Xie Wanmian was taken aback for a moment. She remembered that in her past life, Meng Huqing had never enjoyed sharing food that others had bitten into. Today, however, was different. Did he truly wish to eat? She glanced at the plate, which held several identical pastries. Did he want to eat the one she didn't want? Without voicing her thoughts, she offered the pastry to his lips. He took it from where she had bitten, and the unwelcome pastry was soon consumed by him. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt the warmth of his lips brush against her fingertips. A flush crept to her cheeks. Is the taste not to your liking? She asked softly, her ears turning red. Meng Huqing half closed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, It is acceptable. As long as it is fed by my lady, I enjoy it. Xie Wanmian sighed in relief, murmuring, I thought you did not like pastries. Considering your palate is quite delicate and you cannot tolerate such sweetness. Meng Huqing understood her playful teasing. He poured himself a cup of tea, the liquid dispelling the sweetness lingering on his palate. I do not particularly enjoy pastries, but this one, fed to me by my lady, is quite agreeable. Xie Wanmian was momentarily stunned. Was he implying that her feeding made a difference? Or had she misinterpreted his words? Before she could ponder further, the carriage abruptly halted, and the small gap that had separated them was closed, forcing them into proximity. Dressed in spring attire, the thin fabric heightened their awareness of each other's warmth. Meng Huqing instinctively wrapped his arm around Xie Wanmian's waist, preventing her forehead from colliding with the edge of the small table. As he prepared to assist her upright, his gaze inadvertently drifted to her chest. The gentle undulation stirred memories of their wedding night. Her skin, as smooth as cream, seemed to overflow between his fingers. A tingling sensation coursed through him, prompting him to avert his gaze swiftly as a flush crept up his neck, accompanied by a bead of cold sweat forming in his palm. As an aside, leaving a thread of connection for future encounters is derived from the Qing dynasty playwright Liu's opera, The Fated Encounter. Chapter 57. The plum blossom in the snow. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Xie Wanmian promptly instructed Jie to prepare warm water, which was brought over in a copper basin. She then retrieved the medicinal ointment that the imperial physician had recommended for application. Quickly remove your garments. Let me examine the severity of the wound on your back, she urged. Holding the ointment, Xie Wanmian noticed that Meng Huqing's movements in unfastening his belt were notably sluggish, prompting her realization that he was indeed injured, and thus his pace was understandably hindered. She stepped closer and offered, Allow me to assist you with your change of clothes. Meng Huqing did not refuse, responding gently, I appreciate your efforts, my lady. Once his garments were removed, the injury on his back was revealed, confirming her initial fears. The previously scabbed area had reopened, oozing fresh blood. Meng Huqing lay prone on the bed, and Xie Wanmian had no choice but to tend to the bloodstains and apply the medicine. I will take care of your back today. Refrain from bathing for now to prevent the wound from getting wet and festering, which would complicate matters further, she cautioned. Well aware of Meng Huqing's particular inclination towards cleanliness, realizing he could not bathe that evening, Meng Huqing wore a troubled expression. Surely I can be careful and avoid the wound, he suggested. You may wish to experience the discomfort of a high fever stemming from an infected wound tomorrow, Xie Wanmian retorted, drawing upon her medical knowledge from her past life to emphasize the potential consequences of his obstinacy. Meng Huqing furrowed his brow. He had official duties that could not be delayed indefinitely, and remaining in this state of illness was not a viable solution. Noticing that he had ceased to argue and was instead quietly resting with his eyes closed, Xie Wanmian finally relaxed her own brow. By the time she finished, a light sheen of sweat adorned her forehead. Glancing at the copper kettle, She noted it was now the hour of you. Outside, thin clouds were gilded with a golden hue, casting a radiant glow over the courtyard, where the begonia petals shimmered in orange and yellow. Bringing her thoughts back to the present, she summoned Xie to tidy the room while she washed her hands and wiped away her sweat. Once the maid lit the lamp, Xie Wanmian was finally able to take a moment to breathe. After Xie poured her a cup of tea, she remembered it was time to call for dinner. However, considering Meng Huqing and Appo's pallid complexion, she surmised he might not have much appetite, so she refrained from speaking. Let's rest for now, she decided. Leaning against the beautiful couch, Xie Wanmian picked up a novel to read. Just as she became engrossed, a cool voice emerged from behind the screen. Madam. She set the book down, lifting the gauze curtain with a worried expression. Is the master feeling unwell? Are you hungry? I can summon someone to bring dinner, she inquired. Her voice, naturally soft, carried a hint of urgency, trembling like delicate petals in her palm. Meng Huqing cleared his throat lightly. Would you be so kind as to fetch the scroll I left? He requested. Xie Wanmian and Appo's expression turned cold for a moment. Then she languidly seated herself on a brocade stool, pouring herself a cup of tea while observing him with a playful demeanor. I had no idea you still had the energy for official matters, my lord. Meng Huqing pressed his lips together, casting a glance at his wife. The room was illuminated brightly, and as his gaze shifted, it fell from the celadon teacup to her delicate hands, which resembled tender green onions. Beneath her deep violet wide sleeves, a vibrant red mole adorned her wrist, standing out against her fair skin like a plum blossom in the snow. He was all too familiar with the location of that mole. In both this life and the last, he cherished the moments when he could gently caress that mole with his fingertip, watching her exquisite visage bloom before him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Images of alluring scenes flashed through his mind, but he quickly stifled them, allowing his gaze to deepen. However, sitting idly was hardly conducive to sleep. Xie Wanmian took a sip of her tea and smiled. In that case, my lord, you may peruse for half an hour. Overexerting yourself would not be wise. With that, she set down her teacup, leisurely retrieving the scroll from the wooden table and handing it to him. Meng Huqing accepted it and, after turning a page, recalled the matter of his birthday. Do you believe it would be better to hold the celebration at a tavern or at home? He inquired. In her previous life, Xie Wanmian had opted for a home celebration. Although it was merely a small birthday gathering, managing the guest list and unexpected occurrences had been quite the headache. This time, she had no intention of undertaking such a task. I believe a private room at the tavern would be the best choice, she replied sincerely with a smile. Meng Huqing paused in his reading, ultimately conceding, very well. Xie Wanmian's mind began to race, seeing that he had no further demands, coupled with his assistance earlier. She decided to visit the kitchen. Half an hour later, Xie Wanmian timely withdrew the scroll from Meng Huqing's hands. My lord, it is time for dinner, she announced cheerfully. Meng Huqing nodded, and she assisted him to the intricately carved table, where an array of delicate dishes awaited. Considering his injury, the meal was notably lighter than usual. One particular dish, red date and snow frog soup, quickly captured Meng Huqing's attention, and Xie Wanmian noticed his genuine delight, as this was among the few foods he truly relished. She personally ladled a bowl and presented it to him before sitting down to begin her meal. Although he enjoyed the dish, he did not outwardly express it. Instead, he simply quickened the pace at which he used his porcelain spoon. As he took a spoonful, the sweet yet light flavor flooded his mouth, evoking a sense of nostalgia. This was the taste he had longed for in his previous life, and, after just one sip, he recognized it as Xie Wanmian's creation. Madam, your red date and snow frog soup is exquisite, he remarked softly, gripping the spoon, stifling the moisture that threatened to well in his eyes. Xie Wanmian was slightly taken aback. If memory served, this was the first time she had prepared it for him. How did you know it was I who made it? She asked. Meng Huqing seemed to suddenly realize something, pausing before lowering his gaze. I noticed you had gone out, and the hem of your garment was dusted with bits of red date skin, while your person carried the scent of the soup, he explained. Ah, I see. Xie Wanmian bit into a prawn and dismissed her earlier doubts. Of course, it would not be difficult for Meng Huqing, who was adept at investigation, to ascertain the origin of the soup. You weren't injured while preparing it, were you? He inquired, scrutinizing the back of her hand, anxious not to overlook anything. Those beautiful hands should not bear the marks of merely washing and cooking for him. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, she bore a small scar on her hand, a blemish he had once deemed an imperfection on unblemished Jade. Now, reflecting on it, that scar was a remnant of her sacrifice for him. As a side note, after learning the truth, Meng Huqing felt increasingly pained. I am truly wretched. TT, note. Jinwu refers to a small stool covered with brocade. Chapter 58, Misunderstanding. I am fine. You need not worry. Seeing Meng Huqing's sudden shift in mood, Xie Wanmian spoke gently to comfort him. A flicker of concern danced across Meng Huqing's face, his clear gaze reflecting a tenderness. In the future, let the servants handle this. It is inevitable that you may get burned and leave a scar. Though Xie Wanmian was unaware of his profound attachment to this matter, she nodded in agreement. Very well. I'll entrust it to the cook next time and merely observe. After their meal, Fu Gui unexpectedly entered the courtyard, cheerfully standing outside the door with an unknown object in hand. Second master. Meng Huqing noticed and adjusted his cloak. Come in. Fu Gui placed a beautifully crafted black lacquered tray adorned with golden cloud patterns on the table. He first revealed a redwood box intricately carved, saying, "This is a birthday gift from the Marquis and Marquise for you, second master." Opening the box, Meng Huqing found a finely crafted Qingtian jade seal inside. Engraved with the words Xie Wanmian, it felt comfortably smooth in his hand. Then, Fu Gui presented a folding fan, stating, "This is a sandalwood fan sent from Yongzhou by the eldest young master, saying it will be useful as summer approaches." Meng Huqing smiled lightly. "Please send my letter to my elder brother, along with my regards." Xie Wanmian gazed at the fan, a wave of discomfort washing over her. She recalled how Ming had once mentioned that this fan was personally selected for him. Meng Huqing frequently used it, often flaunting it in her presence, which had left her restless with anger upon discovering the truth. She had contemplated tearing the fan to shreds. Yet it was the last relic left by Meng Huqing's elder brother, and she could not bring herself to do such a thing. Fu Gui continued to introduce the birthday gifts, the most precious being the land deed for Songhe Tower Winery presented by the princess. Renowned as the most famous winery in the capital, known for its exquisite wines. Once all the gifts were arranged, Fu Gui departed. Meng Huqing continued to toy with the fan, noticing Xie Wanmian suddenly rise, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression taking on a hint of interest. "Where are you going, madam?" He pondered whether she would present a similar birthday gift as in their previous life, perhaps the intricately carved jade pendant. He remembered storing it carefully in a box, for jade was fragile and its breakage was deemed an ill omen. He wished for nothing to happen to the gifts she bestowed upon him. Thus, he had never worn it. Xie Wanmian, gazing at the fan, felt a throbbing pain in her head. Suppressing her anger, she replied lightly, "What does my whereabouts have to do with you?" A look of surprise and confusion crossed Meng Huqing and Appo's handsome features. Xie Wanmian realized her words were excessive. Yet Ming's voice echoed in her mind like a haunting specter. "Look at him. He truly cherishes the things I gifted him. Now, look at the sachet and jade pendant you gave him. Has he ever worn them? People must learn to let go of what ISN and Appo's theirs. He does not love you. You should possess some self-awareness." "Madam." Meng Huqing finally sensed that Xie Wanmian's demeanor was amiss. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her complexion appeared paler than usual. He instinctively reached out to grasp her trembling hand, but she evaded him. "I left something in the kitchen. If you are tired, you may rest." With that, Xie Wanmian turned and fled, as if escaping. She walked beneath the corridor, where the night was tranquil and soft moonlight spilled into the courtyard. A few maidservants, lanterns in hand, exchanged playful banter, prompting a scolding from Granny He, who upon recognizing Xie Wanmian, quickly bowed. "Madam, are you searching for something?" Xie Wanmian shook her head, forcing a smile. "I merely came out for a stroll after dinner. Do not mind me. Please continue with your work." Sitting in the pavilion, Xie Wanmian could not help but reflect on her past life. Although she knew she ought not to care, the pain and indifference gnawed at her like a relentless parasite. She could choose not to love Meng Huqing, but the memories of her experiences lingered. In her previous life, she would have clutched Meng Huqing and Appo's collar, demanding, "Why did you treat me so?" Why could you discard the things I gave you as if they were worthless? Do you truly despise me that much? Or am I simply inferior to Ming? As she dabbed her tears with a silk handkerchief, preparing to return indoors, the familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her. Glancing down, she saw Meng hutching into Appo's, his cloak draped over his arm. "Madam, have you encountered something sorrowful? Might you share with me?" His gentle voice, akin to the flickering warmth of candlelight in the night, warmed her heart. Xie Wanmian looked up at Meng Heching, who stood tall in the moonlight. His expression devoid of anger, filled instead with concern. Despite her earlier harshness, he approached with kindness. Perhaps this incarnation of Meng Heching was not the same as the one from her past life. An array of thoughts surged within her. Could it be that she was overly sensitive? They were not the same individuals anymore. What was there to be angry about? Was it fear instilled by Ming, or her own reluctance to confront her former self? As she met his gentle gaze, her resolve faltered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Second Master. I was rude just now." Meng Hutching slightly bent down, enveloping his wife in his arms, whispering soothingly, "It is all right. If you do not wish to speak, that is fine. Everyone has their own burdens. If I spoke insensitively earlier, please do let me know." Xie Wanmian clung tightly to Meng Hutching, seeking solace in the warmth of his embrace. "Do you truly like that folding fan?" "Indeed," Meng Hutching replied after a moment's hesitation. "May I know why?" "Certainly. My elder brother knows me well. He understands that I adore the calligraphy of Master Shi. That fan bears his authentic work, complete with a personal seal. I have seen Master Shi in damp, Appo's, as handwriting before, so I can attest to its authenticity." Xie Wanmian recalled that it was Ming who had chosen the fan with such understanding of Meng Hutching, causing her heart to race. She asked quietly, "If it were not a gift from your elder brother, would you still be so pleased?" The question was somewhat peculiar, yet Meng Hutching dismissed it, smiling as he gently ruffled her soft, fluffy hair. "Of course, anyone who appreciates Master Shi's calligraphy is a kindred spirit. I believe it must be only my elder brother. He has always been close to me since childhood." Later, he was determined to carve out his own path. He has managed the Yongzhou region exceptionally well. What was once a desolate land is now thriving. However, this time, he is facing some challenges due to flooding. His tone was light, reminiscent of fond childhood memories. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian felt a sudden release in her heart. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she blinked. Kindred spirits. Note: Jade Guanyin is commonly used to stamp calligraphy and paintings. Thank you immensely for your support and generosity. Chapter 59. Listening to the lady time swiftly passed, and it was already the day of Meng Heching's birthday. Due to his youth, his wounds had largely healed, and walking was no longer a significant concern, provided he avoided any vigorous movements. After much deliberation, Xie Wanmian and Meng Hutching decided to hold the birthday celebration at the newly bestowed Songa Tower Winery by the princess. As everyone had official duties to attend to during the day, the celebration was naturally scheduled for the evening. The winery was located at the end of Zhuke Street, where the night market bustled with activity, filled with throngs of visitors and vendors calling out to sell candied fruits, jewelry, and other wares. Consequently, the carriage moved slowly through the crowd. Xie Wanmian lifted the curtain, and the bright light of candles illuminated her view. Meng Hutching encountered his wife on his way, as he had begun attending to official matters after his recovery. Upon seeing his own carriage, he decided to join her. He held a candied hawthorn stick in his hand, which he had just purchased. Its vibrant red color belied its sour taste. After trying two, Xie Wanmian chose not to continue, leaving the remainder for him to consume at his leisure. Seeing him frowning as he endured the balance of sweet and sour, Xie Wanmian couldn't and Appo's tea help but chuckle. "Is it too much for you, Second Master?" Meng Hutching looked up to find his wife and Appo's mischievous eyes teasing him, a rare sight in recent days. Since the last time he presented her with a birthday gift, she had seemed somewhat downcast, but today, her spirits appear to have lifted. "Thank goodness," he murmured, pausing before adding earnestly, "I won tea by these again. They are too sour." Xie Wanmian propped her chin on one hand, her elbow resting against the window, and replied, "Next time, let us avoid the flat, round-shaped ones. We should get the rounder, more uniform ones, as they taste just right." Meng Huqing gazed at her alluring, moist lips, his eyes darkening slightly. Understood. I shall heed my lady's advice. His clear voice was tinged with a hint of hoarseness, quickly fading into the surrounding cacophony. Before long, the carriage arrived at Songa Tower Winery. The establishment faced the Yuan River, which led to the capital and Appo's protective moat. As summer approached, the night breeze brought a refreshing mist. Xie Wanmian had dressed lightly, as the day had been warm and pleasant, but now the coolness made her shiver. Meng Huqing draped his cloak over her shoulders just as a hearty laugh resonated nearby. Jiyu. He saw Yunxiao striding towards them, holding a small cage made of aged redwood. Inside was a snow-white raccoon, its deep blue eyes sparkling as it peered curiously out of the cage. Xie Wanmian's attention was instantly captured. Brother Meng Huqing greeted him with a bow, noticing Xie Wanmian's hesitant reach towards the cage. He softly inquired, "Does my lady like it?" Naturally, Xie Wanmian was thrilled. In her past life, she had been so engrossed in family matters that she scarcely had time to indulge in such delights. "I adore it," she replied, her eyes fixed on the little raccoon, watching as it stretched out its paw to reveal a pink pad, her joy unmistakable. "I shall take my lady to buy one shortly," Yunxiao announced, handing the cage to Meng Huqing. "Here, a birthday gift for you." Meng Huqing raised an eyebrow. "A birthday gift for me?" With a playful smile, Yunxiao responded, "This is a gift for your lady. If she is happy, will you not be happy as well?" Meng Huqing regarded him with a bland expression. "I was unaware that, brother, he had become so glib. Let us not linger. If my sister-in-law is pleased, that is all that matters. We should head inside, as the guests are beginning to arrive." Meng Huqing took his time, carrying the cage with one hand, while holding Xie Wanmian's hand with the other as they entered the winery. Due to the separation of men and women, they were seated apart. Xie Wanmian first approached the men's side to toast, as it was her husband's birthday, thus displaying her grace and composure as a wife. After offering her congratulations, she was ready to drink when Meng Huqing intervened, saying, "The wine is too strong. You will feel dizzy tonight. Allow me to drink in your stead." "Second master, your health has not fully recovered. It is unwise to drink too much," one of Meng Huqing and Appo's colleagues jested. Who would have thought that Meng Qini would be so devoted to his wife? "It puts us all to shame," another chimed in. "Indeed, aside from those yet to marry, which family does not have multiple wives? Only Meng has yet to take a concubine." Yunxiao poured himself a cup of osmanthus wine, reflecting, "I believe that a loving couple is quite wonderful. Just look at my parents. They have never taken concubines and have still enjoyed a happy life together." This was indeed true. Though Yunxiao's family was not as affluent as the noble families, they maintained a strict family code that forbade taking concubines, with daughters-in-law seen as fortunate to marry into their household. "That is also valid." A slightly slender young man nodded in agreement. Only by supporting each other can a couple maintain their love and trust. Meng Huqing simply smiled, downing his drink in one go. The surrounding guests praised his forthrightness. Xie Wanmian pursed her lips and smiled. "If anyone is in need of anything, please let me know, and I shall arrange for it without concern for the expenses." Yunxiao cracked a peanut, his tone light-hearted as he teased. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, we shall surely consume every last coin of Jiyu's salary this month." Laughter erupted at his jest. As Xie Wanmian observed the men engaging in discussions about court politics and irrigation strategies, she felt less inclined to linger. While she found it tolerable to listen occasionally, an hour of such talk would only leave her feeling drowsy. She preferred the simple gossip of daily life. In a ladies' room, the women had already begun discussing the quality of fabrics at a local tailor, the news of the Li family welcoming a son, albeit from a concubine, and how the first wife had been neglected by her husband. Upon her arrival, her friend Ning waved her over. "Mian, come sit with me." The women present were prominent ladies of the capital, some being the wives of Meng Huqing and Appo's colleagues. Upon seeing Xie Wanmian, they exclaimed, "How fortunate you are, Madame Meng, to marry such a fine gentleman with good looks, a noble lineage, and remarkable talents, who is favored by the emperor. It is likely that you will soon hold the title of a noble lady." The speaker was Guanshi, the wife of a minister. Her lively and straightforward nature often brought laughter to the group. Alas, no matter how wonderful a husband, he will inevitably seek a concubine. Sister-in-law, have you considered when you might allow second brother to take one? This was inquired by her sister-in-law, Jean Sure. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere turned cold. To deny the taking of a concubine could be seen as a grave offense, unless the husband himself rejected the notion. However, should he choose to take one, there would be little to envy, as all women shared a common plight, regardless of their status. Note, the phrase grave offense refers to the wife's jealousy over her husband's taking a concubine, which could lead to her dismissal. This is a reflection of feudal values. Please take it lightly. Chapter 60. The Concubine Humph. I suspect that Lady Meng San is feeling discontented due to her husband recently taking a concubine, and is attempting to place our Mian in a predicament as well. Ying crossed her arms, casting an irked glance at Lady Jean. It is never pleasant to see one in Oppos, as close friend being schemed against. Xie Wanmian gently patted her hand, smiling as she remarked, I have heard that my sister-in-law has been preoccupied with preparing for the arrival of the concubine, and her anxiety has undoubtedly led to some unfortunate remarks. Wouldn't you agree? Sister-in-law? Lady Jean, taken aback by Xie Wanmian's refusal to swallow her grievances, felt her eyes redden with anger and promptly left the table, stating, I believe my sister home has caught a chill recently. I must go and see if she is still crying. The others exchanged awkward smiles and nodded, urging her to return home with care. Xie Wanmian, unfazed, calmly served herself a piece of white-cut duck, her demeanor unaffected. Yet, the memories of her past grievances at the hands of Lady Jean filled her with discomfort. Not only had Lady Jean made her life difficult during her stewardship, but she had also fanned the flames of her humiliation when her mother-in-law chastised her for kneeling in the snow. How could she possibly show Lady Jean any kindness? The audacity of attempting to pin the blame of her own transgressions on her was simply intolerable. Although Lady Meng San's earlier comments were indeed inappropriate, does Lady Meng truly intend to permit Meng Can to take a concubine? A more senior woman voiced her concern. All eyes turned to Xie Wanmian. She sipped her drink. Though it was fruit wine and less potent than spirits, she had indulged in a variety of flavors during the lively conversation. Feeling slightly tipsy, she paused for a moment, pursed her lips, and stated, I will heed the second master's wishes. If he desires a concubine, I shall not stand in his way. The wine house was elegantly arranged, with an artificial hill adorned with flowing water and winding paths, creating a serene ambience. Meng Huqing, who had intended to present a delicacy his wife adored, halted at the door upon overhearing this exchange. If he should refuse, and your mother-in-law insists on a concubine, what will you do? Xie Wanmian replied nonchalantly, that is a matter between them. It concerns me not. Her gaze drifted to a decorative folding fan on a nearby table, her tone sharpening as she recalled Meng Huqing and Oppos, as previous words about like-mindedness, a bitter smile curling her lips. He and Ming were indeed of the same mind, while she felt like an unwelcome presence. I cannot concern myself with him. Tending to my own affairs is sufficient. Xie Wanmian reclined lazily in her rosewood chair, the effects of the wine lending a dreamy quality to her eyes. He may take as many concubines as he pleases. I merely require that they remain dutiful. As long as I can enjoy my comfortable life, I am content. The older woman suddenly laughed. That is quite true. Rather than relying on a man, one should seek their own comfort. Another lady in a pale blue gown pouted, indeed. My husband is forever chasing after flowers, leaving me in tears over his antics, managing the household and providing for his needs while he neglects to return home. Looking back, I've turned myself into a weary housewife. I ought to take care of myself, dress beautifully, and enjoy life. Come, let's all raise a glass. Ying proclaimed, prompting the women to stand and clink glasses. Observing the lively scene from outside, Meng Huqing felt a surge of anger rise within him, his fingers tightening around the plate of pastries until they turned pale. He was once a man of clear skies and bright moons, yet now he could only scoff softly. His wife was an unyielding ice, outwardly compliant and gentle, yet harboring sharp fangs like a cunning fox. No matter what he did, his wife was not the same as in his past life. Now, he faced a distant demeanor, a polite coexistence devoid of warmth. He could find no fault in her behavior, yet this only deepened his sense of helplessness. Wasn't his current wife the very embodiment of his ideal? Knowledgeable and courteous. She brought him no trouble, did not cling to him, nor complained about his late returns. She fulfilled her duties as a wife. So what more could he hope for? What was he still angry about? It was simply that his wife no longer loved him. He was occupied with public affairs and should not dwell on matters of the heart. Yet, inexplicably, his thoughts wandered back to the image of his former wife and Apos. Tear-filled, sorrowful eyes, always yearning for his return. He had failed her time and again. Second master, why do you not go inside? Fu Gui approached. Noticing the usually stoic man was now visibly dejected, mistaking it for some troubling matter. Meng Huqing placed the pastries onto Fu Gui's wooden tray, calmly instructing, "Take these to your second, madam." Yes. As he watched Fu Gui enter, Meng Huqing composed himself and returned to the private room with his colleagues. Meng Jianyi, eager to present the delicious pastries to his esteemed wife, likely imagined her beaming with delight. A colleague jested, "I bet your esteemed wife will be over the moon." Meng Huqing hesitated, reluctant to display his emotions before outsiders. He had always excelled at concealing his true feelings, and he merely smiled faintly in response. "Indeed. Come now. Let us all relax. Today is Meng Qinyi's birthday. Let us drink heartily." He Yu Shao prompted, and a servant was summoned to refill everyone's glasses, creating a festive atmosphere. "Oh, I dare not drink too much." The official from the Ministry of Personnel waved his hand, patting his belly. "My wife is a real tiger. With her father holding a high position in the Imperial Academy, she often twists my ear. If I were to get drunk, I fear she and Apos tear my ears off when I return home." Laughter erupted among the others. Who would have thought that Zhang Yuanwei was afraid of his wife? Meng Huqing remained silent, sipping his wine. One man, animatedly raising his glass, remarked, "I find your wife to be quite virtuous, Meng Xiong. Back in the day, your esteemed wife captivated the capital. Who did not know of her beauty, akin to that of a celestial being?" Upon hearing this, Meng Huqing inhaled deeply but chose not to comment, simply drinking another cup of wine. "Indeed, my wife is good, though she often has her little tantrums. But I have my ways. After all, women love their cosmetics and fine silks. A thoughtful gift, and she'll be pleased, or if all else fails." At this, Meng Huqing and Apos' attention peaked. He was curious to learn how to appease his wife. The man smirked knowingly, suggesting, "Engage in some of the intimate duties of a husband," and she and Apos be utterly compliant. Meng Huqing frowned, sensing the implication behind the words. As a side note, in a small scene, Meng Huqing tearfully tugging at Xie Wanmian and Apos' sleeve, pleaded, "Please love me once more, my lady." Xie Wanmian sighed, "Surely, this is merely a figment of my inebriated imagination." Chapter 61. The desire for a child after a hearty meal, the guests, slightly intoxicated, exchanged jovial banter before naturally returning to their respective chambers to reunite with their wives. Meng Huqing, though possessing a tolerable capacity for alcohol, found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the copious amounts of wine consumed that evening. Rubbing his temples, he observed as the others departed, prompting him to rise. Fu Gui approached with a warm towel to cleanse his hands, having acquired some residue from the table laden with food and drink. As he wiped away the remnants, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon entering another private room, he found Jade supporting the unsteady Xie Wanmian as she staggered toward the exit. The alcohol had imbued her face with a rosy hue, and her eyes sparkled with an alluring, dreamy quality, reminiscent of moonlight dancing upon a tranquil lake, evoking a sense of tenderness. Though slightly dizzy from the drink, Meng Huqing's heart swelled with irritation upon spotting a familiar tall figure nearby. Fortuitously, he remained coherent enough to merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his eyes. Xie Wanmian exhaled a deep breath, striving to stave off any nonsensical utterances in her inebriated state. As she prepared to step over the threshold, she faltered, only to feel Meng Huqing and Apos' steady hand at her waist, lifting her into the air. Jade quickly stepped aside, leaving Xie Wanmian in a state of astonishment. Was this truly the Meng Huqing she knew? Had he consumed too much wine this evening? In her previous life, she would have anticipated his admonishment about propriety in public, Yet this time he seemed different. Upon their return to the carriage, Fugue's voice suddenly rang out. "Second master, Miss Chu wishes to see you." As Meng Huqing settled Xie Wanmian, he suppressed his growing impatience and drew back the curtain to reveal Chu Hanjin, her arms cradling an ornate gift box, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Cousin, I heard you were hosting a birthday banquet at Songha Winery today. I had expected an invitation and had prepared a gift for you." The bustling marketplace was alive with chatter and occasional shouts, and as a refreshing breeze from the Yuan River swept by, Meng Huqing felt a weight lift from his heart. He responded slowly, "Thank you, cousin. I appreciate your sentiment, but I cannot accept the gift." "Why not?" Chu Hanjin and Appo's expression turned slightly crestfallen. At this moment, her personal maid, Autumn Peach, interjected, clearly displeased by her mistress and amp. Appo's treatment, second master. This garment was painstakingly crafted by our young lady over the course of nearly half a month. Though it may not compare to Madame Meng and Appo's needlework, it was sewn with care. Autumn Peach, cease your impertinence. Chu Hanzhen in dozu, then turned to Meng Huqing with an apologetic smile. It is my failure to properly manage my servant. Please do not take offense. If you refuse to accept this birthday gift, I shall have no choice but to burn it. Her voice trembled at the end, betraying her emotions. Hearing this, the smile faded from Meng Huqing and Appo's face. An unmarried woman crafting clothing for a married man inevitably implied affection, and he recognized the significance behind such a personal gift. In his previous life, he had been oblivious, but following his wife and Appo's passing, he had come to understand the implications. "I am truly sorry, cousin, but I cannot accept this gift," he stated firmly, his eyes resolute in the dark night. "You are yet unmarried. This garment should be bestowed upon the one you love. Should it be given to me, it may invite unwarranted speculation, and that would be inappropriate." Chu Hanjin felt a rush of embarrassment and suddenly caught a whiff of the faint scent of wine on Meng Huqing. "Cousin, you are inebriated. I shall bring it to your residence another day." Without waiting for his response, she turned and departed. Barely had she left when a maid from Princess Qingping arrived with a birthday gift, a fine wolf hairbrush, which Meng Huqing also declined for the same reasons. Upon returning to the carriage, he met Xie Wanmian and Appo's gaze, shimmering with intrigue and an enigmatic smile. "Second master, you seem to be quite the object of affection." Meng Huqing felt a surge of pent-up frustration and indignation rise within him, yet he refrained from reacting. Instead, he adjusted his sleeve and replied coolly, "I believe it is my wife who has had too much to drink and is now fabricating tales against me." Having consumed some wine herself, Xie Wanmian's thoughts wandered back to the countless women she had faced alone in her previous life, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Where had he been during her moments of solitude? He was well aware that his looks invited speculation, yet he remained oblivious to her feelings. "Indeed, I am speaking nonsense tonight. Please do not take it to heart," she said, self-mockingly turning her head away. Meng Huqing and Appo's gaze fell upon her, taking in her luscious, slightly pale lips and the delicate curve of her nose, framed by long, dark lashes that cast shadows over her amber eyes, glistening with tears. Her skin, fair as snow, appeared fragile and vulnerable, reminiscent of a delicate flower drenched in rain. He could not fathom why his few words had brought her tears. Had he spoken too harshly? Yet, he felt justified. After all, his wife and Appo's opinions on concubinage had not been unfounded. The carriage rolled on steadily, and as Xie Wanmian leaned against the wall for support, a tear traced down her cheek. Meng Huqing retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her tears away, his tone softening considerably. "Do you remember that raccoon cat? Have you thought a name for it?" Xie Wanmian glanced at him, her lashes fluttering, as she softly inquired, "Are you no longer angry?" He sighed. "When have I ever been angry with you?" "Humph, you deny it. But you were quite unlike yourself just now. You were upset with me." Meng Huqing had never realized his wife could display such a playful demeanor. In his memories of her past life, Xie Wanmian had always been gentle and accommodating, prioritizing his feelings above all else, never once complaining or pointing out his faults. Perhaps this was the true essence of Xie Wanmian, a side he had previously overlooked. He embraced her, and, as the carriage jolted, she found comfort in his arms, gradually settling in and drifting off to sleep. Meng Hutching and Amp, Oppo's gaze lingered on her glistening lips, and he felt an undeniable heat rising within him, perhaps a consequence of the wine. Leaning closer, he whispered, "My dear wife, I shall soon be journeying to the south." Xie Wanmian mumbled an indistinct reply before shifting slightly. Meng Hutching's eyes deepened with contemplation. "In that case, shall we discuss the matter of progeny? What are your thoughts on tonight?" Author's note: I sincerely appreciate the generous support and readership from all of you. Thank you. Chapter 62. I shall attend to my lady. Xie Wanmian was on the verge of drifting into slumber when she was startled awake by his words, her entire being trembling in fear. Upon reflection, she realized that aside from their wedding night, they had not shared any intimate moments since, and indeed, it was time to address the matter of their marital duties. Moreover, she found herself yearning for Hung. After a brief pause, she slowly opened her eyes to gaze at him. The man in Oppo's strikingly handsome features were illuminated and obscured by the shifting shadows outside the carriage. His deep phoenix eyes resembling a pool of yearning snow, while his taut and smooth jawline concealed a sharpness that was unmistakable. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, as if awaiting her response, yet the slight flush on his ears subtly betrayed his current state of mind. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Wanmian finally murmured, "All right." Meng Hutching curled his lips into a smile, gently leaning down to capture her softness. His long, strong hand cradled the back of her head, and as he felt her fingers tugging at his garment, a smile danced in his charming eyes. Just as he had anticipated, it was indeed sweet. As they neared the entrance of the Marquis's residence, Meng Hutching slowly released her. Xie Wanmian stared at him, her mouth agape in astonishment. "What, someone hears us out here?" Was this truly the gentlemanly Meng Hutching she knew? Surely, she must have indulged in too much wine. For not only was she speaking foolishly, but her vision had also blurred. Meng Hutching raised a hand to brush aside the damp strands of hair by her neck, his voice low and husky. "My lady, you did not make a sound just now." Xie Wanmian found herself at a loss for words. He had effectively silenced her. The carriage finally came to a halt outside the Marquis's gate, and Xie Wanmian straightened her attire before stepping out. Jade, standing nearby, supported her and gazed at her with concern. "Miss, your lips look swollen. Did you eat too many spicy dishes at the banquet?" Xie Wanmian hastily covered her lips with her silk handkerchief, replying softly, "Perhaps I might have overheated from the food." Jade's expression turned anxious, tinged with irritation. "That lady, the wife of the department and Oppo's official, encouraged you to eat numerous spicy dishes. You should have declined, yet you indulged so much. Now, with your lips inflamed, you may need to drink honeysuckle tea for the next couple of days to remedy it." Xie Wanmian felt compelled to internally apologize to the wife of the official. Casting a reproachful glance at Meng Hutching, he merely smiled faintly, offering no response, instead taking her hand and leading her towards Chunhua Courtyard. The night was deep, and occasionally, a few startled birds flitted from the treetops. The hazy moonlight cast a delicate veil over the stone pathway, and the servants, having been informed of the return of the second young master and the second madam, had prepared warm baths in advance. Jade attended to Xie Wanmian as she bathed and changed. Meng Hutching, meanwhile, sat at a small desk perusing a scroll. Although it was he who had spoken the words regarding their offspring, and his wife's consent had been obtained, the gentle sound of water from the bathing room rendered him unable to focus on a single word. When Xie Wanmian emerged, Meng Hutching and Oppo's hand remained frozen on the same page. "Second master?" Xie Wanmian looked at him puzzled. Meng Hutching finally snapped back to reality, setting aside the scroll and nodding. "I shall wash up now." Meng Hutching preferred bathing alone, so after Xie Wanmian neatly arranged his clothes, she discreetly left the room. Shortly thereafter, after finishing his bath, he noticed Xie Wanmian seated before the mirror, while Jade was nearly finished drying her hair. She was clad in a delicate pink and white silk gown, which billowed like clouds, accentuating her graceful figure. Her raven hair cascaded down her slender waist, her fragrant shoulders partially concealed in the cool moonlight. Even in her past life, his wife rarely donned such vibrant attire. Her cheeks appeared more flushed than usual, and beside her lay a half-consumed hangover remedy. Upon seeing him, She promptly urged, "Second master, do drink your remedy as well." Meng Huqing noticed the hangover tea, served in a white porcelain bowl on the small table. He approached and took a few sips, only to see Xie Wanmian rinse her mouth and then recline on the rattan couch. Xie Wanmian habitually preferred to lie on the inner side, covering her lower abdomen with a blanket. As the weather had warmed, the presence of mosquitoes had become inevitable, and soon the windows would need to be fitted with green gauze. A soft beam of moonlight spilled on her neck, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade, inviting admiration. After finishing the hangover tea, Meng Huqing felt considerably more alert, yet he began to regret the embarrassing words he had spoken in the carriage. Perhaps it was the anticipation of what was to come that caused his palms to sweat. He took a deep breath, extinguished the lamp, and lay down on the rattan couch. The two remained silent for a while, before he reached out to grasp his wife and Appo's delicate hand. Xie Wanmian held her breath, her eyelashes fluttering in the darkness, her heartbeat quickening. Although they had already shared such moments on their wedding night, the truth remained that, in both this life and the last, their experiences in this regard were few. In her previous life, Meng Huqing was often preoccupied with official duties, and she had hesitated to urge him, fearing that her eagerness would lead him to perceive her as frivolous. Meng Huqing was known for his cold disposition, and unless brought up by someone, he would not pursue such matters. Xie Wanmian distinctly felt the warmth and tingling sensation on her neck, and in the next moment, his lips descended upon her soft, snow-like ones, which were particularly sensitive, causing her to turn her head away as her fingertips clutched the bedding beneath her. "Second master, has the effects of the wine lessened?" Her voice was soft and tremulous. Meng Huqing and Appo's gaze deepened, and he replied in a husky whisper, "Not yet." He felt his desire intensifying in proximity to his wife. His cool lips descended once more upon her tender petals, delivering a deeply lingering kiss. The occasional call of a partridge from outside only heightened the serene stillness of the night. In the neighboring room, a young maid, seizing the opportunity while the matron was away, prepared to make rouge for the night. She extracted fresh rose petals from a brocade box and placed them in a mortar, diligently pounding them with a pestle, each strike breaking the night and Appo's tranquility. After a moment, the juice from the rose petals began to seep out. She added a small amount of water, then placed the crushed petals in a piece of gauze, squeezing out the liquid, which she set aside in a small bowl to be dried in the sun the following day. "Is this all right?" Meng Huqing and Appo's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, his voice low and resonant. Xie Wanmian felt the tears in her eyes shimmering unsteadily. She lacked the strength to respond, merely emitting a vague sound of acknowledgement. Time passed. The crowing of roosters echoed outside, signaling the night's end, as the atmosphere within the room was suffused with an intoxicating scent. Xie Wanmian contemplated rising to wash away the sweat that enveloped her, but as she stood, her legs trembled. Just as she was about to call for the maid to come in, her hand was suddenly seized by Meng Huqing. "I shall attend to my lady's bath, shall I?" Chapter 63. Disassembling bones and inserting into the abdomen upon uttering those words, Xie Wanmian had yet to respond, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Meng Huqing, who was draped in a white outer garment reminiscent of a cloud peak. The moonlight, veiled among the clouds, gradually unveiled a hint of brilliance, while the night breeze dispersed the distant sheer curtains. His solid physique seemed shrouded in a thin mist, and his deep-set eyes fixated on her, as though intent on dismantling her bones and inserting them into his own being. "I can manage on my own," she replied softly. Meng Huqing encircled her delicate waist, and after their recent encounter, the lingering, dreamy expressions and the actions intertwined with bodily memories ignited like a sudden flame. "Madam, you can barely stand. What if you were to fall?" He gently wiped the fine sheen of perspiration from her exquisite face with a silk handkerchief, his movements tender and practiced. Xie Wanmian felt an intense dryness in her throat. After a prolonged pause, she managed to utter, "It's your fault." Meng Huqing offered a faint smile, replying with a subtle, and then rose to call for water. In no time, someone arrived with the requested water. When he turned back, he found Xie Wanmian languidly leaning against the edge of the bed. Noticing a slight injury at the corner of her lips, he felt a pang of guilt, recalling that it was her own lack of restraint that led to this. He approached her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and lifted her effortlessly. Xie Wanmian, feeling utterly exhausted, had never anticipated that this seemingly gentle and refined gentleman could exhibit such fervor in intimate moments, especially during those profound instances. When he forcefully pried her fingers apart, their hands interlocked, she felt as if the very skin on her hands might shatter under his grip. Soon, she found herself immersed in a tub filled with warm water, her fatigue and soreness alleviated at once. Listening to the gentle sounds of water flowing beside her, she couldn't help but recall the uncontrolled sound from earlier, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, enveloping her delicate face in a rosy hue. Meng Huqing rolled up his sleeves to his forearms and took a wooden ladle to pour water for Xie Wanmian's bath. However, as the atmosphere shifted, he noticed a faint blush on her neck, and his gaze deepened. Xie Wanmian, feeling overwhelmed, leaned against the edge of the tub, her long, dark hair heavy from the water, and before long, familiar warmth returned to her lips. She slowly opened her eyes, her tear-filled gaze accusatorily fixed on the handsome man before her, murmuring, "Enough, Meng Huqing." The words carried a semblance of grievance and reproach. Meng Huqing understood that he should exercise restraint, yet he pinched her tender earlobe, murmuring, "Is this not permissible?" Xie Wanmian blinked her misty eyes and protested. "My lip is injured." Meng Huqing gently caressed the wound with his fingertip, his lashes lowered. "I shall fetch some ointment for you shortly." After they had both washed, they made their way to the already prepared luohan bed. Xie Wanmian lay on the inner side, too fatigued to contemplate anything further, and eventually succumbed to slumber with her eyes closed. As dawn and Appo's light began to filter in, Meng Huqing, having official matters to attend to, did not awaken the peacefully sleeping Xie Wanmian. In her dreams, Xie Wanmian seemed to suffer from nightmares, murmuring pain as her brows furrowed. Her cheeks nestled in the cloud-like pillow, kissed by the sunlight, appearing as ethereal as a painting. Yet, tears pooled at the corners of her eyes, and her fingertips trembled faintly. He reached out to smooth her tightly knitted brows. However, while he could ease her furrowed brow, he could not dispel the lingering sorrow within her. After a moment, he rose to change clothes, having some matters to discuss with the officials, and if all went according to plan, he would likely be leaving at the beginning of next month. He stifled the tumultuous emotions within him and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before quietly departing. When Xie Wanmian awoke again, it was well past the hour. She straightened up, rubbing her sore neck, feeling dizzy from last night's restless tossing and turning, her waist still aching. Glancing outside, she saw Jin Shi hurrying to pay her respects, and a sense of tranquility washed over her. After Zhang Shi had fallen ill a few days prior, she had not been allowed to pay her respects. Part of her suspected the reason was that her mother-in-law disapproved of her family's background not being worthy of Meng Huqing, compounded by her lack of involvement in household affairs and her failure to show proper deference to her elder, which had made her an eyesore, leading to her exclusion from service. She welcomed the leisure with open arms. The sun was shining splendidly today, perfect for a visit to the tailor's to select fabrics and choose a few garments for summer. After rising, she called upon Jin Shi to assist her in dressing and grooming. Just as she finished washing her face, a sudden knock sounded at the door. She recognized the voice of Zhang Shi's personal maid, "Second madam, the mistress requests your presence." Though puzzled, Xie Wanmian complied, asking the maid to inform her mother that she would be there shortly. Once ready, she hurried to the main courtyard. There, she found Jin Shi seated beside Zhang Shi, sobbing into her handkerchief, clutching it tightly. "Mother, you must advocate for me." Upon seeing Xie Wanmian, Zhang Shi let out a cold snort. "Xie, why aren't you kneeling before me?" Naturally, Xie Wanmian refused to kneel, merely regarding Zhang Shi with calmness. Unaware of what grave offense she had committed to provoke her mother-in-law and Appo's ire, Zhang Shi pointed an accusatory finger at Xie Wanmian's face, her voice sharp. "I command you to kneel. Are you not supposed to obey as a daughter-in-law?" Xie Wanmian understood that refusal to kneel would unjustly label her as unfilial. Thus she reluctantly complied and knelt down. Zhang Shi snorted again, and a maid approached with a teacup, presenting it to her. As Zhang Shi scrutinized Xie Wanmian, she leisurely sipped her tea, then placed the cup down with a thud. "Do you recall what you said about your sister-in-law at the second brother's birthday banquet yesterday?" Xie Wanmian understood the implication and smiled as she responded, "The daughter-in-law has not forgotten. Since you haven't forgotten, let me tell you plainly. Xie intends to take a concubine in the future." Zhang Shi's expression darkened. She saw her daughter-in-law's radiant complexion and the splendid attire she wore, which only fueled her anger further. "You did not object to the second master taking a concubine. Where did your mother hear such words?" Xie Wanmian replied, amiably, "If the daughter-in-law did not object, then where might the misunderstanding arise?" Zhang Shi paused, her gaze shifting to Jin Shi. "Is what she said true or false?" Jin Shi trembled under her mother-in-law's piercing gaze. Inhaling deeply, the daughter-in-law does not recall the second sister-in-law saying such a thing. Could it be that the second sister-in-law misremembered? "Do you understand how your words yesterday, uttered in front of everyone, tarnished my reputation?" Xie Wanmian's voice was as soft and melodious as jade, a soothing balm to the ears, yet her gentle tone rendered Jin Shi even paler. Chapter 64. The resolution of heart. Jin felt indignant, biting her lip with tears in her eyes as she questioned, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?" "This is nothing short of slander." Xie Wanmian replied calmly, "Sister-in-law, I will not beat around the bush. Last night, in front of everyone, you attempted to place the blame of a minor transgression upon me. Do you believe that the union bestowed by the princess is not to your liking? Or do you think it amusing to deliberately embarrass me? Think carefully about how others perceive my relationship with my husband and my sisters-in-law." Her words undoubtedly elevated a personal issue to a larger matter, placing Jin in a precarious position. Though Zhang was cherished and pampered, she understood the implications. Jin's remarks last night were disparaging to her second son and the dignity of the marquisate. Jin trembled as she reached out to grasp Zhang's hand, only to be forcefully rebuffed by her mother-in-law, who pointed at her forehead and said, "Even if your second sister-in-law has erred, it is inappropriate to speak of her faults before so many. Are you not implying that their marriage is discordant? The emperor values the conduct of his officials above all, and marital discord is most disgraceful. I see now, you are wielding me like a weapon. I may not favor your second brother and Apos as wife, but you must not act so foolishly. If you ruin his career, you will bear the consequences." Xie Wanmian observed the unfolding drama with indifference, merely smiling without uttering a word. Zhang rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Enough. All of you leave. Your third brother and Apos' wife must stay home and diligently transcribe scriptures this month to reflect on her actions." "Understood." Xie Wanmian stood, bowed, and departed. Jin felt wronged but dared not protest and retreated in silence. Once outside, she turned to Xie Wanmian and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, how could you treat me this way today?" Xie Wanmian paused, turned, and flashed a charming yet sharp smile. "Third sister-in-law, while you may have a penchant for grievances, you must also discern which matters are worth raising and which should remain unspoken. If you seek to confront me, do you expect me to endure your bullying?" Jin felt a surge of frustration, unable to retort. Jealousy consumed her. How could the daughter of a mere sixth-rank official be her equal? How could she have won the affections of someone like Meng Heching? And why did she not have to serve her mother-in-law? With a furious glare at Xie Wanmian, Jin stomped her foot and hastily withdrew. Ji Shi supported Xie Wanmian, spitting into the air. "Humph. Is this the temperament of a daughter of an esteemed scholar? So narrow-minded. Let this matter pass. Do not let it show before outsiders, or you may face more gossip." Xie Wanmian pinched Ji Shi and Apos' cheek, understanding the girl's protective nature since they had grown up together. Ji Shi nodded, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, her dimples deepening. "Rest assured, miss, I shall only speak of this to you and not to others. Go summon the carriage. We shall venture out shortly to inspect the tailor and cosmetics shop." "Very well." Upon returning to Chunhua courtyard to pour herself some tea, Xie Wanmian was soon interrupted by hurried footsteps. Ji Shi rushed in, her face flushed. Miss Yingning wishes to see you. She looks quite unwell and has been crying." Xie Wanmian felt a pang of worry. "Then do invite her in." Of course. She was welcomed inside. Yingning entered, her eyes red-rimmed, her hair hastily secured with a simple hairpin, her cheeks streaked with tears. Xie Wanmian set down her teacup and hurried to her side. "Ning Ning, what has happened? You look dreadful. Sleepy. Woe is me. My husband has taken a concubine. What am I to do?" Ning collapsed into Xie Wanmian's embrace, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling. "I never imagined my mother-in-law would intrude upon my household." Seeing her struggle to speak, Xie Wanmian quickly helped her to a soft seat. "Calm down. Take your time. I will help you devise a plan." In truth, Xie Wanmian had heard whispers of this situation in her previous life. However, during her past, her grandmother had fallen gravely ill, and her mother-in-law had made her life difficult, leaving her unable to assist her friend. She had only offered some words of comfort back then, unaware that Ning would ultimately suffer such a fate. Ning took a sip of tea, sniffling, and grasped Xie Wanmian's hand tightly as she recounted. "This began 3 days ago. My husband announced he was leaving for work. I packed his belongings and prepared his clothes, but just a quarter of an hour later, I realized he had forgotten his travel documents on the table. I hurriedly took a carriage to catch up with him, hoping for just a glimpse of him. To my shock, I discovered his horse stopped before a small villa, where a beautiful woman with her hair styled in a traditional bun awaited him. He dismounted and embraced her tightly. Furious, she had wanted to confront him but restrained her anger, deciding to bide her time for a more opportune moment. She sent someone to inquire, only to find out that her husband had met this enchanting woman at a tea house. Due to mourning, he could not marry, but had arranged for her to stay outside, already contemplating divorce and eagerly awaiting her demise to be with the concubine. His mother, upon learning of her childlessness, instead of reproaching him, condoned his actions. "I do not understand. I have devoted myself to managing our household and honoring my in-laws, and yet he treats me this way. He wishes for my death and desires the other woman to assume my place. His grandfather has only just passed. How could he act so disgracefully?" Ning lamented as she wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief. Xie Wanmian took a deep breath, knowing she could not allow Ning to remain passive. In her previous life, that concubine had caused Ning and Appo's demise along with her unborn child. She had thought this tragedy would unfold in due time, allowing her to subtly intervene, but it had come much sooner than anticipated. "Do not fear. This situation can be resolved." Xie Wanmian had already contemplated a course of action. Since the previous concubine had resorted to vile means to harm her friend, she would retaliate in kind this time. Ning seemed to find her resolve, urgently asking, "Dear sister, please tell me what I should do." Xie Wanmian smiled knowingly, then gently replied, "The choice lies with you, dear sister. It depends on how resolute you are in your heart." Note, the forthcoming actions of the female lead are solely to protect her dear friend, as there exists no villainy in this situation. After all, one cannot remain passive in the face of oppression. It is imperative to devise countermeasures, lest one become a victim of further injustices. Chapter 65. Discovery. Jie, aware that her master had important matters to discuss, promptly ushered herself out and stood by the door. Xie Wanmian leaned close to Ning's ear, whispering first, "Go to the Western Market's apothecary and procure a powder known as Zhuang Lushi. Then, feign a visit to that woman, lamenting about your grandfather's recent passing. Bring her back home and discreetly administer the powder to her. Rest assured, this concoction is neither toxic nor harmful. It is instead prized for enhancing beauty, which accounts for its exorbitant price and the fact that few are aware of its existence. This powder is only suitable for external application. Ingestion would result in coldness gathering in the blood, causing intermittent retching, resembling symptoms of a false pregnancy. You must also take this powder, but delay by 2 days before doing so, and then consult a trusted physician." Ning, taken aback, interjected, "You mean to precisely," Xie Wanmian replied with a smile. "What say you, dear sister? If you are willing to endure this hardship, the concubine shall not enter our home. However, I have another plan. You shall divorce your husband." Ning scoffed lightly. "Humph, they dare conspire against me while riding on my back. If I must part ways, I shall ensure he is taught a lesson first. Wait and see, dear sister. I have this performance well in hand." After Ning departed, Xie Wanmian felt little relief in her heart. She instructed Jie to send someone to erase any traces of their actions during Yin Ning's procurement of the medicine, lest they attract unwanted attention. Upon returning home, Yin Ning summoned someone to specifically seek out the Zhuang Lushi powder, which was colorless and tasteless. Seizing the opportunity while her husband was away on official business, she visited the small villa where the concubine resided. With heartfelt persuasion and reason, she then discreetly poured the powder into the tea that the woman was about to drink. By the time her husband, Xie Wanmian, returned, 6 days had passed. The day was overcast, with thunder rumbling intermittently in the distance. After completing her household chores, Yin Ning languidly reclined on her beauty couch for a brief respite, only to see her husband, pale and anxious, seated at the small table. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "You are aware of Chu's situation?" Yin Ning smirked inwardly. The moment had arrived. She rose slowly and poured him a cup of tea, her tone unusually gentle. "I am indeed aware." Xie Wanmian took her hand in his. "Ning, I have wronged you in this matter. But at the time it matters not. I have come to terms with it. Which family is without their trifles? Moreover, I have no children, and I am pleased to have a sister." Xie Wanmian was momentarily taken aback. He was not unhandsome, possessing a refined appearance. Yet his eyes were clouded with an inescapable sorrow. He spoke slowly, "But Chu claims she is with child, and I intend to take her as my wife. What is your decision, my lady?" Yin Ning picked up the exquisite robe she had meticulously sewn for him, feigning surprise at his words. "Then let her come, so the child may have a name. However, our grandfather has only just passed. During this mourning period, we must not be overly ostentatious about taking a concubine. Your sister shall have to bear the burden." Xie Wanmian had not expected his wife to be so understanding, and it seemed that removing her was no longer the only option. He hastily embraced Yin Ning, thinking, with such a wife, what more could he desire? Yin Ning suppressed her revulsion, merely smiling in response. In due course, Chu was brought into the house through a side door. 2 days later, the household was bustling with preparations to celebrate the anticipated grandchild's arrival. Observing the insincerity of those around her, Yin Ning felt increasingly distressed, and that day, she had also summoned a physician to visit. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate, the doctor diagnosed that Chu was not with child, leaving Xie Wanmian in shock. Meanwhile, Yin Ning, in disbelief, fainted upon hearing the news. When the doctor examined her, he declared that she was indeed expecting. Xie Wanmian seemed to experience a tumult of joy and despair, and the household was once again filled with jubilation. Unbeknownst to them, Chu, seething with anger, intentionally caused Yin Ning to fall, leading to a miscarriage. Under the guise of visiting a friend, Xie Wanmian entered the estate. Yin Ning, pale and weak, clutched her hand tightly, awaiting the final act of their drama. Upon learning of the events, Xie Wanmian's father, a court official, hurried back from Jinzhou. His first action upon arrival was to violently confront his son, scolding, "You unfilial son! How long has it been since your grandfather's passing? And you stir up such trouble, regardless of how you became entangled with that vixen from the brothel. The fact that she sought to use a false pregnancy to supplant Ning is unforgivable. You failed to expel her from our home, and now she has caused the death of my grandchild." Xie Wanmian clutched his chest, desperately grasping his father's robe, weeping, "I did not foresee this. I had no idea that woman could be so malicious." Meanwhile, Xue's mother clung to her husband's sleeve, crying, "My lord, we can have another child. You have only this one precious darling." Xue Laoyi waved his sleeve dismissively, coldly retorting, "I have deep ties with Ning's family. How can I justify this?" As if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to his servants, commanding, "Seize that scheming vixen and beat her to death." Xie Wanmian gaped, his face drained of color, momentarily stunned into silence. In the room, Xie Wanmian learned of the outcome, her brow furrowing slightly before smoothing out again. It was merely a matter of retribution. In her previous life, Yin Ning had suffered due to that woman's machinations, leading to a false diagnosis of pregnancy when she was truly with child, only to watch her baby be lost. The trauma had been profound, and later, the woman had poisoned Yin Ning, who, already weakened from the miscarriage, succumbed to the lethal dose in a mere month. This was a secret she only learned later, yet by then, Ying Ning was no longer alive. And the woman named Chu Chu had indeed become pregnant, ultimately taking her place as the mistress of the house without facing in Chapter 66. Not a gentleman, but a madman. The crescent moon quietly sank, eventually hanging on the tips of the willow branches, casting a gentle glow across the courtyard. The maidservants lit the lamps, and the hazy moonlight intertwined with the flickering candlelight upon Meng Huqing's refined features, as he donned a moon-white robe, half concealed by the thick night. Xie Wanmian felt a flutter at her heart, gripping the silk handkerchief in her hand, evading that probing gaze. I visited Ning Ning's home. She has just lost her child, and as her close friend, I naturally went to offer my condolences. Meng Huqing lightly tapped his fingertips on the teacup, observing his wife's calm demeanor, a hint of displeasure curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you visiting Madame Xue, or perhaps attending a play? Xie Wanmian felt a chill run down her fair neck, standing at a distance without taking a seat, feigning ignorance. What do you mean, second master? I do not understand. My lady, in the future, when engaging in misdeeds, do not leave traces. Otherwise, if someone seizes upon your vulnerabilities, it could be fatal. He spoke leisurely, with a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Xie Wanmian scoffed lightly. Do you believe I am engaging in misdeeds? Meng Huqing gazed at her quietly, their eyes locking in the air without yielding an inch. After a moment, he said, I am unaware of your intentions, my lady, but from an outsider and Oppo's perspective, it appears you are indeed committing misdeeds. I have investigated. The eldest son of the Xue family and his concubine are not good people. One seeks to elevate his status through his father-in-law while betraying his wife, while the other plots to discreetly eliminate the matron to claim her dowry, hoping to elevate herself from concubine to wife. Is that not the case? I merely rescued my friend from dire straits. Xie Wanmian straightened her back, realizing he had already uncovered the truth. Meng Huqing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and he said slowly, while your strategy of using someone else's blade to kill is indeed clever, have you considered what would happen if that physician regrets revealing the truth? Your and your friend's reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. Xie Wanmian was well aware of this, but the physician, having received favors from the Yin family, would not dare to expose them. I have my concerns, yet even so, that physician only knows of Ning Ning's false pregnancy and nothing else. Moreover, we did not force Mr. Xue to deal with his concubine. My lady, do you not realize that while you leave a path for others, you also create a dead end for yourself? Meng Huqing's expression was impassive, yet a murderous intent lingered in his words. Xie Wanmian seemed to finally comprehend, staring at Meng Huqing in shock. What have you done to that physician? Meng Huqing smiled faintly. What are you thinking, my lady? As a court official, I could never commit murder without cause. I merely hold leverage over that physician to ensure he departs the capital. As for Xue Xinyin, I happened to investigate a case and discovered his involvement. He has violated the law and embezzled funds he should not have. I have presented the evidence to the officials, and soon his case will reach the emperor. In time, he shall be dismissed from his position and exiled to the frontier. Xie Wanmian bit her lip, feeling confused. Meng Huqing was a man of principles, and as long as his bottom line was not crossed, he would not retaliate. However, this was indeed a brilliant strategy. After all, human nature is unpredictable. She could not entrust her in Ning Ning and Oppo's reputations to someone reliant on the bonds of master and servant, for people can change. Even if that physician wished to return to the capital to speak, Xue Xinyin would have long been buried in the dust, making such claims lose credibility. Furthermore, this course of action would be of no benefit to the physician. Meng Huqing set the teacup down on the table, a hint of joy and expectation lighting up his refined and handsome face. Should my lady not say something? Xie Wanmian glanced at him and then smiled lightly. Thank you, second master. And what else? Xie Wanmian was perplexed. If the second master wished to express something, he should do so directly. Meng Huqing regarded her with keen interest. Where's my birthday gift? Xie Wanmian felt struck by lightning. At this time in her past life, she had intricately crafted a jade pendant for Meng Huqing. Yet in this life, she had not given it a thought, preoccupied with her own shop and Oppos, S affairs, leaving no room for such matters. Although Meng Huqing had harbored affections for another in his heart, he had never failed to present her with a gift on her birthday, sometimes even rushing back from the government office to celebrate. It seemed she had neglected this detail. She couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, then suddenly had a bright idea. Her eyelashes fluttering. Did the second master forget the birthday gift I gave? Now it was Meng Huqing who looked puzzled. She fixed her gaze upon him, saying that night, "Did I not gift myself to the second master?" After a moment of silence, the night was once again filled with the chirping of insects. She watched as the delicate blush crept up Meng Huqing's ears, a smile unconsciously creeping on her lips. Meng Huqing was shy. At this moment, Xie Wanmian was entirely unaware of the consequences of her teasing. It was not until the midnight hour, after Meng Huqing had finished his official duties, that she realized he was not shy at all, but had been calculating all along. "I want tea come again. It was just the other day," she protested tearfully. Meng Huqing leaned down to place a gentle kiss at the corner of her lips, his long fingers slowly untying her fragrant silk ribbons. "You just said that was the other day." The night was too deep. Xie Wanmian felt as if her pearl earrings were swaying within the shattered night mist. The next day, as dawn broke, Xie Wanmian slowly straightened her sore back, recalling the events of the previous night when she called for water thrice. Enraged, she kicked Meng Huqing's brocade pillow off the bed, muttering indignantly, "Scoundrel!" Little did she know, the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her waist, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She resolved never to provoke Meng Huqing again. He was no gentleman, but a madman. As Jade entered to assist Xie Wanmian with her dressing, she dared not look closely at the rosy marks blooming upon her fragrant shoulder, reminiscent of scattered begonia petals. Splendid and enchanting. Once she finished her grooming quickly, Xie Wanmian still felt lethargic, having barely eaten a few bites of the breakfast laid out for her. She spent the morning in her room, perusing a novel and playing with her cat, and only after noon did she regain her spirits to check on her clothing shop. Before stepping out, she thought about the marks on her neck and tied a floral knot with a silk scarf embroidered with begonia flowers around her neck. Xie Wanmian busied herself in the shop for an entire afternoon, reviewing the recent accounts and delivering her researched rouge formula to the cosmetic store. When she visited the clothing store, several women who entered the shop inquired about her scarf, prompting her to devise a plan. She instructed the shopkeeper to begin purchasing fabric of that quality and even sketched different tying methods for the scarves. The day in Oppos' profits were considerable. In thinking of the wealth she would soon amass, a smile graced her features as she returned to the. However, she never anticipated encountering that person along the way. Chapter 67. The green plum on the bed as the golden sun gradually descended, the last remnants of twilight lingered lovingly over the distant mountains. Xie Wanmian heard Jade mention that her cousin, Jiang Fai, wished to see her. She hesitated. After all, she was now a married woman, and meeting a man privately could invite scandal. Yet, it was Jiang Fai who had repeatedly shielded her during her childhood from the cruelty of her stepmother. Had that incident not occurred back then, perhaps they would have been betrothed long ago. At that time, she had yet to encounter Meng Huqing, and her feelings for Jiang Fai were more akin to sibling affection than romantic love. In her youth, she had naively believed that mutual understanding could suffice for a shared life. However, she soon discovered that matters were far more intricate than she had anticipated. After a moment, she finally lifted the curtain to behold the poised figure of a man standing before the carriage. Jiang Fai, a military officer, appeared more robust than Meng Huqing, his form clad in a dark, gold-embroidered robe that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the firm muscles beneath the fabric. Yet, truth be told, she preferred Meng Huqing's stature, tall and elegant like bamboo, his physique both lithe and strong, exuding an ethereal charm in any attire. Xie Wanmian alighted from the carriage and bowed to Jiang Fai, addressing him as cousin. Jiang Fai scrutinized her intently, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. "I wonder how you have been, Mian. I heard you have wed the second son of the Xianping Marquis. I was stationed far at the borders and have only just returned, so I lack proper gifts. I hope you will accept this turquoise bracelet. I trust you will find it to your liking." She glanced at the exquisite bracelet, smooth and lustrous, its rich blue-green hue gleaming in the sunlight. Having grown up in a prominent family, she recognized its considerable worth. She averted her gaze and replied gently, "Cousin, I cannot accept this. This is merely my heartfelt gesture. Please, Mian, do take it," he urged, his nervousness evident as he gazed at her, the roughness of his fingertips marred by scars from the battlefield. "Gold and jewels are earned through hard-fought battles. I have made myself clear before. You are you, and I am I. Do not call me by my maiden name again," she insisted, bowing once more before turning back to the carriage. Jiang Fei watched her departure with lingering regret, taking a few steps forward as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. If only I had not heeded the slanders back then. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the carriage faded into the distance. Meng Huqing, observing this scene, finally lowered the curtain and commanded coldly, "Return to the manor." The air felt cool against his back, and he quickly replied, "Yes." The night sky soon enveloped them, and the carriage came to a halt at the gates of the Marquis and Amp, Appo's residence. Meng Huqing, using his folding fan to part the curtain, gazed indifferently into the distance. The moon was absent tonight, with only a smattering of stars twinkling above. A gentle rain had fallen earlier, and the night breeze carried a damp chill. He had always been composed and self-possessed. In his previous life, he had been unaware of Jiang Fei's existence, but in this life, he discovered that his wife had once nearly been bound by a different fate, which stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. He returned to Chunhua Courtyard as usual. At that moment, Xie Wanmian reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book, while a cat nestled on her lap, purring contentedly. A pot of premium Westlake Longjing tea brewed nearby, and petals fell on her shoulder, unnoticed as she nibbled on almond pastries and turned the pages. Jisher rushed over with a goujing, her face alight with excitement. "Miss, look what I have." Just as she was about to look, she caught sight of Meng Huqing standing in the moon gate, his figure ethereal against the misty night. His scarlet official robe contrasted sharply with his porcelain complexion, and the bamboo leaves rustled softly in the wind, his silhouette seemingly carved from ink and water. Xie Wanmian set her book aside and spoke gently. "Are you here to share a meal, second master?" Meng Huqing stepped inside, responding with a faint before pushing the door open. Xie Wanmian smiled at Jisher, saying, "Go call for the meal. I will teach you to play the goujing tomorrow." Jisher beamed with joy. "Miss, your goujing is the most enchanting sound. I wish to learn." Before long, dinner was served. Xie Wanmian, having had a few pastries earlier, hardly touched her meal, while Meng Huqing, for reasons unknown, also ate sparingly, setting down his black jade chopsticks after only a short while. Once the maids cleared the table, they retreated. After the meal, Xie Wanmian sensed something unusual about Meng Huqing. He frequently regarded her with a complex gaze that he quickly averted when noticed. In their previous life, they had seldom experienced such a cold war. Aside from the time of their second child and Appo's loss, during which she had been unwilling to communicate, they had always treated each other with respect. Yet today, Meng Huqing and Appo's demeanor was laden with unspoken tension, chilling her to the bone. Wiping her fingers with a warm towel Jisher handed her, she asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss, second master?" Meng Huqing, holding his teacup, raised his eyelids to glance at her. "Does my lady play the goujing?" Xie Wanmian sensed he was not merely inquiring about her musical skills, yet she replied, "I know a little." "May I hear a piece?" he asked softly, leaning languidly against the beauty couch. Teasing the cat with a small flag, she replied languidly, "I am weary today. Perhaps another time?" Meng Huqing furrowed his brow, tapping his fingertips against the teacup, and finally asked seriously, "I have learned of your connection with Jiang Fei, yet I wish to hear your explanation." Xie Wanmian understood immediately, her expression calm as she explained succinctly, "We are merely cousins. He has looked after me since childhood, akin to an elder brother." Meng Huqing and Appo's dark eyes were deep and stormy, as if concealing a tempest beneath the surface, and when he fixed his gaze upon her, it bore an oppressive weight. "Do you harbor romantic feelings for him?" Xie Wanmian was taken aback. What did he imply? Did he suspect her of coveting another while being married? Reflecting on her past devotion to Meng Huqing, she found the notion absurd. "What do you think?" She replied, a hint of irritation in her tone. "I trust you, my lady," he said, lowering his gaze before continuing. "I merely hope to hear it from your own lips. What you say and what I have discovered may be two different matters." Xie Wanmian and oppose. Amber eyes sparkled under the flickering lights, and she blinked gently, her expression turning serious as she met his icy gaze. "No, I have only sibling affection for him," she continued. "However, we were indeed once betrothed. At that time, I believed it better to marry someone familiar than to bind myself to a stranger. But after the subsequent events, she naturally had no desire for such a union." Upon hearing this, Meng Huqing's heart was tumultuous, a mix of emotions he could not name. He pressed his lips together and tentatively inquired, "And what of me?" Note, refers to a chopstick rest, is an ancient term for a teasing stick for cats. Chapter 68. Weeping due to the lady and oppose. Anger had Meng Huqing posed such a question in a previous life. She would have undoubtedly expressed her sentiments. However, in this life, her sole desire is to live well for herself, especially upon noticing the folding fan resting on the table. Her tone was light and airy, reflecting the weight of parental decrees and the mandates of matchmakers. A marriage bestowed by the emperor could not be disregarded. In just a few words, Meng Huqing felt as if his heart were being torn asunder, and he instinctively clenched the hand concealed within his sleeve. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Madam, you should rest early. I have official duties to attend to and will not be staying here tonight." His cold voice held a slight tremor, akin to a stone falling into a frigid pool, producing a muted resonance. "Very well." Xie Wanmian rose to see him off, leaning against the intricately carved doorframe as she watched Meng Huqing sweep his sleeves and stride towards the courtyard. Beside him, Fugua carried a hexagonal palace lantern, its dim, yellow light illuminating his slender, proportionate fingers. His elegant figure soon vanished into the thick darkness of the night. This was nothing new. In her previous life, she had witnessed his departing silhouette too many times to count and had long since grown accustomed to it. Returning to her couch, Xie Wanmian glanced at the book before her, but soon found it dull and unengaging. After freshening up, she hurried to bed, preparing for sleep. She noticed, perhaps more accurately, she sensed the despondent and lost expression in Meng Huqing and Oppo's eyes, a sorrowful helplessness ultimately concealed by his long lashes. She did not believe that Meng Huqing could ever fall in love with her. She knew from her previous life that his kindness stemmed merely from fulfilling his duties as a husband. His refusal to take a concubine was not due to a lack of affection, but rather his aversion to complicated relationships, rooted in his noble principles and his disdain for the turmoil of the inner chambers. Perhaps his sorrow was more about the fact that many women harbored affections for him, while she alone was different, igniting his desire to conquer and the sense of disparity. In the study, Meng Huqing sat alone on a pearwood official chair. He slowly surveyed the room and Oppo's decor, which was elegant and tranquil, the desk meticulously polished to a pristine state, reflecting his very disposition. Yet in his previous life, he remembered the copper coin plant and the delicate daffodils that Xie Wanmian had so thoughtfully arranged on the windowsill. She often sat on the small couch, sewing garments for the upcoming season, occasionally adding fragrance to his red sleeves. He cherished those moments when she would softly kiss him after dozing off under the bright moonlight, covering her with a quilt in silence, gazing at her for what felt like an eternity. He would feign that the candlelight was too bright, offering to hold the lamp for her, only to catch her smiling lips when he looked up, filling his heart with joy. All of this now felt like a distant memory. He once believed that displaying too much affection would appear frivolous, fearing that his fervent love might frighten her away. He had been so cautious, yet later realized that such restraint had led her to think he did not love her at all. The epiphany came too late, and upon turning around to find her gone, his heart shattered. He stared at the half-finished official documents before him, for the first time daring to consider drinking to drown his sorrows. In the middle of the night, Xie Wanmian tossed and turned, having grown accustomed to Meng Huqing sleeping by her side. Thus, seeing the empty space beside her left her restless. Suddenly, she heard the creaking sound of the door being pushed open. Turning slightly, She caught sight of a tall figure illuminated by the dim light of the glass lantern behind the screen. "Who goes there?" she inquired warily, clutching the silver hairpin hidden beneath her pillow, fearing to raise an alarm and alert an intruder. At that moment, she recognized Meng Huqing behind the screen. He held a wine jug in his hand, his eyes slightly misty, and upon seeing her, he tossed the jug aside and embraced her with a hurt expression, murmuring. Madame Xie Wanmian instantly recognized that he was truly drunk this time. In her previous life, during occasions of excessive drinking, Meng Huqing would often grasp her hand and weep without restraint. Indeed, when intoxicated, he was a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. It was during these moments that she found the courage to cling to him, curling up in his embrace and gently kissing the corners of his lips, captivated by the confusion in his eyes and the long lashes that fell gracefully in the moonlight. As the faint scent of wine wafted from him, she frowned and urged him to bathe. Meng Huqing nestled his chin against her neck, murmuring once more about bathing. "Meng Huqing, you're drunk. Aren't you the one who values propriety and decorum above all else? How did you end up like this after saying you were going to handle official business? Was my single remark truly so distressing for you? You never loved me to begin with." At that moment, her words were less of a statement and more of an accusation. She could not comprehend why, having decided not to favor him in this life, he still clung to her so desperately. After a prolonged silence, Meng Huqing gazed in her clear eyes, then leaned down to place a soft kiss on her brow, whispering, "I am fond of you." Wanmian, these words detonated in Xie Wanmian's heart like firecrackers, and she steadied herself before regaining her composure. Avoiding his gaze as she replied slowly, "You merely feel a desire for possession due to your inability to obtain my heart." "Such nonsense." Meng Huqing frowned, tightly grasping her hand. Tears streamed down his handsome face as he blinked. "You have no idea how much I care for you." His deep voice drifted into the night breeze, akin to a gentle spring rain, leaving her ears tingling. Seeing him inebriated, Xie Wanmian summoned the night watchmaid outside to prepare water for him to bathe. "You must wash up, otherwise do not get into bed. You reek of alcohol." She assisted him to the bathing chamber, attending to his needs as he bathed and changed. Meng Huqing gazed at her with a dazed expression, no longer speaking. At that moment, Xie Wanmian felt he resembled a 6 or 7-year-old child, his elongated brow and eyes devoid of indifference, instead filled with a sweet innocence clouded by tears. Even the way he looked at her radiated warmth. Jiang Er bore the most resemblance to a drunken Meng Huqing, often tugging at her sleeves and softly calling her mother. Once Meng Huqing had bathed and climbed into bed, Xie Wanmian finally felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. However, the Meng Huqing beside her began to stir restlessly, wrapping his arms around her waist and nipping at her delicate earlobe. She was on the verge of exhaustion and turned to glare at him. "Meng Huqing, what are you doing?" "I'm still recovering from last night." Suddenly, he broke into a smile, his natural beauty shining like the moonlight over a flower pond, captivating her senses. Ultimately, he simply held her hand, slowly closing his eyes as he murmured, "Yes, madam, you have worked hard. Let us sleep." Moments later, Xie Wanmian listened to the calm rhythm of his breathing. As a side note, today, Meng Huqing was a bit unhappy, hence he chose to remain silent. He absent-mindedly plucked at the petals of a nearby daisy, whispering, "Madam loves me. Madam does not love me. Madam loves me." Chapter 69. The pain of parting. The next day, the morning sun ascended gently, casting a harsh light that compelled Xie Wanmian to slowly open her eyes. She immediately noticed Meng Huqing at the nearby desk, deftly handling official matters with a brush in hand. A soft breeze stirred the hem of his azure robe, causing the rice paper beside him to rustle. As he pressed down with his thumb and nudged a wooden ruler to the right, his peripheral gaze met hers, momentarily freezing her in place. Flustered, Xie Wanmian quickly averted her eyes and rose, her long black hair cascading down her slender waist. Clad in a simple white nightgown, the faint marks on her earlobe hinted at the previous night's intimacy. Meng Huqing ground his molars slightly, his long, raven-like eyelashes drooping, concealing the emotions swirling within his eyes. As Xie Wanmian pulled back the covers, Her expression remained tranquil, for she was unperturbed by the fact that Meng Heching, when completely inebriated, would forget the events of the previous night. "Madam, would you care for some tea?" Meng Heching inquired, his narrow phoenix eyes regaining their clarity, devoid of the previous night's frivolity. Observing the scene before him, it was evident that their past transgressions had been brushed aside. Xie Wanmian breathed a sigh of relief, shaking her head in response. "I would prefer to freshen up first." Before long, Xie entered to assist her with her ablutions. Just as they were about to partake in breakfast, a message arrived from the palace, requesting Meng Heching and Appos as presents. He casually sipped a few spoonfuls of rice porridge before hastily donning his crimson official robe and departing for the imperial palace. The hour was barely past the second crow of the rooster, the distant morning sky still a muted blue. Meng Heching galloped towards the palace, well aware that the emperor's summons was likely to prepare for the southern relief efforts, where aid had already commenced. The towering palace was illuminated by the morning light, and the wind rustled his robes outside the palace gate. Distant willow catkins clung to the dew-laden grass. Dismounting his horse, he was greeted by Fu Gui, who led him through the eastern gate to find the emperor and Appos' grand eunuch waiting with a white feather duster. The grand eunuch swiftly escorted him to the imperial study. Upon entering, Meng Heching was met with the sound of heated arguments. "Does the Ministry of Revenue expect us to believe there is no money? How will the soldiers at the border eat? Should they starve while protecting the nation?" The Minister of War shouted, pointing a finger at the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue retorted defiantly, "We have already allocated 750,000 taels for disaster relief. The floods are severe, and you have no idea how the refugees are suffering. Funds are flowing out like water, and we cannot predict when more will be required." Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the scene before him. Upon noticing Meng Heching and Appos' arrival, he rapped his fingers on the table. "Enough! Stop the noise. It is giving me a headache. I wish to hear what Xie thinks." Meng Heching bowed respectfully and replied calmly, "Your Majesty, I believe the people are the foundation of the state. Although disaster relief funds have been allocated, the situation among the refugees is chaotic, and mismanagement may have contributed to the unrest. I intend to travel to Yongzhou tonight to investigate further. As for the border issue, it is imperative that the soldiers be well fed. Only then can they defend the nation. We might consider allocating some funds to the border troops first. If there are leftover funds for disaster relief later, that would be fortunate." The emperor nodded in agreement. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, asked with concern, "Have your injuries improved since the last incident?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The wounds have healed," he replied, bowing deeply. The emperor smiled and inquired, "Have you ever lamented my lack of compassion as your grandfather?" "Officially, Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, and I am but a subject. Thus, I must obey. Personally, you are my grandfather, and I would deserve punishment for opposing my elders." His words were articulated with clarity, deftly positioning himself to avoid the emperor and Appos' suspicion while simultaneously drawing him closer. The emperor beamed with delight, descending from his throne to pat Meng Heching on the shoulder, affirming, "Very good." Once the affairs were settled, Meng Heching rode back to the magistrate's office to finalize matters before returning home. He had intended to complete everything that evening, but time was no longer on his side. By the time he arrived home, it was already noon. As he approached the courtyard, he saw Xie Wanmian playfully engaging with a raccoon, her hands busy with unfinished floral arrangements. Today, she wore a lilac robe with wide sleeves, adorned with embroidered jade blossom patterns. Her hair was simply styled in a cloud bun, secured with a white jade hairpin shaped like a lotus, complementing her exquisite beauty and rosy lips, creating an ethereal presence from afar. Meng Heching, reluctant to disturb such a serene moment, stood quietly at a distance until Xie Wanmian turned to face him, prompting him to step forward. "Shall you have lunch, second master?" she asked, tossing a small ball of fluff for the raccoon before smiling at him. Meng Heching seated himself on a stone bench in the courtyard, and Xie Wanmian poured him a cup of tea. "Please, madam, prepare my clothing for the journey to Yongzhou. When do you plan to depart?" she inquired, resuming her trimming of the flower branches. "Tonight," he replied, lifting his teacup for a sip, the fragrant steam enveloping his expression. Xie Wanmian seemed taken aback, finally responding after a moment. Did you not say you would wait until the beginning of next month? Meng Huqing lightly tapped the stone table with his fingertips, gazing into her clear eyes. The unrest among the refugees in Yongzhou is escalating. The emperor wishes for me to ascertain the reasons without delay. Furrowing her brow, Xie Wanmian recalled the turmoil surrounding the refugees from her past life, aware of the local gentry and Oppo's interference. Meng Huqing had spent over 3 months resolving the issues, which reportedly involved a tragic incident. However, she had not traveled south at that time, and he had never disclosed such matters to her, leaving her unaware of the full extent of the situation. In that case, I shall prepare your clothing. I have already organized some items recently, so it should not take long, she said, setting down her shears with deliberate calmness. She then rose to instruct Ji Shi and Mo Hua on a few tasks, smiling at him as she added, I worry you may not be accustomed to the tea. I have also prepared some tiguanyin for you. You may ask Fu Guwei to brew a pot for you during your rest at the inn. Observing his wife's composed demeanor, Meng Huqing felt a pang of reluctance and a swirl of complex emotions. He recalled how his wife from a previous life had always been reluctant to prepare his belongings, often turning away to wipe her tears in secret. After all, they had spent little time together, and his singular focus had been on providing her with a better life, aspiring to elevate her status as a noble consort. Although he had felt sorrow when departing, it paled in comparison to the myriad thoughts flooding his mind now. Pausing momentarily, he suppressed the emotions in his gaze and gently said, Madam, take good care of yourself at home. If my mother gives you trouble, do not hesitate to write to me. I shall resolve it for you. Rest assured, I am aware of these matters, Xie Wanmian replied softly. Having endured numerous farewells in her past life, she felt little turbulence in her heart. The golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on her shoulders, her bright eyes reflecting a sense of tranquility. Note: Jade blossom refers to the Qiong flower. Chapter 70. Unbroken affection. After Meng Huqing finished his lunch, he first bid farewell to Madame Zhang and Xianping Ho. Meanwhile, Xie Wanmian took the opportunity to meticulously pack his belongings and place them in the carriage. Once everything was prepared and the sky gradually darkened, she was about to head towards Chunhua Garden when she spotted Meng Huqing exiting, clad in a long robe of pine blossom color. The fabric complemented his fair complexion, evoking from afar the image of fresh snow nestled among towering pines, exuding a sense of coolness and solitude. Madam, he murmured, lowering his eyelashes slightly as he came to a halt before her. Xie Wanmian smiled, saying, If you find anything lacking during your journey, feel free to write to me, and I shall send someone to bring it to you. Should you grow weary, do not rush. Rest well at the relay station. There is no need to hurry at this moment. He listened to his wife's gentle admonitions, his clear gaze never leaving her. At that moment, Ilay had finally organized everything and was about to announce, Master, everything is ready. However, Fu Guai quickly covered his mouth, gesturing for him to step behind the carriage, whispering, Did you not see how reluctant the second master is to part with the second madam? You truly have a knack for ruining the atmosphere. Ilay, holding a sword, looked quizzically at the couple in the distance. After a moment, seemingly realizing something, he scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It seemed so as clouds obscured the sun and a gentle breeze brushed against them. Meng Huqing's long eyelashes fluttered lightly. Concealed emotions churned within his eyes as he slowly inquired, Does Madam have anything else to say to me? Xie Wanmian, contemplating whether the money Meng Huqing brought would suffice, was taken aback by his question. Her brows knitted slightly. Second master, if you have something to say, please just say it. Before she could finish her sentence, Meng Huqing enveloped her in his arms. Will you miss me, madam? His voice was husky and low, his strong arms tightly embracing her slender form, his warm breath grazing her neck. Xie Wanmian was momentarily stunned. When had Meng Huqing ever been so emotionally vulnerable? This was not his usual demeanor. Could it be that he wished for her to accompany him to the south? Unlikely. Meng Huqing was a man of integrity and would not force her into something she did not desire, nor would he resort to such cunning tactics. Let us not delay further. The sun may set soon. Xie Wanmian stepped back a little, subtly shifting the topic. Meng Huqing's gaze dimmed slightly as he lowered his eyelashes. He glanced at his wife before decisively turning away. Ilay, who had been joking with Fuguai by the carriage, noticed the somber expression on Meng Huqing's face and ceased his laughter. Master, shall we set off? He directly lifted the curtain and entered the carriage. Indeed, Ilay looked at Xie Wanmian in the distance, only to find she had already turned away, her figure graceful and unburdened, devoid of any lingering sentiment. An instinct told him that there was an underlying discord between the master and the second madam. As the carriage moved forward slowly, Meng Huqing furrowed his brow. And when he opened his eyes again, they were already tinged with red veins and glistening with unshed tears. Since Meng Huqing's departure, Xie Wanmian's life had not changed significantly. However, at night, she occasionally found herself staring at the empty side of the bed, momentarily lost in thought before extinguishing the lamp and lying down to sleep as if nothing were amiss. One day, as she prepared to go out and check on the progress of her recent clothing designs, a little maid informed her that her mother-in-law wished to see her, compelling her to return to visit Madame Zhang. Inside Jin Hengtang, Madame Zhang sat regally in a mahogany armchair, holding a teacup, while Xianping Ho stood nearby, amusing a bird. In one corner, Jin Shi cradled a child, and Meng Zhizhou sat beside her. Jin Shi wiped her tears with a handkerchief but dared not speak. Her eyes filled with resentment towards Meng Zhizhou, while three beautiful maids knelt in the hall. Xie Wanmian instinctively sensed the situation unfolding. She was all too familiar with this scene. However, she was no longer the anxious and pleading figure from her past life. Calmly, she saluted Madame Zhang and greeted her mother-in-law. Take a seat, Madame Zhang replied, raising her delicate fingers to adjust her jade hairpin with a detached tone. As soon as Xie Wanmian sat down, Madame Zhang continued, select 2 of these 3 maids to be concubines for the second son, and the remaining 1 shall serve the third son. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi's face flushed with anger as she shot a fierce glare at her husband, soothing the child in her arms. Meng Zhizhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only daring to remain silent. Jin Shi shot him a warning look, prompting him to finally speak. Mother, I'd rather not. Manting's health has improved significantly lately. In time, we can discuss the matter of offspring, and besides, I already have a concubine. Madame Zhang, accustomed to managing affairs within the household, frowned at her son's rebuttal. What nonsense is this? You should focus on your studies. Having another person to attend to you would ease my concerns. Accept it. Meng Zhizhou felt despondent, glancing at Jean Manting, whose eyes seemed to bore into him with an intensity that made him sweat profusely. Madame Zhang turned her gaze towards Xie Wanmian. Second daughter-in-law, choose quickly. The second son works hard outside. Having more people to serve him would ease our minds. Besides, with more people around, Xie won't seek companionship elsewhere. You worry too much. Is Xie really that kind of person? Xianping Ho interjected coolly, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The simplicity of his words revealed whom the master favored. Oh, I'm merely expressing concern. It's been so long since the second daughter-in-law has shown any signs of pregnancy. And with him busy, how can I not worry as his mother? Madame Zhang continued her ramblings. Xianping Ho scoffed lightly, leaving a parting remark. You're not afraid of stirring up a hornet's nest before departing hastily. Xie Wanmian casually glanced around and randomly pointed to 2 maids. These 2 will do. Madame Zhang was quite pleased with Xie Wanmian's composed demeanor, nodding with a hint of satisfaction. Excellent. These 2 maids appear quite clever. By the way, has the second son sent any letters during his long absence? At this, Xie Wanmian hesitated for a moment, recalling the letter she had seen on the table yesterday, its characters bold and striking. The content reflected his reticent nature. I am well here, though matters are numerous and cumbersome. I hope all is well at home. The last line read, as spring fades. My thoughts if you linger. As a side note, the last line is a whimsical creation of mine, conveying the sentiment that while the beauty of spring may be waning, my affections remain unbroken. I miss you deeply. Thank you immensely for your support and readership. I cherish you all. Chapter 71. A letter home. Xie Wanmian recalled Meng Huqing and Amp, Appo's letter, feeling a slight warmth rise to her ears. In her previous life, she had penned countless letters, and though she had received only a few terse words from Meng Huqing, she had been elated enough to lose sleep over it. In this life, however, her focus was solely on her own well-being, and thus she had not sent out a single letter. Regaining her composure, she gently brushed away the petals clinging to her skirt and softly replied, "Mother, the second master inquired about the family and Appo's situation, saying that matters on that end are progressing smoothly." Madame Zhang nodded, feeling comforted by such a response. "Very well then. I believe these two maidservants should set off for Yongzhou today to attend to your second brother." Xie Wanmian maintained a neutral expression, casting a fleeting glance at the rustling bamboo grove outside the hall, contemplating the possibility of designing more summer garments to sell for profit. 3 days had passed since Meng Huqing received the letter from the capital. During this time, he had been not only occupied with ensuring the disaster relief funds had arrived, but also with aiding in the repair of houses and suppressing the riots of the displaced populace. Almost a month had slipped by in this manner. Initially, he had been too busy to even consider writing a letter. The memory of Xie Wanmian and Appo's carefree demeanor when he left home had troubled him enough to lose sleep, prompting him to dedicate more energy to the ongoing relief efforts. Recently, he had heard from the acting county magistrate, Lu Simi, that women needed to be courted. If he did not write, she would not write either, and her feelings would fade. After all, in matters of love, there were no clear winners or losers. Upon hearing this, he had risen in the middle of the night to pen a letter to Xie Wanmian, and now, upon receiving a reply, his heart was naturally filled with joy. However, as he opened the letter, he found it contained only missives from his parents and third brother, with no response from Xie Wanmian. Disheartened, he returned to his chair and asked Ile, "Did the second lady say nothing?" Ile replied, "The second lady mentioned only a few words and did not write a letter. She asked the second master to take care of himself here." As Ile spoke, he noticed the slight curve of Meng Huqing's lips and was unsure how to explain the matter of the concubines. "What else did she say?" Meng Huqing inquired, leisurely opening the household letters while glancing up at him. Feeling as if he were walking on thin ice, Ile hesitated before stammering. "The master should read the household letters first to understand. I shall go and organize the items sent by the lady." With that, he hurriedly exited, shutting the door behind him. Meng Huqing frowned at his abruptness. After reviewing the contents of the letters, the anger that had been simmering within him could no longer be concealed, and his expression darkened ominously. At that moment, the door swung open again, revealing two lovely maidservants clad in embroidered long skirts, looking at him bashfully. One of them, particularly striking, had a face like a spring peach and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "Second master, I am Su Yu, and this is Luo Tong. We are here to serve you on the lady and Appo's orders." Su Yu approached with a charming smile, ready to serve him tea. However, as she did so, the blade of Meng Huqing and Appo's sword was swiftly drawn, its cold edge pressing against her neck. With narrowed eyes and a voice icy as steel, he commanded leave. Su Yu, frightened, fell to the ground and crawled away in tears. Just then a soft, melodious voice called from outside, "Second brother, do not be angry. This must be a decision made jointly by your sister-in-law and mother." Meng Huqing sheathed his sword and replied coldly, "If my sister-in-law finds it agreeable, she may arrange for me to have a concubine, and I will be spared from this matter." He Ming, stepping over the threshold, paused and forced a smile, deftly changing the subject. "Second brother, since I see you have been working hard, I instructed the kitchen to prepare some white fungus and lotus seed soup for you. I heard from your elder brother that you do not enjoy overly sweet dishes, so I did not add much rock sugar." "Thank you, sister-in-law, but I am accustomed to the soups made by Mian Mian. I do not eat those with added sugar. Please take this bowl to my elder brother instead." Meng Huqing politely declined, scrutinizing the woman before him with newfound curiosity and skepticism. He Ming typically wore simple hair ornaments, and though she did not possess breathtaking beauty, she exuded a gentle and approachable aura. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, her complexion was fair as the moon, her brows arched like willow leaves, and she wore a blue jacket that lent her a graceful demeanor. She was the daughter of the county magistrate, and due to her father and aunt, Appo's capable governance. Their family was well off. She had met his elder brother at a banquet, leading to the subsequent events. In his previous life, the more he investigated He Ming, the more he uncovered suspicious details, and he found it peculiar that whenever he was on the verge of discovering the truth, unseen hands would obstruct him. To be honest, had he not died suddenly amidst those events, he might have uncovered the mastermind behind it all. Thus, in this life, he harbored no fondness for this sister-in-law. Mian and Appo's dislike for He Ming was undoubtedly justified. However, lacking sufficient evidence, he refrained from hastily condemning her. He Ming, upon hearing his words, no longer pressed the issue and smiled instead. I believe your sister-in-law and Appo's culinary skills are commendable. I have another matter to discuss. Your elder brother said he would introduce you to Qin Xiangshan tonight. He has a particular fondness for calligraphy and paintings, so it would be best if you could bring along a fine piece as a gift. Thank you for your guidance, sister-in-law. Meng Huqing responded with a respectful nod. Thus, by the time evening arrived and Meng Huqing finished his social engagements, the moon hung low over the willow treetops. As he sat at the table sipping tea, he finally found a moment to untangle the chaotic thoughts that had plagued him throughout the day. Currently residing in his elder brother's estate, which was spacious due to his elder brother and Appo's status as the governor of Yongzhou, he preferred a quieter environment. Behind the residence lay a mountain, lush and green, with the approaching Dragon Boat Festival causing the trees to flourish. At night, the mountain breeze whispered like falling rain. Meng Huqing took a sip of tea, the sorrow in his eyes deepening. Moonlight spilled through the clouds, casting a cold radiance upon his already ethereal visage. His fingers toyed with the letters from home, and a surge of thoughts flooded his mind. Surely, it was his confused mother who had pressured Mian into making a choice. How could she possibly push him toward another? Yet, an unsettling half-phrase from Lei lingered in his mind. The second lady said that if you were fond of those two concubines, she would support it. But do not overstep her position, otherwise she would seek a divorce. He longed to rush back and seek clarity from Mian, but he understood that he could not extricate himself from his current obligations. Meng Huqing exhaled a heavy sigh, tears staining the letter before him, blurring the ink. Note: the position of acting county magistrate emerged during the Qing dynasty, serving as a temporary replacement when a vacancy arose, requiring assessment akin to that of modern-day interns. This character and setting have been included for the narrative's context. Chapter 72. Trouble approaches since the incident regarding the concubines occurred. Xie has often voiced her grievances against Zhang. On this day, she picked lotus pods from the lotus pond in the backyard, and as she prepared the lotus seeds, she expressed her indignation. It's all that old Shrew's fault. It's been half a month since the second master rode home. I wonder if he and Appo's has been bewitched by those two concubines. Xie Wanmian, seated gracefully on a brocade stool, gently moved the abacus beads with her fingertips, her expression serene. Oh, you and your foolishness. Do refrain from speaking such words where others can hear. The walls have ears. Perhaps the second master has simply been occupied with other matters. Furthermore, I have not yet borne any children, so it is only natural for my mother-in-law to harbor such concerns. Yet for reasons unknown, she felt that Meng Huqing would not so easily succumb to the allure of beauty. I understand, my lady. Xie placed the peeled lotus seeds into a white jade plate and continued, My lady, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, and the Marquis has mentioned that the Emperor has invited us to the palace. What should we wear for the occasion? Xie Wanmian paused momentarily, recalling the scene from her previous life where Meng Yunlan deliberately humiliated her in the palace. After pondering for a moment, she slowly replied, Given the warmth these days, it would suffice to wear that lilac silk gown adorned with pearls. Indeed, the next day, the household of the Marquis prepared diligently before heading to the palace. The dawn was still gentle, and the cool morning breeze dispelled some drowsiness. Xie Wanmian lifted the curtain to gaze at the street. Although it was barely past the hour of the hare, many bun shops and wonton stalls had already opened for business. Inhaling the faint aroma, she closed her eyes in contentment. Beside her sat Meng Yushu, the lively and innocent youngest daughter of the main house. However, recalling her tragic fate in her previous life, Xie Wanmian felt a twinge of worry. Sister-in-law, let us visit the Imperial Garden when we enter the palace. I heard from my classmates that the venue for the Dragon Boat Festival banquet is not far from there, and there are said to be blue peonies in the garden. I wonder if it an amp, oppos, that's true. By the way, sister-in-law, if you happen to encounter Princess Qingping, be sure to keep your distance. She is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, her mother, the Princess of Yong and Amp, oppos, and has a long-standing feud with my second aunt, so do be cautious not to stir up trouble. Listening to her chatter with a smile in her eyes, Xie Wanmian understood well the reason behind the discord between Zhang and the princess's mother. In their youth, they had competed fiercely for the affections of Xianping Marquis, and now, in their later years, they were comparing whose son was more outstanding. As things stood, her mother-in-law seemed to have the upper hand. "Fear not. Since you have spoken, I shall be careful," Xie Wanmian replied with a beaming smile, then softly inquired. "But I do not understand why my sister-in-law is so warm to me on our very first meeting." Meng Yushu looked at Xie Wanmian with bright eyes filled with admiration. "Sister-in-law, you are as beautiful as a flower. Your captivating dance at the flower festival not only caught the attention of talented scholars, but has left an indelible impression on me." Xie Wanmian, aware of her straightforward nature, smiled even more radiantly. In her previous life, Meng Yushu had often visited her during her illness, but after her misfortune, she never appeared again. This time, she vowed to protect her sister. In less than half an hour, the carriage arrived at the palace gates, where they could no longer ride. As they were women of the family, they had to part ways with the Xianping Marquis, who took his sons to pay respects to the emperor, while they proceeded to greet the empress. The sun rose imperceptibly, illuminating the glazed tiles on the palace walls. The morning chill dissipated, leaving only the apricot blossoms lazily drooping their petals against the eaves. Xie Wanmian walked for about 3/4 of an hour before arriving at Kuaning Palace. Upon entering, she spotted the Princess of Yong'an, dressed in a dark red hibiscus-patterned robe, seated on the right. The Empress, nearing 60, sat on a gilded chair, gently fanning herself with a sandalwood fan, her face radiating warmth. Upon seeing them, she promptly ordered seats to be offered. "Well, let us dispense with the formalities." After everyone settled in, the conversation quickly turned to Xie Wanmian. "Ah, this must be the new bride of that child Jiyu, correct? I did not get a good look at you during the last hunt. Would you be so kind as to step closer so that I may see you better?" Xie Wanmian approached without hesitation. The Empress had someone bring a mirror for a closer inspection. "Jiyu is indeed fortunate. This bride is exceptionally beautiful. In all my years, I have seen many beauties, yet none as striking as you. Your Majesty, you flatter me." Although Zhang felt a twinge of dislike towards Xie Wanmian, she had no choice but to agree given the Empress's praise. In my view, this daughter-in-law is indeed pleasing to the eye, but I wonder how her mother-in-law feels about her, the Princess of Yong and Oppos, and interjected unexpectedly. Zhang shot her a glare. "Who said I do not like her? Where did you hear that from, or what eyes saw it?" "Nonsense." The Empress sighed, feeling a headache coming on from the squabbling. She shook her head, reminding them that while one should not believe everything said outside, it was wise to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. In any case, regardless of the truth, this daughter-in-law ought to be treated well. There is no need for women to make things difficult for one another. Her words served as a reminder to both parties. First, to the Princess of Yong and Amp, oppos, and not to spread rumors carelessly, and second, to Zhang as a subtle warning. After all, this marriage was bestowed by the emperor, and any dissatisfaction would reflect poorly on him. Both women sipped their tea in silence, wary of further disputes. Before long, the empress dismissed them. When lunch began, they arrived at the Qianglin Garden, where the emperor had already prepared for the banquet. The gathering consisted mainly of the emperor delivering opening remarks, followed by poetry recitation and tasting various flavored zongzi. Halfway through the banquet, Xie Wanmian was pulled by Meng Yushu to visit the Imperial Garden to see the peonies. Yet, not far into their walk, Meng Yushu, having eaten something disagreeable, needed to excuse herself, leaving Xie Wanmian in the pavilion to wait. "Sister-in-law, I shall be right back. Please wait for me here." Xie Wanmian gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with a silk handkerchief. No rush. Take your time. Just moments after Meng Yushu departed, Meng Yanlan unexpectedly approached her. Second sister-in-law, Yushu asked you to wait for her at the Wenxin Pavilion. She is changing there. Xie Wanmian pressed her lips together slightly, a cold glint in her eyes. Trouble has arrived. Note, the term old shrew refers to a cunning old woman, derived from Shurdu's Xiujiang Pond. The banquet process is inspired by dreams of the eastern capital. The term Dai Dai refers to ancient glasses. Chapter 73. In a critical moment, however, Sister Yushu clearly instructed me to wait for her here. Could it be that fourth sister has miscommunicated? Xie Wanmian lightly blinked her eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Meng Yunlan snorted disdainfully and stamped her foot, declaring, "Believe it or not, I care not." With that, she dashed away. Naturally, Xie Wanmian had no intention of following. Yet, if she did not comply, Meng Yunlan might create further trouble for her. Rather than face such potential chaos, she decided to feign compliance, intending to circle back later. With this thought in mind, she rose and headed towards Wenxin Pavilion. From her hiding place beneath the flowering crabapple tree, Meng Yunlan observed Xie Wanmian and Appos. S approached to Wenxin Pavilion and Kuden and Appos. T helped but chuckle. She whispered instructions to her maid. Go inform your mistress that Xie Wanmian, that meddling girl, has already made her way over. As Xie Wanmian walked, her mind drifted back to the incident that had transpired during the Dragon Boat Festival banquet in her previous life. The Wenxin Pavilion had been designated by the emperor as a place for the ladies to rest on this day. It was there that she had inadvertently stumbled upon a scandal involving a concubine and a guard. This disgraceful affair, exposed by her as an outsider, had incited the emperor's wrath. He had not only cast the concubine into the cold palace, but also executed the guard on the spot. She had trembled in fear, particularly when the emperor's piercing gaze fell upon her, a memory that still sent chills down her spine. Subsequently, she had been ordered by the emperor to remain in the Buddhist hall of Jing and Appos, and temple for what was supposed to be 6 months, but upon Meng Huching and Appos' return, she was released after only 1 month. Xie Wanmian intentionally bypassed that area, but unexpectedly encountered Jiang Fuyue at the corner leading back to the Imperial Garden. Clad in official robes and wearing a black gauze hat, Jiang Fuyue, despite his scholarly attire, exuded an air reminiscent of a martial general. Upon noticing her, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. "Mian," he began, but she instinctively took a step back. She had never anticipated that taking this route would lead her to this encounter. "I originally intended to ask your maid, Jisher, to deliver a message to you regarding your mother and Appos' relics that I have kept. I did not expect to find you here," he said, glancing at her distant demeanor, which revealed a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "Thank you, cousin," Xie Wanmian replied with a slight bow. Jiang Fuyue sighed, ultimately handing her a small box. "This is something my mother wished to give to you after your marriage. I had hoped for a different outcome for us, yet fate has not favored us. Still, this must be entrusted to you. Cousin, that is all in the past." She responded frostily, her expression icy. Jiang Fuyue lowered his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Indeed, but he cannot move past this hurdle. Receiving the small box, Xie Wanmian expressed her gratitude and departed without delay. Jiang Fuyue watched her diminishing figure, his eyes filled with melancholy, unaware that this scene was being closely observed by Chu Hanjin, who had orchestrated the situation for quite some time. Returning to the pavilion at the front of the Imperial Garden, Meng Yushu had just finished her task and eagerly pulled Xie Wanmian to admire the blue peonies. However, after a long search, they discovered that the flowers had inexplicably withered days earlier. Dejected, Meng Yushu returned to the banquet. At this moment, the emperor, accompanied by civil and military officials, proceeded to the Lanzhou Hall to witness the boat races, the centerpiece of the Dragon Boat Festival banquet. The officials leaned over the railing, eagerly anticipating which boat would claim victory. Various types of boats vied for supremacy, their occupants vigorously rowing towards the finish line, splashing water in their wake. Just as the outcome seemed imminent, a eunuch hurriedly approached, whispering urgently to the emperor. The emperor and Appos' expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to leave promptly. Xie Wanmian understood that the scandal involving the concubine and guard had been uncovered. As the sun set, casting a shimmering golden light over the lake. She sipped some fruit wine, but began to feel unwell, deciding to rest at Wenxin Pavilion. Passing by, she noticed palace attendants still cleaning up, and upon observing bloodstains in the grass, feigned ignorance as she returned to her prearranged chamber. Xie brought her some medicinal soup, helping her with a warm towel to wipe her fingers. Just as she was about to open the small box hidden in her sleeve, a palace maid called for Xie from outside, requesting assistance in bringing some snacks for Xie Wanmian. Xie glanced at her for approval before leaving. Moments after Xie departed, footsteps echoed outside the door, and upon opening the box, she discovered a key nestled within. Xie, are there any delightful treats in the palace? She called, but no response followed. Turning to look, she found Jiang Fuyue entering. Xie Wanmian felt a surge of alarm. Cousin, what brings you here? Jiang Fuyue and Appo's expression was fraught with concern. I received word that you urgently needed to see me and that you were injured. Before he finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Xie Wanmian opened her mouth to speak, but a potent, intoxicating aroma wafted in, making her head spin. Alarmed, she instinctively covered her mouth and nose. Cousin, you must, but upon seeing Jiang Fuyue and Appo's flushed face, her heart sank. If she had harbored any doubts before, they were now dispelled. It seemed Meng Yunlan had devised a more insidious plan after the first one failed. She had suspected the young lady and Appo's intentions were not pure, but she never anticipated such malice. Stumbling to her feet, she attempted to open the window, only to find it firmly sealed. In desperation, she glanced around, seizing a nearby brocade stool to smash the window, shouting, "Someone, please open the door." Yet, her cries went unanswered, echoing into the void. As her vision grew increasingly blurred, Jiang Fuyue approached her. She instinctively recoiled, but he merely took the stool from her, determinedly smashing the window. "Stay back, Mian. You might hurt yourself." His face was flushed, indicating he had been poisoned, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Xie Wanmian retreated to the farthest corner of the room, listening to the sound of the stool striking the window, her heart pounding like a drum. Should they become trapped in this room, she dreaded to think of the rumors that might circulate if discovered, especially after the emperor had dealt with the scandal involving the concubine and guard. If they were caught, even without having done anything, their fates could be sealed. Glancing at the teapot nearby, she hastily poured several cups of tea, downing one herself and offering another to Jiang Fuyue. "Cousin, drink this tea to counteract the effects of the poison." Though Jiang Fuyue and Appo's eyes were bloodshot, he managed to utter, "Please do not speak to me. Just hearing your voice makes it difficult to endure." Xie Wanmian pressed her lips together, her ears flushing with warmth, her breath becoming increasingly heated. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door, causing her heart to leap. Author's note: thank you to my dear readers for your generous support and readership. Much love. Chapter 74. I beg you. My lady, the door was forcefully pushed open, the resounding noise reverberating as though the very walls were trembling. The first sight that met the eye was a pair of stone-blue boots, and as one's gaze traveled upward along the crimson official robes, a face of cold elegance emerged, her phoenix-like eyes darting back and forth between her and Jiang Fuyue. Second Master, Xie Wanmian gazed at him in disbelief. How could Meng Huqing return at this moment? Was he not supposed to be in Yongzhou addressing the disaster relief funds? Meng Huqing clenched his hands within his sleeves, coldly reprimanding. What is Jiang Langjun still doing here? Is he announcing it to the world? Jiang Fuyue hastily set down the brocade stool, bowed, and hurriedly departed. Xie Wanmian watched as Meng Huqing drew nearer, her body instinctively retreating. Who would have thought he would stride purposefully towards her, gripping her wrist tightly and leaning in? What were you doing? Xie Wanmian stammered, fear creeping into her heart as she looked into his profound eyes. She struggled to suppress a scream, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. Since discovering that Xie Wanmian had arranged for a concubine for him, Meng Huqing had been harboring a knot in his heart, a frustration that could neither rise nor fall. Since that day, he had devoted himself to handling state affairs day and night, eager to return to the capital to seek clarity from Xie Wanmian. at long last, having resolved all pressing matters. He took a brief 5-day leave during the Dragon Boat Festival. After an exhausting 2-day journey back to the capital to report to the emperor, he hurried over upon hearing that his lady had gotten drunk. Initially, upon witnessing the scene, his heart twisted in agony, but he quickly realized that his wife would never behave in such a manner. He gently grasped Xie Wanmian's jade-like chin, his voice low and serious. Why? Xie Wanmian could not help but scoff. Why? Are you doubting me? I am not referring to that matter. I am asking you, what is the meaning of taking a concubine? Meng Huqing's gaze bore into Xie Wanmian's glistening eyes, as if trying to see through the thin veil of tears. With a hint of resignation, Xie Wanmian felt a sense of relief. He did not suspect her. That feeling was fleeting. That morning, your mother asked me to pick 2 clever maidservants, claiming she wanted to arrange a concubine for you. You did not refuse? Meng Huqing released her chin, but leaned closer, his hands bracing against her sides, their breaths intertwining. Xie Wanmian felt parched, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She wiped her forehead and replied softly, Your mother was not entirely wrong. You need someone to care for you in Yongzhou, and, as I bear no children, having 2 additional maids would suffice. Would suffice. Huh? Meng Huqing's voice was low and laced with mockery, his dark pupils resembling an impenetrable night, suffocation creeping into his throat. Xie Wanmian recalled Meng Huqing's previous engagement to He Ming and felt little turmoil. With conviction, she stated, What else could I do? I am your daughter-in-law and your wife. Naturally, I must consider your future offspring. Offspring? Meng Huqing's teeth lightly grazed his molars, his large hand resting on Xie Wanmian's abdomen. The faint scent of blossoms seemed to slice away at his remaining resolve. Wanmian desires children. I can provide that. I have said before that I shall agree to anything you propose, and besides that night. Xie Wanmian averted her gaze, interrupting him. It is not merely about children. It also concerns your mother. Have I not mentioned that if your mother troubles me, I can write to you? But until now, I have been the one writing. You claim to be my wife. Have you ever penned a single letter to me? Xie Wanmian blinked, feeling guilty. She had never written a letter, deeming it unnecessary. She attempted to justify herself, saying, Did I not send someone to convey messages to you? That is not the same. Meng Huqing's eyes glimmered red as he spoke hoarsely. What makes it different? Xie Wanmian frowned, pouting slightly. Meng Huqing gently embraced her slender waist, his throat moving nervously, and after a lengthy pause, he hesitantly asked, I shall ask you one last question. Do you harbor feelings for me? As a warm breeze wafted in from outside, Xie Wanmian began to sense changes within herself. Suppressing her rising emotions, she cleverly replied, You are my husband, the one with whom I shall share my life, and the father of my future children. Thus, this question is unnecessary. Simply answer with a yes or no. He gazed intently at her. Seeking confirmation from the face, he yearned for night and day. His grip on her waist inadvertently tightened, yet he feared causing her harm, ultimately holding her loosely. His eyes scrutinized every expression on Xie Wanmian's face, searching for some affirmative response, yet he found neither clarity nor understanding. Even if the ultimate outcome differed from what he sought, he would still choose to believe. Xie Wanmian spoke softly now. Tears welled up, blurring her vision. Her heart feeling as though it were being clenched tightly, even her breath becoming labored. How could this be? Have I not done enough? I will change everything. I promise. At that moment, Meng Huqing resembled a solitary wolf trapped in a cage, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Yet he resolved to fight with all his might. No, you are wonderful. Xie Wanmian shook her head, taking a deep breath before adding, Have you forgotten the words I spoke before our marriage? You may be the beloved of anyone else, but for me, you are not. The light and airy knot served to pin him firmly to the pillar, rendering him incapable of even a cry of anguish, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. He could not help but recall the sensation of holding her lifeless body in a fiery grave in his previous life, helpless, as though the more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the mire. He slowly rose, tears streaming down his cheeks. The waning sun outside crept into the room, and he sighed weakly, removing his cloak to drape it over Xie Wanmian, who was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a clear voice called from outside, It's right here. I just saw my second sister-in-law enter with a strange man. A group of people entered, and Meng Huqing and Amp, Appo's gaze fell upon his sister Meng Yunlan, who wore an expression of self-satisfaction, his hands trembling with anger. He had just been pondering who orchestrated this scene, never suspecting it would be his own sister. Meng Yunlan hesitantly called out, "Second brother, is something the matter?" Meng Huqing's cold gaze swept over the assembly. Some were young ladies of noble families raised in seclusion, and upon seeing his grim expression, they dared not speak, standing at a distance. I'm fine now." Meng Yunlan forced a smile. "Fine? I have matters to discuss with you." "What did you hear? Such slanderous remarks about my second sister-in-law." Meng Huqing's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace lurking within. Meng Yunlan stammered, frightened yet defiant. "Second brother, I spoke the truth. You just didn't see how your second sister-in-law was with her cousin, looking quite promiscuous." Before she could finish, a sharp slap rang out, and Meng Yunlan stared at him in disbelief, clutching her face. Meng Huqing's voice was cold as he commanded, "Go on." Note, if any readers feel that the male lead in Amp, Appo's actions are excessive, let me clarify that in ancient times, a woman in Amp, Appo's purity was of utmost importance. His sister and Appo's actions undoubtedly led the female protagonist into a deep abyss, and it was fortunate that the male lead arrived in time. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences. Chapter 75. No rush. Allow me to assist you. My lady, a buzzing sound echoed in Meng Yunlan and Amp, Appo's ears as she staggered back 2 steps. Biting her lip, she choked out, "Second brother, how dare you strike me? I am your sister. Are you truly willing to allow an outsider to humiliate me before others?" Meng Huqing and Appo's expression remained impassive. He leisurely adjusted his sleeves and, with lowered eyes, replied, "Mian Mian is my wife. She is not an outsider. Furthermore, your previous remarks were utterly inappropriate." The young ladies standing behind immediately reacted, covering their faces and whispering, "Indeed, did you hear what Meng Yunlan just said? Is that not an affront to a woman and Appo's honor, especially that of her sister-in-law? How utterly excessive." "Excessive? I see it as venomous," someone added. With a mix of shame and fury, Meng Yunlan lowered her head and pushed past everyone, hurriedly descending the stairs. Once the crowd dispersed, Meng Huqing turned his gaze towards the flushed Xie Wanmian seated upon the bed. "What you did just now might lead her to embellish the tale before our mother, possibly resulting in your punishment. You know how our mother dotes on her." Given her tender age, Xie Wanmian inhaled deeply, speaking unhurriedly. Meng Huqing approached her, bending down to lift her into his arms. He walked forward without uttering a word, leaving others at a loss for words. Xie Wanmian leaned against his chest, yearning to glance up at his expression. But all she could see was the taut line of his jaw. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, and a dusky blue hue began to rise. A wave of warmth surged over her body, as if every inch of her skin were being scorched by fire, her heart tingling with a peculiar itch. Desiring to draw closer to Meng Huqing, she felt a twinge of shame at such feelings. Once ensconced in the carriage, a more confined space, the sensation intensified. She stole a glance at Meng Huqing, only to find him with his eyes closed, his refined visage seemingly shrouded in frost, his demeanor bearing an air of detachment. With a soft huff, Xie Wanmian removed her cloak. Since it was just the two of them in the carriage, she disregarded decorum and rolled up her sleeves, wielding a nearby fan to create a breeze. Soon feeling parched, she reached for the teapot, only to discover her fingers trembling, lacking the strength to pour. Suddenly, a long-fingered hand extended from beside her, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to her, with tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Xie Wanmian looked at Meng Huqing, only to catch him observing her delicate wrist before he lowered her rolled sleeves. "What are you doing?" she began, startled by the softness of her own voice, which sounded alluring in her ears. Meng Huqing averted his gaze, replying coolly, "We are still in public. It would not do to be seen." "Then you ought to assist me." Xie Wanmian pouted in protest. Meng Huqing remained silent, merely lifting the curtain and murmuring, "We shall soon arrive at the Marquis's residence." The implication was for her to endure a little longer, yet she found it unbearable. Having drained the cup of tea, she disregarded all propriety, tugging at Meng Hutching's ample sleeve, her eyes sparkling. "Quick, kiss me." Meng Hutching withdrew his sleeve, seated with an air of calm elegance. But his gaze darkened as it swept over her luscious lips. He then leaned over, pouring cool water over a silk cloth prepared for tea, gently wiping Xie Wanmian and Appo's face. "Meng Hutching, do you not comprehend my meaning?" Though the damp silk alleviated some of her discomfort, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Meng Hutching and Appo's tone softened. "We are currently inside the carriage." "Yet you did the same last time," Xie Wanmian countered, puzzled. "This is different. What if you were to lose control? Am I that sort of person?" Xie Wanmian felt he was deliberately retaliating. "Are you upset over my earlier words?" "Yes," Meng Hutching admitted plainly, wringing the silk cloth again to wipe the beads of perspiration forming on her brow, though she turned her face away. Xie Wanmian bit her lip. "This is not the conduct of gentlemen. I am, after all, your wife. Precisely because you are my wife, I cannot allow you to be disparaged by others. Mian, do you realize how flush your face is right now?" Meng Hutching and Appo's deep voice fell softly into her ears, causing the already dazed Xie Wanmian to lean closer to him. "Then hold me. I feel so uncomfortable." Meng Hutching complied, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Yet, in the next moment, she began to fidget, clutching his clothing and planting kisses on the side of his neck, murmuring, "Why do you appear so cold? Even your neck feels icy." Meng Hutching felt the veins on his forehead throb. He gently squeezed her delicate waist, resuming his composure. Xie Wanmian shot him a glare, then nuzzled her cheek against his neck. The summer official robe he wore was light and comfortable, allowing him to keenly feel the rising warmth of his wife and Appo's body. He understood that at this moment, Xie Wanmian was becoming increasingly disoriented, compelling him to restrain her movements. Soon, the carriage halted before the Marquis and Appo's residence. Meng Hutching draped his cloak over Xie Wanmian, disembarking to instruct attendants to prepare water and send for the appropriate antidote. Having carried her to the bed in Chunhua courtyard, Xie Wanmian clung tightly to his waist, prompting him to check her forehead for fever. To his surprise, she reached out, placing her hand atop his. "My lady, please release me." Meng Hutching gazed down at the woman, unwilling to let go, unable to suppress a sigh. Xie Wanmian felt an intense heat coursing through her body, desperately seeking relief. "Then assist me." After a moment, Meng Hutching softly replied, "Be patient. The antidote will arrive shortly." The maid had already prepared the water, and upon witnessing this scene, she bowed her head and swiftly exited the room. "My lady, the water is ready." Meng Hutching crouched to look at her, only to find her face, flushed with desire, now glistening with tears. Xie Wanmian extended her hand to rest on his shoulder, her voice thick with a sweet softness. "I do not wish to take the medicine. What if the effect is delayed?" Fearing that the antidote might not take effect in time, she lamented, "I feel as if I am going to be consumed by this heat." Meng Hutching placed her into a bath filled with warm water. The tub was full, yet Xie Wanmian and Appo's petite frame caused no overflow. "I shall see if the antidote has arrived." He began to rise, but she grasped his hand, inadvertently colliding with the edge of the tub, droplets splashing onto him, soaking his official robe. Xie Wanmian gazed at him, flustered. "I am sorry. Just come here yourself. Why pretend to be a gentleman now?" Unbeknownst to her, her strength had surged. Meng Hutching met her shimmering eyes, his throat tightening slightly. "Do you think I am merely feigning gentility?" "No, not at all." She regretted her words, recognizing that Meng Hutching had always exercised restraint, even in their past life. "Just give it to me." Feeling unwell, she pressed her lips together, her fingers fumbling to untie the sash around his waist. But her urgency rendered her clumsy, and she found it impossible to loosen it. "All right." In the next moment, Meng Hutching personally removed his outer official robe, then leaned forward to embrace her waist as he stepped into the bathtub, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "No need to rush, my dear. I shall assist you." As a side note, I am profoundly grateful for your support and readership. Let us return to the regular update of 2 chapters daily. As my body is beginning to falter. Lately, my wrist has been aching, and I feel quite dizzy. My condition is not at its best. Chapter 76, My Lady. Do you desire more? When Xie Wanmian awoke once more, it was already the following dawn. The copper hourglass indicated that the hour had yet to pass. A refreshing breeze wafted through the window, gently tousling the strands of hair upon her forehead. As she turned, she found herself face to face with a pair of deep, mesmerizing eyes. The man was clad in a moon-white, round-collared robe, his hair cascading loosely, held back simply by a dark ribbon. In his clear, luminous gaze, her fair and delicate visage was reflected, the corners of her brows seemingly adorned with a subtle halo, rendering the phrase as fragrant as orchids and as elegant as jade almost tangible. Do you desire more? Meng Huqing gently caressed the back of her hand, as if he were toying with a precious jade artifact, his eyes filled with keen interest and a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The thought of last night's debauchery made Xie Wanmian's cheeks flush with heat. She adjusted the blanket and realized that the sheerest of garments she wore had been donned on her by Meng Huqing himself. Her exquisite collarbone, not only dazzlingly white, but also adorned with a hue of crimson that was utterly captivating. No! She swiftly withdrew her hand, only to feel a sharp pain in her waist and thighs, tears welling in her eyes. Meng Huqing tenderly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his expression filled with concern. I shall fetch you a cup of tea. I'm not thirsty. Xie Wanmian furrowed her brow. It felt odd to drink water so early in the morning without having washed her face. Meng Huqing approached the bedside, gently cradling her in his arms. My lady, your voice is hoarse. You ought to refrain from speaking too much these days. It seemed to dawn on Xie Wanmian at that moment, and she reluctantly lifted the teacup to drink the warm water. She had to admit that the gritty sensation in her throat subsided considerably after a sip. Isn't it because you made me cry out? Yet, if my lady had not cried out, I feared you might have suffocated. Meng Huqing used a handkerchief to dab the droplets of water from her lips, though his countenance remained that of serene elegance. His words were enough to make one's heart race. In broad daylight, what nonsense are you spouting? Xie Wanmian curled up in the corner of the couch, discomforting her waist while realizing that even her arms and wrists ached considerably. Just then, a large hand rested upon her waist, the motion soothing and the pressure just right. Indeed, I spoke foolishly. It was not my lady who incessantly clung to me last night, nor was it her who, unable to untie my sash, was on the verge of tears. Before he could finish, her soft, small hand covered his lips. Meng Huqing, seeing his lady, her sparkling eyes wide with indignation. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I am here. Xie Wanmian murmured softly. Do not say any more. Is it not embarrassing? Meng Huqing merely placed a tender kiss upon her temple. That night, he had come to understand much. Even if Wanmian did not love him, it mattered not. For the days ahead were long, and they were destined to be companions for life. All he needed to do was protect her and prove his love, trusting that, in time, she would come to feel his affections. After finishing breakfast, Meng Huqing proposed, My lady, let's clarify yesterday's events. Your sister has committed a grave error that cannot be overlooked. Having just risen, Xie Wanmian felt somewhat dizzy as the memory of the incident resurfaced. After all, her sister-in-law's disgraceful actions were intolerable. If one transgression could occur, who knew what folly her sister might commit next? Yet, for reasons unknown, she instinctively felt that someone as foolish as Meng Yunlan would not resort to such malicious schemes. They arrived at Jina Hall, only to see Madame Zhang engaged in conversation with the matriarch of the main household, while Meng Yunlan, the one who had erred, did not come to pay her respects. Upon inquiring with the maid, they learned that she claimed to be unwell and could not attend. Greetings, mother. They spoke in unison. Yet Madame Zhang's attention was solely on her son. Second son, you must be weary from your recent endeavors. Do sit down. Lu Mama, serve the tea. Xie Wanmian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and chose not to respond. Mother, I have come today to discuss a matter with you. Meng Huqing's tone was calm and leisurely, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Madame Zhang waved her hand, smiling sweetly. Do not speak just yet. I would like to inquire about the two maidservants who were given to the chamber. Such a forceful interruption seemed to be something Meng Huqing had grown accustomed to. He scoffed softly. They were given to the servants. What? Madame Zhang slammed her hand on the table, her previously cheerful demeanor morphing into one of fury. Those were my carefully chosen maidservants. How could you give them away? You are being foolish. Meng Huqing's expression turned frosty. Mother, your praise is unwarranted. You. Madame Zhang's face turned pale with anger as she clutched her handkerchief. I am doing this for your own good. Are you attempting to defy me? It seems I have raised you in vain. I once thought you were promising, yet here you are, daring to oppose your elders. Why must my life be so arduous? Meng Huqing set the teacup down forcefully and stood up straight. Mother and Oppos, is life arduous? You were born into a prominent family, enjoying the favor of my father. When I fell ill as a child, you abandoned me in the rain for being too noisy. When I fell short by one rank in the imperial examination, you mocked me. When I was bullied at the academy, you blamed my beauty for drawing envy. Yet after my third brother was born, you made him clothes and shoes, things I never had. Was my birth the cause of my misfortune? These I do not recall. Besides, why dwell on such trivial matters? Madame Zhang averted her gaze, her face betraying her discomfort. For Meng Huqing bore an uncanny resemblance to the esteemed princess. The princess, renowned for her beauty, had once captivated many suitors, even foreign dignitaries willing to sacrifice entire cities for her hand, all of which were refused by the emperor. The princess possessed a gentle demeanor, yet wielded a sharp wit in her dealings. Her gaze was warm, yet it carried an edge. Meng Huqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone growing colder. If mother chooses to forget such trivial matters, I ask that she refrain from meddling in my household affairs in the future. Should you insist on providing me with maidservants again, perhaps I shall not give them to the servants, but rather find a place to bury them. Furthermore, while mother accuses me of being unfilial, you have raised a fine daughter. What do you mean by that? Madame Zhang questioned, puzzled. Meng Huqing's eyes glinted with an icy resolve, his voice chillingly firm. Bring the fourth miss to me. Chapter 77. Erosion of consciousness. Before long, Meng Yunlan was brought to the hall by the servants. There she stood, trembling, her complexion pale, her face veiled, casting a timid glance at Meng Huqing before hastily lowering her head, as if the arrogance she had displayed the previous day had dissipated into thin air. Zhang Shi, upon witnessing her pitiful demeanor, promptly rose. Lan'er, what has happened to you? I am fine, mother, she murmured, her gaze cast downward. Trembling, Zhang Shi snorted in disdain, glancing at Meng Huqing, her tone laced with reproach. Your second brother is truly inconsiderate. You are clearly unwell, yet he insists on summoning you. One must wonder what could be so significant. Mother, please stop. Meng Yunlan stepped forward, her expression increasingly frantic. Meng Huqing, not one to beat around the bush, stated directly. Meng Yunlan, do you consider what transpired yesterday to be a trivial matter or a serious one? It's likely that, due to your raucous behavior, the reputation of our Meng family's fourth miss will be tarnished throughout the capital this morning. Meng Yunlan stammered for a long while, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. If you cannot express it, allow me to speak on your behalf. Meng Huqing and Oppos' gaze was as frigid as ice, fixated upon her. Yesterday, at the royal banquet, you ascended the loft with a group of women and accused your sister-in-law of consorting with other men. Is this true or not? Upon hearing this, Meng Yunlan glanced at Zhang Shi, who was seated in the hall, her mother's complexion shifting from blue to red, causing Meng Yunlan and Oppos' legs to weaken, leading her to kneel upon the ground. She had been so certain of her actions at the time, never anticipating her second brother's sudden appearance at the loft. She merely believed that this sister-in-law, despite her beauty, was not worthy of her cousin's status, yet she never foresaw such a dire outcome. Zhang Shi pressed her lips tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at her daughter, whom she had raised. She had suspected her youngest daughter was merely spoiled and somewhat willful, but surely she understood right from wrong. Now, having created such a scandal, Zhang Shi felt both humiliated and ashamed. Is what your second brother said true? Zhang Shi queried sternly. Meng Yunlan buried her face in her hands and began to weep, choking out, I was simply confused. I saw my sister-in-law conversing merrily with a stranger and mistakenly thought there was something between them. Hence, Xie Wanmian couldn't and Oppos' help but chuckle softly. She had suspected that her audacious sister-in-law would eventually soften up. It turned out she was waiting for her here. Fourth sister, your words are truly slanderous. Do you not recall that you intentionally sent me to the heart-listening pavilion to find our cousin? Do you know what transpired there at noon? You claim to have seen me conversing joyfully with another man. Then I ask you, where did you see this? Meng Yanlan was rendered speechless by the barrage of inquiries. Observing Zhang Shi's expression of growing disappointment, she could only stubbornly assert, I saw it, regardless. Fourth sister has resorted to childish tricks. How amusing, Xie Wanmian remarked mockingly. Zhang Shi, witnessing the unfolding scene, could comprehend nothing more. As a daughter of a prominent family, she had been raised with strict family values and proper conduct. Seeing her daughter in such a disheveled state, maligning another's reputation, left her heartbroken. How could she have raised such a daughter? After a long pause, she finally spoke. The fourth miss has shown disrespect, spreading rumors and disregarding the honor of the Marquis and Apos' household. According to family rules, she shall be punished with a bamboo rod on her palms and shall kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect upon her actions and whether they are worthy of our ancestors. Lin Mama, who had watched Meng Yanlan grow up, sighed deeply and promptly instructed the maidservants to take her away. Upon hearing of the punishment, Meng Yanlan's cries grew louder. Mother, mother, I was wrong. You're not the one who cares for me the most. Lan Apos, or begs you. Before long, her wails diminished, and after everyone had departed, Zhang Shi sighed. I can no longer manage the affairs of your chamber. From now on, you may do as you wish. I am weary. Meng Huqing bowed slightly to Zhang Shi and then took Xie Wanmian and Apos' hand, leaving the great hall. This incident I can explain, Xie Wanmian said after a moment of contemplation. Meng Huqing paused, lifting his delicate eyelids to regard her. I can somewhat guess the circumstances. This is not something you would do. A breeze fluttered past Meng Huqing's dark hair ribbon, and he bore the fragrance of soapberry and pine, crisp and clean. His tone was so certain that she found herself at a loss for further explanations. Xie Wanmian's demeanor lightened considerably. What do you believe I am capable of? Meng Huqing and Apos' eyelashes fluttered slightly, his hand unconsciously tightening around hers. He was well aware of what his wife was capable of. Any mistake would be deemed unforgivable. Though he was uncertain of what transgression he had committed in her eyes, he vowed to amend his ways gradually. His wife was decisive, and the most popular rouge shop and tailor shop in the capital had brought them considerable fortune. Xie Wanmian was taken aback by such an appraisal, staring at him in astonishment. In Wei country, being a merchant was often seen as disgraceful, and with Meng Huqing being an official, if others were to learn of it, it would undoubtedly invite criticism. Yet, the second master was adept at making her feel at ease. That is the truth, Meng Huqing replied with a gentle smile. As if struck by a thought, Xie Wanmian asked, Second master, how many days of leave have you taken, and when do you plan to depart? Soon. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will be tomorrow morning. As he spoke, he added, After I leave, I ask that you refrain from meeting with General Jiang. Xie Wanmian withdrew her hand. In the end, you still doubt me? Not all. Meng Huqing embraced her, his lips brushing against her brow. I may feel jealous. Who would believe that? Xie Wanmian mumbled softly. Meng Huqing did not catch her words, merely observing her cheeks blushing a rosy hue, her ears reddening like ripe lychees, prompting him to hold her even closer. My dear, you may not realize, but although fourth sister acted excessively yesterday, it inevitably arouses other suspicions regarding your relationship with other men. I fear that such misunderstandings may spiral out of control. Xie Wanmian replied gently, Do not worry. I am well aware of my boundaries. I did not seek to meet him intentionally. It was merely a chance encounter in the Imperial Garden, and he was returning my mother's belongings. The two returned to Chunhua Courtyard. Since Meng Huqing was to depart at dawn, they both retired early after dinner. However, scarcely had they settled on the bed when Meng Huqing leaned over, enveloping the drowsy Xie Wanmian in his embrace. Xie Wanmian, half awake, pushed against him, the drowsiness wrapping around her consciousness like fine threads. She felt as if an ice block was gradually melting in the warmth of his body, a soft, warm sensation caressing her neck before finally landing upon her lips. The softness invaded her mouth, eroding all remnants of fatigue. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to find. Chapter 78. Remember to miss me. My lady Xie Wanmian opened her eyes to find Meng Huqing gazing down at her, his brows furrowed as he kissed her, his fingers unconsciously caressing her earlobe. His hands, accustomed to writing and years of morning exercises, bore a thin layer of callus that sent shivers down her spine with just a touch. Meng Huqing, what are you doing? In the pitch blackness, devoid of candlelight. Hearing his name spoken by his wife evoked an indescribable sensation within him. He craved to hear more. He gently brushed his lips against the corner of Xie Wanmian and damp, Oppo's mouth, his husky voice resonating beautifully in the dim moonlight. To kiss you. Wasn't that already done last night? Not enough. Meng Huqing gradually gathered the loose strands of her hair from her ear, her beauty striking and ethereal, her ebony locks cascading over the silk pillow like a water lily emerging from ink and brush strokes, a vision too exquisite to defile. When did you become so desirous? Xie Wanmian teased him lightly. Meng Huqing raised an eyebrow. In his past life, he had often wished to indulge with his lady, being young and impassioned at the time. But he feared frightening her with his unrestrained desires. Thus he resolved every time to handle it alone. After her passing, he was left to wallow in memories, gradually succumbing to the depths of despair. Perhaps I have always been this way. It is just that you do not understand me well enough. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xie Wanmian felt a slight sting at her neck. When Meng Huqing lifted his gaze again, his eyes brimmed with longing. My lady, I shall depart tomorrow. Will you miss me? Xie Wanmian felt as though her breath was being drawn away. Having already shared intimacy the previous night, her body instinctively reacted to his touch today. She wished to grasp something, yet Meng Huqing seized her hand first. Their fingers intertwined, everything a forceful surge ready to break through barriers. Do you not wish for even a fraction? Meng Huqing's long lashes cast shadows filled with disappointment. His grip on her hand tightening. Xie Wanmian gasped in pain, her eyes glistening with tears as she replied, I will miss you. Meng Huqing bent down to kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his tone laced with a hint of joy. Yes, I will miss you dearly as well. Outside, the rain pattered softly, the early summer rain arriving swiftly, bending the blooming lotus in the courtyard, while several koi swam leisurely beneath the lotus leaves. The maid on night watch had just lit the candles, only to have them extinguished by the wind, forcing her to relight them once more. As the sudden downpour subsided, the rain and Oppo's sound outside grew faint, and the sky began to turn blue. Xie Wanmian remembered being embraced by Meng Huqing and carried to the purification room, and upon returning to bed, sleep overtook her. She only recalled a cool kiss on her forehead before losing consciousness completely. When she awoke again, much time had passed. She propped herself up slowly, feeling her waist ache, and realized Meng Huqing was no longer by her side. She knew without doubt he had already left the capital. Seeing Xie enter, she couldn't help but inquire, when did the second master leave? At the hour of the rabbit, Xie replied, setting down the copper basin and helping her out of bed. Xie Wanmian moved slower than usual, feeling as if her body had fallen apart. Xie, glancing at the numerous marks on her neck, dared not meet her gaze while cleansing her face. Miss, it seems you and the second master were quite affectionate last night. It appears there will soon be a little miss or young master on the way. After finishing her morning routine, Xie Wanmian languidly reclined on the beauty couch, utterly exhausted. In her past life, Meng Huqing had never returned to the capital during the Dragon Boat Festival. However, she felt fortunate that he had arrived just days prior. Otherwise, she could scarcely imagine how she would have faced such a situation alone. Oh, by the way, the second master left a letter for you. At the mention, Xie promptly produced the letter, a smile gracing her face. The second master saw you were sleeping soundly, so he didn't in Oppo's wake you, saying you should read it upon awakening. It contains his words. Xie Wanmian took the envelope, her mind swirling with thoughts. Upon opening it, she found vigorous and elegant calligraphy, containing just a few lines. My lady, I have sent the finest pearls and jade from Yongzhou back with Ile. You may choose to craft any jewelry you desire. Do remember to write to me. I think of you dearly. It bore the hallmark of his less articulate nature, yet unlike in her past life. He had begun to express his emotions, shedding the cold demeanor that had once made him seem unapproachable. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. Upon returning to Yongzhou, Meng Huqing found the government office adorned with white mourning cloth. He hastily dismounted his horse, brushing the dust from his official robes, and seized one of the constables, demanding, "What has happened?" The constable wiped his tears and sobbed. The substitute county magistrate, Liu, hanged himself. Meng Huqing's pupils dilated in shock. He seemed momentarily unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. How could this be? Was there an error in judgment? He had been so devoted to his family. How could he suddenly take his own life? Days earlier, Liu's attendant had mentioned he was troubled and ill, exhausted from the turmoil of times. Upon hearing that a position in Yongzhou might not be available for him, he had drunk some wine and retired early, dismissing everyone. Yet, when morning came, he was found. The constable recounted the events with sorrowful eyes. Meng Huqing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Have you summoned the coroner for an autopsy?" "Of course." The coroner confirmed that Liu died by hanging, compounded by severe illness. "It is undoubtedly a suicide," the constable affirmed. Meng Huqing nodded. "I understand." "What of Liu's body?" The constable replied, "Returned to the magistrate." Liu and Appo's body was taken home by his family for cremation yesterday morning. Meng Huqing was shocked internally, yet his expression remained composed as he nodded. After attending to official matters, he began instructing Yi Lei to discreetly investigate the incident on his way back to his elder brother's residence. "Do not let this matter be known." Meng Huqing regarded Yi Lei with utmost seriousness. Yi Lei clasped his fists and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure no traces are left. However, it is wise for you to be cautious, as you lack trustworthy individuals by your side. Indeed, I possess the imperial sword. They would not dare act openly against me." Half a month had passed since Meng Huqing left home, and Xie Wanmian often felt weary due to the summer heat, adopting a habit of napping. The room had begun to cool with ice basins, and the breeze occasionally wafted through the window as she leaned against her jade pillow, fanning herself gently, drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, her consciousness plunged into the depths. In her dreams, the sky was heavy, and snowflakes fell like goose feathers. Distant cities crumbled, consumed by flames, as the clamor of battle echoed with cries of agony. A man knelt on the ground, arrows embedded in his back, blood staining his white robe, his hair tossed by the wind and snow. As she approached, she saw the man cradling a woman in his arms, the thick blood obscuring his features. Yet, Xie Wanmian recognized him instantly. Meng Huqing. Chapter 79. Life and Death and Uncertainty. Knock, knock, knock. The insistent knocking shattered her dreams, and when Xie Wanmian awoke, she was drenched in sweat, the ice in the nearby basin having melted significantly. She picked up a silk handkerchief to dab at her brow, glancing at the copper hourglass and realizing she had slept until nearly dusk. Steadying her thoughts, she called out to the door, "Come in." The door swung open, and a cascade of evening light flooded the room. She saw Ji Shi, her eyes red and swollen, stumbling into the room. "Miss, something has happened." Xie Wanmian felt an inexplicable dryness in her throat and poured herself a cup of tea. Noticing Ji Shi and Appo's labored breathing, she gently said, "Take your time and explain." Ji Shi, still struggling to catch her breath, hurriedly replied, "Second Master has been assassinated in Yongzhou, and his life hangs in the balance. Second Madam and the Marquis asked me to convey that they wish for you to come and discuss matters." In shock, Xie Wanmian and Appo's grip slackened, and the teacup shattered on the floor. The scenes from her dream flashed vividly in her mind. She abruptly stood, her complexion pale, her fingers gripping the edge of the table to steady herself before heading toward the main hall. As she walked, her thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Although she was no longer as infatuated with Meng Huqing as in her previous life, the images from her dream and the news of his assassination left her unsettled. In this life, Meng Huqing showed her more consideration than before, and as her husband, his plight weighed heavily on her heart. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that no news of Meng Huqing being gravely injured had been reported then. When did this life take such a different turn? After passing through the corridor, she soon arrived at Jina Hall. The Marquis sat in the main seat, his face etched with worry, surrounded by members of both the first and second households. The atmosphere palpably tense. After greeting her in-laws, she took a seat in a rosewood chair. The Marquis, seeing everyone gathered, began, according to the messenger. Second Master is currently in critical condition and has temporarily lost his sight. His injuries are severe, and he cannot be moved. Even if he survives, he will need a month of recuperation. He tried to simplify the matter, but as a father, he felt a deep sense of guilt for not being there for his son during his childhood, and his voice trembled with emotion. Madame Zhang lamented. He has no one by his side to care for him. He refuses to take a concubine, and those around him, servants and guards, are all rough men, lacking the delicate touch of a woman. What shall we do? Xie Wanmian understood the implications of Madame Zhang's words, even if she didn't want to hear them. It was clear they wished for her to travel to Yongzhou to tend to Meng Heching. In truth, she would have gone regardless. After all, he was the father of her child, and her future security rested upon him. Moreover, she had heard that the region was rich in jewels, and she might procure some to craft into exquisite jewelry. She rose, her demeanor composed. I shall personally go to Yongzhou. The Marquis stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before responding. If it were up to Second Master, he would likely not want you to go, especially given the recent civil unrest there. However, as a parent, I am deeply concerned. Should you decide to go, I will arrange for additional guards to ensure your safety. Xie Wanmian nodded, assuring her in-laws not to worry. Understood. I will prepare and depart tomorrow. Then do make haste in packing, Madame Zhang remarked absently, massaging her temples. Yes. Once the discussion concluded, Xie Wanmian stepped out of the main hall. A summer breeze rustled through her skirts as she returned to Chunhua courtyard and instructed the maids to prepare her belongings. Miss, should we pack extra gauzy garments? Jisher inquired while organizing the luggage. Xie Wanmian glanced at the gauzy garment in Jisher's hands, her cheeks flushing slightly as it reminded her of the night she had worn it while sleeping beside Meng Heching. The fabric had torn slightly at the shoulder seam due to their movements, and she had taken the liberty of embroidering a plum blossom on it during repairs. She shook off her thoughts and replied, just bring that one. By the end of the night, Xie Wanmian had finished packing. The next morning, the carriage departed from the Marquis' residence, heading south towards Yongzhou. Yongzhou is surrounded by mountains, and during the transition from spring to summer, it experiences frequent rain, particularly in summer. The most renowned landmark is the Yutai, established by their ancestral emperor during a siege. Its towering height visible even from the small hillside where Xie Wanmian sat in the carriage. They had traversed Jingzhou, where hills were abundant and ancient trees stood tall and lush. Although they traveled along the official road, it had been raining continuously since they entered the region. The rain made the air damp, but fortunately, Xie Wanmian had prepared incense burners beforehand, ensuring the carriage remained relatively dry and comfortable. After about a quarter of an hour, as the carriage turned a corner, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Hurry! There are people here. They must have plenty of food. The escorting guards became alert, for they could see a crowd gathering at the edge of the dense forest. At least 500 or 600 people, most in tattered clothing, gaunt and evidently starved. Recognizing the potential danger, the guards prepared to retreat, but they soon realized that the rear was also blocked by a throng of people. Second, madam, one guard called out, the area is filled with refugees demanding food. Many appeared desperate and aggressive. You must not leave the carriage. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian pulled aside the curtain and was met with a sea of hungry faces, some wielding sharp weapons. Jisher, her face pale with fear, exclaimed, Miss, we have provisions in the carriage. Should we distribute them? That is not an option, Xie Wanmian replied, furrowing her brow. There are too many of them. Our supplies will not suffice. If we give in, how will we handle the others who may come seeking the same? Moreover, can you guarantee they won't turn on us in a frenzy for the food? We must tread carefully in this matter. Jisher's anxiety deepened. What shall we do then? Do we simply wait here? Before she could finish, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside the carriage. Note, this Yongzhou is not the historical Yongzhou. It is merely a name chosen for its pleasing sound. Not fearing scarcity, but fearing inequality is derived from Confucius and Apo's, as Analects. Thank you dearly for your reading and support. Chapter 80. Such beauties hand over your food, and we shall let you go. The leader of the refugees shouted. How audacious! Do you not recognize whose carriage you have stopped? How dare you act so recklessly here? 19, brandishing a spear, stood undaunted, his piercing gaze sweeping over each refugee present. I care not who you are. The disaster relief grain dispatched by the court has yet to reach us. We are fortunate to have anything to eat at all. Surviving until tomorrow is an achievement in itself. Upon hearing this, the refugees grew increasingly agitated, some even resorting to throwing stones at the carriage, attempting to force them out. As guards of the Marquis's residence, swords were drawn and struck with precision. The heavy scent of blood quickly permeated the dense forest, and through the curtain's gaps, the scene of slaughter was visible. Xie trembled uncontrollably, struggling to suppress her screams, while Xie Wanmian grasped her hand, crouching down to avoid the stones that might strike their heads. As more and more people gathered, Xie Wanmian was deep in thought when a sudden realization struck her. 19. Have you launched the signal flare? While fending off the advancing refugees, 19 replied, second miss. It's too damp. The flare 1T ignite. Xie Wanmian called out to him, give me the flare. I will light it. 19 hesitated, but second miss. If you are hurt when you come out, I cannot explain it. Trust me. Xie Wanmian swiftly pulled aside the curtain and took the signal flare from 19. Even if something goes wrong, I will not let them blame you. As 19 had mentioned, the flare was dampened by moisture. She glanced at the incense burner nearby, opened its lid, and carefully dried the flare. Then, using a fire starter, she ignited it, quickly rising to open the curtain and send the flare soaring into the sky. Just then, some refugees moved closer, prompting her to retrieve a handful of irritating medicinal powder from her sleeve, causing those who were affected to hesitate. Some, realizing the futility of their efforts, began to retreat, but others, with cunning glances, shouted, such beauties! Whoever captures them shall possess them. At that moment, the nature of the refugees morphed into brigands. Upon seeing Xie Wanmian's beauty, they surged forward, and chaos erupted. Just as exhaustion began to set in, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the verdant trees. A figure clad in blackguard attire, sword in hand, called out, the porridge is being distributed outside the east gate of Yongzhou. If you delay, it will be gone. The refugees hesitated, caught in uncertainty, when the leading refugee declared, do not listen to his nonsense. It could be a deception. Yao scoffed lightly, whether my words bear truth or falsehood. You can ascertain for yourselves by sending someone to check. Some refugees glanced over, and upon realizing that porridge was indeed being distributed, they fell silent and hastily made their way toward the gates of Yongzhou. This action undoubtedly spurred a large group to follow, while the leading refugee's eyes flickered with resentment before he too joined the throng. Yao, what brings you here? Xie Wanmian inquired, somewhat astonished. Yao replied unhurriedly, the master instructed me to protect the second Mississippi. Upon seeing the signal flare, I knew you were in peril, so I hastened to your aid. And how is second master faring? Xie Wanmian slowly asked, lowering the curtain. Yao considered his words before responding. The situation is stable, but the master has yet to awaken. You will understand more upon your arrival. Yao led them through the east gate of Yongzhou. Xie Wanmian recalled the earlier encounter with the refugees and felt a pang of trepidation. Hadn't he, the second master, nearly resolved the refugee issue in Yongzhou? Why were there still so many? Yao answered, those are not refugees from Yongzhou. They fled from Jingzhou. It remains unclear when they made their escape. Xie Wanmian furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet she refrained from dwelling on it. Soon, she arrived at the residence of Meng Huqing's elder brother. Although she was reluctant to engage with Meng, her concern for Meng Huqing's safety compelled her. Upon entering the courtyard, Xie Wanmian traversed through, noting that it was a vibrant 3-entry yard adorned with flourishing flowers and greenery. Meng Huqing's quarters were situated near the bamboo grove, far from the hall. Just as she was about to push open the door, a maid dressed in green blocked her path. The eldest lady is inside. Xie Wanmian could not help but smirk. She recognized this as Hong Yu, Yiming's personal maid. In her past life, Hong Yu had often abused her position, and Yiming's hypocrisy was matched by Hong Yu's arrogance. Yao frowned. Speaking coldly, this is the second miss. Hong Yu huffed softly, muttering, and so what? One might mistake her for the second master's concubine. Xie Wanmian smiled knowingly. She had witnessed the blatant disregard for hierarchy displayed by the eldest lady and Appo's maid. Ah, I thought such behavior belonged to the eldest master's concubine. Xie interjected unexpectedly. Han Yu's face flushed with anger, yet she realized she was in the wrong and fell silent. Stepping into the room, Xie Wanmian found Meng Heching in a deep slumber on a couch, while He Ming sat on a brocade stool, holding a bowl of medicine and nervously twisting a silk handkerchief. Xie Wanmian approached gracefully, forcing a smile as she addressed her eldest sister-in-law. He Ming turned to the sound of her voice, her expression shifting from worry to delight. "Is this my sister-in-law? You are truly radiant." Seeing her, memories of He Ming and Appo's pastimes flooded Xie Wanmian and Appo's mind. "Sister-in-law, I know precisely what Heching likes and dislikes. We are a match made in heaven. What are you? And oh dear, your husband despises you. Your child distances himself from you. Have you ever considered where the fault lies?" Xie Wanmian could not help but admire He Ming's ability to change her demeanor so swiftly. In her previous life, He Ming had feigned kindness and warmth, and she had let her guard down, hoping to foster a harmonious relationship. She had even felt sympathy for her recent loss, offering her support, only to be betrayed later without a hint of pretense. "You flatter me, eldest sister-in-law. You are quite beautiful yourself," Xie Wanmian replied with a radiant smile. It was merely a matter of recognizing hypocrisy, and she no longer felt fear. She reached out to take the medicine bowl from He Ming and Appo's hands. "I believe it is best if I care for my husband. Don't you agree, eldest sister-in-law?" She scrutinized He Ming and Appo's expression, searching for any hint of a flaw. Yet He Ming only smiled. She merely smiled. Chapter 81. The confrontation. Upon hearing Xie Wanmian and Appo's words, He Ming displayed no signs of anger. Instead, she smiled, elegantly tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear, revealing no vulnerabilities. "Please take good care of our second brother. He tends to run a fever at night, so do be attentive." Her words were undeniably a reminder that it was she, He Ming, who would be attending to Meng Heching during the night. Yet, Xie Wanmian was no longer the same person from her past life who would be troubled by such a statement. With a seemingly grateful expression, she replied, "Oh, how hard you must work, elder sister-in-law. But rest assured, my husband has always been very caring towards me, and, as his wife, I will naturally tend to him well when he is injured." He Ming and Appo's smile faltered for a brief moment, but she forced a smile before nodding and leaving the room. Once the door closed, Xie Wanmian let go of her pretense. She instructed Xie to fetch a basin of warm water rolled up her sleeves, and began to gently wipe Meng Heching and Appo's face. His complexion appeared considerably paler than usual, and his long eyelashes brushed against her fingertips, creating a contrast to his typically aloof demeanor. Now, injured, he bore a childlike vulnerability. As she began to clean the side of his neck, she noticed his Adam's apple move slightly, followed by a faint, hoarse voice calling her name, "Mian Mian." Xie Wanmian's heart skipped a beat, and she bit her lip, responding softly. Suddenly, the previously unconscious Meng Heching opened his eyes, but they lacked their usual luster, confirming the physician's words that he was temporarily blinded. "Second master?" Xie Wanmian stepped forward, grasping his hand tightly. Noticing his dazed expression, she reassured him. "The doctor said it's only temporary. Your sight will return in due time." Meng Heching smiled faintly, his eyelashes fluttering as he tenderly called for her once more. "Mian Mian, are you thirsty?" She turned to fetch him some tea, but he grasped her hand tightly, his brow furrowed with concern. "Why have you come to Yongzhou? The unrest here is severe. It is unsafe for you." Cough. Cough. Before he could finish, a fit of coughs overtook him, causing the corners of his eyes to redden and shimmer with tears. "You're injured so gravely. Who else could care for you if I didn't come?" Xie Wanmian feigned anger. "No, that is not what I meant," Meng Heching replied, somewhat helplessly clutching her hand. But unable to see her, his gaze lost in the emptiness before him. Xie Wanmian's heart ached at his confusion, and she recalled He Ming's earlier remarks. No, this was a misdirection. She shouldn't dwell on He Ming's perspective. With a gentle smile that she didn't even realize she wore, She carefully assisted Meng Huqing to sit up. I know that you did not mean it that way. Let us finish your medicine first. Her tone resembled that of soothing a child. She retrieved the dark, viscous medicine from the table, thankful that Meng Huqing could not see it. Otherwise, she could not imagine how he would manage to swallow such a concoction. However, Meng Huqing had never complained about the bitterness of medicine, exuding a demeanor of resilience. As she stirred the medicine with a porcelain spoon and offered him a spoonful, his face contorted with discomfort, revealing the extreme bitterness that typically did not faze him. Once he finished, she presented him with some candied fruit. Is it sweet? She inquired, as she wiped the corners of his mouth with a silk handkerchief. Meng Huqing grasped her wrist by touch, then gently kissed her fingertips. Yes, my lady, everything you feed me is sweet. Xie Wanmian felt warmth rising to her cheeks from his words and withdrew her hand. Shall I call the doctor to examine you? Hearing that his lady possessed some knowledge of medicine, Meng Huqing inquired with a light-hearted tone. Might you take my pulse to see if the poison within me has been purged? His cheerful demeanor showed no hint of despair from his temporary blindness. Xie Wanmian had never witnessed this lively side of him before, leading her to question whether his previous disdain for her in their past life was indeed her fault. Yet, as that thought crossed her mind, she quickly rebutted it. No, she had never been in the wrong. It was Meng Huqing and Appo's excessive restraint in their past life that had created an aura of distance between them. Resting her fingers on his wrist, she teased. You have quite the knack for jesting, second master. Noticing his pallor, she placed a pillow behind him to prevent him from fainting due to insufficient blood flow. You've had a difficult journey, my lady, he remarked, his voice gentle and filled with concern. Xie Wanmian often found herself perplexed as to why this version of Meng Huqing was different. Could it be that her decisive actions regarding the marriage exchange had made him aware of her transformation? Yet, now was not the time to dwell on that. She needed to ascertain the source of his injuries. I'm well, what about you? How did you sustain your injuries? Meng Huqing felt a slight dizziness. Even speaking was exhausting, but he was content to have his wife by his side. Taking a deep breath, he asked, May I lean on your shoulder? It would help me breathe more easily. Your fragrance is delightful. Was the second master being playful? Xie Wanmian found it amusing. Meng Huqing nodded earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. Is that permissible, my lady? With a smile, Xie Wanmian offered him her shoulder, and he leaned against her, his hair cascading down as he lay in his weakened state. To her surprise, his hair felt softer and shinier than many women's tresses. Noticing his blindness, she couldn't resist caressing it a few more times. Meng Huqing, adept in martial arts, was sensitive to such touches but did not call her out. Instead, he took the opportunity to nuzzle against her neck. On the day of the incident, I was hosting a banquet for Qinshangshan. On my way home, I was ambushed by assassins who attacked from the shadows. I was poisoned due to my momentary lapse in vigilance, and I was injured in the back thereafter, he recounted, his warm breath enveloping her ear, igniting a warmth within her. Having just awakened, he felt fatigued again, his eyelids fluttering slowly, fearing he might slip back into unconsciousness. She urged, Let me fetch you some water. You've lost too much blood, and the residual poison hasn't been entirely purged from your system, leaving you weak. Before she could finish, his hand gripped her waist, and a heated, fervent kiss pressed against her neck. They had not seen each other for over half a month, and the sudden intimacy stirred a response within her. For a fleeting moment, her gaze grew hazy before sharpening again. Meng Huqing, you are still injured. Author's note. Thank you ever so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 82. Waiting for your blindness. Seeking a young escort, Meng Huqing tightly embraced Xie Wanmian, his clear voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Yet, the lady finds me feeble. That's sheer nonsense, Xie Wanmian retorted, her tone exasperated. I merely speak the truth. Harabeting no disdan. Without a word, Meng Huqing traced the delicate line of her neck, ultimately capturing her soft lips. Xie Wanmian trembled under his touch. Her breath seemingly snatched away. She yearned to push him away with all her might, yet was held back by concern for his injuries. Time slipped by, and only then did Meng Huqing release her. Xie Wanmian gasped for air, reminiscent of a little fish bubbling before summer rain. Meng Huqing held her close, his ear close to her, his previously pallid face now adorned with a faint blush from the passion of their kiss. Though his gaze appeared vacant, his lashes were dampened by unshed tears, presenting him as warm and jade-like, his beauty sharpened by adversity. Xie Wanmian had intended to scold him further, but the allure of his beauty rendered her words ineffective. "Let go quickly. I must summon the doctor. Do you wish to remain blind forever? If I were to be blind for life, would you accompany me through all my days?" Meng Huqing instinctively posed this question, unable to see her, yet holding her tightly to feel her warmth. Xie Wanmian huffed softly, "If you remain blind, you shall never see me again. That'll be just fine. By then, when I grow weary of your presence, perhaps I would heed your sister and Appo's words and bring home a handsome young escort. You would be none the wiser." "Absolutely not." Meng Huqing frowned, his tone tinged with childlike stubbornness. Observing his pale visage, Xie Wanmian's tone softened. "Then will you not release me? Do you intend to remain blind forever?" Upon hearing this, Meng Huqing gradually loosened his hold on her. His throat was dry and scratchy, and he slightly turned a cough into his fist. As Xie Wanmian stood to fetch him a glass of water, she noticed his hands were drenched in blood, prompting her to hastily grab a silk handkerchief to wipe them clean. Meng Huqing, sensitive to her unease, offered a faint smile. "It is merely a cough, my lady. There is no need for alarm." Xie Wanmian glanced at the blood-stained handkerchief, and vivid memories of Meng Huqing kneeling beneath the city wall, blood trickling down his cheek, resurfaced. The impact of that scene was so profound that she still vividly recalled the blood congealed on his long lashes and the arrows protruding from his back. His eyes had been hollow, steeped in silence, like a pool of stagnant water, with only the distant torches burning in his gaze. In that moment, Xie Wanmian and Appo's heart fluttered, a wave of bitterness spreading through her chest, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Though it had merely been a dream, it felt as though it had truly transpired. She quickly wiped away her tears, attributing her sensitivity to a lack of sleep, and stood to pour Meng Huqing a cup of warm water. "Drink this. I shall call the doctor." "Very well," Meng Huqing replied, smiling into the void, his tone still gentle. Before long, the doctor was summoned, and the household buzzed with the news of Meng Huqing and Appo's awakening, marveling at the difference Xie Wanmian and Appo's presence had made in their relationship. After examining him, the doctor wrote a prescription for medicine and proceeded with acupuncture. Meng Huqing felt a heaviness in his chest. He feared not his blindness, but the prospect of never seeing his lady again. He hesitantly asked, "Doctor, when might my sight be restored?" The doctor sighed. "At the very least, 10 days, at most, 3 months. The severity of your illness depends on the depth of the poison." Seeing Meng Huqing's lashes droop with disappointment, the doctor softly advised, "If you can lessen your worries, recovery may come swifter." He further cautioned, "The wound on your back is quite deep. Be sure to change the dressing promptly, lest it fester." "I understand. Thank you for your assistance," Meng Huqing replied, bowing slightly, a lingering fragility evident on his pallid face. The doctor nodded and then addressed Xie Wanmian. "Please ensure the gentleman and Appo's diet remains light," and Xie Wanmian felt her cheeks flush as the doctor continued. "Intimacy should be avoided during this period." Meng Huqing and Appo's hand, however, grew restless, yearning to embrace her waist. She quickly pushed him away and replied, "I understand. I shall instruct the maid to attend to you." The doctor acknowledged with a somber before being escorted out by Xie. Xie Wanmian supported Meng Huqing, gently suggesting, "Perhaps you should lie down and rest for a while." Meng Huqing, feeling for her hand, insisted, "My lady, sleep with me." Xie Wanmian glanced at the bright daylight outside, knowing sleep was impossible. She tucked the blankets around him. "Just rest well." Meng Huqing remained persistent, still holding her hand, rubbing his chin against her neck. His face, which should have been aloof and distant, now bore a childlike innocence. Xie Wanmian sighed. "Very well, I shall keep you company, but do not act foolishly." Meng Huqing inched closer, kissing Xie Wanmian and Appo's delicate cheek, his gaze gleaming with satisfaction. Agreed. He knew that, during his time of vulnerability, she could not resist his pleas, and he fully understood the depths of his own selfishness. Yet he could not let go. He could not live without her. He yearned for a lifetime of peace and togetherness with her. Just as Xie Wanmian settled onto the edge of the bed, footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a melodious voice. "I hear the second brother has awakened. This news reached me through the household servants." Xie Wanmian recognized the voice as Ming and Apos. Yes. And then a deep, magnetic voice followed. Perhaps sister-in-law was merely preoccupied with attending to Jiyu. "Alas, my thoughts were excessive," Ming noted, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes upon realizing her scheme had failed. Xie Wanmian scoffed softly. Understanding that Ming's words implied she treated this place as her own home, while her brothers and sisters-in-law worried for her well-being. Fortunately, Meng Heching's elder brother was a reasonable man. Yet, later, "Second brother, I have come to see you." Meng Huailin stepped into the doorway, his expression laced with concern and urgency. He and Meng Heching were not alike in appearance. Standing side by side, one could hardly discern their brotherhood. Meng Huailin had long brows and a strikingly sharp visage, exuding a formidable presence. Meng Heching felt their intimate world disrupted, but only furrowed his brows slightly without expressing his discontent. "Elder brother, please take a seat." Xie Wanmian stood to pour tea for Meng Huailin and the others. At that moment, Ming casually accepted the tea, remarking, "Though sister-in-law dotes on the second brother, one must still be cautious of his injuries. The doctor must have advised him to rest and refrain from overexertion." Note: young escort refers to a male or female companion. Chapter 83. My Lady, do not leave me. Xie Wanmian did not take offense. Instead, she smiled gently and replied, "What my elder sister-in-law says is true." Meng Heching naturally discerned the underlying meaning of her words. In his previous life, he had been solely focused on securing a promising future for Wanmian, neglecting the relationship between her and his sister-in-law. Initially, he found it perplexing that their seemingly good rapport had devolved into hostility. However, upon reflection, he realized there might have been signs all along. He spoke, "Elder sister-in-law, it was I who asked Wanmian to come to the bed. She is my wife, after all. It would be unreasonable for her to care for me day and night without rest." Ming's expression faltered slightly as she murmured, "Indeed." Meng Huailin gently patted her hand, his tone tender. "Well then, did you not say you prepared some sweet and sour plum cakes? Why not fetch them for us to taste?" After Ming departed, Meng Huailin turned to Meng Heching, stating, "My younger brother, your sister-in-law may simply be overly sensitive and perhaps overthinking matters. She harbors no ill will toward Wanmian." He recalled their earlier meeting, noting her melancholic disposition, always inclined to see the worst in circumstances. Yet, this very trait allowed her to foresee potential issues that he had overlooked. Meng Heching cleared his throat, maintaining a stoic demeanor. "It was merely my younger brother and Apos' bluntness that stirred the situation. I hold no malice toward my sister-in-law." Meng Huailin chuckled, "I understand. You are merely protective of your wife, unwilling to see her distressed." Meng Heching tightened his grip on Xie Wanmian's hand before inquiring, "Elder brother, have you uncovered any new leads regarding the case of Lu Hobu?" At this mention, Meng Huailin's expression turned serious. "Recently, I dispatched someone under the pretense of offering condolences, only to discover that Lu and Apos' family did not hold a funeral for him at all. His wife found the hem of his clothing stained with dark blood, accompanied by a partially written note covered in names. Upon informing Lu and Apos' uncle, who had some scholarly background, he recognized the oddity of the situation and engaged an autopsy expert, who confirmed that Lu had died from poisoning rather than hanging. Learning of your assassination only heightened his awareness of the gravity of this matter, prompting him to prepare a formal petition." Meng Heching hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "Where is that half-sheet of paper now?" Meng Huailin sipped his tea and deliberated. "It should have been submitted to the censorate. Did you manage to copy down the names from that half-sheet?" Meng Huailin retrieved the replicated contents from his sleeve, stating, "I have it here." Realizing that Meng Heching was now blind, he handed it to Xie Wanmian, sister-in-law. "Please read these names aloud for your husband. It may aid in his contemplation." Xie Wanmian accepted the paper, reading the names one by one. Song Ziwen, Zhang Jun, Chen Ruming. Upon hearing these names, Meng Heching felt his chest constrict. His lips pressed tightly together as he recalled Lu Simi and Appo's words. If this murky water runs deep, we must drain it completely, unless corrupt officials are removed. More innocent lives will inevitably fall into the abyss. As one born of humble origins, I must consider the plight of the impoverished. When I achieve notable results, I implore you, Lord Meng, to seek justice for those wrongfully perished. Fury coursed through Meng Heching, causing his lips to tremble and sweat to bead on his forehead. After a moment, he finally uttered, "A swarm of vermin." No sooner had he spoken than he succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Xie Wanmian rushed to his side, gently patting his back to ease his breath, only to find his hands stained with blood, an alarming sight. She wrung out a cloth soaked in warm water, wiping his hands with a tone that carried a hint of admonition. The doctor advised you to avoid overthinking. Such emotional upheaval is detrimental to your health. I am fine, he replied. Do not use that to chastise me. If you do not rest properly, I shall follow through with what I mentioned this morning, and you shall wait for your blindness to set in. I was wrong, my lady. Meng Heching's eyelashes fluttered as he reached out to embrace Xie Wanmian, weakly nestling against her. Meng Huailin observed his younger brother with surprise. Was this truly the decisive Meng Heching he had known? Perhaps a bit of childishness had taken hold. Yet, recalling Meng Heching and Appo's youthful tendency to seek affection, he found it somewhat understandable. Ming entered just then, witnessing the scene and instinctively tightening her grip on the food box. She feigned nonchalance as she entered. My husband, I have prepared the plum cakes. Her cheerful voice filled the air, but Meng Heching remained oblivious, leaning against Xie Wanmian with his long fingers tightly clasping her slender waist. Meng Huailin recognized that it was not the moment for further conversation. He took the food box from Ming and Appo's hands and spoke gently. Sister-in-law, you may bring some for Jiu to try. These plum cakes are refreshing and not overly sweet. As Ming and Appo's has added less sugar. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, he led Ming out of the courtyard. Xie Wanmian felt a tinge of embarrassment and nodded, glancing at Meng Heching. Noticing the smile lingering on his lips, she understood that his earlier actions had been intentional. Oh, you, how unashamed, she teased. There is no need for modesty between husband and wife. Meng Heching sighed deeply, his thoughts drifting back to Lu Hobu's case. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and he turned away, unable to contain the blood that spilled forth, his face pale. Let me see. How can a few words from you provoke such a reaction? Xie Wanmian scolded. Concern etched in her eyes as she wiped the blood from his dry lips with a warm cloth. Though her feelings for Meng Heching were not particularly strong, witnessing his current state stirred a pang of distress within her. Perhaps it was the time spent together in this life, or their 10 years of marriage in the last, which made her care more than she intended. Meng Heching lay in Xie Wanmian and Appo's embrace, feeling utterly drained, his vitality waning. His pale face bore a veil of sickness, appearing exceedingly frail. My lady, I will recover. Do not worry, do not leave me. His voice, though hoarse, carried a tinge of plea, his tear-filled eyes searching for her. Xie Wanmian found this vulnerable side of Meng Heching oddly captivating, smiling as she lifted the quilt to sit beside him. I have not left. Did you not ask me to stay with you? After making this declaration, she recalled the plum cakes and excitedly asked, Would you like to try the plum cakes? I shall not, he murmured, pulling her down beside him as he whispered, Once I am well. Will you make them for me, Wanmian? Is that all right? She laughed softly, replying, Certainly, but you mustn't Appo's remain angry with me. When I mentioned that matter regarding your blindness, it was merely a jest. Do not let it trouble your health. I'm not angry, merely a bit jealous. Meng Heching tenderly kissed Xie Wanmian, his eyes shimmering with emotion. He had never truly been upset with her. His anger was directed solely at himself for having squandered time on trivialities rather than cherishing his wife. As a side note, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dear readers for your support and generosity. Thank you. Chapter 84. A stalemate. Xie Wanmian and Meng Heching had slept until nearly the hour of you. As she lifted her gaze, the shadows of bamboo danced outside the window, with specks of light reminiscent of scattered gold filtering through the gaps. Beside her, Meng Huching was lost in a deep slumber, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. She sat up, intending to fetch a silk handkerchief to wipe his brow. When Meng Huching awoke from a nightmare, his expression one of confusion and distress. His fingers trembling slightly as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Xie Wanmian grasped his hand, and she heard him exhale deeply, a smile spreading across his lips as he replied, "I was searching for my lady." Xie Wanmian glanced outside, noting the picturesque scenery at dusk. The sun has set, and the heat has dissipated. "Shall I take you outside for some fresh air? What do you think?" Meng Huching nodded, his voice clear, "As my lady wishes." "I feel much better now." Xie Wanmian called for a chair to be brought in, adorning it with soft cushions and a plush lumbar pillow before assisting Meng Huching towards the door. Remembering the physician and Amp. Oppo's instructions that Meng Huching and Amp. Oppo's eyes should avoid harsh light. She gently draped a black gauze over his eyes. Meng Huching touched the fabric, but before he could fully comprehend, Xie Wanmian was leading him into the courtyard. His complexion was pale, only gaining a hint of color when touched by the golden rays of dusk. They had scarcely settled when a young maid rushed over, breathless. "Second master, second mistress, your maid Xie and the eldest mistress and Oppo's maid Hong, you have gotten into a fight." "What?" Xie Wanmian sprang to her feet, only to see Ming leading a disheveled and dusty Hong Yu, tears streaming down her face, while Xie was being restrained behind her. Xie was no better off, trembling and drenched in an unknown substance. "Xie." Xie Wanmian pushed past the women holding Xie, her tone laced with urgency. "What happened?" Before Xie could respond, Ming sobbed. "Hong Yu and Oppo's arm was scalded by Xie. While my maid could be a bit spoiled, she has never endured such humiliation. This is a failure on my part to manage my maid, and I hope you won't hold it against me, second sister-in-law." Ming unveiled Hong Yu and Oppo's arm, revealing a vivid red burn that drew murmurs from the onlookers. Who would have thought the second mistress in Oppo's maid would be so arrogant? Indeed, such a burn will surely bring shame to her future husband. Xie Wanmian supported Xie, her heart tightening. She could hardly believe that Ming was not behind this incident. Fixing her gaze on Xie, she spoke gently but firmly, "Xie, please tell me what transpired." Xie trembled as she recounted. "She insulted you, second mistress, and uttered many unkind words. I merely retaliated in anger, and she threw scalding tea at me. I tried to block it, but the water splashed everywhere, and I was pushed down the stone steps." "You're spouting nonsense." "On you crier indionly," pointing at Xie. Xie was not one to back down. "You are the one spreading lies." As the tension mounted, Xie Wanmian was about to intervene when she heard Meng Huching cough lightly. She hurried to his side, asking, "Are you unwell? Shall I take you back inside?" "No need," he replied, holding Xie Wanmian and Oppo's hand and continuing calmly. "Let us summon a physician to examine their injuries. It will reveal who is lying." "I share your thoughts, second master." Xie Wanmian smiled. "To ensure fairness, I shall send Lei to fetch a physician from outside." Her words were a subtle blow to Ming, who had been solely responsible for managing affairs within the household. Shortly thereafter, the old physician arrived, summoned by Lei. After examining the situation, he stroked his beard and announced, "This young lady's injuries are quite severe. Not only is her abdomen scalded, but there is a high likelihood of fractures in her kneecap and hand." Xie Wanmian and Amp, Oppo's expression hardened upon hearing this. The physician then stated that Hong Yu's injury was minor and would heal with time, causing Xie Wanmian's demeanor to darken further. Ming feigned concern. "How could the injury be so grave? It is my fault for not properly managing my maid. I implore the physician to ensure this young girl is treated well." Xie Wanmian glared at her insincerity, wishing she could rip the mask off her face, but she knew the moment for that had not yet arrived. She needed to strike a decisive blow against Ming. Emulating Ming's earlier weeping, Xie Wanmian fluttered her eyelashes, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Xie has been by my side since childhood. Her treatment has never been less than any other maid. Now that she has suffered this ordeal, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in condemnation of Hong Yu. "I've disliked Hong Yu for a long time. She has made life difficult for us." Flaunting her status as the eldest mistress in Oppo's, S-maid, and now bullying the second mistress in Oppo's. S-maid. Yes, indeed. How pitiful. A broken hand, seeing the tide turning against her. Hong Yu hurriedly defended herself. She insulted our eldest mistress first. I lost my temper and struck her. It was her own fault she fell down the steps. Xie Wanmian couldn't help but smirk at Hong Yu's audacity, realizing that one could judge a master by the character of their maid. Though Meng Huqing could not see, he furrowed his brow at the unfolding testimonies. Eldest sister-in-law, what should be the punishment for a maid who strikes her master according to household rules? Ming, having intended to silence Hong Yu, felt a chill run down her spine at his words. Clutching her handkerchief, she muttered, she should receive 30 lashes and be sold off. Xie Wanmian, eager to stoke the flames, remarked, I heard my brother say that you have always been fair. Surely you have a plan in mind. Ming glanced at Hong Yu and then at the distant Meng Huqing. Tears brimming in her eyes, she choked out, the maid must be punished according to the rules. But Hong Yu has been by my side since childhood. I only hope for you to overlook past grievances and allow her to remain with me. Might you grant this request, second sister-in-law? With that, she prepared to kneel. Chapter 85. The hands that cannot find rest. Xie Wanmian hurried forward to greet her, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, this gift is truly too generous. I cannot possibly accept it. Ming and Oppo's face turned pale upon hearing this. Did her sister-in-law truly intend to sell Hong Yu out of the household? A cold smile flickered across Xie Wanmian and damp Oppo's heart as she glanced at Jade, who had served her faithfully for over a decade. Jade instantly understood her unspoken intent. Sitting on the ground, she clutched her abdomen in feigned pain, sobbing, Second madam need not concern herself with me. I am but a worthless servant. It is only right that I endure the grievances and beatings from the eldest madam and Oppo's maid. With a flash of inspiration, Xie Wanmian quickly took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away her tears and choked out. Since my sister-in-law does not wish for Hong Yu to leave the household, I shall accept this grace. Later, you may punish her with 40 strokes. And then Jade may continue to care for my family. Ming bit her lip tightly. For her maid to serve another maid of equal rank was to imply that Hong Yu's mistress was merely an upper-class maid herself. Will my sister-in-law, so understanding, truly agree to this? Xie Wanmian gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, a smile gracing her lips. As Ming listened to the whispers of those around her, she realized that Xie Wanmian had placed her in a precarious position, compelling her to plead for Hong Yu's retention. If she were to retract her words now, it would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Taking a deep breath, Ming forced a smile and said, very well. Hong Yu had never anticipated such an outcome. Grasping Ming and Oppo's skirts tightly, she cried out, Eldest madam, please see reason and spare me this time. I shall never dare to again. Dragged along the ground by the matrons, like a wailing dog, she realized Ming could offer no assistance and began to curse furiously. Jade, you wretched creature. I will make sure you pay dearly. Hong Yu, mind your words. Ming knew that if she allowed Hong Yu to continue, more shameful truths would inevitably emerge. Even if this affair fell through, she had other means to ensure a parting between Xie Wanmian and Meng Huqing. Once the crowd dispersed, Xie Wanmian had Jade assisted to her room and summoned a doctor, bringing the matter to a close. As Xie Wanmian settled down on a brocade stool, the sky had turned a grayish blue, with a few stars twinkling upon the withered persimmon tree. She had intended to inquire when Meng Huqing would dine, only to find him already fast asleep. The sick often find their vitality becoming increasingly precious. She gently called for a servant to fetch a light blanket, preparing to cover him when his tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, startling her into almost dropping the blanket. As she attempted to retract her hand, he firmly grasped her wrist. Pain shot through her like a piercing ice shard, penetrating to her very bones. Hearing her cry of pain, Meng Huqing released her hand. Mian, did I hurt you? He longed to reach out and check for any injuries, but the pain in his back struck him like a hammer, leaving him rigid and frozen in place. Xie Wanmian twisted her wrist, finding only a faint red mark, and comforted him. Fear not, I am unharmed. Are you still tired? Would you like me to arrange for a meal now? After a long pause, Meng Huqing offered no reply, merely gazing at her with a lost expression. Xie Wanmian softly asked, "Second master, what troubles you?" "I'm sorry, Mian." Meng Huqing felt utterly powerless at this moment, having inadvertently harmed his own wife. He had exerted half his strength, surely causing her pain. Seeing his expression of guilt, Xie Wanmian was flooded with an inexplicable emotion. If in her previous life, Meng Huqing had not been so obstinate in demanding evidence from her, would she have not found herself so burdened with resentment? Why had the wisdom of her past life failed to resonate in this one? Yet, she had already come to terms with much in this life. Meng Huqing, should it be said that you are not only slow to react, but also sluggish in expressing your affections? With a soft sigh, Xie Wanmian felt tears welling in her eyes. She reached out to grasp his large hand, saying, "I am unhurt. You worry too much. At this rate, you might have to wait until next year for your sight to return." Her voice was gentle and soft, her smile bright, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks. Meng Huqing held her tightly, his voice hoarse and filled with emotion. "Listen, my lady, I shall not worry anymore. You must be hungry as well. Let us have our meal." Xie Wanmian looked in his clear eyes and genuinely smiled. "Very well. How delightful it is to experience the simplicity of life." 10 days had passed since Meng Huqing and Appo's wounds had stabilized, and his injuries had all scabbed over. Each night, after bathing and changing, Xie Wanmian would apply medicine to him. After finishing the treatment, he would sit in a rocking chair for a while, allowing the medicine to dry before going to bed. On this day, they had an early meal and bathed early as well. After applying scar ointment, Xie Wanmian cheerfully said, "All done. Second master, just wait here. I will summon someone to bring in the medicine shortly. They say the doctor has given you a new prescription, which is more beneficial for a swift recovery and cleansing any residual toxins from your body." Meng Huqing nodded. "Good." With that, she stepped outside to summon a maid to bring in the prepared medicine. The thick broth filled a white porcelain bowl, and since it had just been brewed, it needed to cool on the table before it could be consumed. Xie Wanmian set it aside and took up the ledger to calculate the profits from the rouge and garment shops in the capital. These ledgers had been brought to her by someone, and she had not calculated them in some time, now nearly covering the entire table. "Madam," Meng Huqing murmured her name. Since his blindness, he had often felt a sense of loss and inexplicable anxiety. He frequently recalled the image of his lady sleeping eternally in the ice cellar, a cold and dark place where he feared lighting a candle, lest the heat ruin her body. Instead, he would use a luminous night pearl to trace the outline of her features. Xie Wanmian counted the beads of her abacus, glancing at the medicinal soup on the table, noticing it was no longer steaming. "You wish to drink the medicine, don't you? I'll be right there." She set aside the ledger and handed the bowl of medicine to Meng Huqing. To her surprise, he took the bowl and offered it back to her, saying, "I wish for you to feed me today." Xie Wanmian teased, "Oh, since when did the second master become so delicate? You usually insist on drinking and eating by yourself." Meng Huqing simply smiled faintly. He merely wished to spend more time with her. Xie Wanmian scooped a spoonful of the medicinal soup, blowing on it gently before bringing it to his lips. His naturally thin lips, now stained with the broth, took on a hint of crimson, resembling a delicate application of lip color. As soon as he finished the medicine, he grasped Xie Wanmian's hand, raising his gaze as if light had begun to filter in, revealing her blurred visage beside him. "Lady, stay with me." Xie Wanmian shook her head. "I have not yet finished calculating the ledgers. I will do it for you later." Meng Huqing pulled her into his embrace. Xie Wanmian found herself lying across him, realizing his upper garment was not fully fastened, leaving his chest exposed and gleaming with a pearly sheen. In that moment, her hands felt uncertain of where to rest, especially as the rocking chair swayed, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. Note, the term Ling Tai has various meanings. In this context, it refers to a Buddhist concept often associated with the head. Thank you dearly for your reading and support. Much love. Chapter 86. Sleeping with you. As they lay close together, Xie Wanmian could feel the warmth of Meng Huqing and Appo's breath against her neck. He carried a faint scent of pine and a hint of bitter medicine, which, to be honest, was not unpleasant on him. It even possessed a certain refreshing quality. "What are you doing? The wound has only just scabbed over. If you tear it open again, Don and Appo's. T say I didn't and Appo's. T warn you. Xie Wanmian admonished in a cautionary tone. Meng Huqing could vaguely perceive his wife and Appo's delicate and radiant features, with fragments of sunlight filtering through the window, casting a soft glow upon her. Today, she wore a lilac gauze dress, which accentuated her fair complexion, creating an indescribable beauty. "I want to be with you," he said, tilting his head, his throat moving involuntarily, resembling a ripe fruit inviting to be plucked. His deep, husky voice enveloped her, causing her body to instinctively soften. Although Xie Wanmian was aware that he could not see at the moment, merely gazing into his tear-brimmed phoenix eyes made her heart race uncontrollably. Especially now, as she half knelt, half lay upon him. It was summer, and both were dressed lightly. She could distinctly feel Meng Huqing and Appo's response. Quickly averting her gaze, she covered his eyes with her hands. "No, have you forgotten what the doctor said?" She firmly rejected him, leaning against the rocking chair's backrest, attempting to rise. However, the more she tried to use the rocking chair to stand, the more it swayed beneath her. She was at a loss for how to descend. Meng Huqing did not respond, but instead grasped her wrist and then encircled her waist with one arm, leaning in to seal her lips with his. Xie Wanmian shot him an angry glare, but the fierceness of her expression held little menace. Her almond-shaped eyes merely flickered like a kitten just a few months old, playfully pawing at him. As his lips brushed against hers, a sense of impatience overcame her, and she reluctantly parted her lips to accept his warm, soft kiss. Time seemed to dissolve as the kiss lingered. Outside, the bamboo shadows gently swayed, the birds in the forest chirped melodiously, and the evening breeze caressed their hair. Intertwining with the rhythmic creaking of the rocking chair and the soft babbling of a nearby spring, all merging into the orange-hued horizon. Later, Xie Wanmian felt not only the shimmering light in her eyes swaying, but also her entire being seemed to sway. When she awoke again, it was already the following morning, and the light outside was bright. Turning over, she was greeted by the sight of the bamboo-woven rocking chair, and the memories of last night and Appo's indulgence surfaced unbidden. Smooth lips, dreamy gazes, and intertwined hands. She supported her waist and slowly sat up, her body sore and numb, making it difficult to bend down and put on her embroidered shoes. Just as she prepared to call for her maid, Xie, the door opened. Thinking it was Xie, she said, "Xie, help me with my shoes." To her surprise, it was Meng Huqing who emerged from behind the ink-painted screen, clad in a plain long robe, a translucent jade pendant dangling from his belt, its red tassel swaying gently with his steps. His dark hair was loosely gathered with a sandalwood hairpin, and a look of concern graced his handsome face. "Madam," he addressed her. Xie Wanmian gazed in his clear, bright eyes and suddenly realized something. You can see?" Meng Huqing stood before her, then knelt down to grasp her delicate ankle and slipped on her shoes, his tone gentle. "Thanks to you, madam. I can see now." Xie Wanmian's fingertips trembled. "When could you see?" "Last night." Xie Wanmian felt as if struck by lightning. If it was last night, then that meant she had thought Meng Huqing was blind, and during their intimate moments, she had never bothered to conceal her expressions, unlike before when she would shield her face with her hair or other objects. In a panic, she tried to retract her foot, but Meng Huqing and Appo's long, strong fingers held her firmly. "Madam, your shoes are not yet fastened." His slightly rough fingertips grazed her tender skin, leaving a faint blush upon her, sending tingles through her being, and tears welled in her eyes. "You saw last night?" she asked, her voice tinged with apprehension, fearful he would think her too reckless, and feeling embarrassed at the notion of being discovered. However, after fastening her shoes, Meng Huqing smiled and leaned down to kiss her cool fingertips. "Yes, I saw. My wife is beautiful in a way that is unique. Especially when you extended your graceful neck, your slightly parted lips radiated beauty. When did you become so shameless?" Xie Wanmian blushed and withdrew her hand, her voice quivering with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Meng Huqing sat beside her and spoke sincerely in his clear voice. "I hope you will no longer hide yourself from me. If you wish to maintain your dignity, I fear my wife might choose to part ways with me." Xie Wanmian suddenly stood up, grabbing a silk pillow from the rattan bed and tossing it at Meng Huqing. "I see you have lost all sense of shame." Just then, she heard Meng Huqing groan softly, clutching his abdomen, and hurriedly approached to check if he had hurt his wound or if he had been struck. Before she could finish her sentence, she leaned forward, only to be met with a soft kiss at the corner of her lips. Meng Huqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Now that my wife has bestowed a kiss, I feel much better. Xie Wanmian huffed softly. Where did you learn all this? Meng Huqing produced a book of romantic tales she often read, filled with enticing verses. She had initially found the plot and illustrations captivating, and now it appeared in her husband and Appo's hands. How could she remain oblivious? From here, I mentioned before that we could slowly learn the postures from the tales. I can also explore the contents you enjoy, and I will gradually master sweet nothings to share with you daily, just hoping you won't easily cast me aside. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing his words, Xie Wanmian felt a lump in her throat. His gentle murmurs seemed to gently knock against the doors of the defenses she had built, creating ripples in her heart. Had he spoken so openly in their past life, perhaps they could have cherished a lifetime of love. Yet, to forget the pains of her former life immediately was a task beyond her. She sniffled, her voice muffled. Give me some time. Though Meng Huqing did not comprehend the reasons behind the rift between them, he was willing to wait. He gently embraced her, soothingly whispering, I will wait for you. My lady, whenever you need me, just call. Xie Wanmian tightly grasped Meng Huqing and Appo's garment, weeping inconsolably. Fool! The Xie Wanmian who loved you most in her past life has long since perished. You have come too late. Chapter 87. An intriguing matter. After Meng Huqing regained his eyesight, he was summoned by Meng Hualin to the study to discuss matters concerning the candidate Lu. As they had initially anticipated, the matter had come to the attention of the emperor and was directly entrusted to the two brothers for investigation. Take a look at this edict. It was issued this morning and was originally meant for you. However, considering your recent blindness, it was handed to me. You shall assist me in the inquiry, Meng Hualin stated, placing a black stone on the chessboard before passing the edict to Meng Huqing. After examining it carefully, Meng Huqing replied unhurriedly, the crux of this case lies in locating Lu and Appo's. As for attendance and obtaining the coroner and Appo's records following the autopsy. You should pursue this angle while I discreetly verify the names on this half-sheet of paper. Meng Hualin nodded in agreement, gazing at the unfolding chess game. Shaking his head, he remarked, It seems I am destined to lose again. Meng Huqing smiled lightly. It appears that my elder brother is being overly modest. As the fragrance of Tiguanyin tea wafted through the air, he sipped from his cup and was about to propose the next steps when a voice from outside interrupted. Second Master, Chun Xiangshan wishes to invite you to celebrate his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. Here is the invitation. Meng Huqing glanced at the gilded invitation in the hand of his attendant, Fugu, then exchanged a knowing smile with his elder brother. Set it aside, he replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Jiyu, do you think Qin Xiangshan was involved in the previous assassination attempt? Meng Hualin and Appo's question undoubtedly delved deeper into the matter. Outside the long window, the sound of sycamore leaves rustling mingled with the soft glow filtering through the diamond-patterned window, casting delicate shadows on the chessboard. Meng Huqing pondered for a long while, gently rotating a white piece between his fingers before finally responding. Further investigation is warranted. Very well. Take more guard with you tomorrow to ascertain the details, Meng Hualin concluded. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing He Ming, who entered carrying yam cake and lotus pastries. You have been discussing official matters for too long, unaware that your younger brother has just recovered and cannot withstand such exertion, He Ming teased with a smile. Meng Hualin hurried over to assist his wife with the pastries. I understand. You should rest well. My constant concern for your younger brother might make me seem displeased. He Ming shyly turned away, clutching her silk handkerchief. All right. I will only concern myself with you. But speaking of this now, are you not afraid your younger brother will mock you? It matters not, Meng Hualin replied. By the way, Ming and Appo's, how about we wait until your health improves before we consider having a child? Meng Hualin and Appo's eyes sparkled. He had always been envious of others and Appo's children, longing to hold one but never feeling satisfied. He Ming and Appo's expression shifted slightly as she gently pushed Meng Hualin and Appo's hand away, perhaps in due time. Meng Huqing, overhearing the discussion about offspring, glanced at He Ming. In his previous life, after his elder brother's death, news of He Ming's pregnancy reached the capital, prompting the family elders to bring her into the household. However, he sensed something was amiss. Both the timing of his brother's death and He Ming's pregnancy seemed oddly coincidental. Lost in thought, he was suddenly met with He Ming's gentle smile. Meng Huqing averted his gaze, deep in contemplation. When the moon rose above the willow tops, Meng Huqing returned to Zue's Hujing after completing his official duties in the study. Xie Wanmian was seated at the peachwood table, directing the servants to prepare dinner. Due to his injuries still healing, the meal was rather light. Second master, Xie Wanmian stood up, attempting to greet him, but he raised a hand to stop her. He wrapped his arm around her delicate waist, speaking softly. "What have you been up to today, my dear?" "I am researching the materials that need improvement for the rouge shop," she replied enthusiastically. Opening several rouge boxes from the long table, she presented them to Meng Huqing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I discovered that we could add delightful fragrances to the rouge. Which color do you find most appealing?" Seeing his wife's proud expression brought a smile to Meng Huqing's lips. However, he truly could not discern any significant difference among the rouge boxes. "They all look beautiful," he commented, admiring the exquisite craftsmanship. His wife had always excelled in managing household affairs and running her shop. Xie Wanmian chuckled. "You clearly cannot tell which is which. You are merely trying to flatter me." Meng Huqing feigned indifference. "I wish to visit the ready-made clothing shop tomorrow to study their materials and business practices. I shall accompany you. I happen to have a banquet to attend in the morning." Meng Huqing's smile carried a hint of affection as he gazed at his wife's graceful neck, unconsciously caressing it with his fingers. Xie Wanmian looked slightly puzzled, glancing at him as she closed the rouge boxes. "What are you going for?" "Shooting and amp, oppos. To you be attending to your official duties tomorrow? I have completed my official matters today. I wanted to ask when you might be free to accompany me to the nearby summer resort for some rest." The room was filled with the fragrance of pear blossom incense. The cool breeze carried the scent from the ice chest. Yet he found himself preferring the scent that lingered on Wanmian. "It is too soon. Let's wait a while," Xie Wanmian replied directly. He gazed at her intently. "Very well, then I shall accompany you to the clothing shop this afternoon." Upon hearing his assertive tone, Xie Wanmian did not argue. Instead, she recalled another matter. "Regarding the issue of the refugees, I heard from my elder brother that it has been largely suppressed. He mentioned that your contributions were invaluable. Ever since he learned of his wife's encounter with the refugees, he had been determined to resolve the situation. After devising a thorough plan, he entrusted it to his elder brother, and within a few days, it was nearly settled. However, he also discovered that there were instigators among the refugees, although the mastermind remained elusive. Indeed, if the refugees are not dealt with, they pose a threat to everyone." As soon as he spoke, a knock echoed from the door. "Second master, the family of Lu and Amp, Oppo's candidate has arrived." Seeing him prepare to leave, Xie Wanmian said, "I will save you some dinner. Hurry along with your business." Meng Huqing observed his wife's calm demeanor, feeling a pang in his heart. He approached and gently kissed her. Noticing her surprise and annoyance, he smiled softly. "I shall return soon, my dear." With that, he donned his flowing white robe and stepped outside. As he crossed the courtyard, he received a handkerchief from his attendant. "Master, the summer heat has caused the corpse to decay, and the odor is unbearable. You should wear this." Upon donning it, he spotted the coroner approaching with trembling hands. "Sir, this matter is quite troublesome." Chapter 88. Let the child call others father. Meng Huqing furrowed his brow and said, "Do tell me your thoughts." The coroner wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve before responding. "The body has decayed too severely. It is impossible to conduct an examination unless the family of Lu's substitute agrees to the bone steaming method." Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence, the cold moonlight enveloping them. Meng Huqing seemed shrouded in a faint, ethereal glow, standing beside the osmanthus tree in his white robe, hands clasped behind him. His phoenix eyes slightly lowered. A breeze tousled his hair, lending him an air of solemnity and coolness. "I shall inquire about the family's opinion. If they consent, we shall proceed accordingly. If not, we will discuss alternative strategies." The coroner bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Lu and Oppos, Hess' substitute had lost his father in childhood, leaving only a widow and young child behind. Coming from humble origins, it was already a feat for him to achieve anything, and now, with the family's pillar fallen, the body could not even be preserved. He did not know how to approach the matter. As he stepped outside the hall, faint cries of mourning reached his ears. Approaching, he found Lu's widow already kneeling, pleading, "Please, great lord, show us your wisdom." Meng Huqing quickly stepped forward to assist her, saying, "There is no need for such formality. It is my duty to investigate. I shall ensure Lu and Amp, Oppo's innocence. Please rise." Lu and Amp, Oppo's wife wiped her tears, her slender fingers calloused from hard labor. "My husband was harmed by treacherous men. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, Lord Meng. Please help me find the true culprit. I cannot rest until I do." "Rest assured, but there are challenges in the investigation. I have come to seek your opinion," Meng Huqing replied in a professional tone. Lu's wife replied earnestly, "Please speak." "My lord, the body of Lu's substitute has decayed beyond recognition. To ascertain whether he died from poisoning, we must employ the bone steaming method, which may not preserve the entire body." Her face turned ashen, and she gazed numbly at her son, not yet 3 years old, tears flowing unbidden. "Was and Amp, Oppo's, he had already confirmed with silver needles that my husband died for poisoning?" Meng Huqing nodded, "Indeed, but there was no corner in Amp, Oppo's record then. This time, we must document the autopsy for the current emperor to provide proof for all." Upon hearing T Chapter 89, "My lady, a kiss, please, what request?" Xie Wanmian lifted the delicate peach-red silk quilt, revealing her enchanting face, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Meng Huqing, propping himself up with one hand, leaned forward, his phoenix eyes sparkling with a hint of allure. "My lady, a kiss, please," he said, his tone laced with a touch of coaxing. Xie Wanmian shot him a playful glare, resolute in her stance. "I won't fall for that, Lord Meng. You should attend to your duties." However, before she could finish her sentence, Meng Huqing gently pressed his lips against hers, adjusting the ties of his attire with an exuberant demeanor. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Meng Huqing. Xie Wanmian watched as his broad, sturdy back turned away. In a moment of jest, she tossed a silk pillow at him, only to hear him chuckle softly as he bent down to retrieve it and placed it back on the brocade stool before departing. Xie Wanmian huffed softly, bemused by how shameless Meng Huqing had become over the years. After tidying himself, Meng Huqing left the mansion, heading towards the home of Qin Xiangshan. Despite the early hour, the dawn had already brightened the sky, with clouds layered in the distance. Meng Huqing entered the carriage, lightly tapping the door frame with his folding fan. He addressed Ilay outside the carriage in a calm manner. "Make sure to investigate whether there are any irregularities at Qin Xiangshan's home. Exercise caution and remain undetected." "Understood, my lord," Ilay replied. Given that his elder brother's residence was far from the marketplace, and Qin's mansion was situated in the bustling heart of the city, it took nearly half an hour to reach their destination. Upon arrival, Ilay could genuinely sense that his master was in high spirits today, his expression radiating warmth. Not long after entering, Qin Xiangshan emerged to greet him. Approaching 40, dressed elegantly with an air of refinement, he expressed his honor at hosting Lord Meng. The moment Qin Xiangshan laid eyes on Meng Huqing, he was struck by his extraordinary presence. After all, he was the grandson of the current emperor. Even disregarding that status, Meng's exquisite appearance was enough to inspire awe. "Not all. I merely wish to borrow your esteemed reputation to witness the grandeur here," Meng Huqing replied courteously, fully aware of Qin Xiangshan and Amp, Oppo's esteemed reputation in Yongzhou. Yet, he understood that his investigation required solid evidence. Though Qin appeared amiable, Meng was reluctant to gamble with the lives of others, for human hearts are frail and unreliable. "Please do come in. I must attend to other guests here, but I shall share a drink with you shortly," Qin Xiangshan said with a beaming smile. Following the young servant of the Qin household, Meng Huqing entered the residence. Once seated, he subtly gestured for Ilay to survey the area for any potential evidence or clues. Ilay quietly withdrew to carry out the task. By the time Ilay returned, the coming-of-age ceremony had commenced. Meng Huqing lifted his eyelids to glance at him, holding a wine cup in his hand, and inquired nonchalantly, How goes it? Ilay shook his head. Meng Huqing felt a wave of relief. If Qin Xiangshan were entangled in this mess, it would pose a significant problem. If he remained uninvolved, the others in Yongzhou would not dare to speak ill, thus facilitating his investigation. Setting his wine cup aside, he smiled softly, contemplating how he could return to accompany his lady to the tailor shop once the ceremony concluded, feeling a surge of contentment. Soon, Qin Xiangshan's daughter, Qin Mingyan, appeared dressed in a crimson wide-sleeve gown, her hair unadorned for the ease of accessorizing later. Her delicate features exuded youthful charm, clearly cherished as the apple of her father and Appo's. Asai. She regarded the gathering with a hint of disdain, accustomed as she was to grand spectacles. However, upon catching sight of the man nearest to the main seat, her heart raced. The man, holding a cup delicately, had cold eyes and wore a jade-green round-collared robe that accentuated his porcelain-like complexion, giving him an ethereal glow. His austere and handsome visage outshone everyone present, and his demeanor was so dignified that it deterred anyone from approaching him. Even from afar, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual, exuding an aura reminiscent of a tranquil moonlight, serene yet sharp. Qin Mingyun momentarily halted, only to be urged forward by her maid. After her mother styled her hair, she still found herself lost in thoughts of the man. Once the coming-of-age ceremony concluded, the banquet formally began, with guests moving to the dining area to enjoy performances while feasting. Yet, Qin Mingyun's mind was in turmoil. She could not settle her thoughts. As she saw her mother preparing to greet guests, she hurriedly asked, "Mother, who was that young man seated there?" With a playful smile, Qin and Appo's lady gently tapped her daughter in Appo's brow and teased, "Why, have you taken a fancy to him so soon after your coming of age?" Qin Mingyun blushed and pouted, "Mother, I merely found him handsome." After a moment and Appo's contemplation, her mother replied, "He is the newly appointed Inspector Meng. If you are interested, I can inquire with your father and arrange for you to meet him." "Mother, please don't jest with me," Qin Mingyun said, shyly covering her face with a handkerchief. Shortly thereafter, Qin and Appo's lady approached Qin Xiangshan to learn more about Meng Huqing before quickly returning to bring her daughter to meet the guests. As an esteemed guest, Meng Huqing was seated at the head table, and the mother-daughter duo soon entered the hall to find him seated there, wearing a polite, detached smile. "Lord, Mingyun has arrived," Qin and Appo's lady announced, guiding her daughter to sit, then signaling Qin Xiangshan to speak. Understanding his wife and Appo's intent, Qin Xiangshan politely inquired amidst the clinking of cups, "Lord Meng, at such a tender age, you are indeed a fine specimen. Might I ask if you're already betrothed?" "I have a beloved wife, gentle and amiable," Meng Huqing replied, his tone rising slightly, and even the frost in his brows seemed to thaw. Qin Mingyun and Appo's lips quivered, tears almost spilling forth, just as she found someone she admired. He was already married. Such was the cruel twist of fate. She muttered her discomfort to her mother and hastily retreated to the back courtyard. After the banquet concluded, Meng Huqing hurried back to his residence. Upon entering, he found his wife languidly reclined on a couch, engrossed in a storybook, her face illuminated with a smile. "My lady, have you dined?" Xie Wanmian turned a page and, upon seeing him, straightened her posture, donned her embroidered shoes, and replied, "I have already dined." "What delectable dishes did you have at the banquet today?" "They were all rather similar, not as delightful as what you prepare," Meng Huqing remarked, feeling somewhat parched from the slightly salty meal. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he recalled their plans to visit the tailor shop and casually asked, "My lady, are you planning to visit the tailor shop now?" Xie Wanmian had been waiting for this moment. Adjusting her hairpin, she replied with a radiant smile, "I was just about to go." As Meng Huqing prepared to rise, Ilay approached and said, "My lord, the coroner has completed the autopsy, and there is new progress on the case." Xie Wanmian, with her keen ears, caught this and felt a pang of disappointment. She had waited for half an hour and could not accompany him. It would be inappropriate to hinder Meng Huqing's duties, so she maintained her composure and said, "Since you have matters to attend to, please do not let me delay you." "Okay, here's the refined and elegant version of the text you provided." Chapter 90. Arrogant and domineering, observing the apparent indifference on his wife's countenance. Meng Huqing felt a constricting unease in his chest. He grasped her hand with a certain obstinacy, his usually cool voice imbued with a hint of entreaty. "It will not be long. I implore you to await my return. Would you be so kind?" Xie Wanmian disengaged her hand from his, glancing at Ilay, who remained standing nearby. "Release me quickly. Only if my lady consents." Meng Huqing fixed his gaze upon Xie Wanmian, his slender fingers enveloping her delicate hand, intertwining with hers in a possessive clasp. A gentle smile lingered upon his lips. Flustered by his audacity, Xie Wanmian relented. "Very well, proceed then. But if you are not finished within half an hour, I shall not tarry for you." Upon receiving her consent, Meng Huqing raised her hand, bestowing a tender kiss upon its back. "Fear not, it shall not exceed half an hour. Should I be delayed, my lady may proceed, and I shall join you anon." With these words, he released Xie Wanmian and addressed Ilay, who stood with his back turned. "Come, let us investigate." Ilay scratched his head, observing Meng Huqing and Appo's spirited demeanor from afar. He felt a surge of relief, knowing that he would be spared from his master and Appo's disciplinary measures for the time being. Meng Huqing arrived at the corner and Appo's examination site, where the corpse lay beneath a red oil paper umbrella. The bones of the neck bore evident signs of blood congealing, and several other areas displayed similar indications. Beside the bowl containing the broth concocted from the bones lay a black and silver needle. "As your honor can see, Lu Hobu not only succumbed to poisoning, but also suffered injuries from a beating," the coroner stated earnestly. Meng Huqing nodded. "Has this been duly recorded?" "It has been entered into the records," the coroner replied. "Your honor is the most conscientious official I have encountered in handling such cases. Most officials would recoil from the sight of a corpse, harboring deep-seated superstitions." The coroner, a man past 60, spoke with a touch of melancholy. Meng Huqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "It is my duty." He gazed upon the remains of Lu Hobu in the distance, a sense of desolation washing over him. Lu Simi could have been a virtuous official, but now he is destined to rest eternally in the earth. "If I am not vigilant, I fear I shall be haunted by nightmares." When the investigation at the scene was nearing its conclusion, he returned to the snow bamboo residence. Xie Wanmian appeared slightly surprised by his swift return. She set aside her pastry, cleansed her hands, and gracefully approached him. She was adorned in a turquoise-hued ruchuan embroidered with floral patterns. Her hair was styled in a cascading chignon, embellished with floral hairpins. Jade white earrings adorned her ears, and her captivating eyes shimmered like autumn waters, radiating unparalleled beauty. Meng Huqing stepped forward to take her hand, but Xie Wanmian withdrew it, casting a fleeting glance at him. "Such conduct is unseemly," she chided, employing a phrase he had used in a previous life. "Where have I heard that before?" Meng Huqing pondered, furrowing his brow. As he stood there perplexed, his wife glided toward the moon gate. Without hesitation, he strode forward, seizing her hand. "Holding my wife and Appo's hand is an expression of marital affection." Xie Wanmian pursed her lips, unable to find a retort. She could only support herself on his arm as they boarded the carriage. Soon, the carriage halted before a renowned clothing store in Yongzhou, known as the Linglang Pavilion. The throngs of customers outside testified to its thriving business. The streets teemed with pedestrians, and hawkers traversed the lanes, peddling their wares. Tea houses and restaurants lined the streets, and the aroma of freshly baked hawthorn cakes wafted from a pastry shop, their golden brown crusts tempting passers-by. Aware of his wife and Appo's fondness for these cakes, Meng Huqing smiled and said, "My lady, proceed to the Linglang Pavilion. I shall purchase some hawthorn cakes for you presently." Xie Wanmian blinked, feigning indifference. "I'm not as eager to eat them as you suggest." Meng Huqing nodded in agreement. "It is I who am greedy." With that, he went to acquire the hawthorn cakes. Xie Wanmian did not dwell on the matter, lifting her skirt as she stepped into the Linglang Pavilion. Observing that the women of Yongzhou favored light robes, she mused that it might be due to the local climate, which was often rainy. Light robes were more breathable, and if delicate embroidery were added. As she pondered this, her gaze fell upon an autumn-colored silk skirt. If it were modified, it could potentially become a new style. With that thought, she pointed to the garment and said, "Please, shopkeeper, fetch that one for me." "Certainly, esteemed customer," the shop assistant replied, handing the robe to Xie Wanmian. Xie Wanmian, in high spirits, took the robe to a dressing room to try it on. Upon emerging, she captivated the attention of many women. Her natural beauty and graceful figure made her a walking advertisement. After careful consideration, Xie Wanmian decided that it was suitable for modification and instructed Jade to pay for it. "Very well, esteemed customer. We shall settle the payment over here," the shop assistant said with a smile, taking the robe. Jade stepped forward to retrieve the silver, but a clear, crisp voice rang out from behind. "I want this one too." As the words faded, a young woman pointed to the robe that Xie Wanmian had just requested. Xie Wanmian raised her eyes and saw a pretty woman with slightly upturned eyes, dressed in a pomegranate red skirt. She should have exuded youthful vitality, but the woman's overbearing demeanor lent her features a touch of acrimony. The shop assistant looked at the young woman with some trepidation, seemingly recognizing her. "Miss Chun, this silk robe was chosen by this lady first. Perhaps you could consider another style? We have other silk robes in our store." Chun Mingyun pouted, casting a dissatisfied glance at Xie Wanmian. "She hasn't paid yet. Why should I let her have it? Give it to me. I'll pay whatever it costs." Jade could not bear to see her young mistress bullied in this way. She snorted and said, "Everything should be done in order. Do you think you're the only one with money?" Chun Mingyun said disdainfully, "Do you think I only have money? Do you know who I am? And who my father is? Even if your father is a court official, things should still be done in order. How can you be so arrogant and domineering?" Jade said, placing her hands on her hips. Your mistress hasn't an amp, oppose, even spoken. What right do you, a lowly servant, have to speak to me?" Xie Wanmian had no desire to contend for the robe, but she was unwilling to compromise herself. Jade was usually more eloquent, so she had not intervened initially. However, now that her personal maid was being harassed, she would not stand idly by. "Miss, I chose this robe first. I shall not relinquish it. However, if you desire it, I request that you first apologize to my maid." "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Chun Mingyun reached out to shove Xie Wanmian. Note: blood suffusion refers to the marks left by blood that has congealed into a bruise. Chapter 91. What are you talking about? Chun Mingyun suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist. "Who dares to offend me? The young lady? Is one seeking death?" As she turned around, she was met with a pair of piercing eyes that bore the weight of authority, emanating an oppressive air. Upon seeing that hauntingly beautiful face once more, her pupils involuntarily constricted, and her heart began to race uncontrollably, losing its rhythm, rendering the pain in her wrist almost imperceptible. Just one glance felt like a winter and damp, Oppo's snowstorm enveloping her, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Then, her hand was released. Ignoring the ache in her wrist, she stepped forward, astonished, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. "It was you." Meng Huqing furrowed his brows and spoke coldly. "Is Miss Chin so disrespectful in public, so arrogant? Is it your custom to resort to violence when words fail? Is this how your family has taught you?" His barrage of questions doused her like cold water, and she realized that making a poor impression on someone she admired was truly regrettable. It would have been better to turn the tables. At least the shopkeeper had some ties with her father and would not fully support the woman before her. After all, she had laid eyes on the dress that she fancied first, and the payment had not been settled yet. Yet, I distinctly heard that it was Miss Chun who insisted on seizing my beloved garment. Are you attempting to obfuscate the truth with your explanations? Meng Huqing methodically wiped the spot where he had touched Chun Mingyun with a damp handkerchief borrowed from the shopkeeper, his eyes reflecting utter disdain for her earlier conduct. Chun Mingyun naturally noticed this, her eyes glistening with tears as she glanced between Meng Huqing and Xie Wanmian. Both were stunningly beautiful, and unable to contain her frustration, she lowered her head while clutching the handkerchief. "Sir Meng, I was in the wrong, but what I said was not incorrect." She had not made her purchase, so naturally, the dress goes to the highest bidder. Suppressing her distaste, he turned his back and coldly declared, "Miss Chun may offer whatever amount she wishes to buy it. Meng, shall pay 10 times that price." Chun Mingyun, witnessing Meng Huqing's tender gaze directed towards Xie Wanmian, chose not to embarrass herself further and stormed out of the door in anger. Xie Wanmian bit her lip and let out a light laugh, stating, "I knew this troublemaker had to be summoned by her husband." "Boring. How much is it?" Meng Huqing inquired of the shop assistant, subsequently settling the payment. As he turned, he noticed his wife's displeased expression and stepped forward to take her hand. But she merely attempted to free herself from his grasp. Meng Huqing scooped her into his arms, unsure whether to laugh or cry. With a gentle smile, he asked, "Is my wife feeling jealous?" "Jealous? What do I have to be jealous of? What could possibly prompt my jealousy?" Xie Wanmian retorted, somewhat irritated. Meng Huqing lowered his gaze, tightening his grip on her hand, his voice soft and indulgent. "Indeed, my wife is absolutely correct." Realizing that her outburst was somewhat unreasonable, she acknowledged that Meng Huqing had handled the situation well, drawing clear boundaries with his words instead of remaining cold and silent as he had in their past life. In her previous existence, she too had felt jealousy but never displayed it openly, merely suffering in silence. She observed her half-sister and Meng Huqing exchanging pleasantries, watching as Meng repeatedly approached her husband under the guise of a caring sister-in-law, not to mention the swarm of admirers outside. It was as if Meng often feigned illness to linger near Meng Huqing, who, being somewhat naive, would visit her a few times, never realizing her true intentions. Fortunately, at times, he was astute enough to remember to bring her along whenever he visited his sister-in-law. Eventually, the oblivious Meng Huqing sensed something amiss and ceased those visits. Yet she still found it difficult to swallow her resentment, feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. Even though Meng Huqing never engaged with those women and always behaved appropriately, the unavoidable physical contact was clearly intentional on their part, and while he might not perceive it, how could she, as his wife, remain oblivious? This caused her distress, yet also relief. Distress from the countless women who drew near with ulterior motives, and relief because Meng Huqing was like a block of wood, cold and unapproachable, never allowing anyone to feel that they could approach him freely. At that time, she dared not voice her feelings, fearing being labeled a jealous wife. However, upon reflection, she recognized her strong possessiveness. Something she cherished could not be shared or harmed. Yet, was there any fault in this? Women were supposed to adhere to certain virtues. Should men not also understand what was appropriate after marriage? Why should she confine herself to these thoughts? Xie Wanmian realized that she had been investing all her energy in caring for Meng Huqing lately, neglecting her own needs and desires. Instead of worrying, she should indulge in her own interests. Her expression regained its composure as she declared, "Let us return home." Though it was a seemingly light statement, Meng Huqing inexplicably sensed his wife's emotional distance. Once in the carriage, a space that felt more enclosed, the sensation intensified. Typically, his wife would nibble on the pastries from the small table while gazing outside at the scenery, but now she merely fiddled with the silk sleeves of her garment. Meng Huqing felt an overwhelming sense of unease. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to when his wife had begun to distance herself from him, not understanding why she would be upset with him. If he were to ask her directly, he feared she might think he was neglecting her for the affairs of the household, unworthy as a husband. Yet this time, he desired clarity. He reached for her delicate hand, his expression filled with apprehension. "Have I done something wrong to upset you?" "You haven't done anything wrong," Xie Wanmian replied softly, her thoughts still entangled in memories of their past life. "Today I attended the coming-of-age ceremony for Chun Xiangshan's daughter. That woman was indeed his daughter. Chun Xiangshan is a highly esteemed figure in this region, and I must rely on him to unearth the hidden pests lurking behind the scenes." Meng Huqing gently caressed the back of Xie Wanmian's soft hand, his voice imbued with tenderness. "If my wife does not trust me, I can swear that in this life, there is only you, Mian Mian. I shall never betray you. Should I stray from this vow, may I face 1,000 arrows." Xie Wanmian was jolted into awareness by his words, hastily covering his mouth, her tone laced with irritation. "Meng, do you even realize what nonsense you were spouting?" With a thud, the conversation echoed. Chapter 92. My lady, you may not believe me. Meng Huqing and Appo's head collided forcefully against the wheel of the carriage, producing a dull yet resounding thud that startled Xie Wanmian into reaching out instinctively to check his injury. Second master, does it hurt? Her gentle voice trembled slightly with concern. Observing his wife and amp, Appo's, as furrowed brow, Meng Huqing felt a ripple of warmth within. She still cared for him. However, her sudden desire for distance, as suggested by Liu, indicated that he had failed to provide her with sufficient security, prompting her to sulk. He remained silent, merely gazing at Xie Wanmian, his deep-set eyes resembling tempestuous clouds before a storm, teeming with a concealed excitement and an intricate blend of anxiety. Despite the absence of an impending downpour, his gaze seemed to devour her gradually, tracing from her brow to her lips and beyond. Xie Wanmian's long lashes fluttered softly, and she slowly withdrew her hand, only to have it captured by Meng Huqing, who held her delicate wrist firmly within his broad palm. His rough fingertips grazed her tender skin, coaxing a blush to bloom, yet he did not release her. I believe the second master is no longer in pain, she mused, attempting to retract her hand, but finding it ensnared. Meng Huqing lifted his eyelids, redirecting his attention to her, murmuring, "I am in pain." Before Xie Wanmian could comprehend, she reached out to touch the back of his head, discovering no swelling. "Is it an injury to your back? Or has a wound reopened?" She felt her hand guided to his chest. "It hurts here." "Second master," Xie Wanmian called out hesitantly. Meng Huqing, brow slightly furrowed, averted his gaze and spoke softly. "My lady, you were just upset with me. Though I am unsure of my fault, if I have erred, I apologize here. Yet, you have never disclosed the reasons for your displeasure, which leaves me puzzled. I find it difficult to discern your thoughts. So I kindly ask you to provide me with a hint occasionally, if you would." Xie Wanmian's fingers curled slightly. Her throat felt constricted, rendering her momentarily speechless. "No, I was merely envious. I thought that young lady was acquainted with you, and that your handling of the situation had prompted her to come and trouble me. I misjudged your intentions." She awkwardly averted his intense gaze, grasping for a flimsy excuse to deflect the moment. In that instant, she appeared like a child yearning for a long-lost sweet, fixated on the confection that had eluded her. But would the original treat truly taste sweeter? That remained uncertain to her. She was perpetually haunted by the events of her past life, even treating the current Meng Huqing through the lens of her previous experiences, leading her to believe she had erred gravely. Yet, she could not forget the wounds inflicted upon her in her past. To forget would mean betraying her former self, exposing this life to the risk of sinking into the mire once more. Meng Huqing, witnessing his wife's disjointed expressions, felt a pang of sorrow and swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. He understood that her words were not entirely true, but her helpless demeanor suggested she had encountered something troubling. Had she been mistreated in the Xie family? Had she faced ridicule at the academy? Or had she grown up in an environment rife with betrayal, having lost her mother at a young age? "My lady, I shall love only you in this life. You may not trust me and may question me as you wish, but I only need to understand the reasons behind your anger. When you're no longer upset, your heart will feel lighter and your health will improve." He gently caressed her slender back, his whispers imbued with tender resolve. Xie Wanmian clung tightly to his waist, her forehead resting on his shoulder as she wept softly. If this incarnation of Meng Huqing mirrored that of her past life, she would harbor no remorse. Yet, fate had conspired to present them with a different narrative. By the time they returned home, dusk had settled. The rustling leaves of the forest whispering softly as a rabbit, hidden amidst the grass, perked up its fuzzy ears to listen intently. Startled by the sound of galloping hooves, it quickly retreated to its burrow. As Xie Wanmian alighted from the carriage, a cool breeze danced around her skirts. Approaching the entrance, she noticed a figure riding swiftly towards them. The young servant clutched a letter, his horse's hooves thundering, threatening to shatter the tranquility of the moment. "Halt!" The servant quickly reined in his horse, dismounting with a look of confusion. "Who is Inspector Meng? And where is Governor Meng? Who are you?" A voice, resolute and tinged with authority, emerged, wielding a sword of tears before Meng Huqing and the others. The servant, recognizing his previous rudeness, bowed apologetically. "Please forgive my insolence. My lord has passed away, and since the eldest son of the Meng family resides in Yongzhou, I have come to inform you and hope that both the eldest and second sons can attend the funeral." Upon hearing this, Meng Huqing's brow furrowed. In his past life, he had suffered a grievous injury and had yet to recover his sight. He recalled that he and Wanmian had maintained a respectful distance. Yet he had never allowed messages to reach home lightly under his orders. Wanmian, naturally unaware of his blindness, found that many things had changed in this life. Thus, he was not entirely informed about the funeral arrangements, only knowing that his elder brother had inexplicably fallen gravely ill shortly after departing, leading to his demise 3 months later. "May I inquire which lord has passed?" he asked calmly. The servant's face was etched with sorrow, his voice trembling. "Lord Xiaoyao." Meng Huqing stepped forward to accept the envelope. "I understand. My brother and I shall certainly attend." The servant regarded the youthful figure before him, feeling an immediate fondness for the second son of the Meng family. Known for his striking appearance, "Please convey my lady's wishes when you attend." Meng Huqing returned the gesture, of course. After the servant departed, he and Xie Wanmian returned to the Snow Bamboo residence. Throughout the journey, Meng Huqing wore a pensive expression, prompting Xie Wanmian to hold her tongue. Once inside, she quietly poured him a cup of tea. Sitting on a brocade stool, Meng Huqing examined the contents of the envelope and the 2 white invitations. On the surface, everything appeared flawless. Perhaps he should not have allowed his brother to go. Yet, he could not venture forth alone, for he had Wanmian to consider. Logically, his brother was skilled in combat and came from a prominent family, rendering him seemingly invulnerable. Could it be that, lost in thought, he caught sight of a delicate arm extending into his line of vision? He quickly reached out to grasp it, but their hands intertwined instead. Seeing the bewildered expression on his wife's face, his troubled thoughts subsided, for he still had her by his side. He was determined to uncover the truth behind his brother's death. "Thank you, my lady." He took a sip from his teacup. The warmth of the liquid dispelling the chill in his throat and slightly alleviating his mood. Noticing the persistent furrow in his brow, Xie Wanmian inquired, "Is something troubling you, second master?" She poured herself a cup of tea and began savoring the hawthorn cake he had bought earlier in the street. Meng Huqing hesitated, knowing that revealing the potential danger of his impending journey would only incite her to oppose it. After a moment, he replied, "It is nothing, merely reflecting on the emotions stirred by attending my uncle and Appo's funeral." Lord Xiaoyao lived up to his title, relishing the beauty of nature. "In my childhood, I was once frightened by a ghostly figure in a dream, and he, having learned some sorcery from who knows where, was the one to dispel my nightmares. Now, everything has changed." Xie Wanmian found his story delightful, never having imagined the second master could have been so endearing as a child. Meng Huqing took her hand, his long lashes casting shadows over his cheeks, a smile playing on his lips. "Those were long ago yet." Note, the character E refers to the wooden panels on either side of the interior of a carriage. Chapter 93. The incompetent husband. Meng Huqing spoke slowly. "It is merely that the Prince of Leisure and the princess consort do not share a harmonious relationship. At that time, 5 princes were fiercely competing for the throne, and the princess consort, hailing from a distinguished lineage, naturally hoped her husband would make a bid for power. Who would have thought that the Prince of Leisure not only harbored no such ambition, but also quarreled with the princess consort? Within 3 months of their marriage, he left home to wander the mountains and enjoy leisure, his heart not set on such matters. He devoted himself to painting landscapes of Wei, providing assistance to many impoverished scholars. Xie Wanmian leaned languidly against the jade pillow of the beauty couch, her voice laced with a hint of curiosity. "What do you think of the Prince of Leisure, second master? Or rather, how do you perceive such a husband?" After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "In my humble opinion, he is a capable uncle, a decent son, and a truly good man, but he falls short as a husband and a father. He spends most of his time away, resulting in a lack of closeness with his children. Due to the estrangement with the princess consort, he has deliberately caused her distress by taking numerous concubines, leading to a marriage characterized by absence." At this juncture, he fell into contemplation. Hearing this, Xie Wanmian couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of empathy for the princess consort. Was she not in a similar predicament with Meng Huqing in her past life? While her husband might excel as an official outside, he neglected his responsibilities at home. He could only be considered a barely adequate husband and father, never truly exceptional. Casting aside her thoughts, Xie Wanmian straightened up and gently waved a fan she had by her side. Her demeanor relaxed. Second Master, shall we prepare extra clothing for our visit to the Prince of Leisure's residence tomorrow? Although we are in Yongzhou, the journey to the Prince and Amp, Appo's residence by carriage is still quite lengthy. With one located in the north and the other in the south, the distance is considerable, making it unlikely we will return in time. You should remain in the manor. The journey is bumpy, and it would be taxing for you. Meng Huqing deliberated before speaking. He naturally wished to shield his wife from stepping into such murky waters, as the road ahead was fraught with danger. It was best to avoid such matters. Xie Wanmian, indifferent to whether she went or not, was more concerned about him Ming and Appo's as potential mischief, especially given the suspicious circumstances surrounding Meng Huailin and Appo's death. After Meng Huailin passed, Meng Huqing's demeanor darkened, and with the emperor's growing suspicion, he lacked his elder brother's support, causing several new policies to falter, leading to unrest among the populace. It was only after she became pregnant with Hong and Amp, Appo's, that a rare smile graced his face. If she chose not to go, who would investigate the subsequent suspicious events? No one. Since he was the esteemed uncle of the second master, her absence would surely invite gossip. How would others perceive the second master then? And how would they view her? Xie Wanmian analyzed earnestly. Meng Huqing regarded the clarity in Xie Wanmian's eyes, momentarily at a loss for how to refuse. His beloved seldom made requests of him, and he pondered whether declining would bring her sorrow. My dear, there will be mourning to observe during this visit. You have only recently arrived in Yongzhou, and undertaking another journey may prove taxing for your health. He gently caressed the rim of the teacup, his tone revealing an urgency absent before. He produced a map of Yongzhou, noting that the journey required traversing several rugged mountains, which would be arduous, especially in rainy weather, leaving garments soaked and difficult to dry. Xie Wanmian chuckled, lightly tapping his shoulder with the fan, teasing him. When did you become so cautious? Did you forget I rushed from the capital for whom? Meng Huqing gritted his teeth, ultimately declaring, I just received word that attending the memorial poses a danger. I cannot allow you to take that risk. Then you must not go either, nor can my elder brother, Xie Wanmian promptly countered. She recognized the childishness of her words, but understood their precarious situation. With enemies lurking in the shadows, if this plot failed, an unexpected ambush could leave them defenseless. At least this time, their calculations were within their expectations. What about next time? Setting the teacup aside, Meng Huqing furrowed his brow as he met Xie Wanmian's gaze. Realizing that his wife had to go, especially after he had spoken those words, her resolve now even stronger. He knew he could not refuse her request. He took her hand gently. As you mentioned, both my brother and I must attend the memorial. If you insist on accompanying us, I implore you to stay close to my side. Do not forget, at the funeral, we must separate the male and female guests. Rest assured, I will ensure my own safety and spare you any concern. Xie Wanmian playfully blinked, then turned her gaze to the darkening forest outside. The sunset had quietly vanished without notice, and soon, the darkness enveloped the sky. The next day, the Meng brothers requested leave for 2 days, accompanied by their wives and guards, and set off grandly for the Prince of Leisure and Appo's residence. Xie Wanmian had already changed into mourning attire within the carriage, adorning her head with white floral decorations. It is often said that a woman should be charming, yet in mourning, she appeared even more exquisite in her white garments. Her beauty was enhanced, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, making her eyes shimmer with depth. Although Meng Huqing knew this was not the time to be captivated by his wife and Appo's beauty, he couldn't and Appo's help but glance in her direction. He averted his gaze just as she seemed to notice, lifting the curtain to look outside, his mind reciting the Quietude Sutra. After nearly 4 hours of travel, the crescent moon in the sky indicated that it was almost time for the evening. Soon, they arrived at the Prince of Leisure's residence. Upon disembarking, the sound of weeping resonated within the estate. Shortly after their arrival, a servant guided them inside, where they were met with a flurry of formalities before they could finally have a moment of respite. Due to Meng Huqing and Amp, Appo's position as the nephew, he was not required to keep vigil. After exchanging pleasantries with familiar relatives, He and Xie Wanmian proceeded to the prearranged room to rest. The decor was elegant, and the ice basin was filled abundantly. A gentle night breeze brought a refreshing chill. After bathing, Xie Wanmian donned a simple white skirt. Having sat in the carriage for an extended period, her waist ached considerably. As she began to massage her back, a pair of warm hands gently began to knead her muscles, the technique and pressure remarkably skilled, making her close her eyes in comfort. "Did you receive special training for this, second master?" Xie Wanmian yawned softly, inquiring. Meng Huqing lowered his gaze to her glistening lips, his eyes deepening slightly. He had once visited the military and learned from an old military physician, which helped alleviate some physical fatigue. Have the guards noticed anything unusual? He had never adhered to the notion that domestic affairs should not interfere with official duties, promptly providing his wife with an answer, "Not at the moment." Just as Xie Wanmian was about to respond, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Chapter 94. Embrace. Xie Wanmian and Meng Huqing exchanged glances, then instinctively turned their attention to the door. Outside, the extinguished lanterns appeared to flicker back to life, casting a wavering glow, accompanied by the hurried sound of footsteps that drowned out even the cicada's song. It was the witching hour. Normally, such a commotion would be inconceivable during a period of mourning. Meng Huqing pushed open the window, allowing the moonlight to flood in, illuminating the figure of a man, perched on a branch, appeared to be discerning something with great care. Meng Huqing furrowed his brow and instructed him softly, "Go investigate what is happening in the front yard. But be cautious, do not let anyone detect your presence." "Yes." Once the man departed, a young girl named Jade hurried to the door, holding a lacquered tray adorned with mother-of-pearl floral patterns. She knocked and called, "Second madam, second master." Her voice trembled slightly, inducing a sense of unease. "Come in," Xie Wanmian replied, stretching languidly while fanning herself with a hand fan. Jade entered, her face flushed like a shrimp steamed to perfection under the dim candlelight. The tray she carried was filled with exotic fruits, clearly not from the local area. "Second madam, the fifth prince has arrived, but he is injured, seemingly attacked by an assassin. He also requested to summon the male members of the family to discuss the funeral arrangements and to find the assassin." Jade spoke in a fluster, glancing nervously behind her. "I heard that the fifth prince was gravely wounded less than a mile from the Xiaoyao Wangfu, and now everyone there is on edge. Many of the night watch maids and servants have been subjected to severe interrogations." As her voice trailed off, it grew softer, and she trembled as if shaken by a chill. Xie Wanmian, having weathered many storms, remained relatively composed. She glanced at the tray of fruits and inquired, "And what are these wild berries and this exotic fruit?" Jade explained, "They were procured by the fifth prince's trusted aides from another country, intended to offer a taste of novelty and to calm the populace." Xie Wanmian found the fifth prince perplexing. Her previous life had ended too soon for her to grasp the political turmoil that followed, where many were ensnared in the power struggles among princes. At that time, Meng Huqing had earned the emperor's favor through his adept governance in Yongzhou, thus avoiding suspicion and peril. The subsequent rivalry between the fifth prince and the crown prince was a tale she could not fully fathom. "I will go take a look. You stay here, my lady," Meng Huqing said, noticing a sheen of sweat forming on Xie Wanmian's brow. He gently wiped it away, placing a small ice basin beside her before departing, cautioning, "Do not indulge in the cold. Your monthly cycle is approaching." Xie Wanmian blushed, muttering, "I understand. Be careful yourself." Meng Huqing smiled gently and adjusted his attire before stepping outside. After he left, Xie Wanmian stared at the fruit but felt no appetite. She intended to offer some to Jade, yet the girl, terrified, waved her hands. "No, miss. Those are gifts from the fifth prince. A lowly servant like me would not dare partake." Seeing Jade so averse, Xie Wanmian relented, asking her to add more ice for when Meng Huqing returned. Once alone, she returned to the intricately carved wooden bed, where everything was neatly arranged. Draping a thin coverlet over her abdomen, she lay there for a long while without sleeping. Turning to her side, she noticed Jade had dozed off at the table. Outside, tranquility had returned, yet her heart was filled with unrest. interrupted only by the sporadic chirping of insects beyond the green gauze curtains. Though summer had yet to fully arrive, not a breath of cool air penetrated the stifling heat within, akin to warm water infused with ice, devouring the slightest hint of relief. She fanned herself, tossing and turning before donning an outer garment and rising slowly. Pushing the door open, she gazed toward the nearby lake, which lay eerily still, amplifying her anxiety. At that moment, a bony hand grasped hers, startling her into silence. "It's me," came the familiar, slightly weary voice of Meng Huqing. "Why have you returned so late?" Xie Wanmian asked, her worry evident as she approached him. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "Has the fifth prince found the assassin?" Meng Huqing sighed, taking her hand as he led her into the inner chamber, passing through the embroidered screen. He settled into a round chair, his expression grave. "The fifth prince has already ordered the execution of several servants. Everyone is on edge, fearing the repercussions of this turmoil." Xie Wanmian seated herself nearby, while Jade, awakening abruptly, poured tea for Meng Huqing before bowing and exiting. Who could have attempted to assassinate the fifth prince near the Xiaoyao Wangfu? Xie Wanmian pondered, a frown creasing her brow. Something felt amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Meng Huqing. "Do you not find it strange? If the assassin had a premeditated plan, why would they choose this location? Yet if they had been following him, surely those around the fifth prince would have noticed something amiss. Furthermore, the fifth prince's itinerary is not common knowledge. Could it be that they aimed solely to kill him outside the Xiaoyao Wangfu?" Meng Huqing regarded her with admiration, impressed by her analytical prowess. He had also considered such a possibility. While the occurrence might be coincidental, it could not be without reason. Perhaps the fifth prince was not merely seeking the assassin. As these thoughts coalesced in his mind, a chill crept over him. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, formulating a plan. Returning to the present, he noticed Xie Wanmian's worried expression and gently reassured her, "Do not fret. My lady, I shall handle this matter." "Very well," she replied, her brow still furrowed with concern for Meng Huailian's potential involvement in this affair. Meng Huqing wrapped an arm around her waist, gently squeezing. "Does your waist still ache, my lady?" Xie Wanmian, pulled from her reverie, glanced at him with damp eyes. "Your uncle will be laid to rest the day after tomorrow. Let us be respectful." Intrigued, Meng Huqing leisurely drew her closer, the fragrant scent of blossoms and fruits enveloping them. He could only admire her, unable to indulge further. "Am I truly so lacking in restraint in your eyes?" As drowsiness enveloped her, Xie Wanmian found comfort resting against Meng Huqing's broad shoulder, recalling how she once thought him a paragon of virtue. Yet as time passed, she realized he could be quite mischievous. "When have I ever been mischievous?" Meng Huqing feigned ignorance, gazing down at his enchanting wife. Xie Wanmian pressed her lips together, memories of intimate moments surfacing as she playfully nudged him, though to no avail. Annoyed, she retorted, "You know very well." Before she could finish, his lips descended upon hers. "Does this count as being mischievous?" Meng Huqing asked, his gaze locked onto her glistening eyes, his voice low and husky. "Not at this time," Xie Wanmian replied slowly. Meng Huqing brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across her delicate features, his long eyelashes fluttering. "I understand. Kissing you does not constitute a breach of decorum." Chapter 95. Framing the following day, within the morning radiance courtyard. Thin rays of sunlight filtered through the floral window as Xie Wanmian rose, only to find Meng Huqing had already vacated her side. Lazily, she picked up a nearby fan to waft away the warmth that had enveloped her throughout the night. Outside the intricately carved window, the greenery was lush, with flourishing flowers and trees, while large, verdant banana leaves concealed themselves beside the moss-covered black and white walls. A maid carrying a water bucket drew water from the ancient well, the crisp sound startling the birds perched in the trees. Due to her late bedtime the previous night, she had risen later than usual. Given the morning period, everyone was preoccupied, compounded by the assassination attempt on the fifth prince last night, resulting in a reduced number of servants in the household. Jade entered with a copper basin to assist her with her morning ablutions, noticing her slightly swollen lips and the red marks adorning her fair neck. likely indicating she had spent the night in a passionate embrace, albeit without crossing any lines. As there was no sundial to ascertain the time, Xie Wanmian inquired, "What hour is it now?" Replying to Miss, "It is past the sea hour," came the maid and Appo's response. Xie Wanmian nodded. She had no pressing matters today, besides paying her respects at the morning hall and participating in the rice offering ceremony. The following day, after the funeral, they would embark on their journey. However, it was imperative to clarify the situation surrounding the fifth prince. She instructed Jade to prepare her face and hair, then proceeded to partake in breakfast. The meal consisted of vegetarian dishes, yet they were exceptionally delicious, prompting her to consume several vegetarian buns. After finishing her meal, she hurried toward the morning hall. At the Lingxi Pavilion, a gentle summer breeze caressed the lake and Appo's surface, where most of the blooming lotus flowers appeared wilted from the sun's relentless rays. Only a few dragonflies lingered near the willow trees, reluctant to depart. Ming, holding an ice jar, was on her way to the morning hall, but paused to catch her breath as the weather was sweltering. She realized that reaching the hall would require some time, so she decided to rest in the pavilion, albeit the wind only carried hot air. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from behind her. "Eldest lady, why don't we seek refuge in the cooling corridor? I overheard those young servants mention it would be quicker that way." Ming, feeling the heat intensely, thought it unwise to let Meng Huching see her perspiring excessively. She rose and headed in that direction. Yet, as she reached the corner of the cooling residence, she overheard a conversation within. "Chan and Amp, Appo's, you mentioned the sachet you promised to gift me. Why has it not yet been bestowed?" The youthful voice, unmistakably belonging to a man in his 20s, resonated. Following this, a sweet and alluring female voice responded, "Your Highness, to embrace me so openly in broad daylight. What if others were to witness? It could tarnish your reputation as you are to become the heir. And what of it? Those privy to our affairs have already been dealt with. Did you not witness it yesterday?" "First, I silenced them, and then eliminated them," he retorted. "Now that the imperial uncle has passed, you, a mere concubine, are no longer under scrutiny. Besides, our secret is known only to us and the heavens." "Ha ha ha. Oh dear, your Highness," Ming and Appo's eyes widened in shock. The fifth prince was entangled with a concubine of the carefree king. She quickly covered her mouth, pulling Hong Yu to retreat. However, before they could distance themselves, a gruff voice commanded, "Halt! Who are you? What are you doing here in secret?" At that moment, a window from the cooling residence was pushed open, revealing the fifth prince, who squinted slightly, his gaze sharp as if laced with venom. Hong Yu, terrified, knelt on the ground, while Ming remained composed, formulating a plan. She hurriedly bowed and smiled. "I greet His Highness the fifth prince. I was just looking for my sister-in-law. We are quite close and had agreed to go to the morning hall together. I thought I saw her heading this way, but when I looked for her by the window, she had vanished. Might your Highness have seen her?" The fifth prince scrutinized her for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips. "And who might this sister-in-law be?" "I'm the eldest daughter-in-law of the Meng family." Ming, she replied. "Ah, the Meng family's granddaughter-in-law. My apologies for the oversight. My guards can be somewhat indiscreet." "I hope you will forgive them," he said, smiling. Ming hastily shook her head. "Not at all, your Highness. I have not seen your sister-in-law. Perhaps she has already arrived at the morning hall. You may wish to check there," the fifth prince suggested warmly, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Thank you, your Highness." After expressing her gratitude, Ming bowed and left, a peculiar smile gracing her face. At that moment, Zhao Chanchan, who had been languidly reclining on a wrought-tan couch with her attire slightly disarrayed, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Grasping the fifth prince's sleeve with her delicate hand, she whispered, "What shall we do, your Highness? Our affair may have come to the attention of that Meng family's second daughter-in-law." A fierce glint flashed in the fifth prince's eyes as he gently squeezed Zhao Chanchan's hand and replied, "She is but a woman, not to be feared. I will find an opportunity to eliminate her when the time is right." Meanwhile, Xie Wanmian had just approached the morning hall when Ming, adorned with a bright smile, called out to her sister-in-law, "What a coincidence. I was just about to search for you, but you arrived before me. Xie Wanmian, wishing to avoid a lengthy conversation, felt a wave of nausea at the sight of He Ming's beaming face. She suppressed her discomfort and replied, "My courtyard is closer, so it's only natural I arrived sooner." He Ming, lifting her skirts, seemed to notice something, her tone becoming even more affectionate. "Ah, I see. Then let us enter together, lest we miss the appointed time." The two women traversed the moon gate, each lost in her own thoughts. Xie Wanmian, perplexed by He Ming and Appo's unsettling smile, wondered if she had engaged in some shameful act once more. Before she could ponder further, a gentle yet commanding voice reached her ears. "Madam." Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the source of the voice, finding Meng Huqing clad in plain garments, his demeanor striking and ethereal, akin to the glow of the moon. His mere presence was enough to convey the essence of elegance and grace, surpassing even the likes of Pan. He approached, taking her hand as they made their way toward the morning hall. Behind them, He Ming's expression shifted, and she forced a smile. "Sister-in-law, you and the second brother seem very much in love." Xie Wanmian replied, "Eldest sister-in-law and eldest brother share a similar bond. Between my husband and me, there is mutual respect. He is honest and straightforward. It was precisely this quality that drew me to him. Intimacy among spouses is commonplace. Yet second sister-in-law should remain mindful of her surroundings. It would not do to be seen by outsiders," she remarked with a smile. Internally, Xie Wanmian scoffed at the insinuation, recognizing it as a veiled jab at her relationship with Meng Huqing. Just as she prepared to retort, she noticed Meng Huqing pausing, a contemplative look crossing his face. "Eldest sister-in-law, you speak rather freely today. I married my wife with great ceremony and fanfare. If our relationship mirrored yours and eldest brother's, would that not render life rather dull?" His words caused He Ming's complexion to flush an intense shade of crimson. Her lips quivered, yet she ultimately remained silent. At that moment, a light and melodious voice rang out from behind. Chapter 96. To give or not to give, the words of the nephew held considerable wisdom. If one were to maintain an overly formal demeanor, it would seem more akin to colleagues than a married couple. Meng Huqing glanced at the distant fifth prince and promptly bowed in respect, prompting the others present to kneel as well. "There is no need for such formalities. I am merely a prince and cannot bear such grand gestures." He waved a folding fan with a casual grace, the jade pendant at his waist chiming softly. He continued, "I trust that the bond between you and your wife is quite strong." Meng Huqing held Xie Wanmian's hand, his gaze towards his wife imbued with tenderness. "Your Highness, our affection is indeed profound." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian could not help but look at her husband, pondering if he was aware of the implications of his words. The maidservants, with their heads bowed, cast envious glances in her direction, making her feel somewhat bashful as she lowered her eyes. Surely, this must be the nephew and Appo's wife. They must have thought. Xie Wanmian curtsied. "Your Highness, it is indeed I." The fifth prince, upon hearing such a soft-spoken reply, took a moment to truly observe the woman before him. Her jet-black hair cascaded like clouds, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. The summer sunlight danced upon her porcelain visage, creating an ethereal glow that was breathtaking. Such beauty! The fifth prince could not help but gently pinch his fingers together, realizing that capturing her would be a far better strategy than resorting to violence. "The hour grows late. Please, Your Highness, step inside." Meng Huqing positioned himself protectively in front of Xie Wanmian, feeling discomfort at the fifth prince's scrutinizing gaze on his wife. Though the prince wore a smile, there was an underlying hint of menace in his eyes. The fifth prince nodded and proceeded into the morning hall. After the ceremony concluded, those who were not closely associated with the carefree king began to disperse, awaiting the funeral the next day before departing from the carefree king and Appo's residence. By this time, the sun was high and scorching. The royal residence was vast, with winding paths and countless pavilions. After just a few steps, Xie Wanmian found herself sweating profusely, her eyes longing for the small ice basin held by Meng Huqing. "Second master, would you let me hold it for a while?" she asked softly. Hearing this, Meng Huqing turned to look at his wife, who was fervently fanning herself with a hand fan, her face flushed from the heat. beads of sweat glistening upon her delicate collarbone. Rather than handing the ice basin to her, he used the fan to direct the cool air towards her. No. Last time I saw in the guard's letter that you suffered greatly during your menstrual cycle. It must have been the result of indulging in too much coldness. I cannot allow you to be irresponsible with your health. Xie Wanmian knew that Meng Huqing's rigid nature would not easily change, yet the heat was unbearable, making her clothes cling uncomfortably to her skin. Pouting, she retorted, "Whether you give it or not is up to you." With that, she quickened her pace. Meng Huqing was tall and broad-shouldered. Normally, he walked slowly to match his wife's pace, but now he found himself moving with ease. Suddenly, Xie Wanmian halted and turned, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with playful mischief. "So, will you give it or not?" Seeing his wife and Appo's petulant expression, Meng Huqing recalled that night when he had held her delicate wrist against the bed and Appo's railing as she had inquired similarly. Returning to the present, a fond smile graced his lips. "I will." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanmian quickly took the ice basin and embraced it tightly. Meng Huqing observed the pristine white of the ice, his eyes darkening slightly as he gently advised, "Madam, just for half an hour, please." "All right," Xie Wanmian acquiesced verbally. Yet her heart rebelled against the notion. In such heat, even the dogs outside lay panting on the ground. She had no intention of enduring such discomfort. However, she could not have anticipated the swift consequences of her indulgence in coolness, as her menstrual pains arrived that very evening, causing her significant discomfort within mere moments. At that point, not only was she unable to hold the ice basin, but even the 3 ice basins originally prepared in the room were replaced by just one, and the tea was now warm. Meng Huqing first instructed the kitchen to prepare a tonic for her, then sat on the edge of the bed, watching as Xie Wanmian sweated profusely from the pain, wiping her brow with a damp cloth. Xie Wanmian bit her lip, her limbs curled up in discomfort. Meng Huqing's heart ached for her. Noticing she was pressing a silk pillow against her abdomen, he gently covered her with his hand and softly asked, "Is this more comfortable?" Xie Wanmian felt a warm sensation flow through her abdomen, alleviating some of her pain. Unable to articulate her discomfort, she merely responded with a muffled mm. Meng Huqing lifted her into his lap, causing Xie Wanmian to feel flustered, her fair ankle resting against his calf. Realizing this position was inappropriate, she pushed him gently. "Put me down. What if someone sees and laughs?" "Who cares?" Meng Huqing replied, lowering his gaze, his chin brushing against her neck with a tone that brooked no argument. "I'm so hot." Meng Huqing fanned her with the folding fan beside him, the cool breeze dispersing the sweat clinging to her face. Despite her discomfort, her complexion appeared pale, yet having just drunk water, her lips glistened with moisture. Almost instinctively, he leaned down to gently wipe the droplets away with his lips. Xie Wanmian was momentarily at a loss for how to react. She bit her lip, wanting to scold him with determined Appo's, Lecher and Appo's, but faced with his handsome and refined countenance, she found it difficult to voice her discontent. Instead, she pouted and glared at him, her eyes sparkling with mock annoyance, reminiscent of a playful kitten. Merely gazing at her brought a sense of comfort and joy to his heart. Before long, Xie Wanmian had fallen asleep in his embrace. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from outside. The maidservant Jade, who had been bringing in the tonic, was so startled that she nearly dropped the bowl. She turned to her companion Jade, "Go see what has happened." As Jade bowed her head to exit, Jade placed the soup on the table. Noticing her master had already fallen asleep against her husband's shoulder and chose not to disturb them. Moments later, Jade rushed back into the room, her face as pale as a ghost, her lips trembling uncontrollably. "What are you panicking about? Can't you see the mistress is asleep?" Jade pulled Jade toward the door, but Jade and Appo's pupils dilated as she pointed toward the ancient well, stammering, "There's a maid who has jumped into the well." Jade, still youthful and inexperienced, was taken aback by this revelation. She paused, glanced at the room, and after a moment's deliberation, decided it was best to lead Jade outside first. "We'll discuss this later. Let us get outside." She ushered Jade out, closing the door behind them. Standing outside, Jade noticed several maidservants casting anxious glances in their direction before scurrying away. As Jade hesitated, Contemplating whether to inform Meng Huqing, the door swung open. Note: Peach in plum years refers to a woman of 20 years of age. Chapter 97. Double Trouble's Second Master. Something has happened in the courtyard. Xie hurriedly approached with urgency. Meng Huqing's expression turned noticeably colder upon hearing this. He adjusted his sleeves and asked in a calm voice, "Have you determined which maid from the courtyard was involved?" Replying to Second Master, "The maid in question is Ru Yin from our courtyard. The servants mentioned she disappeared last night, and despite searching all night, we could not find her. This morning, her body was discovered in the old well within our courtyard. Already bloated from the cold water," Xie said, her voice tinged with fear. After pondering for a moment, Meng Huqing replied slowly, "You take care of Second Madam for now. Do not spread the word about this matter. I will investigate it myself." "Understood." Xie watched as Meng Huqing left, then sat indoors waiting for Xie Wanmian to awaken. She instructed someone to warm the 4-ingredient soup in the small kitchen, knowing that if it cooled, its medicinal properties would diminish. However, shortly after Meng Huqing departed, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "Open the door." Xie rose and opened the door, her expression fierce. "Do you know who resides within? You have no right to be here. Umph, a mere thief dares to show us such arrogance." The woman speaking had a large black mole at the corner of her mouth, her brow arching mockingly, and the folds of flesh on her face quivered in a somewhat ludicrous manner. "What do you mean?" Xie exclaimed as she attempted to close the door, her heart racing. She feared that if she disturbed her master, who was likely suffering from menstrual pains and had fallen into a deep slumber, it would not bode well. The woman with the mole retrieved a bright red coral bracelet from a folded blue cloth, her eyes filled with derision. "You have stolen the jewelry of Lady Zhao Chanjian from the Prince of Leisure and Oppo's quarters, which we found beneath your bed. What do you have to say for yourself now? This is not mine. You are slandering me." Xie was so frightened that her palms began to sweat. She had never been to any concubine's quarters and was completely unaware of how the jewelry appeared under her bed. "Someone is trying to harm me." "Harm? The evidence is irrefutable. Are you trying to stall for time?" With that, the woman ordered, "Take her away." As Xie was forcibly dragged away, Xie Wanmian awoke again. The pain in her abdomen somewhat alleviated. The sky outside was already dimming, and she stretched lazily. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed the lake shimmering beneath the fading light, a beauty that felt oddly unsettling to her. Her heart felt heavy, as if a stone were pressing down upon it. Just as she slipped on her shoes, the door was pushed open, and Xie entered, her face pale. "Second Madam, Xie has been taken away by people from the Prince of Leisure and Oppo's residence." "What?" Xie Wanmian hastily dressed and stepped outside the screen. "When did this happen?" "It should have been while you were in deep slumber. I was warming the soup in the small kitchen when I heard a commotion outside, and then I saw several women taking Xie away." Xie grew increasingly panicked, tears welling in her eyes. "Second Madam, do you think Xie will be all right?" Xie was but a young girl, and such a daunting event left her feeling bewildered and anxious. Xie Wanmian smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, it is not a grave matter. I will go and inquire in the main hall." "Yes." Upon exiting, Xie Wanmian noticed the maidservants on the path looking at her strangely. She quickly stopped one and asked, "Has something serious occurred in the residence?" The maidservant hesitated, captivated by Xie Wanmian's beauty, before replying, "Director Meng has been arrested. They say the maid from that courtyard committed suicide in the well due to the humiliation from Director Meng. The fifth prince, being a witness and judge, has reported the matter, and Director Meng is now imprisoned awaiting trial. Please do not be too distressed. There are many fine men in this world." The words "Meng Huqing has violated the maidservants" sounded strangely foreign to her. She sensed an odd coincidence. First Xie's incident, then Meng Huqing's arrest. It was all too bizarre. Xie Wanmian could no longer afford to remain idle. She must uncover the truth behind this troubling series of events. Finding Meng Huqing to ascertain the details was of utmost importance. She first took a carriage to the government office, learning that the prison housing Meng Huqing was on the west side. After sending the guards to attend to her, she was finally allowed to enter the prison. The dungeon was dark and damp, permeated with a heavy stench of decay. Occasionally, 1 or 2 rats scurried between the straw mats, and the inmates regarded her with unsettling gazes, even though their faces were covered. Following the jailer, she quickly located Meng Huqing. He was clad in prison garb. Resting against the stone wall, his hands shackled. The moonlight streamed through the iron bars, illuminating his refined features. He appeared remarkably calm, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the turmoil. Due to his status as a court official and royal relative, the guards refrained from inflicting any maltreatment upon him. The dramatic turn of events within a single day was beyond her imagination. She reached out and grasped the bars of his cell, her voice trembling as she called. Second Master. At first, Meng Huqing thought he was hearing things, but upon hearing her voice again, he opened his eyes abruptly to find her gazing at him with tearful eyes. He rushed forward and took her delicate hands, his gaze soft and reassuring. Mian. What is happening? They claim you had an affair with that maid, and that they possess evidence. I heard the fifth prince has already submitted a report to the emperor, and they will dispatch it by tomorrow noon. Although Xie Wanmian conveyed this information, her furrowed brow betrayed her underlying fear. Meng Huqing looked at her gently, saying, My dear, you are still unwell. You must take care of yourself and avoid catching a chill. As for this matter, you need not worry. I will handle it. These words echoed in Xie Wanmian and Appo's mind, reminiscent of countless times she had heard him say them before. The most severe instance was when he concealed his departure to the battlefield as a military advisor. She only learned of it a day before he left. Although they won the battle, he was ambushed by the enemy and gravely injured. Had it not been for the timely delivery of medicine from the capital, he might have perished. In his letter, he had written only a brief line. Yet, upon his return, he bore severe wounds, and her mother-in-law blamed her for not caring for her husband. The sisters-in-law relished in her misfortune, and she alone was left to suffer the consequences. Why are you always so composed? You make plans without telling me. Have you considered how worried I am for you? Do you have absolute confidence in avoiding harm? Or do you possess multiple lives? Xie Wanmian questioned, her eyes reddening as her voice trembled. Are we not husband and wife? What is it that I, as your wife, cannot know? Chapter 98. My apologies, madam. I am truly sorry, Mian, for having caused you distress. I believe that should you become aware, it might lead to unease, especially while you are unwell during your monthly cycle. I did not wish for you to overextend yourself. Meng Huqing furrowed his brow slightly and reached out to wipe away the tears that glistened at the corners